Chapter 1026, Mist Mother World. Terrifying daily production of Galaxy. Time passed quickly. The next day, Zhou Manage was the first to wake up from the time world. He looked at Zhou Fight and Zhou Zhou and shook his head helplessly with a smile. After complaining about his endless work, he left the reincarnation sacred palace to deal with the daily government affairs. Not long after, Zhou Fight also woke up from the time world. He did not waste any time and immediately went to find Bai Yun and prepared to deal with the fog monster of the Scarlet Brood Mother. Zhou Zhou also sensed the actions of his two clones, but he didn't move. He only sent a portion of his will to Zhou Fight and took over his body to search for Bai Yun. The Scarlet Brood Mother. When Zhou Zhou found Bai Yun and brought the army to the Scarlet Brood Mother, Bai Yun and the rest were immediately shocked by the Scarlet Brood Mother's form. This is Lord Mugu. Bai Yun said in disbelief. Didn't Legion Commander Bai Yun sense my aura? Mugu said with a deep and rough laugh. Even though his form had changed, the aura of his life essence hadn't changed. I feel it. Bai Yun was stunned. Then, she nodded with a complicated expression. It's indeed you, Lord Mugu. Mugu smiled lightly. Take us into the Mist Mother world. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. Mugu said, I will divide His Majesty's army into 10,000 parts because I have 10,000 subordinates. Each part will have about 11 million soldiers. Then, these 11 million soldiers will work together to deal with the 10 million fog monsters in each Mist Mother world. Your Majesty, don't worry about the safety of your soldiers. I will suppress the combat power of the fog monsters to the lowest level and let His Majesty's soldiers slaughter them at will. I guarantee that there won't be any casualties. Let's do that. Zhou Zhou nodded. All right, Your Majesty. Mugu nodded and said, Everyone, please relax. We will reach the Mist Mother world very soon. Tall and beautiful women holding scarlet lanterns appeared, spreading scarlet fog around them around the Scarlet Brood Mother. It was the Mist Mother. Everyone looked up at the Mist Mother. The next second, the scarlet lanterns in the hands of these mysterious and beautiful women suddenly emitted a shocking attraction. Everyone could feel that with their own strength, they could resist this attraction and not be sucked into the lantern. However, they listened to Mugu and did not resist the gravitational force. The next second, everyone, including Zhou Zhou, Bai Yun, all the soldiers, god spirits, galaxy and soldiers were sucked into the scarlet lanterns of these beautiful women. Mist Mother World. This was a scarlet world shrouded in scarlet fog. A huge scarlet sun stood high in the sky, its scarlet light illuminating everything. Everything was also scarlet in color. They looked evil and ferocious, emitting a dense scarlet fog. Yellow talisman Dao soldiers with bloodshot eyes wandered on the bloody ground, accompanied by strange and hoarse screams or whispers. Zhou Zhou, Bai Yun and more than 10 million soldiers saw this scene when they arrived. This seems to be the wrench land plane from before. Bai Yun said uncertainly. More or less. Zhou Zhou nodded and said with a smile, back then, Mugu only had one wrench land plane. There are already 10,000 wrench land planes like this now. And in the future, he will have even more wrench land planes, 1,000 crimson worlds, 1,000 crimson worlds, and even 1,000 crimson worlds. Bai Yun nodded in shock. At this moment, Mugu's voice sounded in Zhou Zhou and Bai Yun's ears. Your Majesty, Legion Commander Bai Yun. I have already gathered the 10 million yellow talisman Dao soldiers in this Mist Mother world within a radius of 10 million kilometers and ordered the Mist Mother to suppress their strength to 1%. This should make it easier for our soldiers to kill these fog monsters. Zhou Zhou nodded and looked at Bai Yun. Go. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully. Then, he immediately flew to the front of the army and ordered the entire army to attack the wandering yellow talisman Dao soldiers and fog monsters. Zhou Zhou stood not far away and watched this scene quietly. Half an hour later, 100 billion fog monsters were successfully wiped out by the billion-strong army of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou also successfully obtained all the spoils of war. However, he did not pay attention to the other loots. He only paid attention to the 480 billion recruitment books and class change certificates. It's really 480 billion copies. Zhou Zhou looked at the recruitment books and class change certificates and felt like he was dreaming. Next, he only needed to use these books and he would be able to obtain 480 billion recruits. The soldiers he had now added up to only 130 billion. He took a deep breath and calmed his agitated emotions. Then, he handed the 240 billion class change certificates to Bai Yun and asked him to find someone to change his class. Your Majesty, are they all going to be changed by humans? Bai Yun asked. Prioritize the human race. If the human race doesn't have enough people to change their jobs, let the fire cry human race or the moon demon race do it. Zhou Zhou asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully and turned to leave. Zhou Zhou took the 240 billion recruitment books and came to the gate of summoning. After he arrived, he did not immediately summon her. Instead, he suddenly said, Wenye, how's the production of the galaxy in the territory? How many galaxies can be produced every day? Your Majesty, currently, we have already laid down more than 50,000 galaxy spaceship manufacturing bases in the entire human territory. Moreover, we are also laying down the galaxy spaceship manufacturing bases in the newly obtained territory of the Fire Cry human race and the Moon Demon race. We expect to build 1 million galaxy spaceship manufacturing bases in all the current territories. This way, with sufficient manufacturing materials, we can produce 100,000 galaxy ships every day. Our current production is 5,000 ships per day. Wenye said respectfully. Zhou the king was shocked. How long had it been since he had asked about such matters? Why were there more than 50,000 manufacturing bases on the galaxy? Your Majesty, have you forgotten your legendary Tier Lord talent Super Construction Engineering 9? What's more, we now have sufficient manpower, material resources, and financial resources. We don't lack in any aspect. Naturally, we can easily create more than 50,000 galaxy spaceship manufacturing bases. Zhou Zhou came to a realization. He had almost forgotten that he had the Lord talent. Where are the materials for the galaxy? Zhou Zhou asked. He remembered that the materials used to make the galaxy were very scarce. Back then, when the leaders of the various human factions wanted to produce galaxy on his behalf, each faction leader could merely produce 20 galaxy materials at most. The ultimate overlord has been providing support for the production materials of the galaxy. The ultimate lord said to us. The materials of the galaxy are considered rare in the human race, but in the eyes of the big shots of the Machina race, they can merely be considered low-end materials. As long as there are enough mist core or divine crystals, he can buy any spaceship manufacturing materials indefinitely from the Machina race. Wenye said respectfully. How many galaxy ships do we have? Zhou the king inquired the question he was most concerned about. We have produced a total of 21,560 galaxy ships. 20,000 of them are currently unoccupied, and the rest of the galaxy is in service. Wenye trailed off. Zhou the king heaved a sigh of relief. Great, he would be able to rest with more than 600 billion soldiers. Moreover, in the near future, he would not have to worry about the troops not having a place to stay. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He directly threw all 240 billion recruitment books into the Gate of Summoning. Chapter 1027, 600 billion total troops. Su Yuan's shock. Zhou Zhou followed the old rules and summoned 300 galaxy ships through Wenye. Then, he got the 240 billion new recruits to be located in the inner world of the galaxy. Finally, he used 100 legendary tier mist cores to summon all the new recruits at once. The 8 billion recruits in every galaxy's internal world also saw a huge virtual projection that looked like Zhou Zhou. At this moment, in the virtual projection, Zhou Zhou spoke. All newly enlisted soldiers, welcome to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. My kingdom will definitely bring you an incomparably glorious future. Please believe that. Zhou Zhou's tone revealed his strong confidence and affirmation. Such a confident tone also infected all the recruits. All the recruits roared respectfully in unison. To die for His Majesty. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly and disappeared from the virtual projection. In front of the gate of summoning, Zhou Zhou then waved his hand and turned off the projection. He nodded in satisfaction. The troops under him could be considered 592,804,281,114 soldiers. Together with the Star Alliance's 24.1 billion recruits, they officially broke through to 600 billion recruits, reaching the level of 616.9 billion soldiers. That's 600 billion soldiers. Zhou Zhou sighed. He did not know how strong the forces of the Divine Kingdom Lords were. However, his military strength had definitely crushed most of the Empire-level Lords. In the myriad worlds, this strength would probably be similar to gathering all the troops of the various races in a small world. Which meant that with his current military strength, he could completely carry out a world conquest war on a full world. Zhou Zhou stopped thinking and uttered to Wenye. Yes, Your Majesty. Wenye uttered respectfully. The next second, 300 galaxy ships in the sky suddenly split into two. Half of them headed to the Blazing Sun Kingdom's army base. The other half flew towards Su Yuan's Forbidden Mage class change statue. When they flew to the class change statue, they happened to see Bai Yun leading the 240 billion human recruits who had just completed the class change certificate with the violent storm spirit to gather around the class change statue. Wenye and Bai Yi communicated for a while before deciding to change their professions together. Greetings, Forbidden Archmage Your Excellency Su Yuan. One of the Blazing Sun Army's deputy legion commanders, a mid-tier deity elementary grade violent storm spirit god spirit who commanded all the violent storm spirit soldiers, announced loudly at this moment. The 240 billion violent storm spirit recruits bowed to the Forbidden Archmage's class change statue. An invisible power of faith surged from every recruit of the violent storm spirit silently. Then, they flew in the direction of the Forbidden Mage's class change statue and quickly fused into their bodies. Rumble. This incomparably huge power of faith caused the entire statue to tremble and emit a shocking four-colored light. At the same time, in the hall of the Goddess of Magic. Hey! Su Yuan, who was having sex with the Goddess of Magic, felt an incomparably ferocious power of faith suddenly rush into the origin of his magic divine spark, making he suddenly become energetic. At this moment, he only felt that he was filled with power. When he looked at the Goddess of Magic again, the flames in his eyes were like a tiger seeing a lamb. After a long time. How did you suddenly become so fierce? The Goddess of Magic uttered lazily as she looked at Su Yuan with admiration. It was as if he had suddenly taken medicine. Just now, I felt like there were at least 200 billion life forms with extremely high potential offering their faith to me. I even felt like I was getting closer to the path of a master god tier. How could I not be fierce? Su Yuan said. More than 200 billion life forms with extremely high potential. The Goddess of Magic uttered in surprise, have they all become your believers? No, it's just a belief dedicated to the profession. They might dedicate an extremely high level of enthusiasm to the profession I gave them, but that's for the profession, not for me. Their intrinsic beliefs still belong to that human lord. Su Yuan shook his head. That human lord? The human lord who peeped at us last time? The lord of the blazing sun? The Goddess of Magic asked curiously. Su Yuan nodded helplessly. Tisk tisk, as expected of the number one lord of all races that everyone fears. I did not think we'd be able to get involved with that guy from so far away. The Goddess of Magic was amazed. Zhou Zhou nodded in agreement. Then, he uttered excitedly. I hope that that fellow can come and help me a few more times. This way, I might be able to advance to the Master God tier level sooner. The goddess of magic nodded as well, recalling the experience just now. I wish that guy would come more often. He said, looking at him meaningfully. What did you say? Zhou Yuan looked at Mr. with a dangerous gaze. Looks like I need to investigate the mysteries of magic. The two of them began to watch content that minors were not allowed to watch, accompanied with sighs. Just as the 240 billion soldiers of the violent storm spirit were in full swing, Zhou Zhou was still standing in front of the gate of summoning, preparing to summon today's subjects. He summoned all 139,500 new subjects from the gate of summoning at once after spending 100 legendary tier mist cores to accelerate. Greetings, my lord. All the new subjects uttered respectfully in unison. Welcome to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he got all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned a total of 1,050 professionals this time. He summoned 141 more professionals than usual. Among them were a legendary tier elementary grade chef, a legendary tier magic equipment chef, a legendary tier array master, a legendary tier elementary alchemist, a legendary tier elementary arcanist, a legendary tier elementalist, a legendary tier wind magician, a legendary tier troll warlock, and a legendary tier divine artifact forging apprentice. Hey! Zhou Zhou looked at the divine artifact forging apprentice in surprise. His luck was pretty good to have another divine artifact forging apprentice. What's your name? He asked the pretty girl with long fiery red hair and wheat-colored skin, who had a few freckles. My name is Seely Orofa. The girl's eyes lit up. Her clear voice indicated that she was in a good mood. Seely Orofa. Zhou Zhou raised his brows. Who is God of Sun and forging Orofa to you? He's my grandfather, my lord. Do you know my grandfather? Seely asked curiously. Chapter 1028, Demonic Kitchenware 8 Chaos Knife. SSS Rank Special Ability Emperor's Descent. The Third Lord's Law Skill. They are actually related? Zhou Zhou was surprised, but he smiled on the surface. I've long heard of the heavenly god Orofa. By the way, do you know Jacker? That's my junior brother. Very good. He is also in this king's territory. If you have time, you can work with him. Very well, your majesty. Seely nodded vigorously, not shy at all. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. This little girl's personality was the complete opposite of Jacker's. Jacker's personality was like that of an autistic kid. This little girl was much more lively. Then, he looked at the other 8 legendary tier elementary grade subjects and his gaze fell on the magic equipment chef. He opened the other party's stats list and realized that the other party came from a magic equipment chef small world. The rules of cooking in this world seemed to have changed. The dishes, cooking ability, and cooking utensils all possessed extraordinary power. This magic equipment chef was none other than the magic equipment chef who had mastered a magic equipment known as the 8 Chaos Knife. The mutant beside him came from a small world with technological superpowers. The other new subjects also had their own legendary backgrounds. He had already reached the legendary tier elementary grade after all. Who doesn't have a story on them? Zhou Zhou exchanged a few words with the new subjects. After welcoming them as subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, he handed them over to the officials to arrange while he walked to the Lord's shop. When he arrived, he saw Zhou Zhenmin sitting in front of the counter, using a virtual projection to look at a website. Zhou Zhou walked closer and realized that it was a game strategy website. It was a game strategy website called Lord's Era. Your Majesty, you're here. When Zhou Zhenmin saw Zhou Zhou, he came back to his senses and hurriedly stood up. Another game? Zhou Zhou asked casually. This game is new. It's the most popular among all the virtual reality games, be it in terms of strategies or esports popularity. I heard that after our kingdom enters the era of mixed virtual reality, this game will also release a mixed virtual reality version. We can also synchronize accounts. However, Zhou Zhou was very interested in introducing them to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou nodded. He suddenly felt something and asked, "Who is the strongest player in this game?" "Businessman Shen." Zhou Zhou said without hesitation, "That guy is in the top 3 of all the rankings in the game. Moreover, he's ranked first on the level rankings, equipment rankings, and money rankings. He can be considered the number 1 player in the Lord's era." Businessman Shen. He should be the young man in the wheelchair when I saw the virtual gaming helmet being released. Chapter 809. Tisk. My divination was really right. He has indeed become a famous player. I hope he can use this game to treat his leg and his little sister's illness. Zhou Zhou recalled the past and couldn't help but smile in his heart. Following that, he inquired Zhou Zhou about today's products. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he took out 3 purple boxes from under the counter. Zhou Zhou was curious when he saw the 3 boxes. He opened the 3 boxes without a word. There were 3 items in the 3 boxes. A Divine Artifact Forging Apprentice Class Change Certificate. 1 Special Ability Origin Crystal. It was a pitch-black kitchen knife with mysterious engravings. Among them, the Divine Artifact Forging Apprentice Class Change Certificate could allow a blacksmith to change his class to become an Empire-level rare lifestyle professionals, Divine Artifact Forging Apprentice. Special Ability Origin Crystals could help humans awaken an enhanceable bloodline skill. The upper limit of growth was the upper limit of their potential. The last black kitchen knife was a special kitchenware, the 8 Chaos Knife. Treasure Name, Magic Kitchen Utensil 8 Chaos Knife. Treasure Grade, Special. Treasure Effect, the 8 Chaos Knife can easily cut through the flesh and bones of all the beasts in the world without any hindrance. Moreover, it can maintain the original taste of the flesh and blood. It's a good and rare demonic kitchenware. Treasure Description, a unique product from the demon chef Small World. It is also the enemy of all beasts. Zhou Zhou gazed at it for a while. He originally wanted to give it to the magic equipment chef. However, after thinking about it, he still chose to stay. In the future, he could cut meat and cook for Li Yi. How many mist cores do these 3 goods cost? Zhou Zhou asked. Divine Artifact Forging Apprentice Class Change Certificate, worth 500 Legendary Tier Mist Cores. Special Ability Origin Crystal, valued 200 Legendary Tier Mist Cores. 8 Chaos Knife, worth 200,000 Legendary Tier Mist Cores. Zhou Zhou smiled. Ah! This 8 Chaos Knife is actually so expensive. Zhou Zhou was shocked. 200,000 Legendary Tier Mist Cores. He had been buying goods from the Lord's shop for so long, but this was the first time he had encountered such an expensive item. This 8 Chaos Knife is a unique creation of laws. It has absolute cutting rules against the flesh and blood of beasts. Even a Master God tier Divine Beast can be cut by this 8 Chaos Knife. In the myriad worlds, I'm afraid only that the magic equipment chef Small World can produce a unique kitchenware with such an effect. Your Majesty, do you think it's worth this price? Zhou Zhou smiled. It can even cut the flesh of a Master God tier beast. Zhou Zhou's expression turned serious. Such absolute rules could already be regarded a Master God tier divine artifact. There was indeed no problem with the price of the 8 Chaos Knife. I'll buy it. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate this time and said directly. Thank you for your patronage, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, just transfer the money. Zhou Zhou smiled. Zhou Zhou did not waste any time. He scanned the other party's QR code and transferred 200,700 legendary tier mist cores to him. Then, he successfully obtained these 3 items. Following that, Zhou Zhou returned to the Divine Kingdom's main hall and passed over all the goods to his main body. Then, he went to meet up with Bai Yun. Bai Yun stood respectfully in front of His Highness in the Divine Kingdom's main hall. After Zhou Zhou's main body obtained the 3 items, he conveniently threw the Divine Artifact Forging Apprentice Class Change Certificate into the Military Merit Exchange System. He also restricted blacksmiths with high military contributions to be able to spend military merits to exchange for it. Then, he played with the 8 Chaos Knife for a while before throwing it into his king's treasury. In the end, he received out the Special Ability Origin Crystal. Special Ability Origin Crystal, a strange expression appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. I'm a god spirit, but I'm actually going to awaken my special ability. He played with the black crystal nonchalantly for a while. He casually touched the Special Ability Origin Crystal with his spiritual power and activated the power within, fusing it into his divine body. Then, he circulated the divine power in his body. In the blink of an eye, he completely digested this Special Ability Origin Crystal and successfully awakened his special ability. My genetic energy is SSS rank Special Ability Emperor's Descent. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself, in the domain that I descend into, the living beings in the domain will naturally change their minds at the last minute and become my obedient subjects. It's equivalent to my territory wherever I go. If you stay in my domain for too long, this kind of mental change will become a permanent change. You will really become a subject who is loyal to me, even if you leave the Emperor's Descent domain. After upgrading this domain, it will upgrade the range of the Emperor's Descent domain. And I'm currently a low-tier deity level intermediate grade god spirit. If I come to a plane, I can use Emperor's Descent to directly replace the plane's will and replace the heaven's will with my own heart to become the lord of the plane and command the entire plane. And on a supercontinent like the High Continent, it can directly rule an area of 10 million square kilometers. It's equivalent to the total area of a legendary tier territory. Emperor's Descent. 10,000 Spirit Saint. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up as countless nomological inspirations surged in his mind. I know what my third Lord Law skill looks like. After saying this, Zhou Zhou closed his eyes and fell into a deep state of enlightenment. Chapter 1029, New Change in the Persuasion Letter. Mythical Reputation Rating Talent. The Blazing Sun Kingdom at the Blazing Sun Palace in the Council Hall. Zhou Zhou's clone, Zhou Manage, was sitting on the throne dealing with the government affairs in front of him. In the hall, more than 100 high-ranking officials of the kingdom were sitting neatly together with Zhou Manage to deal with government affairs. They were all using their personal terminals to work online. After all, it was very convenient to save time and effort. If not for the fact that there were some important government affairs that needed to be discussed face-to-face to resolve, these ministers could have worked from home. At this moment, Prime Minister Zheng Yuankai walked over happily and sent an electronic memorial to Zhou Manage. Your Majesty, look! What a joyous occasion! Oh! Zhou Manage raised his eyebrows and looked over. Then, he quickly revealed a happy expression. The electronic memorial read: among the 161 people of foreign races who had stopped the humans from retreating to the primordial world, 150 people of foreign races had already accepted the surrender letter and were willing to become citizens of the people of foreign races in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Moreover, more than half of the other 32 kingdom-level lord factions that had subordinate relationships with other people of foreign races who had empire-level lord factions were actually willing to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom. As for the 11 people of foreign races that had empire-level lords, other than the Fire Cry race that had been exterminated, the other 10 people of foreign races, Zhou Zhou and the others, had not made any moves for the time being because they had not sent out any letters of surrender. More than half of the people of foreign races who previously stopped the humans from retreating to the primordial world are actually willing to surrender to our country now. Why are they suddenly willing to surrender? Wasn't his attitude like this before? Back then, when we first sent a letter of surrender to each other, their attitude was very arrogant. Zheng Yuankai exclaimed in surprise. Because last night, I sent another letter of surrender to these people of foreign races in my own name. I'm the saint of 10,000 spirits, and my strength is definitely above the other party. Coupled with the extermination battle results accumulated over the past 2 days, it's reasonable for them to be willing to surrender. Zhou Manage said calmly. The moment Zhou Zhou's main body knew the effects of the 10,000 spirit saint, he immediately ordered Wenya to send another letter of surrender to the many people of foreign races who were unwilling to surrender in the name of his main body. He even attached a personal image of his main body. And the first effect of his mythical tier unique Lord talent was Specific Talent Effect 1, you are a sage in the eyes of all living beings. The moment all living beings see you, they will yearn to become your followers. There is a high chance that they will join your camp and submit to you. It was precisely because of this talent effect, coupled with various other factors, that the effect of his letter of surrender was astonishing. The next day, he received so many applications from people of foreign races to surrender. If it was a weak lord with few subordinates and no records of extermination, even if the other party had the lord talent of the 10,000 spirit saint, it would not have such an astonishing effect. The timing, under the Supreme Agreement, Zhou Zhou was almost invincible in the Supreme Continent, geographical advantage, with the galaxy to quickly attack, there was no need to worry about accidents along the way. Human strength, in addition to his unparalleled strength and the domineering 10,000 spirit saint lord talent, were all on his side. It would be strange if these people of foreign races did not surrender. That's great. This way, not only can we reduce the number of killings, but we can also increase the number of fresh troops in our army. Moreover, the total number of subjects of these people of foreign races is probably close to 100 trillion. These are all the fresh blood of our Sun Kingdom. Zhang Yuankai was extremely excited. There's no need to move these soldiers of the people of foreign races who are willing to surrender. There's also no need to recall our kingdom and join our army. Just stay in the territory of the original race to protect their territories. It also saves us from having to send our elite troops over to guard it. However, when we use the class change certificate to recruit new soldiers, we can recruit troops from these people of foreign races. The soldiers recruited with recruitment books are all human soldiers. The troops who used the class change certificate were all soldiers from the people of foreign races. The two can be balanced. This can also ameliorate the conflicts caused by different races and let them know that although they are different, they are all protecting their country and nurturing a sense of national identity. Zhou Manage said. In any case, with a heaven-defying talent like the peaceful times, as long as the people of foreign races surrendered to him, they were basically loyal. There was no need to worry about leaving their soldiers in the territory of the original race. In the future, there would be situations like raising tigers and causing trouble. It saved him the trouble of sending troops over to camp. Your Majesty is wise. I'll do it now. Zhang Yuankai praised sincerely and immediately went to carry out this matter. It was already very difficult for His Majesty to take charge of the decision-making. As for the remaining tasks of running errands and sharing responsibilities, they naturally had to leave them to the officials. After dealing with the government affairs for about half an hour, Zhang Yuankai walked over again. Your Majesty, your request has been given. I have another matter to report. Just now, a high-tier deity-level advance-grade god spirit came to the territory of our Blazing Sun Kingdom and said that he wanted to meet you personally and unite you. I saw that the person had an extraordinary bearing, so I specially came to report. Zhang Yuankai said respectfully. Oh. Zhou Manage's interest was piqued. Could it be that his mythical reputation rating talent was here? Let's go take a look. Your Majesty, please follow me. Zhang Yuankai nodded. Then, he left the palace with Zhou Manage and flew into the distance. The current Zhang Yuankai, under the nurturing of the kingdom's rich resources, was already a legendary tier forbidden mage. He was just short of comprehending his own law skill and becoming a forbidden archmage. Therefore, flying was naturally an extremely simple matter for him. However, Zhou Manage despised he for flying slowly. He grabbed his arm and sensed his surroundings. Then, as if he had sensed an existence, his eyes lit up and he immediately transmitted away. At the border of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, the Yellow Gold Tier Regional Territory Cloudboat City. At this moment, a young girl wearing a Chaos Beast skirt, with light grey skin and facial features that were not very exquisite, was floating in the air with a heroic aura. He looked at Cloudboat City in the distance, as well as the Blazing Sun Kingdom City in the distance. A look of astonishment flashed in his eyes. Is this really the territory of a lord of a ethnicity that has just been established? Even though most of the buildings look very new, they should have been built not long ago. However, looking at the luck phenomenon, it's simply like an old empire-level lord faction with a rich foundation. The light in his eyes changed. He could actually see a phenomenon of providence that ordinary life forms could not see. King of the Blazing Sun. The patriarch said that he was a descendant of the chaos humans who had been left behind in the myriad worlds. Coincidentally, he became the Lord of all races and joined this Lord of all races competition. He walked the path of battling for the position of the Lord of all races. I hope you won't disappoint me and the patriarch. Otherwise, even if it's an order from the patriarch, I want to leave this place. The girl muttered to herself. Chapter 1030, Mythical Reputation Rating Talent Ying Ning. The Dilemma of the Chaos Human Race. At this moment, he sensed something and looked behind him uneasily. They're coming. He became anxious. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked into the distance. Two figures appeared out of thin air. One of the figures had a handsome face. He wore the Emperor Dragon robe and carried the regal Sage Dao sword at his waist. His aura was supreme, as if no matter where he went, he was a natural emperor. On the other hand, the other person looked gentle, mature, and steady. He had the aura of a high-ranking person. It was obvious that he had been in a high position for a long time and held great power. Miss Ying Ning, this is Our Majesty. Zheng Yuankai introduced with a smile. Greetings, King of the Blazing Sun. Even though Ying Ning was stunned by Zhou Manach's temperament and appearance at the beginning, he quickly concealed his shock and said politely. Hello, Miss Ying Ning. Zhou Manach smiled and nodded. He felt the aura on the other party's body and felt a little emotional. He felt the aura on the other party's body and felt a little emotional. This was the first time he, an awakened chaos human, had seen a second chaos human other than himself. Your Majesty should be able to tell where I came from, right? Miss Ying Ning noticed Zhou Manach's gaze and went straight to the point. It's rare to meet someone from the same race. Zhou Manach first set up a barrier to prevent outsiders from hearing what they were talking about. Then, he said with a smile. You are indeed a chaos human. In the beginning, he was a little uncertain. Now that he heard what he said, he was finally certain. I was originally a human from the Cerulean planet. I was just an ordinary human. Later on, he was bestowed with the chaos human bloodline by the Supreme Will. That was how he became a chaos human. Zhou Manach said honestly. In fact, he could have lied to the other party and said that he was an innate chaos human. With his high-tier deity-level advanced-grade chaos human bloodline, it was actually not a problem for he to say that he was an innate chaos human. Furthermore, he could also establish a relationship with the other party. However, Zhou Manach did not care to do such a thing. The chaos humans can actually grow to the high-tier deity-level advanced grade and approach the threshold of the true god-tier chaos human bloodline. Ying Ning was shocked. How many people of foreign race bloodlines have you devoured? Zhou Manach smiled and did not answer. Ever since he obtained the chaos humans, he had been devouring the bloodlines of the people of foreign races every day. Especially in the past few days, Bai Yun had led an army to expand her territory. During this process, she had killed countless hostile people of foreign races and obtained a large number of bloodlines. This made Zhou Zhou devour thousands of people of foreign race bloodlines almost every day. Coupled with the most important top-notch bloodlines such as the original spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, and the myriad spirit race. If he told the other party about these bloodlines, the other party would probably be shocked. Seeing that Zhou Manage didn't say anything, Ying Ning didn't ask further. Are you from the ruins of primal chaos? Zhou Manage suddenly asked. How do you know? Ying Ning was shocked. The Chaos Ruins was the last resting place of the Chaos Humans. Its existence was the greatest secret in his heart. Other than the Chaos Gods who had been waiting for an opportunity to kill them, almost no outsiders knew the location of the ruins of chaos. Before he came, he was still thinking about how he should explain his origins to this lord of the Chaos human race. He didn't expect the other party to expose his background the moment he opened his mouth. Zhou Manage laughed. At the same time, he had also used his chaotic divine body to make him indestructible. Chaotic divine body? Ying Ning cried out in disbelief. Something like that. Zhou Manage smiled. His main body had only obtained the bloodline of the Chaos Gods from the Lord's shop. The Chaos Gods race had never hunted it before. However, he found it a little strange. The Chaos Gods race was not extinct now. Instead, it was at its peak. As the Lord of the Chaos Gods race, it was normal for him to kill the Chaos Gods race and fulfill his coming-of-age ceremony, right? Why did the other party look like he had never seen the world? The Chaos Will has already died. Right now, the Supreme Will is the ruler of bloodline laws. How did you get your coming-of-age ceremony? Ying Ning found it even more unbelievable. Hearing this, Zhou Manage slowly frowned. He carefully observed the Chaos human from the ruins of chaos. After a while, he said, "You haven't had your coming-of-age ceremony yet?" He uttered in surprise. "Yes." Ying Ning replied disappointedly. "According to the bloodline inheritance I obtained from the Chaos Beast, the Chaos Beast has been hunting the Chaos humans in the Chaos Ruins. You should have the chance to obtain some Chaos Beast corpses to fulfill your coming-of-age ceremony, right?" Zhou Manage was puzzled. If only it were that easy. Ying Ning smiled bitterly. But ever since the Chaos Will perished and the Supreme Will controlled the nomological origin, we Chaos humans have no way of extracting the Chaos Beast's bloodline according to the ancient sacrificial ritual. But without the ancient sacrificial ritual, we have to kill hundreds of Chaos Beasts to obtain a loot of the Chaos Beast bloodline. None of the Chaos Beasts who dared to surround and kill us humans of Chaos are weak. It's too difficult for the underage Chaos humans to fulfill their coming-of-age ceremony in a group of powerful Chaos Beasts. And most importantly, after the Supreme Will took control of the law origin, it seemed to have modified the bloodline law. Originally, when the Chaos Will was around, when we used the Chaos Beast's bloodline for our coming-of-age ceremony, we could almost fulfill the transformation of our bloodline 100% and complete our coming-of-age ceremony. However, after the Chaos Will dies and the Supreme Will controls the origin of laws, even if we have the bloodline of the Chaos Beast, it's very easy for our bloodline to fail during the coming-of-age ceremony. It's very difficult for us to successfully pass the coming-of-age ceremony. That's exactly why to this day, among the remaining Chaos humans, less than 1 in 100 have completed the coming-of-age ceremony. Moreover, most of them are ancient Chaos humans who have lived since the chaotic era. All of this was done by the Supreme Will. We do not know why the Supreme Will is targeting us like this either. Zhou Manage did not say anything on the surface, but he sighed in his heart. Was there a need to ask? Of course, it was because the version had changed. Do you still think you are the children of the version? Times have changed, my lords. But then, there was a problem. Why was not he affected? After absorbing the bloodline of the Chaos Beast, he had easily completed the transformation of his bloodline and ended his coming-of-age ceremony without any obstruction. Zhou Manage thought for a while. In the end, he could only conclude that his Chaos human bloodline was bestowed by the Supreme Will. Therefore, the Supreme Will specially opened a back door for him to obtain all the abilities of the Chaos human race, including the special authority to successfully fulfill the coming-of-age ceremony of the Chaos human race. I taken on a version of the obscure profession in gaming term. Zhou managed thought to himself. Chapter 1031, Ying Ning's Crisis. 3 Foreign Race True God Tears. Zhou managed shook his head and stopped his thoughts. Just as Zhou managed was about to say something, he saw the other party suddenly kneel down and respectfully say, Chaos human Ying Ning hopes to follow your majesty and serve your majesty. Please allow me to do so. It was obvious that she was not familiar with this unique way of speaking between rulers and ministers when she said these words, showing that she was still not very familiar with them. Get up, tell me first, why do you want to follow me and become my subordinate? Zhou managed didn't agree immediately and questioned instead. He could tell that the other party had a motive for joining him. Even though he had a heaven-defying lord talent like the peaceful times, he was not afraid that the people who joined him would betray him. However, if he knew that a person was approaching him with a purpose, he wouldn't deliberately act dumb. He would definitely ask first. My lord. I'm the eldest daughter of the current chaotic patriarch and the chaotic high priest, Haze of Chaos. My father was proficient in divination and sacrifice. He divined that in the current Lord of all races competition, there was a chaos human lord who performed very well and was the leader of the lords. He divined that in the current Lord of all races competition, there was a chaos human lord who performed very well and was the leader of the lords. Therefore, my king father sent me here to befriend the lord of the chaos human race with great potential. In other words, your majesty. My king father wants me to marry you and become your woman. This way, your relationship with the chaos humans will be the most stable. I hope that your majesty and Ying Ning will give Ying Ning this opportunity. When Zhou Manage heard Ying Ning's words, he looked like he had been struck by lightning. Frankly speaking, he had been in the high continent for quite some time and had come into contact with many women. There were countless women who wanted to climb into his bed. However, Zhou Zhou was completely focused on his career and rarely considered matters of the heart. Therefore, even though he had seen many women in all shapes and sizes, he had only had sex with his wife, Li Yi. Zhou Zhou hadn't touched any of the other women, not even Aliyah and Atli, the elven twins' maids. There were all kinds of forests in the world. Don't you feel wronged? Zhou Manage thought for a long time before saying this. My personal partner is nothing compared to racial revival. Furthermore, Ying Ning looked at Zhou Zhou with shining eyes. Ying Ning can feel how powerful his majesty is. Your majesty is the strongest among his peers, even stronger than the strongest legendary warrior king of the chaos humans, no, even among all the recorded chaos humans in history. You are undoubtedly powerful. If I can become your majesty's woman, even if I am immediately eaten by the chaos beast, I will never regret it. Even my king father will be proud of me if I can give birth to a child for his majesty and allow our bloodline to be passed down. Your majesty. Ying Ning slammed her fist heavily on her chest and said in a deep voice, Ying Ning's soul is only willing to beat for you. Zhou Manage recalled that as an ancient and powerful race, the chaos humans' desire for strength was engraved in their bloodline inheritance after hearing her words. Therefore, Ying Ning's words could be said to be very sincere and serious. But then again, even though the chaos humans admired strength, once they set a target as their future man, they would never regret it for the rest of their lives. They would not appear after starting a family and admire strength again. Therefore, the married life of the chaos humans was still considered harmonious. Just as Zhou Manage was about to say something, he suddenly sensed something and looked into the distance. 3 figures flew over from afar and arrived in front of Zhou Zhou and company in the blink of an eye. One of the god spirits had a fat head and ears. His body was completely black, and his eyes were like 2 dark purple vortexes. As for the other god spirit, it was completely pale. Its surface was covered in mysterious black runes, and an extremely long tail was wagging behind him. As for the last god spirit, it had 9 heads. Each head emitted a different nomological aura. Zhou Manage narrowed his eyes and looked at them. These 3 uninvited guests were 3 true god tiers. Furthermore, they were all at the true god tier intermediate grade. He was not considered weak even among the true god tier. At this moment, they observed at Ying Ning with an expression of venting their anger. We chased you for more than a dozen worlds before we caught up to you. I didn't expect you to actually come to the high continent. I'd like to see where you can escape to now. The azure-tailed demonic tiger true god Lai Du smiled sinisterly. Hurry up and take her down so that we can go back and report. The true god of the Xianzhu clan, Howard, frowned slightly. Look, this declining chaotic tribe member seems to have found a helper. One of the 9-headed snake true gods, Sax, who was emitting the aura of the law of fire, said. Could it be her old flame? The other snake head that emitted a dark aura said in a gloomy voice. Let me smell it, hey. He also has the aura of a chaos human. This fellow is also a chaos human. A snake head emitting boundless poisonous gas on the left said in surprise. Oh? Another chaos human. Lai Du was ecstatic. He stared at Zhou Manage and said greedily, what kind of good day is this? We actually encountered 2 chaos humans in a row. But didn't the wanted poster only say that we need to capture a female chaos human? If we take he down, we will definitely be able to obtain more rewards from that lord. Even though Howard was also very surprised, he was also very calm. However, when he carefully observed Zhou Manage and Zhang Yuankai's auras and discovered that one of them was at the low-tier deity level intermediate grade, and the other was a legendary tier ordinary human, he was immediately relieved. Such an ant-like character. He could scare them to death with a snap of his fingers. Run! Your Majesty! They are all true god tier intermediate grade experts. You can't deal with them. I'll stay here for a while. Return to your territory first. As long as you're in your territory, they probably won't dare to attack you casually because of the Supreme Agreement. When Ying Ning saw the 3 true god tier enemies coming over, her face suddenly turned pale. However, he could no longer care about his own safety. He immediately turned his head and shouted at Zhou Manage. In his eyes, this king of the blazing sun was already the wish for the chaos humans to restore their former glory. He could be captured by the other party, or even die at the other party's hands. However, nothing could happen to the king of the blazing Sunday. Otherwise, if anything happened to the king of the blazing sun, even if he survived, he would rue it for the rest of his life. Chapter 1032, 3 Palms Strikes. 3 true god tier god spirits died. Facing Ying Ning's words, Zhang Yuankai, who was beside Zhou Manage, was carefree and not nervous at all. As His Majesty's closest and most trusted minister, he naturally knew His Majesty's abilities. He knew that nothing would happen to him even if he faced 3 enemies at the true god tier level. Zhou Manage frowned slightly. Seriously, fighting is Zhou Fight's job. I'm in management. Zhou Manage muttered. The clones had inherited Zhou Zhou's different personalities. If Zhou Fight was cold and good at fighting, Zhou Manage liked peace and dealt with political matters. He didn't like to fight. However, in order to resolve the current situation, he still drew the regal sage Dao sword at his waist. Even though he didn't like fighting, it didn't mean that he wasn't good at it. Seeing this scene, Ying Ning couldn't help but feel anxious. She had already heard many legends about this King of the Blazing Sun on the way here. She had even heard that King of the Blazing Sun had once defeated a true god tier as a legendary tier. After that, he had advanced to a low-level true god tier and even killed several true god tier legends. However, as the saying went, what one heard was false, and what one saw was true. She actually didn't really believe it. As a chaos human with a deep foundation, he knew the difference between a true god level and a non-true god tier existence even though he had declined. How could it be possible for the 2 of them to defeat each other? Furthermore, even if the legend of the King of the Blazing Sun killing several true god tiers was true, now was not the time. These were three powerful true God-tier intermediate grade experts. He wasn't the true God-tier elementary grade expert that King of the Blazing Sun had defeated in the past. There was no comparison between the two at all. At the same time, when Lai Du and the other true God-tiers of the people of foreign races saw Zhou manage draw his sword, they immediately sneered. They couldn't be bothered to waste their breath and were about to deal with this low-tier deity-level intermediate-grade god spirit. However, in the next second, a terrifying pressure erupted from Zhou Manach's body and swept in all directions in an instant. In the blink of an eye, the area within a radius of 50,000 kilometers seemed to have been stopped by time, and it became silent. At this moment, everything in the world seemed to have lost its luster. Only Zhou Manach had become the only god spirit in the world. Ying Ning, Lai Du, Howard, and Sax looked at Zhou Manach in shock, as if they were looking at the only true god tier in the world, as though they were all false gods. You're clearly at the low tier deity level intermediate grade, but you suddenly advanced to the true god tier intermediate grade. Sax gritted his teeth and looked at Zhou Manach. You're the common people's regal. The other two true god tiers' expressions changed. They had naturally heard of the common people's regal. That was a ruthless person who had killed several true god tiers. Common people's regal. Howard hurriedly shouted. We are working for a high-level bloodline race. Are you sure you want to offend us and the high-level bloodline race behind us for a chaos human prisoner? Hand this chaos human woman over to us. We can pretend that this never happened. So what if it's a high-level bloodline race? Zhou Manach held the regal Sage Dao sword in his hand and pointed the tip of the sword at the three true god tiers of the people of foreign races. He said calmly, I only know that the woman you're chasing is my subject. You arrest my subjects in front of me. Do you think I'm an incompetent person? You arrest my subjects in front of me. Do you think I'm an incompetent person? Zhou Manach said calmly, let them come to the high continent to talk to me. Let's see if I'll give them face. As soon as these words were spoken, Zheng Yuankai looked at Zhou Manach with reverence. Ying Ning looked at Zhou Manach with infatuation. She would have wanted to give herself to him immediately if it wasn't because the situation was special. As for Lai Du and the other two true god tier, their expressions turned ugly. They never expected that even though they had already made it clear that they had the support of a high-level bloodline race, this King of the Blazing Sun still didn't know what was good for him. Did he really think that he was invincible? Common people's regal. Sax's tone was cold as he looked at Zhou Manach with a pair of cold eyes. I've heard of the regal's reputation. I really want to see what you're capable of. Zhou Manach didn't say anything. He just waved his hand. Such a contemptuous gesture immediately enraged the three true god tiers. However, at their level, the angrier they were, the calmer they became. Let me try the methods of a regal. Lai Du clasped his hands together. Boom! A layer of dark purple space extended out from behind him. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped an area of 1,000,000 kilometers, making this place a world of its own. It also became the battlefield for the four true god tiers. Unfortunately, Ying Ning and Zheng Yuankai were also dragged into it. When Zhou Manach saw this, he pulled them and the surrounding innocent life forms into his inner world to prevent them from being undeserved. How kind! As expected of the common people's regal bestowed by the supreme will. Howard mocked. At this moment, Lai Du had already flown into the sky and suddenly opened its mouth at Zhou Manach. Boom! Sharp spatial blades shot towards Zhou Manach like endless waves. Even a true god tier wouldn't dare to face such a powerful spatial blade head-on. However, Zhou Manach's expression was calm. He raised his hand and pushed. In the next second, the palm phantom he pushed out quickly expanded to more than 50,000 kilometers in size. Half of the spatial world was blocked by his palm. At this moment, his palm seemed to have transformed into a vast starry sky, with countless star divine kingdoms hanging high in it. Its common people's regal's Lord nomological ultimate technique myriad methods star palm. Howard and Sax's expressions changed again. Now, common people's regal's name resounded throughout the myriad worlds. Therefore, much of his information was widely circulated among the upper echelons of the myriad races and some super experts. And among them, the most famous was the nomological skill he used to increase his strength, king. The second was naturally the nomological skill he used to defeat many true gods' myriad methods star palm. They didn't anticipate it either. It was fine if this common people's regal didn't move, but once he moved, it was actually his ultimate move. Lai Du's expression was also very serious. Even though the common people's regal used his own ultimate technique, it wasn't the spatial law skill he used sky-splitting infinite / the same? Next, it would depend on the true strength of both sides. However, what happened next made Lai Du despair. After the nomological attacks of both sides collided, Zhou Manag's myriad methods star palm actually easily devoured Lai Du's heaven-splitting limitless / with absolute advantage. Then, it devoured Lai Du at an unrestrained speed. No. Lai Du's confront was filled with fear. He turned around and wanted to escape, but he realized that the space around him was similar to a swamp, making he unable to move. Therefore, he could only watch as the vast myriad methods star palm rapidly approached him until it completely devoured him. This. Hauer and Sachs' expressions changed. They looked at Zhou Manage and were about to say something when they saw Zhou Manage slap them again without hesitation. No. Hauer and Sachs were true god tiers who had become true gods by walking the path of the wind nomological laws, while the other was true god tiers who had become true gods by walking the path of the fusion of 9 nomological laws. However, in the confront of Zhou Manage's shocking palm, they felt like ants. Not merely were they unable to escape, they could not also think of resisting. It was as if any resistance was useless under this palm. I'm afraid merely a true god tier advance grade can barely escape this palm. Common people's regal already has the power of a top true god tier. We shouldn't have provoked such a peerless true god tier. This thought flashed through the minds of the two deities before they were reduced to ashes by the two palms. Only a vast number of spoils of war that emitted various colors were left. They were taken away by Zhou Manage and stored in the king's treasure vault. Chapter 1033, Ranking. Demon Flood Dragon Race. Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea. The world quietened down after 3 palm strikes. What had just happened? Where are the 3 true god tiers of the people of foreign races? Why did they disappear after 3 strikes? Are you swatting a fly here? Zheng Yuankai, who was beside Zhou Manage, was also shocked when he saw that His Majesty had easily killed 3 true god tiers of the people of foreign races. He knew that His Majesty could deal with the 3 true god tiers of the people of foreign races, but he did not expect it to be resolved so easily. His Majesty's strength had increased again. Zheng Yuankai lamented and thought happily. At this moment, as the person involved, Zhou Manage looked unsurprised by what he had done. His strength had reached true god tier intermediate grade after he used king to increase his strength. On this basis, using a ridiculously powerful Lord Law skill like the myriad method star palm would naturally allow his combat strength to reach the level of a true god tier advance grade. In addition, the true god tier divine artifacts enhanced his strength, as well as other enhancements on him. Few true god tier cultivators were his match as long as the master god tier did not appear. It was naturally easy for him to defeat 3 true god tier intermediate grade experts with 3 palm strikes. Zhou Manage looked at Ying Ning. This king allows you to join this king's blazing sun kingdom. As for the chaos humans, I will naturally take the time to make a trip to the chaos ruins when I feel that I have enough ability. Calm down, he said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Ying Ning was moved to tears. Zhou Manage nodded, and the 3 of them returned to the blazing sun kingdom. On the way back, Zhou Manage also checked the spoils of war of the 3 true god tiers of the people of foreign races. However, because they did not have any true god tier divine artifacts on them, they naturally did not drop any master god divine artifacts. They only left 18 true God tier divine artifacts and some true God tier and master God tier materials for Zhou Zhou. Other than that, the most precious items were the 3 Master God tier intermediate grade hero inheritance manuals and the 3 Book of the God Spirit manuals dropped by the true God tiers of the people of foreign races. Time passed quickly. At this moment, Zhou Fight, who was billions of kilometers away from the Blazing Sun Kingdom, was leading his army towards the territory of a people of foreign race called the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea. The Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea was the territory of a race called the Demon Flood Dragon Clan. Previously, they had also participated in preventing the humans from retreating to the primordial world's people of foreign races. Furthermore, they did not choose to surrender. That was why they were chosen by Zhou Fight as the targets of today's extermination. The Demon Flood Dragon race, an amphibious race. This race has always had friction with the human race. They often use the river to swim to the human territory and hide in the rivers, lakes, and seas inside the human territory to stir up trouble. The Demon Flood Dragon race likes to hide under the river the most. When the humans are fishing above the river and sea, they will suddenly appear and overturn the boats before eating the humans who fall into the water. Even water elemental superhumans of the human race can't defeat the superhumans of the Demon Flood Dragon race underwater since it is their home ground. Therefore, the Demon Flood Dragon race has always been the enemy of the people of foreign races that ordinary humans hate and fear the most. In the Demon Flood Dragon race's civilization, there is currently only one unified Demon Flood Dragon race empire on the High Continent. It's called the Holy Flood Dragon Empire. In addition to having an extraordinary body system unique to their race, the Holy Flood Dragon Empire has developed a powerful marine civilization that belongs exclusively to their race. It's called the Demon Flood Dragon Sea Ship Civilization. Under the Demon Flood Dragon Sea Ship Civilization, their naval military strength can be ranked in the top 1,000 among all the people of foreign races with empire-level lords. Zhou Fight was deep in thought. Currently, his territory has developed in all aspects except for the development in the oceans. The Blazing Sun Kingdom had risen from the desert territory and had never come into contact with that. Even though he later took over the territories of the 3 human empires, most of these territories were land territories. Only a very small portion was inland lakes. There was no chance of developing the military strength of the sea. His Blazing Sun Kingdom's only fleet in the ocean was inherited from the 3 former human empires. There were only more than 1 million kingdom-level warships, and they were extremely ordinary. Even among the kingdom-level lord factions, they could only be considered ordinary, let alone among the kingdom-level lord factions. It could be seen that the Yellow Emperor and company didn't want to invest too much effort in this aspect back then. If it was an ordinary kingdom-level lord faction, they probably wouldn't even have the intention to attack such an enemy. The environment on the battlefield is too disadvantaged after all. It's completely unsuitable for our army to fight. The army under my command has no expertise in fighting on the sea. With the same number of soldiers, it will probably be very difficult for my soldiers to gain an superiority in war. Instead, we will suffer heavy losses. Nonetheless, I have too many soldiers. Zhou Fight chuckled. He now had a total of 600 billion troops under him. According to the intelligence of the Heavenly Map Army, there were only about 6 billion Demon Flood Dragon race soldiers left. This was because they only fought underwater. When Zhou Zhou's soldiers stopped them back then, they could not cause too many casualties. Otherwise, this number would only increase. Zhou Zhou had more than 100 times more soldiers than them. Furthermore, they were all elites of the empire-level soldier type. With so many soldiers, it would not be long before the sea level of the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea rose by a few centimeters if every soldier spat into the sea. If they were to cast spells on their Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea, they would only need a short day to blast the entire Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea into a depression without a single drop of water. The Demon Flood Dragon clan is nothing to worry about. Let's hope that they know their salt. Zhou Fight considered to himself. Otherwise, he could only avenge the humans who had died in the demon flood dragon race's mouths in the past. I'm such a saint, so nice to even enemies. Zhou Fight thought. That's not right. This is clearly instructions from the main body, I'm just carrying out the main body's orders. I'm actually just a ruthless tool of genocide. Zhou Fight could not help but laugh. Then, with the thought, a list appeared in front of him. It was the faction points ranking. First place, Human Lord of the Blazing Sun 7.79 billion faction points. Second place, Original Spirit Race True Lord 5,196,000,000 faction points. Third place, Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord 4,255,000,000 faction points. Fourth place, Myriad Spirit Race Spiritual Venerable Lord 4,112,000,000 faction points. Fourth place, Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord 4,028,000,000 faction points. Finally, there's a gap. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. Due to the increase in strength, they had many targets for destroying through the Eye of the Heavens anger today. In the past, they could only eliminate about 30 Eye of the Heavens anger targets in a morning. Today, it had doubled to 60. And because of that, they had obtained a total of 2,350,000,000 faction points from the target of the Eye of the Heavens anger. I still can't be careless. Continue with my original goal and increase the gap between me and the second place to more than 1 billion faction points. Zhou Fight considered to himself. Today was the 17th day of the King of 10,000 Kings event. The event was more than halfway through. The remaining 13 days weren't long, but it wasn't short either. It should allow him to widen the gap between him and the original spirit race by 10 billion points. At this moment, he felt the galaxy leader stop. Your Majesty, we've arrived at our destination, the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea. Wen Yu's soft tone sounded. Zhou Fight nodded. Then, he stood up and moved towards the door of the spaceship. Chapter 1034, Demon Flood Dragon Clan Requests for Help. Zhou Fight flew out of the spaceship and floated above the clouds, looking down at the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea. Below him was an endless dark purple sea. It looked strangely beautiful. Above the sea, was a large number of strange purple sea buildings built by the Demon Flood Dragon race. According to the information, those were marine military buildings and some resource development buildings established by the Demon Flood Dragon race. He stared at the bottom of the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea. Soon, he could clearly see that 10,000 meters below the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea, were large clusters of buildings with unique civilization styles. They were built on the bottom of the sea, and there were many types of buildings. There were small subject buildings and tall and majestic civilization buildings. In these buildings, there were trillions of Demon Flood Dragon clan members living and wandering. Most of them were wearing armor. Even the ordinary subjects were the same. Not only that, Zhou Fight also discovered that the buildings around the Demon Flood Dragon clan had also been temporarily strengthened and many war weapons had been added. Is this preparation for us? It seems that they have a premonition that we are coming. Zhou Fight thought to himself. However, his expression was very calm. So what if they had a premonition? The outcome of the war will not change. Bai Yun, he said. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun immediately flew in front of Zhou Fight and said respectfully. Let's declare war. As usual, after dispersing the troops, we'll give them one last chance to surrender. Zhou Fight said. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun nodded solemnly. Then, he immediately flew high in the sky, high above the 1,000 galaxy ships. All soldiers! Listen to my orders, Legion Commander. Leave Galaxy immediately and set up the troop arrangement here. Bai Yun shouted. Yes sir. An earth-shattering roar came from all the galaxy. Then, a large number of soldiers surged out of each galaxy like a river and swiftly began to form a troop arrangement in the sky. Soon, more than 60 billion soldiers stood neatly under the troop arrangement of all the generals and god spirits. The huge sky was completely blocked by the soldiers at this moment. There was no sunlight at all. They could only see the magic power light emitted by the soldiers and the divine power light emitted by the god spirits. Other than that, they had also set up more than 3,000 god spirit level military formations. These military formations could be said to have everything from low-tier deity level advance grade to high-tier deity level advance grade. In addition to the small god serum myriad spirit army formation and soldier god army, there was also the high-tier deity advance grade supreme fire god army, high-tier deity elementary grade hellfire king army, mid-tier deity advance grade moon worship spirit army, mid-tier deity intermediate grade moon god descends. The other military formations were captured from the fire cry human race and the moon demon race. After practicing in the time world for a period of time, the soldiers mastered all the formations of the people of foreign races and realized them on the current battlefield. This shocking scene immediately attracted the attention of the demon flood dragon race below the demon flood dragon sacred sea. When the demon flood dragon race members saw these 600 billion soldiers, many of them were instantly frightened out of their wits. They hurriedly returned to report to the higher UPS of the demon flood dragon race. Soon, some legendary tier, god spirit, and even true god tier experts of the demon flood dragon race appeared on the surface of the sea. When they saw the 600 billion soldiers, the 3,000 odd spirits of the military formation that exuded the aura of god spirits, and at least 3 powerhouses with the aura of true god tier, their faces instantly turned extremely ugly and terrified. Didn't they say that the Blazing Sun Kingdom only has 100 billion soldiers? This is AF *king 100 billion soldiers. The demon flood dragon race true god Karu cursed angrily. What do we do now? Another true god of the demon flood dragon race Hielos asked. I'll go up and stall for a while. Quickly contact the shadow race and tell them that the common people's regal has already led an army to our demon flood dragon race's territory. As for the military strength, I'll tell you the truth. Karu gritted his teeth. He wanted to say the number of fake soldiers and trick them into coming over. However, he was also afraid that the other party would misjudge the strength of the common people's regal after hearing about the number of soldiers and the number of god spirits. Then, he would not bring enough troops over and would be wiped out. Then this lie would be meaningless. In that case, it was naturally best to tell the truth. But what if the other party doesn't come over after hearing about the military strength? With common people's regal's strength, I'm afraid even the shadow race wouldn't dare to provoke him easily, right? Hielos asked hesitantly. The other party had brought such a terrifying army over. Even the Shadow Clan would probably hesitate when facing such an enemy, right? They will definitely come, and they'll come with everything they have. Karu uttered firmly. The common people's regal sees us as enemies and can't wait to exterminate all of us. This is already something that all living beings in the Supreme Continent know. Do you think the Shadow Clan doesn't know? They only want us to be their shield for the time being and give them time to prepare to deal with common people's regal in the future. But there's no time to prepare them now. In such a short period of time, common people's regal strength has developed to such a terrifying extent. If we give the common people's regal more time to develop, let alone the Shadow Tribe, even the people of Foreign Race Alliance led by Uriel might not be able to deal with this common people's regal. The Shadow Clan is running out of time. As long as there's nothing wrong with their heads, they will know that they have to get rid of the common people's regal before he becomes stronger. Otherwise, they will definitely lose in the end. Therefore, after you contact the Shadow Tribe, not only do you have to tell them the truth about common people's regal's strength, it's even better to exaggerate the threat of common people's regal and let them realize the seriousness of the problem. This way, the Shadow Tribe will realize the threat of the common people's regal and help us with all their might. I understand. Hielos nodded. Then, he returned to the base of the sacred sea and arrived in front of the spatial teleportation array without hesitation. Activate the teleportation array. I want to go to the Shadow Sacred Hall. Hielos instructed the soldiers guarding the spatial teleportation array. Your Excellency, the space has been sealed by an unknown force, so the spatial teleportation array can't be used for the time being. The soldier uttered respectfully. Hielos frowned slightly. This common people's regal's preparations were quite comprehensive. You can't communicate. Yes, Your Excellency. Our communication signals in the entire Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea have been blocked. The other party's technology level far exceeds ours. Hielo's expression turned ugly. Was this common people's regal really a lord who had just risen to power? Why had they developed so quickly? Not only did they already have so many soldiers, god spirits, and god spirit level military formations, but even the Machina race's civilization system-like technology had developed so well? Can the Myriad Water Mirror Palace be used normally? Hielos asked. The Myriad Water Mirror Palace is temporarily unaffected. The soldier replied. Take me there. Hielos heaved a sigh of relief and said. Yes, Your Excellency. Please follow me. Hielos nodded and followed his subordinates to the Myriad Water Mirror Palace. Chapter 1035, The Mad Attack of Over 200 Billion Forbidden Mages. The Myriad Water Mirror Palace looked like a resplendent white jade crystal palace from afar. After walking in, one would discover rows and rows of water mirrors erected in this magnificent palace. The front of each water mirror displayed a unique scene of the foreign waters. This was the unique ability of the Demon Flood Dragon race's building Myriad Water Mirror Palace. It could use the water mirror to communicate with any place with water that was marked by the Palace of Water Mirrors. Life forms could travel between the two water regions that were billions of kilometers apart through the water mirror. It was equivalent to a water attribute teleportation array. It was different from the spatial attribute. Therefore, the methods that could stop spatial teleportation were useless against the Myriad Water Mirror Palace. Only treasures that countered the water attribute could affect the Myriad Water Mirror Palace. Hielos walked to the water mirror that led to the Shadow King city. He stepped into it and disappeared without hesitation. On the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea, at this moment, Bai Yun had already sent someone to announce the contents of the surrender letter. After Karu heard this, his expression immediately turned solemn. Then, he took the initiative to fly into the sky and stopped at an appropriate distance from the Blazing Sun Kingdom's soldiers. I am the true god of the Demon Flood Dragon race, Karu. I request to see your lord, Your Excellency the common people's regal. Oh! Zhou Fight's calm voice came from the sky. Why are you looking for me? Are you prepared to accept our persuasion? Your Excellency common people's regal. Karu braced himself and said, I think there's still room for negotiation between our two races. Why must we go to the point where we're at war today? Once the war starts, we don't know how many casualties there will be on both sides. We have to be careful. Why bother? Zhou Fight said softly, but his voice was extremely cold. Back then, when you sent your clansmen to infiltrate our human territory and kill and devour us, why didn't you think so? Back then, when we humans wanted to retreat to the primordial world, why didn't you think so when you joined the enemy and stopped us from retreating to the primordial world? Why didn't you think so when we sent out the surrender letter? What is wrong? Towards the end, Zhou Fight's voice was filled with coldness. Wait, that's not what I meant. I meant. Karu hurriedly said, but at this moment, Zhou Fight spoke again. Are you stalling for time? Let me think. You should be waiting for your ally, the Shadow race, to save your Demon Flood Dragon race, right? Then why don't you think about why this king knew that you were connected to the Shadow race, but still came here to destroy your clan? Karu's body trembled when he heard that. Bai Yun, it seems that they are unwilling to surrender. Do it. Before the Shadow race's reinforcements arrive, exterminate all the demonic Abyss tribe members who are unwilling to surrender. Then we'll take care of our guests. They were one of the 5 main people of foreign races that stopped the humans from retreating to the primordial world. We have to treat them well. Zhou Fei ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully and then ordered loudly. All forbidden mages, listen to my orders and cast a forbidden spell on the demon flood dragon Sacred Sea until you kill all the demon flood dragons who are unwilling to surrender. All Yellow Talisman Dao soldiers, listen to my orders. Protect our forbidden mage and kill all enemies who dare to invade or want to escape. Yes. More than 200 billion forbidden mages began to chant forbidden spells and cast them at the demon flood dragon Sacred Sea below, accompanied by the furious roars of billions of soldiers. From the black iron tier forbidden spell wind and fire overturning the heavens to the low tier deity level forbidden spell world destruction fall. They were all very powerful. Even the weakest black iron tier forbidden spell was comparable to a diamond tier spell. A forbidden spell? No, it was a forbidden curse. This was the power of forbidden spells. All kinds of forbidden spells descended from the sky in the blink of an eye and landed in the demon flood dragon Sacred Sea, causing a huge explosion and extremely widespread pollution inside and outside the sea. After the explosion dissipated, Karu and the other members of the Demon Flood Dragon clan were shocked to discover that the sea level of the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea had actually fallen by more than 10 meters under the first round of forbidden spells of the Blazing Sun Kingdom's army. Otherwise, even if their Blazing Sun Kingdom has a lot of people, they shouldn't be able to unleash such power in one round. Karu said in shock. No true god tiers attacked. It was all these soldiers who attacked. At most, there were a few low-level god spirits mixed in. Another true god tier of the Demon Flood Dragon race stared at the Blazing Sun Kingdom army in the sky with his purple compound eyes. His expression was very ugly. The reason why these humans can release such powerful attacks seems to exist because they are all Imperial-level soldiers. Moreover, they are mage-type soldiers that can unleash extremely powerful attacks. Under the attack of these hundreds of billions of Empire-level soldier types, even us true god tiers have to temporarily avoid them. What? Karu was even more shocked. He looked at the orderly formation of Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers in the sky with a look of disbelief. They're all Empire-level soldier types? How is this possible? Even though that was what he asked, he was almost certain that what the other party said was true. This was because the other party was a true god expert who was extremely good at observation and summary. Even one of his law skills was a nomological ability that assisted in observing the other party's background. The facts he observed generally couldn't exist wrong. Then what should we do? Could it exist that we can only watch as the other party uses such a method to kill our demonic flood dragon clan's clansmen? Dickens, you're the supreme wise man of our demon flood dragon clan. You must have thought of a solution, right? Karu stared at him and asked. Dickens looked at Karu for a long time and finally nodded. I did contemplate of a way. What is that? Surrender. Dickens spoken calmly. Surrender. Do you realize what you're talking about? You're telling me that you want to surrender at a time like this? Hielos just went to the shadow race to find help, and you want to surrender now? Karu spoken with an ugly expression. The shadow race won't come. Hielos won't arrive back either. Dickens spoken calmly. Why? Karu was stunned. Because the shadow race can't defeat the current common people's regal in a one-on-one situation. As a diplomat, I've visited the upper echelons of the shadow race to comprehend their personalities and thoughts. After hearing the news from Hielos, they definitely won't act rashly. Instead, they will gather all the helpers they can. With full confidence, they will carry out a decisive battle against the Blazing Sun Kingdom and eliminate it in one fell swoop. And the sacrifice of our Demon Flood Dragon clan will only become a reason to start a war with the Blazing Sun Kingdom. As for Hielos, Dickens chuckled. That guy is even more afraid of death than me. In addition, the shadow race won't let this true god tier off either. I guess he has probably become the worshipper of the Shadow Race's true god tier by now. Karu felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Chapter 1036, Use the 10,000 Spirit Saint. Dickens' allegiance. I see. Is that why you want to surrender? Karu lowered his head and said in a low voice. That's right. Dickens chuckled and looked at the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom in the sky and the majestic figure higher up. I can no longer wait for the Shadow Race. If I don't surrender now, I will definitely die in the hands of the true gods of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. I don't have any other choice. I see. What a pity. Karu's voice was calm a second ago, but in the next second, it suddenly became fierce. He suddenly stretched out the sharp claws of the flood dragon and grabbed Dickens's heart. This claw was exerted with all its might and even contained the power of laws. However, when he penetrated the other party's heart, his expression turned ugly again. This was because he felt that he had grabbed nothing. He looked at Dickens. Dickens's body, which had been clawed through his heart, suddenly became transparent. Immediately after, his body turned into a pool of water and fell into the sea below, disappearing quickly. Karu suddenly looked up at the sky. His gaze passed through the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom and looked at the highest point. Then, his expression turned even uglier. Dickens knelt on one knee in front of the human lord and said respectfully, "Greetings, Your Majesty. I'm the true god of raging waves and vortex, Dickens. Welcome to the Blazing Sun Kingdom." The human lord sat on a throne that emitted 4 colors of light and smiled. Dickens! Karu roared at the sky. The hatred and anger in his voice even exceeded his hatred and anger towards the Blazing Sun Kingdom. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed as he looked down. The sea water kept surging in the sea below. A large amount of dark purple demon flood dragon blood floated up from the depths of the sea, covering the surface of the sea with large amounts of dark purple demon flood dragon blood. Karu hurriedly looked into the depths of the sea, at the sea city territory of the demon flood dragon race. In the demon flood dragon race's city territory, trillions of demon flood dragon race members were actually fighting internally. All of them were fighting extremely bloody, and every move they made wanted to kill the other party. When Karu saw this scene, he immediately thought of another legendary about the common people's regal. The legendary common people's regal was born a lord of war. He had unparalleled talent and charm in war. Most of them would want to surrender. They would even suddenly turn against him in war and slash their weapons at their former comrades. As long as he fought an enemy, most of them would have the mentality of surrendering. They would even suddenly turn against him in war and slash their weapons at their former comrades. However, even so, he had gotten the psychic masters in the race to collectively cast a psychic protection spell on the demon flood dragon race soldiers to prevent such a thing from happening. However, he never expected that even though he had made preparations in advance, his preparations were still useless. What he feared happened. D****. Karu couldn't care less about the Blazing Sun Kingdom army in the sky and hurriedly flew down to the sea. A few minutes ago, just as more than 200 billion forbidden mages collectively released forbidden curses at the demon flood dragon sacred sea, Zhou Fight also released the 10,000 spirit saints lord talent immediately. An invisible fluctuation covered the entire demon flood dragon sacred sea in the blink of an eye. When Zhou Fight saw this scene, he could not help but click his tongue. It had to be known that the entire demon flood dragon sacred sea was already comparable to the domain of the human race. It had more than 7,000 trillion square kilometers of territory, which was about the size of the sun surrounding Earth. Such a large area was actually covered by the 10,000 spirit saint. The mythical tier lord talent was indeed abnormal. But I like it. Only then did he look at the text prompt triggered by the lord talent. Prompt: you have activated your mythical tier unique lord talent, 10,000 spirit saint. All spirits see you as a supreme saint and long to follow you. Lord talent notification 1. There are approximately 621 trillion ordinary demon flood dragon race members, 2,035,697,896 Black Iron Tier Demon Flood Dragon Race Soldiers, 525,607,805 Green Bronze Tier Demon Flood Dragon Race Soldiers, 312,169,630 White Silver Tier Demon Flood Dragon Race Soldiers, 122,529,680 Yellow Gold Tier Demon Flood Dragon Race Soldiers, 30,417,960 White Platinum Tier Demon Flood Dragon Race Soldiers, 10,087,805 Diamond Tier Demon Flood Dragon Race Soldiers, 5,029,608 Extraordinary Tier Demon Flood Dragon Race Soldiers, 2,052,500 Epic Tier Demon Flood Dragon Race Soldiers, 322,050 Legendary Tier Demon Flood Dragon Race Soldiers, 12 Low Tier Deity Level Demon Flood Dragon Race God Spirits, 5 Mid Tier Deity Level Demon Flood Dragon Race God Spirits, 2 High Tier Deity Level Demon Flood Dragon Race God Spirits broke away from their lords and became your loyal followers. Lord Talent Notification 2. You have obtained a Spellcaster Lovis, Legendary Tier Advance Grade. Zhou Fight gazed at the 10,000 Spirit Saints text notification and a smile appeared on his face again. As expected of the only mythical tier 10,000 Spirit Saint. Just the ordinary participants of the Demon Flood Dragon race had directly induced an insight defection of more than 621 trillion. Even the Demon Flood Dragon soldiers with extraordinary tier powers had been incited by him to join insight defection. There were 3,043,914,934 of them. Even though this number was not much for the total military strength of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, these were all troops formed from combat power, and they had a promising future. The thing that made him the happiest was that the 10,000 Spirit Saint had returned with 19 God Spirits who had instigated insight defection. Currently, the military strength under his command, if counted as the military strength of the Star Alliance, had already reached 620 billion. The number of God Spirits had already reached 651. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Fight nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, a Demon Flood Dragon Race God Spirit flew up from below. After Gerald stopped it and inspected it, he brought it safely to Zhou Fight. Your Majesty, this true God tier of the Demon Flood Dragon race is called Dickens. He has already left the Holy Flood Dragon Empire and wants to join our Blazing Sun Kingdom. Gerald said respectfully. After hearing Gerald's words, Dickens knelt on one knee in front of Zhou Fight and said respectfully. True God of Raging Waves and Vortex Dickens greets your Majesty. When Zhou Fight heard the notification of the other party joining the Blazing Sun Kingdom, he nodded slightly and said. Welcome to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. I have some information about the Demon Flood Dragon race and the Shadow race that I want to report to your Majesty. Dickens immediately uttered again. Tell me. Zhou Fight gazed at him. This was an act of loyalty, but he was not surprised. Instead, he admired it very much. Dickens seems to be a smart deserter. Yes. Upon hearing this, Dickens immediately told Zhou Fight everything he knew. At the same time, under the joint attack of the 10,000 Spirit Saint and more than 200 billion forbidden mages, the Demon Flood Dragon race quickly fell into a disadvantage on the battlefield. A few true god tiers of the Demon Flood Dragon race wanted to make a move to turn the tide, but under the counter-attacks of Gerald, Kika, true god Shenghuo, and the other true god tiers, their attacks quickly became meaningless. They even fell into a life and death crisis. When Karu saw this scene, he instantly became desperate. At this moment, he had already received news from Hielos. The other party uttered in a very guilty tone that the Shadow race no longer planned to send troops to support the Demon Flood Dragon race. Furthermore, he had already joined the Shadow race and became a true god of the Shadow race. Everything was as Dickens had expected. The Demon Flood Dragon race has lost. Karu had already seen the outcome of this combat even though the war was not over yet. Chapter 1037, Demon Flood Dragon Race Building the Water God Tower. At this moment, the advantage on the battlefield had completely leaned towards the Blazing Sun Kingdom. The forbidden mages who had fought for the first time displayed their incomparably terrifying battlefield destructive power as soon as they appeared, causing all the members of the Demon Flood Dragon clan and the people of foreign races who were watching the battle in secret to tremble in fear. In particular, the unlimited supply of mental recovery potions and energy recovery potions made forbidden mages, who had instinctively only used forbidden spells once, become forbidden-level machine guns. This made the combat strength of an Empire-level soldier type like the Forbidden Mage almost catch up to the combat strength of a Divine Kingdom soldier type. We have to re-evaluate the Lord's power of the common people's regal. Not only is he extremely powerful, even the soldiers under him are not something ordinary soldiers can compare to. The 600 billion troops of the common people's regal are comparable to the trillions of kingdom-level soldier types of other lord factions. This is too shocking. How did the common people's regal develop? How did they silently accumulate such a shocking military force? The various factions that were secretly watching the battle were shocked by Zhou Zhou's 600 billion soldiers. Compared to that, even the newly promoted true god of the Blazing Sun Kingdom seemed to have become inconspicuous. After an unknown period of time, the sound of the forbidden spell in the sky above the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea gradually calmed down. When Zhou Fight looked down again, he saw that the entire Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea had become calm. In fact, he could sense that there seemed to be no life form in the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea. Only the countless corpses of the Demon Flood Dragon race floating in the sea and the depths of the sea were left, proving the horror of the forbidden spell. Your Majesty, the members of the Devil Flood Dragon clan have disappeared. Legion Commander Wu is currently leading the soldiers of the Heavenly Map Army to search for traces of these hidden Demon Flood Dragon clan members. A solemn-looking general flew up and reported to Zhou Fight. Zhou Fight narrowed his eyes slightly. Disappeared? Could all the members of the Demon Flood Dragon clan have been wiped out by the Forbidden Mage? No, impossible. Even though the consecutive attacks of the forbidden spells in the past few hours had killed most of the demonic Flood Dragon clan members who were unwilling to surrender, it was definitely not to the extent of exterminating all the demonic Flood Dragon clan members. You have some tricks up your sleeve. It's finally getting a little challenging. Zhou Fight chuckled. The current accident didn't make he feel defeated. Instead, it piqued his interest. If a race did not have mysterious means to protect themselves, they would not have survived until today. As long as he destroyed them, their methods would fall into his hands in a higher form. This was the confidence of the King of Lutes. Just as he was about to get up and do something, he saw Dickens, who had just surrendered, step forward. Your Majesty, I know where these Demon Flood Dragon race members are hiding. He said calmly. Tell me about it. Zhou Fight was in no hurry to take action even though he already had a rough solution in mind. Your Majesty, the reason why these hundreds of trillions of Flame Clan members suddenly disappeared is because of the construction effect of a building of the Demon Flood Dragon race called the Water God Tower. The effect of this building is that it can transform all the members of the Demon Flood Dragon clan into the water of the sea and fuse them into the sea where the Water God Tower is. The lives of the members of the demonic Flood Dragon clan who have transformed into the water of the sea will become one with the sea. No matter what attack lands in the sea, as long as the sea doesn't completely disappear, they will have a chance of survival unless the entire sea is destroyed. In the future, they will have a chance to use the Water God Tower to condense their bodies in the sea to make a comeback. The only flaw of this Water God Tower is that the members of the Demon Flood Dragon clan who have transformed into the water of the sea need to spread the water of the sea they have transformed into to the entire Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea as soon as possible. Only then can they maximize their chances of survival. There are two ways to resolve this situation. First, find the hidden Water God Tower. As long as the Water God Tower is destroyed, their mystic technique will naturally be cracked and they will reveal their true form. Second, they shouldn't have spread too far in such a short period of time. If your majesty lets your empire-level soldiers cast that super-powerful magic on the demon flood dragon sacred sea within a radius of 500,000 kilometers for an hour, you should be able to eliminate most of the demon flood dragon clan. When they transform into the water of the sea, their strength is almost identical to the strength of normal water. They will die as long as most of the sea water is destroyed. Dickens said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded. He glanced at the demon flood dragon sacred sea. As expected, he discovered that the originally dark purple demon flood dragon sacred sea had become even purer. It was almost purple-black. I understand, but there's no need to go through so much trouble. Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, he disregarded Dickens's stunned gaze and flew down from the throne alone. He passed through the army of the Blazing Sun Kingdom and arrived 10,000 meters above the sea level of the demon flood dragon sacred sea. All soldiers, generals, god spirits, and true god tiers. Listen to my orders. Return to the galaxy for now. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, your majesty. The soldiers and god spirits obeyed and returned to the galaxy without hesitation. Obeying orders. Even though they did not know why His Majesty asked them to do this, they did not need to consider these things. They just needed to carry out His Majesty's orders without hesitation. Soon, more than 600 billion soldiers, generals, and god spirits returned to the 1000 galaxy in batches. In the blink of an eye, only Zhou Zhou was left in the entire Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea. Karoo and the other partisans of the Demon Flood Dragon clan who were hiding in the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea could not help but feel very strange when they saw this scene. What was the common people's regal trying to do? However, even though they didn't understand, they didn't need to think to know that common people's regal was definitely doing something unfavorable to them. Karoo's heart sank. Even though Zhou Zhou was the only one left on the battlefield, he did not dare to act rashly. He also hurriedly spread the water of the sea that he had transformed into as he gave the same command to his other clansmen. As long as they completely integrated the sea water they had converted into the entire Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea, the common people's regal would not be able to do anything to them. Even if they wanted to destroy the entire Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea in exasperation, at most, they would follow the tributaries of the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea to the rivers, lakes, and seas of the other races' territories, or even an even larger sea. As the Demon Flood Dragon race that had lived in the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea for countless years, their understanding of this aspect could not be any clearer. It was simply incomparably simple to leave the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea and head to other sea areas. The only thing they had to pay was the race foundation they had built in the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea for countless years. Even though giving up on this race's foundation would cause their race's development to decrease by tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of years, as long as they could protect themselves, they could have everything else in the future. Our Demon Flood Dragon race will never be exterminated. In the future, when we develop to our peak again, or when your Lord power falls to rock bottom, common people's regal. When the time comes, we'll settle the score. Karoo gritted his teeth. However, in the next second, he saw a scene that shocked him. This scene made his expression abruptly change. He also sensed extreme despair and fear. He can actually do such a thing. Does the Lord Supreme will really want to exterminate my Demon Flood Dragon clan? A few minutes ago, above the ocean, Zhou Zhou floated 10,000 meters in the heavens and gazed down at the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea. Chapter 1038, Sun Descent. Blazing sun burns the sky. Let me do some exercise. It's boring to stay up there and watch the battle all the time. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. The next second, his aura rapidly increased, and in the blink of an eye, it reached the level of a true god tier intermediate grade. A terrifying pressure spread out in all directions with Zhou Zhou as the center. In the blink of an eye, it spread to a radius of more than 100,000 kilometers. The world suddenly changed color. Dark clouds covered the sky and lightning flashed. The demon flood dragon sacred sea beneath his feet even formed a huge sea vortex with a diameter of 5,000 kilometers due to his pressure, causing the entire sea to become turbulent. Karu and the other members of the demon flood dragon clan, who were wrapped up in it, could not help but feel terrified when they saw this scene. What was this terrifying lord of all races trying to do? The next second, they understood what Zhou Fight was going to do. Zhou Fight raised his right hand and tapped his glabella calmly. The great sun god's inheritance. Law skill sun descent. Then, a scorching white dot of light appeared between his brows and began to spread rapidly from there. 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers, 10,000 kilometers. The white dot expanded at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a scorching sun with a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers. Moreover, a third of the sun's volume also fell straight into the demon flood dragon sacred sea, directly evaporating a vacuum area with a diameter of 100,000 kilometers. The surrounding sea water could not enter this vacuum area at all because as long as they approached slightly, they would instantly evaporate and disappear. Several trillion members of the demonic flood dragon clan who had turned into seawater wailed at this moment. Their bodies that had been evaporated by the sun directly revealed their charred bodies. Then, they lost their breath and sank to the bottom of the sea. In the sun, Zhou Zhou's entire body was emitting a scorching white light. Even his eyes had turned snow white, making him look like a cold and aloof sun god. Under the special state of using a Master God tier law skill at this moment, even though he could only use this Master God tier law skill at the power level of a true God tier advanced grade, he seemed to be affected by this state. Found you. Zhou Fight's voice was as cold as the heavens. He casually took out a bottle of true God tier intermediate grade divine power restoration potion from his world ring. There were so many of these things in his king's treasure box that they almost piled up into a small mountain. They were all deity level enemies from the lower god level to the true god tier level. They had been dropped through the King of Loot's quality +1. Therefore, he didn't feel any heartache when using it. It was still a little difficult for him to borrow Tathagata's great sun god spirit's master tier law skill sun descent through the law skill king with his true god tier intermediate grade body. He felt that the true god tier intermediate grade dharmic powers in his body were almost depleted after casting it for a very short while. However, the effect was quite good, which was why he wanted to continue maintaining it. No, he had to strengthen it. Zhou Fight had an idea. The white sun with a diameter of more than 10,000 kilometers suddenly emitted countless red gold blazing sun divine fire. The originally incomparably huge sun doubled in size because of the scarlet gold blazing sun divine fire that suddenly manifested inside and outside. Boom! All the sea water within a radius of 100,000 kilometers had evaporated. The temperature within 1,000,000 kilometers, even the temperature at the edge, had increased to about 100 degrees Celsius. It was Blazing Sun's inheritance. Master God level law skill Blazing Sun burning sky. Ah, my body! It's so hot! My body is melting! Spare us! Regal, spare us! We're willing to surrender! We're willing to surrender! Please retract your divine power! At this moment, with the enhancement of these two Master God tier law skills, the great sun that Zhou Fight had transformed into already possessed a frightening destructive power comparable to a true God tier advanced grade God spirit. Countless members of the demon flood dragon clan were incinerated to death by Zhou Fight. However, Zhou Fight's expression was calm. He did not care about the surrender of these god spirits at all. Are you kidding me? You didn't surrender when I offered it to you, but now that you are forced into a corner, you want to surrender and even imagined that I would agree? It is impossible. The opportunity has already been given to you, but you didn't grasp it. I can't be blamed. He kept pouring divine power recovery potions of the true god tier intermediate grade into his mouth, turning all these potions into the chaotic sacred power in his body as he maintained the output of the two master god tier law skills. If other true god tier saw this, they would definitely scold him for being a wastrel for using such precious divine power recovery potions. One bottle of this potion could instantly restore all the divine power of an intermediate grade true god tier expert. Only a true god tier advanced grade, or even a master god tier potion master, could create such a potion. Furthermore, it would not be easily passed on to outsiders. Unlike Zhou Zhou, who drank as if he was drinking mineral water. However, Zhou Zhou really did not care. This divine power recovery potion, which was extremely precious to the outside world, was not much different from mineral water to him. In any case, he could not finish drinking it. After an unknown period of time, the entire surface of the demon flood dragon sacred sea was already filled with the cadavers of the demon flood dragon race. There were more than 100 trillion of them. In Zhou Zhou's perception, at this moment, Karu was the only true god tier of the demon flood dragon race left. The other demon flood dragon race members had already died under his master god tier law skill. It had to be said that the combination of the two master god tier law skills, Sun Descent and Blazing Sun Burning Heaven, was indeed an extremely good super large scale attack. It could be said to be very suitable for exterminating a clan. At the same time, Karu also saw the tragic state of the demon flood dragon race. Our demon flood dragon race was actually exterminated so easily by him alone. Even with the help of the water god tower. Karu's face was pale. Ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Karu suddenly threw his head back and giggled maniacally. Then, he suddenly looked at Zhou Zhou. His eyes were filled with extreme hopelessness and madness as he looked at Zhou Zhou. I'll kill you. Die. Ah, d*mn it. Karu turned into a dark purple stream of light and suddenly shot towards Zhou Zhou. At this moment, Zhou Zhou, who was in the center of the sun, was quietly watching the other party rush towards him. The distance between him and Zhou Zhou was getting closer and closer. When he was 10,000 kilometers away from Zhou Zhou, the armor and weapons on his body had already become hot. His skin was also flat and red, emitting blazing heat. When he was 5,000 kilometers away from Zhou Zhou, he saw the high-tier deity-level divine artifact on Karu's body suddenly shatter. It was obvious that it could no longer withstand the extreme heat of the sun. When Karu was more than 3,000 kilometers away from Zhou Zhou, all the divine artifacts on Karu's body ignited and fell from him into the demon flood dragon sacred sea. Without the protection of the divine artifact, Karu's entire divine body was burned dry. Even his divine body and soul became withered. Then, he no longer breathed. Karu was dead. He died on the way to Zhou Zhou. His corpse floated in the sun. His withered eyes still had a look of despair, hatred, and regret that was difficult to discover. Zhou Zhou watched this spectacle calmly. With a thought, he directly extracted the other party's loots and put them into his king's treasure box. Then, he turned around and flew towards his galaxy leader. At the same time, his voice also sounded in the hearts of all the Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers and god spirits. Only then did the Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers and god spirits, who were still in shock, snap out of their daze. The demon flood dragon race has been destroyed. Clean up the battlefield and leave the original demon flood dragon race soldiers here. Then, we'll return to our country. Also, bury these enemy country warriors, including Karu. Zhou Zhou said calmly. Yes, your majesty. Long live his majesty. Countless soldiers and god spirits shouted, their voices filled with reverence and fanaticism for their majesty. Chapter 1039, Master God Tier Treasure Holy Flood Dragon Pearl. Galaxy Leader. The Demon Flood Dragon race originally had 4 true god tiers. Now, Dickens had surrendered. Hielos had joined the Shadow Tribe. Only Karu and another true god tier of the Demon Flood Dragon race had died. Therefore, he only had the spoils of war of these 2 true god tiers. However, he shook his head after looking at the spoils of war of the 2 true god tiers. How many true god tiers of the people of foreign races have I met? Why isn't there a single true god tier with a true god tier artifact? Everyone is using high tier deity level divine artifacts. Zhou Fight was helpless. He finally understood how rare true god tier divine artifacts were in the hands of true god tier. His subjects and him had already killed more than 10 true god tiers. He didn't even encounter a true god tier with a true god tier. Then, he thought of his own true god tiers. All of them had a full set of true god tier divine artifacts on them. He couldn't help but sigh at the differences in the world. Most importantly, these guys didn't have any true god tier divine artifacts on them, so he didn't even have the chance to drop a master divine artifact. He still did not know what a master divine artifact looked like. When I have a master god tier divine artifact, it will be time for me to fight Uriel and the others. I wonder if the true god tier intermediate grade chaotic sacred power I upgraded to the true god tier after using the law skill king can allow me to use the main divine artifact at a higher level. Zhou Fight could not help but think of this problem. The chaotic sacred power of the chaotic human race had the ability to ignore strength and realm and use high quality artifacts. However, the higher the level of the divine artifact, the more chaotic sacred power it would consume. Perhaps when his strength increased and he used king, his strength would increase to the true god tier advance grade. He should be able to steadily use the master god tier advance elementary grade divine artifact. Then, he thought of something. As a master god tier seed, Uriel should have 100% true god tier divine artifacts on him. It's not to the extent that the Titans can't even take out such a small amount of resources. Thinking of this possibility, he increasingly wanted to start a final battle with the other party. However, he could only lay low for the time being. Speaking of which, it was not as if there were no rare spoils of war on these two demon flood dragon race true god tiers. For example, the master god tier hero inheritance and the book of the god spirit that fell from their bodies. There was also a dark purple pearl in Zhou Fight's hand. There was a lifelike demon flood dragon circling inside. Treasure name, Holy Flood Dragon Pearl. Treasure grade, Master God Tier Elementary grade. Treasure effect, the original pearl left behind by the founder of the Demon Flood Dragon race Master God Tier Jiaoxian after he died. It contains the inheritance of Master God Tier Jiaoxian when he was alive. You can also detonate it and erupt with a terrifying power that can destroy a boundless universe. However, it can only be used once. After detonation, the Holy Flood Dragon Pearl will also be destroyed. Treasure introduction, a Master God Tier Elementary grade treasure left behind by the founder of the Demon Flood Dragon race, Master God Tier Jiaoxian. It can be used as the inheritance of a Master God and handed over to the Demon Flood Dragon race. It can also be used as a one-time use lethal weapon. Its destructive power is comparable to the self-destruction attack of a Master God Tier Elementary grade. The Holy Flood Dragon Pearl can be used as a Master God Tier inheritance treasure. It can also be used as a one-time killing weapon. Good stuff. I have another Master God Tier offensive method in my hands. Zhou Fight nodded slightly and kept it in his king's treasure box. He wasn't very excited. This was because he already had more than 20 similar treasures. Originally, these spoils of war could only unleash the full power attack of a true god tier. After the quality of the King of Loots increased by 1, they all became treasures that could unleash the full power attack of a master god tier. It was also because he had these treasures on him. In addition, he had asked the Bodhi Supreme about the war. Only then did Zhou Zhou's main body dare to start a battle of extermination with these people of foreign races who had the power of an empire-level lord. They were not even afraid of a large clan like the Shadow Clan. In addition, before the ancient war on Earth, they would usually find the priests of the country to perform sacrifice divination to predict the fate of the war. Zhou Zhou was almost treating the Bodhi Supreme as his kingdom's high priest. He would definitely ask the enemy's strength through the Bodhi Supreme to prevent himself from kicking an iron plate without knowing anything before every battle. When Zhou Zhou asked yesterday if he could defeat the combined forces of the Shadow race and the other 5 main people of foreign races under the premise that he had Master God Tier offensive methods, and when Bodhi Supreme replied that he could already launch an extermination war against them, he chose to issue a surrender letter to the enemies of the 5 people of foreign races that night. Then, he would attack the demon flood dragon race, a subsidiary race of the shadow race, today. As for the shadow race's reaction, it was within him and the soldiers' expectations. Zhou Fight and the others had already prepared various countermeasures for the different reactions of the shadow tribe. Therefore, when he saw that the shadow tribe had not come and was planning to join forces with the other people of foreign races, he did not panic. Everything was as expected. Then let's deal with whatever comes our way. However, these methods were only used to deal with these people of foreign races. Facing Uriel and his people of foreign tribe alliance army, he still didn't have the confidence to win. Only when he had a sovereign divine relic in his hands would he have the confidence to fight Uriel and the others. Half an hour later, the battlefield was cleaned up. Then, the soldiers spent another 2 hours sorting out the reserve resources of the demon flood dragon race. After doing all of this, Zhou Fight sent people to announce the Blazing Sun Kingdom's policy towards the new subjects in the demon flood dragon sacred sea. They appeased the people of the Demon Flood Dragon race and got the Array Master to open the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea and the Blazing Sun Kingdom's spatial teleportation array. Only then did they leave in peace and return to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. The Blazing Sun Kingdom, in the Divine Kingdom world. Myriad Ingot Palace, in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace. Zhou Zhou was currently roaming the world in the Time world. Furthermore, he had been roaming for more than 10 years. He was trying to comprehend the Lord's laws from this chaotic war. It would be best if he could comprehend his third Lord law skill. There was already some progress. If he was given another 2 to 3 days in the real world, he should be able to comprehend it in 70 to 80 years in the Time world. At this moment, he sensed something and opened his eyes. At the same time, Alia's voice came from outside the temple. Your Majesty, Legion Commander Bai Yun has returned. Currently, she is requesting an audience with the worshipped God Spirit, Lord Yanzi, outside the hall. Let him in. Zhou Zhou was a little surprised when he heard that, but he still let them in. At the same time, he also recalled who the worshipped God Spirit Yanzi was. Yanzi. The original members of the Fire Cry race were top-notch god spirits who were high-tier deity-level advanced grades. The deity-level ancestors of the Fire Cry race recognized them as future true god-tier seeds and took them in as disciples when they were in the Fire Cry race. Later on, after true god Sheng Huo led the Fire Cry human race to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom, this deity-level seed was very sensible and didn't resist. He obediently joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom and became one of Zhou Zhou's worshipped god spirits. Furthermore, because the other party had the potential to advance to true god tier, after joining the Blazing Sun Kingdom, there was no longer any problem with his loyalty. Zheng Yuankai did not doubt him when he used people. With a wave of his hand, he gave the other party a top-notch book of the God Spirit and Hero Inheritance secret manual that matched the other party's deity-level advance grade in advance. It was this blessing, coupled with the Lord Talent Peaceful Times, Tribe Divine Artifact Fire Cry Origin Core, and various other treasures that increased loyalty, that allowed the other party's loyalty to the Blazing Sun Kingdom and Zhou Zhou to directly rise to the level of fanatic believers. They were considered to be on the same side even if the other party had only joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom for a day or two. He didn't have time to think about it as Bai Yun and Yanzi had already entered the hall. Chapter 1040, Legendary Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals. War Gathering. Your subject, Bai Yun/Yanzi, greets your Majesty. The two of them said respectfully and led the way. MHM. Thank you for your hard work. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Your Majesty, you're being too serious. We serve the country. This is our honor. There's no need to say that it's hard work. Zhou Zhou's words made the two gods sweat profusely. Even though the Forbidden Mage army had contributed a lot today, the decisive factor in the war was naturally Zhou Fight. If not for Zhou Fight, they might not have been able to find where the demon flood dragon race was hiding. Even if they finally guessed that the demon flood dragon race was hiding in the seawater of the demon flood dragon sacred sea and ordered the forbidden spell mages to bombard it with forbidden spells, it would not be resolved in a short period of time. At that time, it would be a waste of time and resources. Even if they could win in the end, it would not be a clean victory. Show me the results of your battle. Zhou Zhou nodded with a smile and did not say anything else. Yes, Your Majesty. This is the summary of the war list of today's war by Lady Wenyi. After Bai Yun finished speaking, she projected the list of battles in front of Zhou Zhou through her personal terminal as usual. Zhou Zhou took a closer look. There was naturally no need to mention hunting the target of the Eye of the Heavens anger. On the other hand, in the process of hunting down the Eye of the Heavens anger's target, they had conveniently killed more than 1,050,000,000 fog monsters that protected the Eye of the Heavens anger's target. In the afternoon, he went to the Demon Flood Dragon race's Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea and eliminated more than 300 trillion Demon Flood Dragon race members, more than 3 billion Demon Flood Dragon race soldiers, 256 ordinary god spirits of the Demon Flood Dragon race, and 2 true god tiers of the Demon Flood Dragon race, including Karu. The war supplies left behind by these enemies, the racial reserves of the Demon Flood Dragon race, and their spoils of war were enhanced by the titles of the King of Lutes and the Strongest Lord. They obtained a total of more than 1.28 billion legendary tier mist cores, more than 26.565 billion epic tier mist cores, more than 58.096 billion extraordinary tier mist cores, 209.315 billion diamond tier mist cores, 513.012 billion white platinum tier mist cores, 750.15 billion yellow gold tier mist cores, 3.1 trillion white silver tier mist cores, 5.8 trillion green bronze tier mist cores, 20.76 trillion black iron tier mist cores. There were more than 400 billion skill books and 500 billion pieces of equipment. The basic materials were about 150 trillion units. Basic elemental gem resources, 20 billion 32 million units. More than 890 million units of thunder element gems. 850 billion units of life elemental gems. 790 million units of death elemental gems. More than 5 million units of time elemental gems. More than 4 million units of space elemental gems. 26,077,000,000 origin crystals. 312,008,630 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 1 legendary tier Lord Talent origin divine crystals. 5 legendary tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 101,500 Holy Spirit tier Faith divine crystals. More than 850 million units of divine crystals from low tier to high tier deity level. 160 true God tier elementary grade divine crystals. More than 3 million low tier to high tier deity level divine artifacts. 36 true God tier divine artifacts. There was also a total of about 3 million divine spark fragments, God tier medicinal herbs, God tier ingredients, God tier ores, God tier blueprints, and other treasures. In addition to these normal gains, when the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom were sorting out the race reserve resources of the Demon Flood Dragon race, they also discovered such things as the building blueprint of the Water Mirror Palace, the building blueprint of the Water God Tower, the technological blueprint of the Great Maelstrom Energy Gathering Device, the Holy Flood Dragon Trial Tower, the battle machinery, the blueprint of the Demon Flood Dragon Cannon, the high-tier advance grade battle formation, the spirit of the Holy Flood Dragon, the legendary level sea ship blueprint, the Flood Dragon warship, the low-tier deity level advance grade sea ship blueprint, the Flying Flood Dragon divine warship, the Holy Flood Dragon ram, and other spoils of war that were unique to the Demon Flood Dragon race. Zhou Zhou couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder after reading this part of the summary. In fact, it was because Zhou Fight had used the 10,000 Spirit Saint on his behalf today. Half of the demonic Flood Dragon clan and soldiers had joined his camp. Therefore, the number of life forms of the demonic flood dragon clan that they had eliminated today was actually not many. In fact, it was only about a quarter of what they had wiped out yesterday. However, just this many demon flood dragon race soldiers had provided him with more mist core, skill books, equipment, and other resources than the battle of the moon demons. Needless to say, the reason for this was naturally that the demon flood dragon race was far stronger than the moon demon race. Therefore, their race had much more resources than the moon demon race, so they provided so many mist cores. The harvest of the life elemental gems and death elemental gems also made him very satisfied. He originally had about 500 million life elemental gems and death elemental gems. Now, with these 1.64 billion life elemental gems and death elemental gems, he only had about 1.86 billion life elemental gems and death elemental gems left. It was enough to satisfy all the requirements for the territory to advance to the legendary level. As for the gains of more than 101,500 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals, Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Including this batch of Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals, I already have more than 800,000 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals. We can revive the Buddha Lord now. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. The Buddha Lord was a true God Tier intermediate grade God Spirit. According to Carol Moley, resurrecting such an expert required 500,000 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals, 500 true God Tier intermediate grade Divine Crystals, and a true God Tier intrinsic item. Now that all three were gathered, he could naturally be revived. Moreover, he still had more than 300,000 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals left. However, even so, Zhou Zhou was still a little speechless. The price of resurrecting a true God Tier was too high. True God Tier intermediate grade Divine Crystals were nothing. Most importantly, that was a total of 500,000 Holy Spirit Tier Faith Divine Crystals. Normally speaking, this was a rare resource that could only be collected after a total of 500,000 Holy Spirit Tier believers died. However, it could only revive one true God Tier. Zhou Zhou shook his head. It was unknown who had enjoyed such treatment since the appearance of the Great Resurrection spell. In addition, Zhou Zhou was very satisfied with the various spoils of war from the demon flood dragon race. This was because most of these loots were related to the development of the sea. Regardless of whether it was the supreme continent or the myriad worlds, majority of them had oceans. At the quite least, there were rivers as well as lakes. In addition, what the Blazing Sun Kingdom lacked the majority was the legacy of civilization in these aspects. Therefore, as long as the loot was completely absorbed, it would definitely make up for the shortcomings of the Blazing Sun Kingdom's development in the future. And what surprised he the most was of course the legendary Tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals. It came from the ruler of the Holy Flood Dragon Empire. It was stated that these ruler of the empire was solely a high-tier deity-level god spirit of the demon flood dragon race. However, he was a direct descendant of the demon flood dragon race's royal family. In addition, he had the epic tier Lord Talent. Furthermore, he had the Lord Talent that was extremely suitable for the development of the demon flood dragon race's civilization. Therefore, he was elected as the ruler of these empire. And after he was killed, with the enhancement of the King of Loots, his epic tier Lord Talent became a legendary tier Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals. Chapter 1041, Xiao Xian, Zhong'an, and Tathagata advance to God Spirit. Zhou Zhou did not immediately check if there was any Lord Talent in this legendary tier Lord Talent sphere. It was from the Demon Flood Dragon race after all. There was a high chance that it was still a Lord Talent for marine development. However, it had changed from the epic tier to the legendary tier Lord Talent. He didn't think too much about it and looked at the list of God Spirits and the list of troops. He first looked at the list of God Spirits. After today's battle, only 15 legendary tier advanced grade soldiers had advanced to low tier deity level elementary grade God Spirits. This was less than the 25 new God Spirits from yesterday. But Zhou Zhou knew that it was because of him. It was because of Zhou Fai's actions that the soldiers under him did not kill too many enemies and did not obtain much promotion energy. This resulted in the number of soldiers advancing to God spirits decreasing after all. The next time we deal with a small fry, it's better to let Zhou Fai attack less. Leave the promotion energy to the soldiers who need it. When dealing with true God tiers that are difficult for ordinary soldiers, God spirits, and even true God tiers, it's better to let Zhou Fai take action. Zhou Zhou thought. Other than that, there was another piece of news that surprised Zhou Zhou. Xiao Xian, the guardian of death, Zhong'an, and Tathagata had all advanced to the low-tier deity level elementary grade in today's battle. Needless to say, Tathagata was the inheritor of the great sun god. Xiao Xian, on the other hand, was a clansman he had recruited through the true god tier potential clansman recruitment card. Back then, he was just a smart child who attracted his love. He did not expect him to become a low-tier deity level elementary grade god spirit in the blink of an eye. Zhou Zhou could not help but laugh. He originally didn't want to put the pressure of the outside world's war on children like him. He had never even mentioned letting he join his army. He only wanted him to grow up happily. As for Zhong'an, Zhou Zhou naturally did not forget him. Apart from slowly increasing the loyalty of subjects, the completed God of Death statue could also allow subjects who were talented in the law of death to change their profession to the Guardian of Death profession. Zhong'an was the first professional to successfully change his profession to Guardian of Death, and he was also the most talented Guardian of Death. After that, Zhong'an and Xiao Xian unexpectedly became good friends because of their tempers. Later on, they even took Zhang Yuankai as their teacher and learned the principles of doing things for others. Furthermore, they even took Wu Xin as their teacher at the same time and learned combat experience and leadership skills. Now, they have even become god spirits together. The friendship between these two people might become a legendary story that spread throughout the myriad worlds in the future. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. He did not think too much about it and looked at the insight defection. Firstly, Zhou Fai had used the 10,000 Spirit Saint today and obtained the loyalty of 3,043,914,934 Demon Flood Dragon Race soldiers. As for the Star Alliance Masters, even though they could not instigate insight defection to the soldiers of the Demon Flood Dragon Race. However, Zhou Fai was already prepared for this. On the way to the Demon Flood Dragon Race, he had already told the members of the Star Alliance Master that he wanted to instigate the entire Demon Flood Dragon race. Hence, when these lords eliminated the Eye of the Heavens Anger's target in the morning, they used up all their insight defections along the way. Furthermore, after Zhou Zhou upgraded the insight defection to the mythical tier unique lord talent, he upgraded the insight defection that he shared with the Star Alliance Masters to the legendary tier level. Therefore, not only did the Star Alliance Masters have 2 opportunities to instigate an insight defection in a day, but they could also obtain 40% of the enemy's total military strength every time they instigate an insight defection. This allowed them to obtain more than 21 billion and 30 million Misty Fog soldiers in the morning. Even if 20% of the soldiers were to be distributed to the Blazing Sun Kingdom, that would be more than 4.26 billion soldiers. They could also leave behind more than 16.77 trillion soldiers. Each Constellation Alliance Master member could obtain an average of more than 46 million soldiers from the 362 Constellation Lord members, 312 former Constellation Lord members and 50 lords of affiliated kingdoms. This insight defection alone was enough to make them more than 99% non-lords of the Cerulean planet. Other than that, they also successfully obtained their first spellcaster with Insight Surrender. 362 Star Alliance Masters were 362 spellcasters. It was enough to form a spellcaster team. Including the Star Alliance's current total of 40.882 billion soldiers, Zhou Zhou's total military strength had already reached more than 636.7 billion soldiers. Currently, among the troops under Zhou Zhou's command, not counting the Star Alliance, Among them were 106,015,429,879 black iron rank soldiers. There were 315,622,234,255 green bronze tier soldiers. There were 50,178,916,036 white silver tier soldiers. There were 68,058,067,812 yellow gold tier soldiers. There were 25,060,500,001,256 white platinum tier soldiers. There were 15,096,670 diamond tier soldiers. There were 10,878,013,360 extraordinary tier soldiers. There were 5,578,016,900 epic tier soldiers. There were 21 million legendary tier soldiers. As for the god spirits under him, their strength had increased to varying degrees after today's battle. Among them, Vicky, Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Feng Luo, Suan, and Luo Sheng had all advanced to the high-tier deity level intermediate grade. Nazario and Ji Long had advanced to the mid-tier deity level intermediate grade. Light Sacred Dragon Inj Sol had advanced to become a low-tier deity level intermediate grade god spirit. His combat power was infinitely close to that of a true god. He could fight with a true god and not be killed by a true god for a short period of time. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Currently, he had the most black iron, green bronze tier, and white silver tier soldiers. This was naturally because he had to recruit a large number of black iron tier elementary grade recruits every day. It was naturally very normal to have so many relatively weak soldiers. The number of soldiers at other levels was normal. Then, Zhou Zhou turned off the projection in front of him and looked at Yan Zi, who was beside Bai Yun. He took a few looks and suddenly revealed a smile. "You're only one step away from becoming a true god tier." He smiled. "Your Majesty is wise." Yan Zi stood up and said respectfully, "My promotion energy has already met the requirements for advancement, and my nomological comprehension is enough. Next, as long as Zhang Chen's nomological comprehension is sorted out again and adjusted his mental state, he can officially prepare to advance to the true god tier." Yan Zi arose up and expressed respectfully, "My promotion energy has already met the requirements for advancement, and my nomological comprehension is enough. Next, as long as Zhang Chen's nomological comprehension is sorted out again and tweaked his mental state, he can officially prepare to advance to the true god tier." "Approved." Zhou Zhou nodded. "Prepare well. If you can advance to the true god tier, not only will your status and salary boost greatly, but I will also prepare a set of true god tier divine artifacts for you." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Yan Zi expressed excitedly and respectfully. At this moment, he increasingly felt that joining the Blazing Sun Kingdom with true god Sheng Huo was the right choice. It was just a change of identity. Not only was he living a happier life with his clansmen, but he also didn't suffer from bullying or exploitation. He even met such a generous king. He felt that the luck of his life was all on meeting the common people's regal. Zhou Zhou smiled and then swapped some experiences of advancing to the true god tier with Yan Zi. As a common people's regal who had mastered a heaven-defying law skill like the king, he naturally had the experience of all the true god tiers in the territory when they progressed in his mind when he utilized the king. It was naturally simple to guide a newcomer to advance to the true god tier. When they were almost finished chatting, Zhou Zhou let the two of them leave in satisfaction. After the two of them left, Zhou Zhou rook out the legendary tier Lord Talent Sphere from the king's treasure box. Chapter 1042, Legendary Tier Lord Talent, the Lost Heart of the Sea God. Regal Inheritance of the Thousand Seas. After he split into two clones, Zhou Zhou discovered that his king's treasure box had become a spatial treasure shared by the three of them. However, as the main body, Zhou Zhou naturally had some privileges. For example, he could unilaterally close the two clones' king's treasure box, or he could only allow the two clones to use a portion of the king's treasure box's space and items. Or he could use the king's treasure box to transmit items to the two clones, allowing the king's treasure box to have a function similar to an item transfer station. Therefore, Zhou Zhou could naturally obtain the legendary tier Lord Talent Sphere that Zhou Fight had stored in the king's treasure box. He looked at the Lord Talent Sphere. An item information notification appeared. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Lost Heart of the Sea God. Treasure grade, Legendary tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have the legendary tier Lord Talent the Lost Heart of the Sea God. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere purified by the Supreme Will. You can obtain a legendary tier Lord Talent after absorbing it. The Lost Heart of the Sea God. A smile appeared on Zhou Zhou's face. It's indeed a Lord Talent in the development of the sea. It's the same type of Lord Talent as its previous owner. Could the Demon Flood Dragon Sea Ship civilization be established because of this Lord Talent? This thought suddenly appeared in his mind. Then, the more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. According to the information sent by Wu Tu, before this ruler of the empire ascended to the throne, the Demon Flood Dragon race was actually not a very powerful race on the sea. However, the Demon Flood Dragon clan's naval military forces began to develop by leaps and bounds after the ruler of the empire ascended to the throne. In less than 10,000 years, their maritime military strength had developed to the point of being ranked in the top 1,000 among all the people of foreign races that had empire-level lords. Such leaps and bounds of improvement could not be explained by just one sentence. There must be a powerful force supporting the development of the Demon Flood Dragon race to reach this level. Zhou Zhou shook his head and halted thinking about it. He chose to absorb the legendary tier Lord Talent Sphere. This legendary tier Lord Talent Sphere immediately turned into countless golden light spots and surged into his glabella. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. A moment later, he reopened his eyes again after some time. Then, he immediately opened his Lord's personal information. A new update emerged in his Lord Talent column. A new word Lost Sea God's Heart, Legendary Tier, appeared. The 34th Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou bowed slightly. Then, he opened the details of this talent. Lord Talent, Lost Heart of the Sea God, Legendary Tier. Heart of the Sea God, your territory will have a Lord Talent exclusive building Lost Heart of the Sea God. When lords and their forces went out to hunt fog monsters, they would encounter a very small chance of dropping Sea God Civilization Inheritance Fragment. By offering the fragment of the Sea God Civilization's inheritance to the Heart of the Sea God, you can unlock the Sea God Civilization's exclusive soldier type, the Sea God Civilization's exclusive life profession, the Sea God Civilization's exclusive equipment, the Sea God Civilization's exclusive building blueprint, the Sea God Civilization's specialty materials, the Sea God Civilization's specialty potion formula, the Sea God Civilization's exclusive battleship blueprint, the Sea God Civilization's recruitment books, and a series of other specialty tools of the Sea God Civilization. The current Lost Heart of the Sea God has unlocked the Civilization Inheritance. Ship, Barracuda I-Type Clipper Blueprint, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, Black Light Jellyfish I-Type Submarine Blueprint, Black Iron Tier Intermediate Grade, Ice Spear Devil Shark Battleship Blueprint, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, Flying Osprey I-Type Tri-Aquatic Ship Blueprint, Green Bronze Tier Elementary Grade, Locked. Profession, Experienced Captain, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, First Mate, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, who is good at deck work, Second Mate, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, who is good at driving, Third Mate, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, who is good at sailing, mooring, life-saving, and firefighting equipment management, Ship Doctor, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade, who is good at basic disease treatment, Ocean Treasure Seeking Master, Black Iron Tier Advanced Grade, who is good at searching for ordinary treasures. Equipment, Elemental Compass, Black Iron Tier, 100-meter deep diving suit, Black Iron Tier, Spirit Fish Surfboard, Black Iron Tier, Underwater Acceleration Machine, Black Iron Tier, ocean body attribute monitoring watch, black iron tier, stab resistant suit, black iron tier, solar energy converting energy shield, green bronze tier, unlocked, power boat paddle, green bronze tier, unlocked. Potion. Sea King Beast level warship, unlocked under special conditions. Sea God's Blessing, unlocked under special conditions. Sea God Descends, unlocked under special conditions. Lord Talent Notification 1, after collecting all the fragments of the Sea God Civilization's inheritance, this Lord Talent will automatically advance to mythical tier. The only Lord Talent Lord of the Seas. The Lord Talent will automatically inherit the Master God tier inheritance God Spirit inheritance of the Sea Regal. Lord Talent Notification 2, this Lord Talent cannot be upgraded with the Lord Talent Origin Crystal. I see. And it's a collection type Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. This Lord Talent was a perfect match for his Lord Talent. If he emerged on an island at the beginning and became an Ocean Lord, with this talent and the Lord Talent with a 100% drop rate, his development speed would probably not be inferior to his current development speed. Ship, equipment, potions, professions, Sea King Beast level battleships, Sea God's Blessing, Sea God's Construction Building Blueprint, Sea Miracle Building Blueprint. Sea God's Blessing. There are so many types. I now have the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea, which covers an area of 700 billion square kilometers. I can use this Lord Talent to develop it. The more than 600 trillion Demon Flood Dragon race members and more than trio billion Demon Flood Dragon race soldiers who were instigated by me are the best developers. The development of the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea in my hands will not be inferior to the Holy Flood Dragon Empire. In fact, with this higher level of Lord Talent, I can completely develop the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea into the top 500 or even the top 100. Zhou Zhou's eyes were filled with ambition. And when he reached the end, his gaze suddenly focused. After collecting all the fragments of the Sea God Civilization's inheritance, I can actually acquire a Master God level inheritance Infinite Sea Regal while upgrading to Mythical tier, only Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou was pleasantly surprised. The legacy of a Regal. Is he a Regal like me? The Master God tier inheritance of the Lord's nomological path. He gazed excited. If it was really the main God tier inheritance of the Lord's Law path, then he, the Lord's Law God Spirit, was equivalent to having a senior guiding him on the God Spirit path. The benefits to his path as a God Spirit were self-evident. I must develop this Lord Talent well. Zhou Zhou made his decision. It seemed that he had to develop the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea vigorously in the future. In addition, he had to search for other seas. Different oceans might drop more types of Sea God Civilization legacy fragments. This might increase the speed of developing this Lord Talent. Many thoughts flashed across Zhou Zhou's mind. In the end, he suppressed it. He had to take it slow. There was no need for him to be so anxious. Chapter 1043, The Total Area of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Seeing the Heart of the Sea God. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and still sent someone to call Zheng Yuankai over. Then, he told him about the development of marine civilization. However, he did not say that this was his Lord Talent. He only said that he had obtained a special building called the Heart of the Sea God. The inheritance of the Sea God civilization could be obtained from the Heart of the Sea God. His Majesty was right to plan ahead. The higher continent not only has land, but also a vast ocean. I even heard that outside the myriad worlds, there are legendary seas like the Chaos Sea and the Sea of Illusions. When traveling in those special seas, you also need to drive special boats to enter and exit there normally. His Majesty will definitely leave the high continent in the future to fight for supremacy in the myriad worlds. Our territory really can't have any shortcomings in this aspect. After I return, I'll immediately tell the officials about this and let them pay attention to the development of our maritime power. With that magical heart of the sea god, I'm sure we won't encounter too many difficulties when we do this. Zheng Yuankai said solemnly. Zhou Zhou nodded. Your Majesty, where is the heart of the sea god now? Zheng Yuankai asked curiously. Come with me. Zhou Zhou smiled when he heard that. Then, with the thought, the two of them suddenly disappeared from the spot. Jade Sun Park. This used to be the largest park in the Blazing Sun capital. At that time, it occupied more than 10,000 square kilometers. However, with the rapid expansion of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, the area of the Blazing Sun Kingdom alone had reached an astonishing 10 billion square kilometers, legendary tier elementary grade Blazing Sun Kingdom, 10 million km*, 10 million km. The entire Blazing Sun Kingdom had already reached 2.8 trillion square kilometers after including the Fire Cry human race's territory, the Moon Demon race's territory, the Demon Flood Dragon race's territory, and the scattered territories that they had conquered recently. However, even with such a huge territory, it was only an inconspicuous little thing on the high continent. Speaking of which, now that the Blazing Sun Kingdom's territory had reached such a level, a large park like Jade Sun Park that once occupied more than 10,000 square kilometers had become a small park. Fortunately, Jade Sun Park had also undergone renovation later on. Now, it covers an area of 1 million square kilometers. Even if it was a huge dragon with extremely fast flying speed, it could still play here and not feel bored. There were more than 100 such parks in the capital. Therefore, Jade Sun Park was not eye-catching among the 100 parks. Even so, there was a lot of traffic here every day as Jade Sun Park was an old park that the capital's subjects were familiar with. Even though it was already late, there were still a large number of subjects of various races playing, selling snacks, exercising, and dancing in the square outside the park. Most of them were naturally humans. Other than them, there were also the Wood Elves, the Volcano Goblins, the Fire Cry human race, the Bear race, the Ox Demon clan, the Misty Monster clan, the Moon Demon clan, the Elven clan. All kinds of life forms of various races gathered here. Even though their appearances and bloodlines were different, everyone got along very well and rarely saw any fights. On a flat tree-lined path, Zhou Zhou and Zheng Yuankai walked among them. Neither of them changed their appearances, but the pedestrians passing by did not seem to notice them. They were all chatting and laughing as they did their own things. Zhou Zhou looked at the peaceful scene of the subjects getting along harmoniously and smiled. This was the reason why he was doing his best to protect this pure land. It's the ethnic integration policy that His Majesty has always encouraged that has resulted in this beautiful scene of the subjects living in harmony. When Zheng Yuankai saw the change in His Majesty's expression, he immediately praised him sincerely. Zhou Zhou grinned and did not say anything. Indeed, he had always urged the various races to integrate, seek common ground, and live in harmony. However, if not for the unlimited resurrection abilities of the peaceful times and the safeguard of the goddess of life, it would probably be very difficult to realize this scene. They were all exchanged with a huge amount of faith divine crystals. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. Thankfully, he was willing to pay such a price. Moreover, when peace was truly achieved in the future and there were no more wars, when the long years of peace passed, the ancient hatred of their ancestors would slowly become an ancient story recorded in history books. At that time, even if the juniors didn't forget the hatred of their ancestors, they probably wouldn't fight again. Instead, they would use other methods to humiliate and defeat the enemy country. For example, competing in sportsmanship, morals, scientific research achievements, and productivity. When the time comes, even without the peaceful times and the faith divine crystals that could revive lives, peace should be able to continue. As for the bloody and cruel war, it was enough for their generation to experience it. Just as he had uttered to the ministers. The war started with them and ended with them. Prime Minister. I hope that one day in the future, not only our Blazing Sun Kingdom, but the entire High Continent and even the entire myriad worlds will be able to accomplish this scene. It can even exceed what you, I, and all our subjects can do now. Zhou Zhou asked. Such a future needs His Majesty's leadership to create it. Only His Majesty can create such a future. Zheng Yuankai uttered solemnly. Zhou Zhou smiled. A great man once uttered that talents emerge from every generation, and each leader will be outstanding for hundreds of years. After this king, there might be people who exceed me, he said. But there are always some life forms that have experienced the ancient era, but there are still no life forms that can compare to them, right? Zheng Yuankai retorted, which was rare. His Majesty was such a person in his heart. Zhou Zhou did not refute. What he uttered did make sense. It was just like how there was only one poetry immortal and one poetry sage in ancient China. For thousands of years, who dared to say that they had surpassed the poetic immortal and poetic sage? The two of them chatted and laughed along the way until they finally arrived at a clear lake. Beside it was a stone tablet with the words Jumping Fish Lake engraved on it. Zhou Zhou glanced at the lake tablet before looking at the center of the lake. In the center of the lake, there was a 100-meter-tall blue gem floating. It was sparkling and translucent, and its surface emitted a sparkling sea blue light. It actually had a holy and inviolable noble aura, as if it was the emperor of all gems. Many pedestrians stopped in their tracks and admired the sea blue gem from afar. They discussed the sapphire curiously. When did this gemstone appear? It looks so beautiful. I don't know either, but it's probably a new landmark building built by the National Construction Division for the Jumping Fish Lake, right? Tisk tisk, those kingdom architects really put in a lot of effort. Not bad, not bad. In the future, when I fish here, I can admire it to pass the time. This gem is not an ordinary item. I'm a diamond-level martial artist. After standing here for a while, I actually feel much lighter. Me too. I also feel that my mental fatigue has eased a lot. The subjects discovered the magicalness of this sapphire and discussed it in surprise. Even so, none of them were greedy for this sapphire. Everyone lived a rich life and had noble morals after all. In addition, they were knowledgeable and had more or less collected some treasures at home. Even though this sea blue gemstone had some nourishing effects on the human body, to the subjects of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, it was only so-so. They didn't deserve to violate their moral conscience and the laws of the kingdom to commit such a criminal act. In the distance. Your Majesty, could that be? Zheng Yuankai pointed at the sea blue gem in surprise. That's the lost heart of the sea god. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Chapter 1044, Arrangements and Old Friends. Even though the fish-jumping lake wasn't the largest lake in the Blazing Sun Kingdom, it had the most variety of aquatic creatures. Every day, a large number of fishermen would be attracted to the lake to fish. The heart of the ocean might have sensed this and appeared in such a place. With a thought, he recalled the lost heart of the sea god back into his hand and shrunk it to the size of a fist. Zhou Zhou did not do anything with it being where it had originally been. Instead, he placed a legendary tier treasure called the Heavenly Water Sea Stone that he had obtained from the Demon Flood Dragon Race's Empire's treasury. Not only did this Heavenly Water Sea Stone look almost identical to the lost heart of the sea god, with this Heavenly Water Sea Stone, people who had seen the lost heart of the sea god could basically not tell the difference. It could even benefit the fishermen. Zhou Zhou looked at the lost heart of the sea god and handed it to Zheng Yuankai. Your Majesty, what are you? Zheng Yuankai immediately accepted it with both hands. It's best to place this lost heart of the sea god in the sea. Bring it to the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea tomorrow and settle it in the Sacred Flood Dragon Emperor Palace there. Zhou Zhou asked. Yes, Your Majesty. I will definitely send it safely to the Demon Flood Dragon Sacred Sea. There will definitely be no accidents. Zheng Yuankai said solemnly. This was the first time he had taken over such a precious treasure. There will be no accidents. Zhou Zhou waved his hand. This lost heart of the sea god originated from his lord talent. It was equivalent to his intrinsic item. No matter where it was lost, he could summon it back from billions of miles away with a thought. unless there were experts at the Master God tier level or above who forcefully plundered it. Otherwise, it was almost impossible to lose it. And in the Supreme Continent, which Master God tier could attack without restraint. Therefore, he wasn't worried about losing the heart of the sea god at all. After that, Zhou Zhou and Zheng Yuankai chatted for a while about the development of the lost heart of the ocean. Then, Zheng Yuankai bade farewell and left. On the other hand, Zhou Zhou did not leave immediately. Instead, he leisurely walked to the side of the group of fishing men and sat down. Then, he casually took out a fishing rod that was completely white jade with the patterns of the holy flood dragon carved on the surface from his king's treasure box. Then, he casually hung a bait he had obtained from the holy flood dragon empire's treasury and casually threw the line into the lake. When the surrounding people saw his actions, they clicked their tongues in wonder and laughed softly. "Young man, you must be a novice. Your throwing posture is too inappropriate. You'll scare away the surrounding fish." "That's right. Why don't I teach you how to fish? Anyway, I shouldn't be able to catch any fish in the short term." "Then let me tell you, where can you find good bait to sell? Choosing bait is a skill. The rarer the fish, the more you have to use different bait. I know a fishing master. The bait she makes has even caught an epic tier 5 colored carp. Then I'll tell you where there's a fish market nearby. If you can't catch fish, you can buy a few from the fish market. I guarantee that your family will be happy." There were people of all ages fishing, and they were very enthusiastic. Seeing that Zhou Zhou was a newcomer, they all proposed to help. "Thank you for your kindness, but I'm only here to experience fishing. I still have something to do at home. I'll go back in a while." Zhou Zhou declined their help. Everyone came to a realization and returned to their fishing spots while chatting and laughing. At this moment, a middle-aged uncle sitting beside Zhou Zhou's eyes suddenly lit up. Then, he immediately pulled the fishing rod and quickly caught a dark black fish. A white platinum tier elementary grade black spirit fish. "Old fish, you're quite lucky today." When the surrounding fishers saw that Yu Huan had caught this fish, they were all surprised. "Go away, what luck! It's all about strength. The strength of the champion, the king of fish, do you understand?" Yu Huan scolded jokingly. And at that moment, he looked at Zhou Zhou. With a glance, he was stunned. You're. He was so excited that he stammered. "I'm Zhou Yang. Uncle Yu, long time no see." Zhou Zhou spoke first. "Mr. Mr. Zhou, why are you here?" Yu Huan's brain worked even faster. He immediately understood that His Majesty did not want to expose his identity. He immediately reacted and forced himself to calm down. However, he was still very excited. "I was just passing by, so I came to take a look. I didn't expect to see you." Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, his gaze landed on the fishing rod in his hand. "Golden bamboo and jade rod? I see your precious fishing rod again. Haha, I can throw everything else away, but I can't lose this fishing rod." Yu Huan smiled smugly. Zhou Zhou nodded and asked, "Where's your son? Is he married now?" **T, stop talking. I get angry when you talk about it." Yu Huan could not help but feel helpless and troubled. "The last time I obtained 2 diamond tier mist cores from you, I wanted to immediately find a good daughter-in-law for my son, Yu Wang. Unexpectedly, my unfilial son didn't like the woman after going on a few blind dates in a row. Then, his mother and I arranged a few more blind dates for him, but this kid actually ran away. Before he left a letter saying that he wanted to see the great rivers and mountains of the country. In the famous mountains and rivers of the country, he wanted to catch all kinds of rare precious fish and become a fish god. Then, he fled with his fishing rod. Don't you think this is infuriating? Become a fish god? I don't think he'll be taken away by the demons in the wild." Zhou Zhou listened quietly. He could hear the worry in the man's voice. He did a divination in his heart, and then a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Then, he said to Yu Huan, "Don't worry. Your son, Yu Wang, will have his own fortuitous encounters. He will fulfill his words." "What?" Yu Huan was stunned and couldn't react for a moment. Then, he came back to his senses and said excitedly, "Your Majesty! Tell me, my son really knows how to do what he says." "I won't lie to you." Zhou Zhou asked. He had just calculated in his heart that Yu Huan would eventually become a god spirit in the Dao of fishing. That was why he said that. "Thank you for your advice, Your Majesty. Thank you for your advice. As expected of my son. He's indeed promising in the future." Yu Huan naturally believed His Majesty's words. Who was His Majesty? That existed the common people's regal who shook the high continent and even the myriad worlds. How could he be lying? Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he realized that there was something wrong with the fishing rod. He raised it gently and saw a divine fish that was golden in color and surrounded by golden clouds. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he realized that there existed something wrong with the fishing rod. He raised it gently and saw a divine fish that was golden in color and surrounded by golden clouds. He also has the god spirit bloodline in his body. It's okay. Zhou Zhou didn't mind. He threw it into the king's treasure box and uttered goodbye to Yu Huan before turning to leave. All that existed departed was the silence of the fishing men. Am I seeing things? That does seem to be a legendary tier advance grade fish, yellow gold divine fish. Isn't he a novice? It must be a beginner's benefit. It must be a beginner's benefit. The fishermen gazed like they couldn't accept reality. Only Yu Huan existed stunned for a moment. Then, he gazed at their dejected expressions and smiled foolishly. His smile was filled with pride. Chapter 1045, Shadow Races Summoning. Trillions of soldiers and 100 true god tiers about to attack. As soon as Zhou Zhou returned to the center of the capital, he saw a young general who had been waiting for a long time walking over quickly. It was Wu Tu. "Greetings, Your Majesty. I have the latest information about the Shadow Clan to report to His Majesty," Wu Tu said respectfully. "Let's go to the palace first," Zhou Zhou said. Then, with a thought, he saw Wu Tu and him instantly disappear. The next second, Wu Tu and him appeared in the meeting hall of Blazing Sun Palace. Zhou Zhou sat on the throne and looked at the respectful Wu Tu below. "Speak." "Yes, Your Majesty." Wu Tu nodded and said solemnly. "Based on what I know so far, after the Shadow race learned that the Demon Flood Dragon race had been destroyed by us, they felt that this was a good opportunity to use this as an excuse to attack us. Then, they immediately contacted all their Lord faction allies, including the people of foreign races behind the other Empire-level Lord factions that stopped the humans from retreating to the primordial world and all the other people of foreign races that had nothing to do with this matter but were allies with the Shadow race. Currently, he has contacted as many as 21 people of foreign races with Empire-level Lord factions. These people of foreign races are showing signs of sending troops to the Shadow race. In 3 days, there should be trillions of people of foreign race soldiers and nearly 100 true god tier from the people of foreign races gathered in the Shadow race. Then, they will immediately attack us. Your Majesty, we should have made preparations. 1 trillion soldiers and 100 true god tiers. That's a lot. This king only deliberately revealed some flaws. These guys seized this flaw and attacked this king crazily. Zhou Zhou nodded and said with a smile, "This time, Uriel has become a small character." Wu Tu saw that His Majesty did not look nervous at all. While he heaved a sigh of relief, he could not help but admire His Majesty even more. He was shocked when he received this information previously. This was 1 trillion soldiers and 100 true god tiers after all. A weaker beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction was almost such a faction. If it weren't for the fact that he had seen many things with His Majesty and was extremely loyal, even reaching the level of a fanatic believer, if it were anyone else, they would probably have thought of running away when they heard this news. But now that he saw that His Majesty wasn't anxious at all, he wasn't nervous anymore. This was the confidence that an undefeatable emperor brought to his subordinates. Your Majesty, this is the specific information. After Wu Tu operated his personal terminal, he listed out the specific details of the people of foreign races who had come to help the shadow race, as well as the specific information about the true god tier. At a glance, it was incomparably detailed. He even mentioned the deeds, personalities, abilities, weaknesses, and strategies to conquer the true god tiers of the people of foreign races. Zhou Zhou quickly browsed through it and memorized all the information. He could not help but marvel at the richness and depth of the content. Then, he looked at Wu Tu, who still looked like a teenager, and the admiration in his eyes intensified. Wu Tu, even though you are young, you have never disappointed me. As expected, this king did not choose the wrong person. Zhou Zhou praised. You flatter me, Your Majesty. If Your Majesty hadn't thought highly of me back then, if I were lucky, I might still be a low-level cartographer and do work that only adult cartographers can do. Then, I would earn a small income to support myself and my family. If I'm unlucky, I'm afraid I'll have died in this chaotic world. It's His Majesty's wisdom that allowed an underage child like me to have all of this. It's only my duty to do my job well. I'm willing to do my best for Your Majesty. Wu Tu's tone revealed his heartfelt gratitude. He was only a 15-year-old teenager now. He was not considered an adult on the Cerulean planet or among the humans on the High Continent. But not only had he become the youngest legion commander among the 6 legions of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Furthermore, he had become a god spirit. In his profession, he could fulfill his dream of becoming the strongest cartographer in the Supreme Continent. His family was also living very happily now. There was no need to worry about life at all. Wu Tu understood that all of this was given to him by His Majesty. It was His Majesty who had changed his life and given him a new direction in life. Therefore, what he uttered was completely sincere. Even if His Majesty wanted him to die, he would not hesitate to do so. Zhou Zhou smiled. He looked at the thread of faith on the other party. Now, Wu Tu was already a fanatic believer, but he was lacking in terms of laws. If he could comprehend the genuine meaning of laws from his own laws, it might not be impossible for his faith to undergo a qualitative change. Not only would it make his future path as a god spirit smoother, but he could also advance from a fanatic believer to a Holy Spirit tier believer in the future. He idea for a moment and took out a jade slip. He instantly compiled his understanding of Wu Tu's own nomological path into an inheritance and handed it to Wu Tu. He was a Lord Law God Spirit, and he also had a heaven-defying law skill like King that could control all the abilities and laws under his command. Therefore, he was naturally very familiar with Wu Tu's nomological path. With the combination of the two, it was naturally not a problem to give Wu Tu an inheritance that could make a qualitative change in his nomological path and faith. Wu Tuesday. This is a law inheritance that this king specially tailored according to my understanding of your law path. Take it back and study it when you have time. If you can comprehend the inheritance I gave you, coupled with the true God tier God spirit inheritance in your body, not to mention a true God, even a master god tier will have a chance to advance in the future. Zhou Zhou then threw it to Wu Tu. Wu Tu hurriedly reached out to catch it and was immediately stunned when he heard this. Then, he immediately became extremely excited. With the military merits he had accumulated, he had naturally exchanged for a top-notch Earth Elemental True God Tier's Book of the God Spirit and used it early. However, he had never idea that he would have the chance to become a Master God Tier in the future. That was a Master God Tier. Supreme God Realm experts and even stronger experts were limited by the Supreme Will and could not easily descend to the myriad worlds to attack. Master God Tier was the super expert of this world. But now, His Majesty was actually telling him that the inheritance in his hands could actually give him a chance to become a Master God Tier in the future. How could he not be excited? Moreover, this inheritance was actually personally created by His Majesty. How much did His Majesty value him? At this moment, Wu Tu's gratitude towards His Majesty was indescribable. Thank you for your gift, Your Majesty. I will not let Your Majesty down. I will comprehend the inheritance Your Majesty gave me as soon as possible. Wu Tu knelt on the ground, his voice resolute. Go on. Zhou Zhou smiled gently. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Tu nodded and left. Not long after he left, Zhou Zhou also left the Blazing Sun Palace and returned to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Then, he came to the Night Temple not far from the royal capital. Then, he went straight to the primordial world through the Night Temple's spatial teleportation array. Then, he headed straight for the human base camp in the primordial world. Chapter 1046, Yellow Emperor recovers. Promoted to Patriarch of the Human Race and Second Speaker. The primordial world, at the Mount Buzhu. Ever since the humans retreated to the primordial world, this holy land of the primordial world had become the base camp of the humans. Most of the upper echelons of the human race lived here. This was especially true for the true god tier of the human race. It was rare for all of them to live there. In fact, as the middle world, it was not a problem for the primordial world to arrange their own training halls for the true god tiers of the human race. Many upper echelons of the human race didn't know why the Yellow Emperor and the other true god tier had to gather here. However, no one dared to casually ask about such matters that involved the speaker level. Therefore, everyone tacitly agreed that the true god tier lived here for a reason that could not be leaked. After Zhou Zhou arrived at Mount Buzhu, he looked at the mountain that was 50,000 kilometers tall in front of him and could not help but be surprised. As expected of the heavenly pillar sacred mountain of the primordial world. Legendary tier was formed from the backbone of the primordial world and even Imperial Lord Pangu after he used the Dao integration secret technique. Judging from the aura, the truth should be true. He nodded slightly. But even so, Buzhu Mountain had also experienced many hardships in the primordial world. There was even a catastrophe such as the collapse of the heavenly pillar and the destruction of the earth dimension. Fortunately, this did not affect Imperial Lord Pangu's main body much. Or rather, as long as the primordial world was not completely destroyed and disappeared, Imperial Lord Pangu would be fine even if a true god tier allowed the primordial world to refine earth, water, wind, and fire again and rebuild the primordial world. Otherwise, the gods who broke Mount Buzhu back then would probably have committed suicide in shame. As for why Zhou Zhou addressed Pangu as Imperial Lord Pangu now, it was because ever since Zhou Zhou obtained the title of Common People's Regal, the humans knew that the title had its own meaning. In order to prevent any misunderstandings, everyone unanimously used the honorifics of Regal and Emperor separately. Zhou Zhou took on the honorific title of Regal. As for Pangu, he actually had many titles, such as Heaven-Splitting Holy God, Emperor, Regal, Pan Master, and so on. Therefore, losing the title of Regal did not affect him much. Everyone unanimously decided that in the future, they would address Pangu as Imperial Lord or other honorific titles. It was just that they would not use the honorific title of Regal. Zhou Zhou naturally had no objections. As for Pangu, even if he was alive, he wouldn't care about such a trivial matter, let alone he who was in a deep sleep. Hence, the matter was settled. Speaking of which, after Zhou Zhou arrived at Mount Buzhu, he immediately contacted Bai and the other true god tiers of the human race before heading to the Holy God Ancient Hall on Mount Buzhu in a low-key manner. This was a place that only the Holy God of the human race could come to. It was a holy land for the Holy God of the human race to discuss the strategic decisions of the human race. It was established during the Pangu era. Only existences at the level of the speaker of the human race could enter and discuss with the other true god tiers. When Zhou Zhou arrived, he saw that the other true god tiers were already waiting for him. Among them were Bai, Patriarch Lu, and the Yellow Emperor who had appeared in his true body. Common People's Regal. The three gods stood up from their seats and expressed their respect to Zhou Zhou. Even though they were so polite, their faces were brimming with smiles that belonged to acquaintances. Especially the Yellow Emperor. He walked over and hugged Zhou Zhou before separating. Zhou Zhou looked at the current Yellow Emperor and smiled. "How's your recovery?" he asked. "Haha, after consuming the Master God Tier elementary grade medicine you gave me, the poison of the heavenly demon True God Tier recovered in the blink of an eye. Moreover, it even restored my divine body and soul to their peak." A joyful smile appeared on the Yellow Emperor's face. "After experiencing so many ups and downs, I have a clearer understanding of my nomological path." A joyful smile appeared on the Yellow Emperor's face. "After experiencing so many ups and downs, I have a clearer understanding of my nomological path. I will soon be promoted to a True God Tier advance grade." He lamented inwardly. Who would have thought that not long ago, he had been poisoned and could only seal himself in the Xianyuan tomb. Now, not only had his injuries recovered, but he also had the possibility of advancing to an advance grade True God Tier. The True God Tier advance grade. That was the level of Imperial Lord Pangu. Now, he would be able to reach that level soon. "Zhou Zhou, you saved my life," the Yellow Emperor said solemnly. "If there's a need in the future, I, Ji Xianyuan, will definitely risk my life to help." "It's serious." Zhou Zhou smiled. It was just a Master God Tier elementary grade antidote. Any True God Tier elementary grade antidote could be upgraded. He had at least 100 bottles of this potion in his hands. It was naturally nothing to give a bottle to the Yellow Emperor. However, the Yellow Emperor and the other True God Tier didn't know about this. Upon hearing this, he immediately felt even more grateful to Zhou Zhou. He and Patriarch Lu also thought even more highly of Zhou Zhou. He could even give out a Master God Tier potion so easily and even look like he didn't care. Patriarch Lu and Bai looked at each other and smiled. It was really a lucky thing to be friends with Zhou Zhou. He was really good to his own people. "How's Imperial Lord Pangu's recovery?" Zhou Zhou did not talk much about this matter and asked curiously. The last time he handed the potions to the Yellow Emperor and the others, he had also specially left some Master God Tier potions that could speed up the recovery of the sleeping Emperor Pangu. There was even no lack of Master God Tier advance grade potions. Emperor Pangu is also rapidly recovering. At the mention of this topic, the Yellow Emperor and the others smiled again. He smiled and said, "If nothing goes wrong, when Your Excellency Yellow Emperor advances to the True God Tier advance grade, Imperial Lord Pangu should be able to end his Dao integration nomological secret technique and completely recover. He should be able to wake up and leave the primordial world. This is all thanks to the Master God Tier potions you sent over, Regal. Without those Master God Tier potions, Imperial Lord Pangu wouldn't have recovered so quickly." Zhou Zhou nodded. This was the reason why he had taken out so many Master God Tier level potions. He wanted to let Emperor Pangu recover faster. Otherwise, he could actually use a large number of True God Tier potions to restore Imperial Lord Pangu to his original state. But that would take a long time. It had to be at least 10,000 years old. By then, Zhou Zhou would have grown to an unimaginable level. Why would he require Imperial Lord Pangu's help? It was just some Master God Tier potions, and Zhou Zhou did not lack them. He might as well take them out and let Emperor Pangu recover as soon as possible. The sooner Imperial Lord Pangu recovered to his peak, the more beneficial it would be for the current predicament of the human race. It might even allow the human race to leave the primordial world as soon as possible and appear on the high continent again. After all, he was a super abnormal expert who could comprehend a Master God Tier level nomological secret technique at the True God Tier level. Zhou Zhou was even suspicious. When Pangu returned to his peak state and gave he a full set of True God Tier divine artifacts, he would be able to fight against a clan-protecting expert who had just entered the Master God Tier realm. If that was the case, it would be of great help to Zhou Zhou. Without further ado, Zhou Zhou stated directly, "I came this time to tell everyone that the conditions to revive the Buddha Lord are complete. Everyone, follow me to revive the Buddha Lord. Really? The three deities were overjoyed. Zhou Zhou nodded. The Buddha Lord's intrinsic item, the Nirvana relic, is with me. Let's go now. The Yellow Emperor immediately said. Zhou Zhou affirmed and turned to leave. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor suddenly said. Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou looked at him in confusion. The Yellow Emperor grinned and pointed at the second speaker's seat. Now, be it in terms of strength or contribution to the human race, you have already reached the peak of the human race. In addition, you now control the territory of the human race on the high continent. You are already the true master of the human race in the myriad worlds. In the future, you'll take over my position as the patriarch of our human race and the second speaker other than the first speaker, Imperial Lord Pangu. It's a unanimous decision after our internal discussions. The Yellow Emperor stated seriously. Zhou Zhou was stunned. He gazed at Baihe and Patriarch Lu and realized that they were smiling and nodding at him. Their eyes were filled with agreement. Zhou Zhou pondered for a few seconds and nodded. Regarding today's scene, he was actually already prepared. There was no require for him to hypocritically decline. When the Yellow Emperor, Baihe, and Patriarch Lu saw this, they couldn't aid but reveal gratified smiles. Chapter 1047, Pseudo-Race Divine Artifact Human Sovereign's Sacred Token. 9 True God Tier Combat Strength. When the Yellow Emperor heard this, he immediately smiled happily. Then, he said seriously, since the Patriarch is prepared to take over the position of the master of our human race, we will immediately prepare the Buzhu Mountain Sacrificial Meditation Scripture. This Buzhu Mountain Sacrificial Meditation Scripture is a ceremony specially prepared by our human race for the new Patriarch to ascend to the position of Patriarch of the human race. After we are ready, the Patriarch must come to Buzhu Mountain to participate and announce to all the human race in the entire high continent and even the myriad worlds that you have become our Patriarch. I'll be there. Zhou Zhou nodded and asked, how long will it take to prepare? The Buzhu Mountain Sacrificial Meditation Scripture is the most important racial ritual of our human race. Therefore, we will let the God spirits participate in the preparation process, including building a special sacrificial palace, the pilgrimage sacred platform, the Great Dao of Heaven prayer ceremony, the viewing square, the myriad world teleportation array, and the telepathic projection array. The Yellow Emperor stroked his beard and said after some thought, the various measures and constructions will be completed in a month. However, before that, Patriarch, you will be able to exercise your authority as the Patriarch. For example, you can freely and unconditionally use the treasures, intelligence, resources, military forces, buildings, nomological secret techniques, and God Spirit level experts in our human treasury. You can also activate the Myriad World Teleportation Array and go to any human base in the Myriad Worlds. As long as that human base has a cross-border spatial teleportation array that is connected to the high continent, it will be fine. Moreover, Patriarch, if you see anyone from our human race, you can use your position as the human race's Patriarch to order them around. No matter what you ask them to do, you can do it. Even though this action of ours is a bit unlikable, this is the privilege of the human race's Patriarch. We also believe that the Patriarch that we have chosen will not use this privilege to wreak havoc. And the Yellow Emperor listed out the various rights of the human race's Patriarch. Because he had too much power, the Yellow Emperor gave Zhou Zhou a jade slip in the end so that he could slowly understand it in the future. After Zhou Zhou took a rough look, he could not help but exclaim in his heart. How was this the master of the human race? He was simply the overlord of the human race. He could do almost anything he wanted. Even if they did something evil, no one would ask why they did it. If you ask, I'm the Patriarch of the human race. I have my own reasons for doing this. Don't interfere with me. Becoming the Patriarch of the human race was simply allowing him to become the Patriarch of the entire human race. Even the meeting of the human race's parliament did not have any restrictions on the human race's patriarch. The human race councillors only had the right to advise the human race patriarch, but they did not have the right to stop him. How much trust did he have in the candidate for the human race's patriarch to set up such a ridiculous authority? Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. It seemed that both Imperial Lord Pangu and Yellow Emperor Xianyuan had earned the trust of many upper echelons of the human race. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor took out another chaotic-colored disc and handed it to Zhou Zhou. This is a pseudo-race divine artifact human sovereign's sacred token that we've forged with all the strength of the human race. Seeing this token is like seeing the patriarch of the human clan. No matter which human, when faced with this human sovereign's sacred badge, they will immediately understand that the person who possesses it is the human sovereign, the master of the human race, and the supreme ruler of the human race. No matter what request the human emperor makes, as long as the other party is a human or a life form with the bloodline of a human, they will try their best to satisfy the human emperor's request. The Yellow Emperor introduced solemnly. Then if this human sovereign's sacred token falls into the hands of bad people, wouldn't it be a huge disaster? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard that. He looked at the human emperor's sacred token that was emitting a chaotic light with a serious expression. This item reminded him of the demon flood dragon race's divine artifact Fire Cry Origin Core that he had obtained not long ago. This item reminded him of the demon flood dragon race's divine artifact Fire Cry Origin Core that he had obtained not long ago. I don't think so. When the Yellow Emperor heard this, he grinned and shook his head. After all, this thing is a pseudo-race divine artifact forged after birth. If one has extremely strong willpower, they can still easily escape the impact of the human emperor's sacred token. Furthermore, this human sovereign's sacred token has its own spirituality. He will only acknowledge the human race patriarch that all members of our human council have acknowledged to possess and command it. If the patriarch of the inhuman race obtained the human sovereign's sacred token by chance, it would be useless. It might even be worse than a piece of scrap metal. The human emperor's sacred token seemed to have heard the Yellow Emperor's words. The entire token instantly vibrated for a moment, emitting dissatisfaction towards the human true god tiers present. Zhou Zhou and the others could not help but laugh. It's just a metaphor. The Yellow Emperor chuckled as if he was used to it. Only then did the human sovereign's sacred decree stop vibrating and quieten down again. I will properly use this human sovereign's sacred token and be the human clan leader. Zhou Zhou looked at the human emperor's sacred token in his hand and uttered seriously to Yellow Emperor, Bai He, and Patriarch Lu. He knew that the position of Patriarch of the human race not only meant supreme power, but it also meant supreme responsibility. He would bear the responsibility and prove to everyone present that he was qualified to sit as the Patriarch of the human race. He might even surpass Pangu and lead humanity to a new height. Of course we trust you. The Yellow Emperor and the others nodded seriously. It was precisely because of this that they was very assured to hand this position to Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou nodded and pondered for a moment before saying, "The Buzhu Mountain sacrificial meditation scripture will be done by my people. Yellow Emperor, just send some instructors over. My people are very good at building. If they do it, the working hours can be reduced by at least 100 times. He had the legendary Tier Lord talent, Super Construction Engineering 9, which could increase construction efficiency by 900 times. It was naturally most suitable to hand this job to him. The Yellow Emperor and the others were astonished. However, they didn't say anything, nor did they ask Zhou Zhou where his confidence came from. They directly uttered respectfully, "Yes, Patriarch." Zhou Zhou nodded and didn't say anything else. He left the primordial world with the three gods and returned to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. He headed for the shelter of the Goddess of Life. The Blazing Sun Kingdom, in the shelter of the Goddess of Life. When Zhou Zhou, Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, and White River arrived, they saw that Carol Molly had been waiting here with a group of high-level clergymen. "Greetings, Your Majesty." "Greetings, leaders of the human race. Carol Molly uttered respectfully to Zhou Zhou and then politely to the human gods. Zhou Zhou nodded. When he looked at the Yellow Emperor and the others, he found that they were staring at Carol Molly in a daze. Yet another true god tier. By he muttered. Patriarch. Patriarch Lu gulped and looked at Zhou Zhou. He could not help but ask, how many true god tiers do we have in the Blazing Sun Kingdom? There are still 5 true god tiers excluding me and her. Zhou Zhou pondered for a moment and said. Facing the Yellow Emperor and the others, who were also human leaders, there was nothing to hide. However, if he, his 2 clones, and Carol Molly, a true god tier that could only be hired, were included, there would be 9 true god tiers. When the Yellow Emperor and the others heard this, they were momentarily stunned and speechless. At the peak of the human race, when nothing had happened to Imperial Lord Pangu and the Buddha Lord, there were only 5 true god tiers in the entire human race. Yet now, you're telling me that your Blazing Sun Kingdom already has 5 true god tiers? And that's if you don't count yourself in? Patriarch, you're really scaring us every time we meet. The Yellow Emperor shook his head and grinned bitterly. He and Patriarch Lu also nodded with complicated expressions. They had never seen a human lord faction develop at such a shocking speed. How long has it been? It was almost comparable to all the development results of the entire human race since its birth. Chapter 1048, The Goddess of Life Descends. Zhou Zhou smiled and did not say anything. We've brought enough resurrection items and are preparing to revive the Buddha Lord. He looked at Carol Molly and said. Yes, Your Majesty. The ritual has been completed. Please follow me with your resurrection items. Carol Molly nodded and led the 3 gods to the center of the shelter. In the center of the huge shelter, there were 10,000 priests, 10,000 clergymen, 10,000 nuns, and 100,000 holy knights of life. They formed a strange circular formation with an emerald green altar and a statue of the Goddess of Life as the center. Everyone looked at the statue of the Goddess of Life in the center with a solemn and fanatical expression. At the same time, they chanted the classics of the Goddess of Life sect. The entire scene looked sacred and solemn. When Zhou Zhou and the others saw this, they stopped chatting and quietly came to the altar. Your Majesty, please place 500,000 Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals, 500 True God tier Intermediate Grade Divine Crystals, and the intrinsic items of the revived True God tier on the revival altar. Carol Molly whispered. Zhou Zhou nodded and waved his right hand. 500,000 Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals and 500 True God tier Intermediate Grade Divine Crystals appeared on the altar out of thin air. Among them, 500,000 Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals were especially eye-catching. They even piled up into a small mountain. The resplendent pure white faith holy light almost gathered into a pillar of faith that shot into the sky. The focused clerics couldn't help but view over and fall into a daze. This. How many Holy Spirit tier believers had he killed to collect so many Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals? They weren't the only ones, this was also the first time Yellow Emperor and company had seen so many Faith Divine Crystals. They could not help but view at Zhou Zhou, wanting to ask a question. How many Holy Spirit tier believers did you kill? Don't tell me you've already killed all the god spirits in the myriad worlds? Of course, they were only surprised for a moment. Naturally, they did not think that their guess was true. Otherwise, Zhou Zhou would have long become the enemy of the entire world. They pursued their lips and did not ask. They only felt that their new patriarch was more and more resourceful. As expected of the patriarch chosen by them. At the same time, Carol Molly was also stunned by the 500,000 Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals in front of her. In comparison, the 500 True God tier Intermediate Grade Divine Crystals and the Buddha Lord relic that the Yellow Emperor and the others had sent over were not as eye-catching. However, he was already mentally prepared. He immediately adjusted his state. Then, after letting Zhou Zhou and the others temporarily retreat to the side, he began to preside over the resurrection ritual. He saw he kneeling on the ground, holding a strange tree root divine artifact that was yellow and emerald green. He was praying softly to the statue of the goddess of life in front of him. Even though his voice was very soft, with the help of the true God-tier divine power, his voice still reached everyone's ears. The absolute ruler of all living beings, the great master God-tier of life. Lowly life calls for the existence of the Lord. May your excellency Tritus bestow upon him a new life. Your loyal believer, Carol Molly, requests your arrival. He knelt on the ground with his hands, feet and forehead pressed against the ground to express his respect. The surrounding believers of the clergy also used the same prayer to call out to the Master God-tier. These clergymen are all fanatic believers of the Goddess of Life. Zhou Zhou stated softly. The Yellow Emperor and the others were shocked. Fanatic believers were second only to Holy Spirit tier believers. Furthermore, they had the chance to advance to Holy Spirit tier believers in the future. In addition, there were very few of them, so they were all treasures in the hearts of the God spirits. He did not expect to see 130,000 fanatic believers here. Ordinary God spirits probably wouldn't even dare to think that they could have so many fanatic believers. As expected of the Goddess of Life who was comparable to a sage. The Yellow Emperor and the others looked at each other and couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Zhou Zhou, on the other hand, had a calm expression and did not look very surprised. Even though there were many fanatic believers in front of him, if they really fought, they would definitely follow the restrictions of the Lord Talent and be loyal to him after all. Even if he wanted them to fight the Goddess of Life, they would not hesitate at all. The Lord's laws were above all laws and concepts. Even supreme faith was no exception. At the same time, after Carol Molly finished her ritual prayer, he quietly knelt on the ground and waited for the arrival of the Goddess of Life. However, time slowly passed. After waiting for about 10 minutes, the scene was still quiet. There was no sign that the Goddess of Life was about to appear. What's going on? Could there be an accident? He hesitated. The Yellow Emperor and Patriarch Lu were also a little impatient. They knew that Zhou Zhou had paid a huge price to resurrect the Buddha Lord. If they did not succeed in resurrecting the Buddha Lord after this, they did not know how to face Zhou Zhou. Moreover, the Buddha Lord was their best friend. They naturally did not want anything to happen to the revival of the Buddha Lord. Calm down. Zhou Zhou shook his head and said, this subordinate of mine is hosting a ritual to summon the Goddess of Life herself, not the divine projection of the past. An existence like the Goddess of Life must be an occupied person. It's good enough that we're allowed to summon each other. Let's just wait for a while. You're right, Patriarch. The Yellow Emperor and the others nodded. Then, he could only suppress the anxiety in his heart and wait patiently. They had been expecting for the Buddha Lord's return for tens of thousands of years. It didn't matter if it took a while. Another half an hour passed. Suddenly, the statue of the Goddess of Life at the center of the clergy suddenly emitted a gentle emerald light. This luminosity seemed to be able to illuminate the myriad worlds and reflect the appearance of countless life forms. Trillions of life forms appeared in the emerald green light. They knelt on the ground and implored to the Goddess of Life. As far as their eyes could see, their faces were filled with fanaticism. Under the fanatical gazes of these trillions of life forms, the statue of the Goddess of Life slowly transformed into a supreme life form. He had long, supple, and flawless jade green hair. His skin was holy and fair, and he had a pair of emerald green eyes. He was tall and slender, with a slender waist and an exquisite five-colored garland around his navel. The lower half of he was wearing an emerald green gown that revealed his straight, fair, and long legs. At that moment, he was floating in midair barefoot, looking holy and pure. The moment he appeared, a mystical charm emanated from him. Everyone looked at the Goddess of Life with the respect and admiration of a child seeing his mother. Greetings, Mother Goddess! All living beings shouted. Even the Yellow Emperor, Patriarch Lu, and Bai He were no exception. Among the people present, the only one who was not affected was Zhou Zhou. Zhou Zhou glanced at them and forced himself to retract his gaze. He looked at the goddess of life's beautiful appearance and was extremely shocked. This was the goddess of life, one of the top 10 master god tiers. All living beings were believers of the master god tier of life. Its ability was indeed unbelievable. At this moment, the goddess of life's gaze suddenly landed on Zhou Zhou. Chapter 1049, Goddess of Life's Guidance. Concealment. Greetings, Your Excellency Goddess of Life. When Zhou Zhou saw the goddess of life looking over, his heart skipped a beat. Then, he immediately said politely, "We meet again, common people's regal." The goddess of life smiled. Zhou Zhou nodded with a smile on the surface, but he could not help but click his tongue in his heart. Why did he feel that His Excellency, the goddess of life, seemed to be on par with him? At this moment, Trist's gaze landed on the Buddha Lord's relic. "Do you want me to resurrect this human true god tier?" Trist looked at Zhou Zhou and said. Actually, normally speaking, he should have asked Carol Molly, the initiator of the Great Resurrection spell. However, he might also know that Zhou Zhou was the one in charge, so he actually asked Zhou Zhou directly. "Yes, Your Excellency." Zhou Zhou was also stunned for a moment. Then, he realized that the goddess of life was asking him and immediately said. Trist nodded and looked at the Buddha Lord's relic again. As he watched, he suddenly looked at Zhou Zhou in wonder and chuckled. "In all the years I've wielded the Great Resurrection spell, only 5 existences have used such a price to revive 5 true god tier and above experts. Common people's regal. You're number 6 now." Yellow Emperor and the others couldn't help but be secretly shocked. When Zhou Zhou heard this, he looked like he had expected this. As expected, not many existences had used the true god tier resurrection technique that could only be used at such a huge price. As expected, not many existences had used the true god tier resurrection technique that could only be used at such a huge price. This was really... Zhou Zhou sighed in his heart, but he did not have any regrets. Now that he was already the patriarch of the human race, reviving the Buddha Lord was equivalent to reviving his subordinates. No matter how great the price of revival was, it was worth it. There was nothing to regret. Common people's regal, I have a way to let you use fewer Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals to revive the Buddha Lord. It's just that the process is a little troublesome, but this trouble is within your acceptable range. Do you want to know what this method is? However, if you want to know this method, I need to obtain 100,000 Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals as a reward. Are you willing to make this deal? Just as everyone thought that the goddess of life was going to resurrect the Buddha Lord, she suddenly said these words, causing everyone present to be stunned on the spot. Are you willing to make this deal? Clearly, he, a cardinal, did not expect the god spirit he believed in to say such words. I'm willing to make this deal. Zhou Zhou was the first to react and immediately said. It wasn't that he didn't want to revive the Buddha Lord, so he wanted to stall for time. The price of resurrecting a true god tier was too high. If he used 500,000 Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals to revive the Buddha Lord, he would not be able to revive his true god tier subordinates in time if anything happened to the other true gods under his command in the next 2 days and he did not have enough Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals. Now that the goddess of life said that he had a better way to revive, why didn't he listen first? If he felt that it was not suitable, he could just not use it. As for the price of 100,000 Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals, he could afford it anyway. At most, he would just treat it as building a relationship with the goddess of life. In any case, he would not lose out. The Yellow Emperor and the others didn't say anything. Firstly, they had no reason to stop Zhou Zhou from making such a choice. Secondly, if the price of resurrection could be lowered, it would be beneficial to them. Who could guarantee that nothing would happen to him in the future? If the price of resurrection was too high and they could not be resurrected, they would feel terrible. At this moment, after hearing Zhou Zhou's words, the goddess of life slowly revealed another method to revive the Buddha Lord. You can go to the temple of the master god Tyr of death, Thanatos, and ask him to use the great reincarnation technique to revive the resurrected through reincarnation. At this time, even though the living beings who reincarnated and revived have complete souls and memories, their bodies still don't have a trace of supernatural power. But don't worry, at this time, you can ask Thanatos to reconstruct their peak divine body and perfectly fuse their divine body and soul. This way, the revived living beings can return to this world in the most perfect form. Don't worry about it. Thanatos is very good at this. You don't have to worry about Thanatos doing anything fishy in the process. He often helped other master god tiers do such things and used them to obtain the resources he wanted. In this aspect, he cared very much about his credibility. The goddess of life smiled. Zhou Zhou and the others blinked. There was actually such a thing? An existence like the master god Tyr of death, Thanatos, actually had something similar to his business? The Yellow Emperor and the others beside he looked at each other. Their hearts were pounding, and they were inexplicably excited. To them, this news was no less than obtaining a top-notch civilization legacy. Moreover, it was a top-notch civilization inheritance related to the master god Tyr of death, one of the top 10 master gods. It had to be recorded in the treasury of human civilization. Its value was inestimable. The Yellow Emperor and company gritted their teeth as they thought. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and chose his words carefully. Thank you, Your Excellency, for telling us this news. But at this point, Your Excellency, there's something I don't understand. In fact, Your Excellency can use Your Excellency's Great Resurrection spell to complete the entire transaction and obtain all the resurrection benefits. Why did you pass this deal to the other Master God Tyr? The Goddess of Life smiled slightly, then suddenly sent a mental message. Actually, this matter can be considered a small secret to me. However, many Master God Tyrs know about this little secret. There's no harm in telling you about this regal who might become a Master God Tyr in the future. But I can only tell you one thing. You're the only one qualified to know my secret among the life forms present. No one else can. Zhou Zhou immediately felt apprehensive. He looked at the Yellow Emperor and company from the corner of his eyes. Sure enough, they saw a blank expression on their faces. Clearly, they did not know what the Goddess of Life was talking about. I promise to keep this a secret and not tell any other existence. Zhou Zhou braced himself and transmitted his voice. At this moment, even if he didn't want to know, he had no choice but to listen to this Her Excellency's secret. The Goddess of Life nodded slightly. As the Master God Tyr of the Law of Life, I control the Law of Life. Actually, a law technique like the Great Resurrection spell that reverses life and death is not completely compatible with or even completely contradictory to the laws I master. Because birth, aging, illness, and death are processes that all living beings that are not God spirits must experience. The so-called resurrection has actually violated the rules of life. It's a betrayal of the law of life. If I use the Great Resurrection spell, and it's an extremely high-level Great Resurrection spell, such as the Great Resurrection spell that resurrects a true God Tyr, it actually won't be very beneficial to me. Using the Great Resurrection spell often will even cause my nomological path to go astray, preventing the possibility of advancing to a higher level in the future. That's why I passed this business of yours to the Master God Tyr of Death. His great cycle of reincarnation is extremely suitable for reviving life forms. Furthermore, the control of life and death in the cycle of reincarnation is also beneficial for he to comprehend the law of death. That's why he likes to do such things. Furthermore, if I transfer your business to the Master God Tyr of Death, I'll actually get that guy's return. The Goddess of Life smiled. Zhou Zhou was dumbfounded. Good God! He had previously thought that the Goddess of Life and the Master God Tyr of Death were hostile to each other because of the opposing laws. Unexpectedly, the two of them seemed to be on good terms. My relationship with Thanatos is quite good. We often discuss our nomological comprehensions together. Other than his voice being a little unpleasant, his appearance being a little ugly, his personality being a little arrogant, and his body odor being a little stinky, he actually doesn't have whatever major flaws. The goddess of life seemed to have seen through Zhou Zhou's thoughts and said indifferently, "Zhou Zhou, I can tell that you have a really excellent relationship with the master god tier of death." With so many flaws, they were willing to sit down and negotiate with the other party. After a moment of silence, Zhou Zhou couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. "Since the Great Resurrection spell is not suitable for your path of nomological laws, why are there still legends in the myriad worlds that you often use the Great Resurrection spell to revive billions of life forms?" According to the numerous legacies he had obtained, the goddess of life was a master god tier existence. Her greatest reputation in the myriad worlds was her benevolent and compassionate personality. According to the numerous legacies he had obtained, most of the life forms in the endless heavens were extremely friendly to the goddess of life. Even the gods who knew more confidential information respected this master god tier very much. It was not out of respect for the other party's power and strength, but true respect for the deeds that the other party had done. First of all, if I only resurrect some god spirits and life forms below the genuine god tier level, it actually won't affect me much. Any projection of my divine power clone can easily do it. Also, even though using the Great Resurrection spell often has a slight effect on my path of laws, this kind of thing is very beneficial to my will. In the words of your human civilization, you can think clearly after doing it. Zhou Zhou, you've already comprehended the power of will. You should understand how important will is to us. In a way, Master God tier and even stronger God spirits value their will more than their laws. I observed the death of a life form and experienced pity for the passing of this life. I wanted to use my own method to save this life. This is undoubtedly disrespectful and a betrayal to the law of life. But isn't this act of pitying life also close to the original intention of the concept of life? People who don't pity life can't be gods of the law of life. The other laws might be a little different, but they're generally the same. The goddess of life said. Zhou Zhou seemed to have understood something. He sensed it. The goddess of life seemed to be giving him pointers. He wasn't even pointing out his nomological problems. Instead, it allowed him to see the rules, comprehend the rules, and control the rules from a higher perspective. Chapter 1050, Meeting the Thanatos Statue Again. Buddha Lord Resurrected. Lastly, we God spirits control the rules, not to be slaves to the rules and follow the rules indefinitely. They think that they were born with a noble status, but they don't know that we, Master God tier existences, look down on this group of God spirits bestowed by the heavens. Common people's regal, as God spirits, the meaning of us controlling the rules is not only to advance to a higher level of God spirits, but also to create rules that suit our wishes according to the rules. Even if this kind of creation requires us to betray the already solidified rules, it's still worth it for us to do it. That's my great resurrection spell. The goddess of life looked at Zhou Zhou. I've learned my lesson. Zhou Zhou said from the bottom of his heart. He felt that he had gained a lot more understanding of the essence of the Lord's laws. The goddess of life nodded and said, "Go ahead." The goddess of life gradually turned back into a statue. At this moment, the 500,000 Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals on the resurrection altar were also missing 100,000. Zhou Zhou saw this scene, but he did not care at all. He felt that he had obtained something far more precious than 100,000 Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals. He waved his right hand and saw that all the items on the resurrection altar had been put into his king's treasure box. Then, he led the Yellow Emperor and the others out of the shelter of the goddess of life and rushed to the god of death's temple. A moment later, Zhou Zhou and company flew to a plain with lush trees. A temple protected by thousands of Homeland Defense Army soldiers appeared in front of them. This temple was the god of death's temple that Zhou Zhou had conquered from a kobold tribe in the territory next door when he was developing in the high continent. The original temple was still very dilapidated. The reason why the renovation was so extravagant was because Zhou Zhou knew that the god of death, Thanatos, liked this style through his bloodline inheritance. Zhou Zhou looked at the seismograph and felt very emotional. He had not been here for a long time. Ever since he had led his troops to deal with the Nether Bark Kingdom, he had been more worried that this matter would attract the dissatisfaction of the god of death, Thanatos. The Nether Bark Kingdom was a religious kingdom dedicated to the god of death after all. He had destroyed the Nether Bark Kingdom. Even though he said that he had a reason, he was still a master god tier after all. He could not afford to offend him, so he had never come again. Even though he later obtained a large number of Holy Spirit level tier Faith Divine Crystals and knew that he could use these Faith Divine Crystals to exchange for a large number of treasures from the god of death, such as the Divine Kingdom Soldier type Soul Reaper, Death Immunity Scroll, and so on, he didn't think of coming over again. He still came today unexpectedly. If it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. I'm the Lord of all races in the Supreme Will's camp after all. I'm protected by the Supreme Agreement. This time, I came with the intention of the Goddess of Life. The god of death won't casually attack me, right? Zhou Zhou felt uneasy. However, when he thought of the Supreme Agreement, he felt more confident. He took a deep breath and led the Yellow Emperor and the others into the temple. As soon as they walked into the god of death's temple, they heard a bang. The yellow gold tier door behind them closed with a bang, and the lights in the entire temple were instantly extinguished. The entire temple was incomparably dark and silent, making people panic. Yellow Emperor and the others felt their hearts tighten when they saw this. What to do? Facing 10 Master God tier existences, even Imperial Lord Pangu would probably be nervous if he personally descended. Zhou Zhou took a deep breath. His gaze seemed to penetrate the darkness and he saw the tall statue of the yellow gold tier god of death on the altar. "Greetings, god of death, I'm Zhou Zhou," he said respectfully. "Long time no see, little lord under the supreme will. Recently, I've heard so much about your deeds that I don't want to hear any more." Not long after, the god of death's deep and playful voice sounded. "You flatter me, your excellency?" Zhou Zhou asked. "Hehe, I already know why you're here. Take out the true god tier's intrinsic item, 50,000 Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals, and 1,000 true god tier intermediate grade Divine Crystals and place them on the altar. A mere true god tier intermediate grade human. In a while, you will see his reincarnation." "Thank you, your excellency." Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Good God! It went from 500,000 Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals to 50,000 Holy Spirit tier Faith Divine Crystals. It decreased by more than 10 times. This was too convenient for Faith Divine Crystals. He immediately made a decision. In the future, when resurrecting god spirits, they would specially come to the god of death to revive. As for existences below god spirits, the shelter of the goddess of life was more cost-effective. Without another word, he took out all the resurrection items and placed them on the altar. The next second, the item on the altar was suddenly enveloped by a black light. After a while, the black light dissipated and the item inside had already disappeared. "It's not convenient for me to go to the high continent. Therefore, I will use the great reincarnation technique in the netherworld to revive the true god tier of your human race." The god of death, Thanatos, said. "As you wish, your excellency." Zhou Zhou immediately said. The entire god of death temple returned to silence. Zhou Zhou and company gazed at each other and waited quietly. About 15 minutes later. Whoosh! An incomparably pitch-black black dot suddenly emerged on the altar. Then, it quickly expanded and in the blink of an eye, it became a pitch-black divine door that was more than 3 meters tall. Right on the heels of that, a monk with a golden wheel of virtue on his back and a bun on his head proceeded out. He had a charitable face and a ruddy face. He was tall and burly. At the same time, he was wearing a red and silver kazaya. He gazed at everyone present and raised his palm with one hand as he smiled kindly. Brothers of the human race, I'm back. Amitabha. The Yellow Emperor and the other human gods gazed at the familiar Buddha Lord and couldn't help but shed tears. A grin emerged on Zhou Zhou's face. At the same time, Tathagata, who was meditating and resting in his residence, too seemed to have sensed something. He gazed behind him. The golden wheel of merit behind him gradually dimmed. After a while, only wisps of golden light of virtue surrounded him. Seeing this, not only was Tathagata not disappointed, he even so revealed a relieved smile. He pressed his palms together towards the direction of the god of death's temple and smiled in relief. Amitabha. Buddha has returned. It's a happy day. Chapter 1051, Confusion. In the god of death's temple, the Yellow Emperor, Buddha Lord, Patriarch Lu, and White River hugged each other excitedly. We can fight together again. Haha, Buddha Lord, you're finally back. If you hadn't come back, that kid Royeager wouldn't have been able to hold on. However, I have to say that Royeager has managed your Saha Empire very well. Now that you're back, you have to praise him. Sai, why didn't you tell us about such a big matter like Nirvana? Fortunately, you're revived now. At that time, I had no choice but to leave a message for you. Every second that I delay, more life forms in that world will be transformed into fog monsters by the mist source. I could only use Nirvana as the price to cross the entire boundless universe and barely expel the mist source. Alright, alright. It's good that you're back. It's good that you're back. The Yellow Emperor and the rest seemed to want to tell the Buddha Lord everything that they had not said all these years. The Buddha Lord also had a lot to say to the Yellow Emperor and company. Zhou Zhou smiled upon seeing this. The feeling that the Buddha Lord gave him was different from what he had imagined. The Buddha Lord had the heroic temperament of a valiant warrior other than the benevolent and compassionate temperament that ordinary Buddha cultivators should have. He had seen this temperament many times on his own soldiers. It could be said that he was very familiar with it. He did not expect this Buddha Lord to have such a temperament. According to what the Yellow Emperor and the others said in the past, the Buddha Lord is their comrade in arms who fought to the death with other races when they were insignificant in the human race. The human race's status before I came was all the result of Pangu, the Yellow Emperor, and the Buddha Lord killing billions of people of foreign races. It's normal to have such feelings. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly stopped chatting with the Buddha Lord. Then, he brought the Buddha Lord to Zhou Zhou and said with a smile, "This is the current patriarch of our human race. Common People's Regal, Lord of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Zhou Zhou. Buddha Lord, the reason why you were able to revive is all because of our new patriarch. First, thank our patriarch." When the Buddha Lord heard this, he immediately looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise. Naturally, he would not doubt the words of his good brother, even if the person in front of him was only at the low-tier deity level intermediate grade on the surface. However, since his good brother said that he was their human race patriarch, he definitely had the qualifications to sit in this position. Greetings, human sovereign. Without even asking, he clasped his hands together and thanked Zhou Zhou. You're too kind, Buddha Lord. Zhou Zhou smiled. I'm already the human clan leader. If I have the ability, I'll naturally help the leader of the human clan if I can. There's nothing to say. You can't say that. Patriarch Lu shook his head. Patriarch, when you were preparing to revive the Buddha Lord just now, you weren't the patriarch of the human race. When the Buddha Lord listened this, he immediately felt even more admiration for his new patriarch. He didn't know anything else for the time being. Just from Patriarch Lu's words, it was enough to prove that his clan leader was a noble person who was willing to sacrifice for the human race. Don't worry about that. Zhou Zhou shook his head and gazed at the god of death statue. Let's first express our gratitude to your excellency. You're right. I almost forgot my manners. Only then did the Yellow Emperor and company react. They hurriedly came to the god of death statue with Zhou Zhou. Then, Zhou Zhou was the first to speak. Thank you, your excellency, for resurrecting our true god tier. After Zhou Zhou finished speaking, the Yellow Emperor and company also said respectfully in unison. Thank you, your excellency god of death, for resurrecting the true god tier of our human race. The god of death's deep voice sounded with satisfaction. Common People's Regal, the quality of the Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals you offered can be uttered to be perfect. If there are other resurrected gods in the future, you can send them to me. I can guarantee that the Holy Spirit tier faith divine crystals I need to resurrect God spirits will only be about 1/10 of Triests. Resurrect creatures below the level of God spirits. Go find Triest again. In this aspect, he is indeed better than me. I can't be bothered to revive those ants. That's what I was thinking. Zhou Zhou said. Ha ha ha. The god of death laughed and uttered casually, I know why you didn't come to my temple previously. It's because of the destruction of the Nether Bark Kingdom, right? Yes, Your Excellency. Before Zhou Zhou came, he was already prepared to face such a problem. At this moment, he did not hesitate and directly revealed his true thoughts. After all, he couldn't fool them. Haha, the common people's regal. I like your honesty. But you don't have to worry about that. Even though the Nether Bark Kingdom is indeed my faith country, it has even been bestowed with a god-given building by me. However, since they chose to participate in this huge gamble of the Lord of all races, their future prosperity and destruction will be the result of their own choice as long as they are not interfered by any special external forces. As the Lord of all races, you used legitimate methods to annihilate an enemy who blocked your path to becoming the Lord of all races. What crime can you commit? No one will blame you for this, not even me, one of the strongest Master God tier. Thanatos said calmly. If only every race thinks like you. Zhou Zhou smiled bitterly. Are you talking about Uriel and the other kids? The god of death chuckled. They are indeed a little too much, but it's a pity that they are all within the rules set by the Supreme Will. They can be considered to be following the rules. At most, they are walking on the edge of the rules. Fortunately, your growth speed far exceeds their expectations, preventing these fellows who wander around the edge of the natural order from harming you. But, God of Death Thanatos' tone suddenly became serious. This is only temporary. If they really think that you might threaten they to fight for the position of the Lord of all races, and they feel that they have to eliminate you, they will probably take the risk of violating the supreme agreement to attack you. Therefore, common people's regal, you still have to be careful. Remember your attitude when you first came to the High Continent. You were pretty good back then. Thank you for your guidance, Your Excellency. I'll recall that. Zhou Zhou uttered respectfully. Sure. Common people's regal, being a master god tier is actually very boring. I hope you won't die too early and bring us old fellows some surprises. You can leave now. The god of death, Thanatos, said. The candles in the temple suddenly lit up again, illuminating the entire god of death's temple. At the same time, the door of the god of death temple behind them opened with a bang, revealing the scenery outside. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he took one last look at the god of death statue. The kobold with the god of death scythe closed his eyes and appeared to be resting. Let's go. He gazed at the Yellow Emperor and company. Sure. Seeing that the god of death didn't look like he was going to entertain them, the Yellow Emperor and company didn't dare to stay any longer. They returned to the Blazing Sun Kingdom with Zhou Zhou. Chapter 1052, Plan. The Primordial World. In the huge ancient hall, there was only a chaotic stone table and 11 chaotic stone thrones surrounding it. Only true god-tier speaker-level existences were qualified to sit on each stone throne. At this moment, almost half of the 11 thrones were occupied by the speaker of the human race. They were the second speaker, Zhou Zhou, the third speaker, Ji Xianyuan, the fourth speaker, the Buddha Lord, the fifth speaker, Patriarch Lu, and the sixth speaker, Bai He. When the Yellow Emperor saw this scene, he could not help but smile. This scene reminds me of the peak of the human race when the Imperial Lord was still alive. Even though the Imperial Lord has yet to recover, the human race is already better than before. No, it should be said that we are far better than before. He lamented. Back then, there were only 5 true god-tier existences at the peak of the human race. There were only 5 stone thrones. Later on, when Imperial Lord Pangu fell asleep, the Buddha Lord underwent nirvana, and Patriarch Lu left. The only ones who often appeared here were White River and him. However, there were 11 stone thrones here. Wasn't it much better than before? Zhou Zhou smiled and did not say anything. Now that he was the patriarch of the human race, the entire human race was under his control. It was naturally very simple for him to arrange for the true god tiers under him to enter the human race's parliament. This was also why there were 11 stone thrones here. This was because 6 of them belonged to him, the true god tier of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. As for the contribution requirements to become the speaker of the human race, it was even simpler. His subordinates had not only repelled the attacks of the people of foreign races for the human race in terms of contributions after all. However, they had also eliminated those people of foreign races later on, causing them to either be wiped out or surrender. This had expanded the territory of the human race by more than 4 to 5 times. After all, in terms of contributions, his subordinates had not only repelled the attacks of the people of foreign races for the human race, they had also eliminated those people of foreign races later on, causing them to either be wiped out or surrender. This had expanded the territory of the human race by more than 4 to 5 times. However, there was another requirement to become the speaker of the human race. One had to be a true god tier of the human race. At the same time, the Buddha Lord also looked at the 11 human true god tiers with great emotion. Thankfully, they had Zhou Zhou, the new human clan leader who had brought countless miracles and unlimited possibilities to the human race. If Imperial Lord Pangu is the master of the human race's Yuan opening realm, then this common people's regal is the master of the human race's revival. Humanity might reach an unimaginable level of glory in his hands. The Buddha Lord thought to himself. Even though he had only met Zhou Zhou today, on the way back, the Yellow Emperor and company had already told him about the series of things that had happened during his nirvana. Naturally, this included matters regarding Zhou Zhou. As he who mainly cultivated the law of karma and the law of time, he could see the limitless potential hidden in Zhou Zhou from his many deeds. It wouldn't be wrong to hand over the future of humanity to him. Buddha Lord, you just reincarnated and revived. Do you feel any discomfort? At this moment, Zhou Zhou looked at he and asked with concern. No discomfort at all. The Buddha Lord shook his head and sighed. Your Excellency's great reincarnation technique is very unbelievable. I feel that my divine body and soul are perfectly compatible. It's no different from my divine body and soul when I was alive. That's not all. I've comprehended a lot from his great reincarnation spell. Coupled with my previous comprehension of life and death from the nirvana cycle, I feel that I'm about to advance to the advanced grade of a true god tier. Really? The Yellow Emperor and the others were delighted. When have I ever lied to you? The Buddha Lord smiled. That's great. That's true. You experienced a true reincarnation of life and death this time, not a fake reincarnation of life and death like the law of karma. In addition to your Excellency's great reincarnation technique. This time, you might really be able to advance to an advanced grade true god tier expert. Everyone happily discussed. I also feel like I'm about to advance. If both of us advance to advanced grade true god tier, when the Emperor revives, our human race will have 3 advanced grade true god tier experts. After the discussion, the Yellow Emperor said to the Buddha Lord and the others. Everyone nodded, their hearts filled with anticipation. The current human race needed this sense of security too much. The Yellow Emperor suddenly thought of something and looked at Zhou Zhou. Patriarch, how's the operation against the people of foreign races going? Good news and bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Zhou Zhou smiled. Good news. The Yellow Emperor and the others looked at each other before he spoke. The good news is that most of the people of foreign races that stopped us from retreating to the primordial world have already surrendered to my Blazing Sun Kingdom and become a member of it. Currently, the merely ones who haven't surrendered are those people of foreign races who sense that they are powerful and have an empire-level lord faction. Zhou Zhou said. When everyone heard this, they immediately looked relieved. They felt very happy to see the enemies of the people of foreign races who had hit them when they were down. And the bad news? Patriarch Lu asked after being happy for a while. When Zhou Zhou heard this, him told the Yellow Emperor and the others about the Shadow Tribe gathering their allies to prepare for the final battle. When the Yellow Emperor and the others heard this, they couldn't help but open their mouths wide, as if they had heard something unbelievable. Patriarch. You're saying that within 3 days, the Shadow Race will gather 1 trillion people of foreign races and nearly 100 true god tiers to attack your Blazing Sun Kingdom together? He gulped and asked. Zhou Zhou nodded. The Yellow Emperor and the others looked at each other in confusion. Had the Humane Tribe offended a certain Divine Kingdom Lord faction? There were trillions of true god tiers and nearly 100 true god tiers. What was there to fight? Don't sense hopeless. Zhou Zhou looked at their expressions and knew what they were thinking. He knocked on the chaotic round table in front of him, emitting a crisp reverberation. He said. First of all, in terms of military strength, the number of troops under my command will also reach 1 trillion tomorrow. As for the true God tier, the number of nearly 100 true gods sounds like a lot, but they will merely gather in 3 days. During this period, we can go to the Shadow Clan in advance and destroy them. As long as the Shadow Clan is destroyed, the people of foreign races who came to the Eye will naturally know how powerful we are and won't dare to attack rashly. Then, there's a high chance that they will give up their support operation and return to their territory. Even if a small number of people of foreign races still want to deal with us, they will merely be a small force. We can naturally win easily as long as we obtain information about these people of foreign races in advance. Everyone, the power of our humane tribe is actually no longer the same as before. We just need to be careful and not make any mistakes. The final victory of this battle will definitely belong to us. Chapter 1053, The Domineering Buddha Lord. Shadow Race Information. Everyone could not help but feel much more at ease after hearing Zhou Zhou's words. However, they also looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise. How long has it been? The Patriarch's military strength had actually reached 1 trillion? This was comparable to an ordinary Divine Kingdom Lord faction. The Buddha Lord felt like he was in a dream. Their Patriarch actually had almost 1 trillion soldiers in his hands? Back when they were at the peak of the human race, how many soldiers did they have? It seemed to have only broken through 10 billion, right? We've found a powerful figure for the human race to be the Patriarch. After hearing Zhou Zhou's words, the Yellow Emperor thought for a while and nodded. His Majesty makes sense. In that case, I'll immediately contact our human god spirits and get them to rush to the Blazing Sun Kingdom to prepare for the battle in the next 3 days. In addition, a few of us will participate in this battle. Zhou Zhou nodded. This time, he didn't stop him. This was because he was already the Patriarch of the human race. He was already qualified to use all the resources of the human race under the premise of adhering to the Supreme Agreement. This naturally included ordering true god tiers to participate in his war. The other lords of the 10,000 races could not do this. First of all, even if they wanted to be the patriarchs of the races behind them, they had to see if the super experts behind them agreed. Zhou Zhou had relied on his strength, influence, and contributions to become the patriarch of the human race. It was precisely because of this that the Supreme Agreement did not stop him when he became the patriarch of the human race. Without fulfilling the requirements to become the clan leader, he tried to compete for the position of the Lord of all races and was forcefully pushed to this position by the experts of the race behind him. This was cheating. The Supreme Agreement would definitely not allow it. Like the Chaos God's race, if the Great One Lord wanted to become the patriarch of the chaotic divine clan, the most basic requirement was that his own strength had to reach the level of a Master God tier or have the combat power of a Master God tier. If he couldn't do this, there was no need to talk about anything else. In that case, on the other hand, the weaker the race, the easier it was for the Lord of all races to become the patriarchs of their race. I will give everyone a small surprise when the gods arrive tomorrow. At this moment, Zhou Zhou said with a smile. Oh? What surprise? The Yellow Emperor and company's eyes lit up as they asked curiously. It wouldn't be a surprise if I told you in advance. Zhou Zhou smiled. Then, he flipped his right hand, and a spatial ring appeared on his right hand. He then flew it directly to the Buddha Lord. Buddha Lord. There's a set of true God tier divine artifacts inside. Consider it a temporary loan from me. When the war starts tomorrow, you can kill the true God tiers of the people of foreign races and hand over their corpses to me in exchange for the ownership of these true God tier artifacts. These true God tier divine artifacts that are lent to you will truly become your possession. The specific exchange price is the corpse of a true God tier elementary grade God spirit. The corpse of a true God tier advanced grade enemy can be exchanged for a true God tier advanced divine artifact. If you don't need true God tier divine artifacts but materials at the true God tier level, you can also exchange them this way. A true God level corpse can be exchanged for 5 true God tier materials of the same level. As long as I have it, I can exchange it for you. If you don't have it, there's no other way. Zhou Zhou said. Thank you, Patriarch. When the Buddha Lord heard this, he looked at the spatial ring in his hand and could not help but click his tongue. Even though he had already learned of the majesty of the Patriarch from the Buddha Lord. Seeing was believing. At this moment, he finally understood how the Yellow Emperor and the others felt when they took over the true God tier divine artifacts. His divine sense entered and immediately saw the 6 true God tier intermediate grade divine artifacts inside. Among them, there were 3 true God tier grade intermediate grade divine artifacts. They were true God tier divine artifacts of the law of karma. Of the other 3 true God-tier divine artifacts, one was a true God-tier divine artifact with the law of light, and the other 2 were true God-tier divine artifacts with the law of time. These true God-tier divine artifacts were simply tailor-made for him. The patriarch was really impressive. The Buddha Lord sighed inwardly. The Buddha Lord had lived for so long, but this was the first time he had such luxury. Oh yes! You left behind a reincarnation after your nirvana. Now, he has already become a new life. His Dharma name is Tathagata. You can check it out when you have time. The Yellow Emperor suddenly thought of this and reminded the Buddha Lord. When I came, I had already sensed his existence. I'll meet he in a while. He should be waiting for me now. The Buddha Lord smiled. Zhou Zhou and the others nodded. Then, they chatted about the details of tomorrow's battle, and the simple meeting ended. Zhou Zhou returned to the Blazing Sun Kingdom, and the Yellow Emperor and company went to gather the human god spirits. The Blazing Sun Kingdom, after Zhou Zhou returned, he called Bai Yun, Wu Tu and the other generals over for a formal military meeting. The content of the meeting was about how to destroy the Shadow Clan, an enemy race, after heading to the Shadow Clan's territory. Wu Tu first took out the relevant information about the Shadow tribe and projected it in the air, giving the generals and god spirits present a simple introduction. The Shadow race is a special life form race born from the shadow of all things. They belong to the energy life form race. Due to their physical structure, even though they do not have many weaknesses in their bodies, they have their energy core, which is their eyes. Wu Tu pointed at the Shadow race member in the projection. This Shadow race member seemed to be made of shadows. Other than the faint black shadows, his body had no other color. The only thing that attracted his attention was its black crystal-like eyes. After seeing it, everyone could not help but possess a deep impression. The Shadow race will die immediately as long as we shatter their eyes. It's the same whether it's the Shadow race below the God Spirit level or the Shadow race above the God Spirit level. Everyone, you could pay attention to it when you fight the Shadow race tomorrow. Wu Tu stated seriously. Then, he flipped the page for the projection and pointed at the new page of information. The Shadow Clan is a tribe that is 30% stronger than the previous human clan. There are 10 Shadow race true God tiers in its race, and there are more than 800 Shadow race God spirits below the true God tier in the High Continent. Other than that, there are still more than 500 people of foreign tribe God spirits in the Shadow race's territory. They listen to the Shadow race. There's a high chance that them will participate in tomorrow's war. As for the soldiers of the Shadow race, them should be around 16 billion according to the intelligence of my heavenly map army. These soldiers are nothing to worry about. However, what we need to pay attention to is that at the moment, there are previously a large number of people of foreign races heading towards the territory of the Shadow race. Chapter 1054, Meeting Leah again, a warm meal. By my estimation, when we arrive at the Shadow Clan's territory tomorrow morning, there should be at least 300 billion soldiers, at least 3,000 people of foreign race god spirits, and at least 20 true god tiers gathered in the Shadow race's territory. We need to be prepared for this. Apart from that, regarding the Shadow race's trump card, Wu Tu spoke confidently in front of the generals, detailing the strength of the Shadow race. The generals and god spirits discussed in low voices below. Occasionally, they would ask Wu Tu questions and get answers. The detailed and complete battle plan was slowly discussed. Zhou Zhou was also involved. Half an hour later, the meeting was over. The generals and god spirits went to make their own preparations. As for Zhou Zhou, he was prepared to return to the time world and continue studying the Lord's laws with his 2 clones. However, it was on the way that he bumped into Leah and her maidservant, Yu Jiao. What a coincidence! Leah pulled her hair unnaturally and looked at Zhou Zhou. Your Majesty, is something big going to happen tomorrow? That's right. Zhou Zhou nodded and said with a smile, but there's nothing to worry about. In front of a woman, no matter how powerful the enemy was, there was no need to transmit this pressure to her. Furthermore, this wasn't too much pressure for him. Really? Leah's eyes lit up as she looked at Zhou Zhou in admiration. She liked and was even obsessed with Zhou Zhou's confidence. Of course. Zhou Zhou smiled. That's good. Leah lowered her head, her small hands behind her back intertwined unnaturally. I've prepared dinner. Does your Majesty have time to eat with me? Zhou Zhou looked at the unnatural Leah and Yu Jiao, who was looking at Leah with heartache. He immediately understood something. He immediately smiled and said, Of course I have time. I haven't tasted your cooking in a long time. It just so happens that I'm hungry too. Let's go eat now. Okay. Your Majesty, please follow me. Li Ya's eyes lit up when she heard that. She immediately stretched out her small hand and held Zhou Zhou's hand. They flew into the Divine World passageway and entered the Divine Kingdom. Then, she walked briskly towards a building not far away called Cunning Palace. Yu Jiao, who was standing at the side, looked at the smile that had not appeared on her queen's face for a long time. A happy smile subconsciously appeared on her face. In the Cunning Palace, Zhou Zhou sat in the main seat and looked at the table full of delicacies in front of him. He could not help but drool. Then, he looked at the nervous and expectant Li Ya beside him, and his eyes immediately became extremely gentle. The table of delicacies that looked a little inexperienced was indeed personally cooked by Li Ya. For this former princess, now the queen, to personally cook such a table of dishes, it could be seen how much effort and hard work the other party had secretly put in. And the coincidence just now was probably specially designed by the other party. Zhou Zhou grabbed her hand and said gently, "It's been hard on you." "It's not hard." Li Ya shook her head and pointed at the various dishes in front of her. She looked at Zhou Zhou expectantly. "Try it." "Sure." Zhou Zhou nodded happily. Then, he picked up his chopsticks and picked up a red dish in front of him. The name of the dish was volcanic food language. Its form was like a volcano. After Zhou Zhou placed the chopsticks on it, it was as if a switch had been turned on. Ball-shaped delicacies of different colors and fragrance slowly floated out and floated in the air. It looked very beautiful and strange. Zhou Zhou picked up one of the light red meatballs curiously and put it in his mouth. He closed his eyes and slowly savored the taste. Then, he opened his eyes and looked at Li Ya in satisfaction and surprise. "Delicious." "Really?" "Of course. Try it if you don't believe me." Zhou Zhou picked up a piece for Li Ya and fed it to her personally. After Li Ya ate it, she savored it for a while before opening her eyes to look at Zhou Zhou with a blissful smile. "What are you giggling about?" Zhou Zhou could not help but be amused by her silly smile. "Delicious. Try this." "Okay." Zhou Zhou and Li Ya ate for more than 10 minutes. Then, Zhou Zhou put down his chopsticks in satisfaction and looked at Li Ya. "I'm full. Thank you, my queen, for this dinner. If you like, I can make it for you every day." Li Ya said. "There's no need for that. It's too troublesome. I'll tell you when I have time to come and eat with you. Then you can make the cuisine for me." Zhou Zhou said. Li Ya's eyes lit up and she agreed vigorously. "I'll be going out with the army tomorrow. Do you want to come with me?" Zhou Zhou pondered for a moment and said. "But wouldn't I cause you any trouble?" Li Ya's eyes lit up, but then she hesitated. "You're also at legendary tier advance grade now. In addition, I don't want you to participate in the battle. It's just that after the battle begins, you can just watch the battle in the spaceship. With your current strength, as long as you don't participate in the battle and just watch the battle, it won't be a problem. And don't you still have me? With me around, I guarantee that you won't be harmed at all as long as it's not the Master God tier." Zhou Zhou said confidently. "Then I'll go." Li Ya immediately said. Zhou Zhou nodded and stood up. He said apologetically, "I still have to continue cultivating in the time world tonight. I'll have to leave you alone." Of course, a man has to prioritize national affairs. Moreover, you're the king of a country, and I'm the mother of a country. How can I mind such a small matter? Go ahead. I'll see you tomorrow." Li Ya gazed at Zhou Zhou with obvious reluctance, but she still uttered very seriously. Zhou Zhou reached out and touched Li Ya's face, feeling inexplicably calm. It was good to have a woman who had a structure and supported him. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he no longer hesitated. He turned around and walked towards the reincarnation sacred palace in the Myriad Ingots Hall not far away. Li Ya gazed at Zhou Zhou's departing figure with an infatuated expression. "You're leaving just like that? Your Majesty, for the sake of this table of delicacies, you haven't slept for a few days. You haven't rested well these past few days." Yu Jiao muttered. "It's okay." Li Ya turned around and uttered to Yu Jiao with a blissful smile, "His Majesty, he, is very busy every day. Now that he has become the patriarch of the human race, with his current status, I'm already very satisfied that he can take the time to finish this meal with me. Don't you see? Actually, His Majesty has other things he wants to do." Those things might be very important to His Majesty, the Blazing Sun Kingdom, and even the entire human race. However, he is willing to stop for me, listen to me, and eat with me. What else am I not satisfied with? What my queen said, seems to make sense. Yu Jiao scratched her head in confusion and added. But queen, you're really like what those individuals in the capital call, a love brain. Li Yi couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 1055, 11 Trillion Soldiers. The next day, in the Reincarnation Sacred Palace. I still haven't comprehended the third Lord Law skill. Comprehending the Lord's Law skill is too difficult. Zhou Zhou shook his head helplessly. He had an SS-class superpower, Emperor's Descent, and a mythical tier, the only Lord talent, the 10,000 Spirit Saint. It was already so difficult for him to comprehend the third Lord Law skill. He did not know how those regals who did not have these fortuitous encounters but walked the path of a Lord's Law skill had comprehended the Lord's Law skill. Then, he looked at Zhou Manage and Zhou Zhan. The two of them had long disappeared. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he knew that the other party had gone to get busy. He did not say anything and continued to close his eyes to comprehend the Lord's laws. At the same time, the Scarlet Brood Mother came straight here when Zhou Fight woke up early in the morning. Has Bai Yun already led the army in? He looked at the tall and ferocious Scarlet Brood Mother and asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Mu Gu said in a low voice. Zhou Fight nodded and waited. A moment later, a blood-colored stream of light flew out of the Scarlet Brood Mother and landed in front of Zhou Fight. It was Bai Yun. Greetings, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully. Are you done? Zhou Fight asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun took out 3 spatial rings with both hands. The first spatial ring contained 120 billion copies of the Violent Storm Spirit Class Change Certificate and 120 billion copies of the Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier Class Change Certificate. The second spatial ring contained 120 billion Violent Storm Spirit Recruitment Books and 120 billion Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier Recruitment Books. As for the third spatial ring, it contained other loots such as the Thunder Element Gems, the Iron-Eating Bear's Pet Egg, the Fear Falcon's Wings, and so on. Zhou Fight nodded slightly and took the second and third spatial rings. Go and change your class. I'm going to recruit new soldiers. Zhou Fight said. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun said respectfully. Then, he transformed into a blood-colored stream of light and flew out of the Divine Kingdom world. Zhou Fight also flew out and went straight to the Gate of Summoning. Then, he communicated with Wenya to summon 300 galaxy ships over. Then, he put all 240 billion recruitment books into the Gate of Summoning. Then, he got the 240 billion recruits to be located in the inner world of the galaxy. Finally, he used 100 legendary tier mist cores to summon all the recruits. After they came out, Zhou Fight said a few words to the new recruits and asked Wenya to bring the Violent Storm Spirit to the Forbidden Mage job change statues so that they could complete the job change together. He looked at the 300 galaxy ships filled with soldiers in the distance and could not help but smile. Even without counting the Star Alliance's 40 billion soldiers, I now have 1,075,848,196,048 soldiers. Including the soldiers of the Star Alliance, there are more than 1,100 trillion soldiers. More than a trillion soldiers. 1 trillion. Zhou Fight lamented. This was an unimaginable number. The soldiers of all the races in a small world that had grown to its limit added up to that many soldiers. A Divine Kingdom Lord faction that completely controlled their own race and had even conquered several complete people of foreign races, established an elementary Divine Kingdom, and had the ability to fight across worlds was about the same number of troops. However, such a terrifying force was now in his hands. It had to be said that the feeling of having a strong army was really good. The current me should only be one Divine Kingdom soldier type away from the true standard combat strength of a beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord. As long as I have an endless stream of Divine Kingdom soldier-type soldiers, my Blazing Sun Kingdom will officially be comparable to a standard beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Zhou Fight thought to himself. Of course, having a Divine Kingdom soldier type was not a necessary condition to establish a Divine Kingdom. Without a Divine Kingdom soldier type, one could also establish a Divine Kingdom. However, such a Divine Kingdom faction was like a kingdom without a kingdom-level soldier type or an empire without an empire-level soldier type. They seemed to have entered that level of power, but in the eyes of the truly powerful lords, they were all unqualified kingdoms or empires. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He spent another 100 legendary tier mist cores to summon the 139,500 new subjects from the Gate of Summoning. Greetings, my lord, X139,500. All the new subjects shouted respectfully. Welcome to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Fight smiled. Then, he got all the professionals to stand up and realized that he had summoned a total of 1,090 professionals this time. He summoned 181 more professionals than usual. Among them were a legendary tier array master, a legendary tier mutant, a legendary tier talisman master, a legendary tier alchemist, a legendary tier chi practitioner, a legendary tier yellow heaven sorcerer, a legendary tier card master, and a legendary tier magician. Zhou Fight's gaze dropped on the yellow sky warlock, card user, and magician. Among them, the yellow sky warlock had the bloodline of the scarlet true god, the yellow sky god, and had mastered some scarlet bloodline spells. Card user was a profession with extraordinary tier cards as the core of the profession. Their abilities were comprehensive and complicated. However, it was precisely because they were too comprehensive that they did not have an obvious advantage in professional specialties. However, if a card user could grow up and display his comprehensive characteristics to the extreme, he would almost be comparable to an empire-level combat professionals of the same level. As for magicians, they were an extraordinary tier profession that used the magic circuit as the core of their profession. They mastered some demonic tactics and close combat abilities. Occasionally, they could even act as contract masters and contract some extraordinary tier creatures from another world to fight for them through demonic arrays. Zhou Fight could not help but click his tongue in wonder after reading it. Every time he summoned a new subject, he would see some interesting profession owners. Not bad, not bad. They were all included in the coverage of the king. Then, he received the officials to arrange for these new subjects while he walked to the lord's shop alone. The lord's shop. When Zhou Fight arrived, he observed Zhou Chenmin sitting in front of the counter in boredom. Your Majesty, Zhou Chenmin. You look relaxed today, don't you? Why? Has the game been updated? Zhou Fight sat in front of the counter and questioned casually. Your Majesty's guess is so accurate. The Lord's era has really been updated. Zhou Chenmin said in surprise. Zhou Fight. He understood that this old fellow wouldn't be able to stay idle. Bring out today's merchandise. Zhou Fight trembled his head. Okay. Zhou Chenmin grinned and said. Then, he took out 3 colored boxes from under the counter. One of the boxes was khaki, one was purple, and the last box was black. Zhou Fight opened them one by one and viewed over. The first box contained a professional class change certificate. Item name, Yellow Heaven Warlock Class Change Certificate. Item level, Empire level. Item effect, item to change the profession of an Empire level combat profession. After using it, you can become an Empire level combat profession Yellow Heaven Warlock. You will also have the basic theory of Yellow Heaven Warlock cultivation, the bloodline of a true god, an elementary grade Yellow Heaven god, 100 years of combat experience as a Yellow Heaven Warlock, and the initial strength of a lower level White Silver Tier Warlock. Item description, Empire level combat profession class change certificate. It originated from the legacy of True God Scarlet True God Huang Tian. Coincidentally, a human clansman inherited the legacy of the Scarlet True God inside. In the future, he will have the chance to use this profession to become a true god of Crimson Law. Chapter 1056, 3 Goods. 1700 God Spirits arrive. Yellow Heaven Warlock Class Change Certificate. The corners of Zhou Fight's mouth twitched. Would it be the subject's merchandise venue again? Even though this thing was not bad, it was a class change certificate for an Empire-level combat profession. But he could harvest hundreds of billions of similar books in a day. This thing was of little value to him. At most, it was somewhat unique. Moreover, Zhou Fight did not take this specialty seriously. Wasn't it just an Empire-level profession that could become a Scarlet True God tier? He, a regal with a law skill, needed to become a Scarlet True God tier? Wasn't that lowering his status? Couldn't he just let his subordinates become True God tier Scarlet? Mugu for example. I'll throw it into the military merit exchange system later and include the exchanger in the king's territory. The exchanger knows it. I have it. I know it too. I have it. Zhou Fight made a relaxed and happy decision. Then, he looked at the second purple box. He looked over after he opened it. He saw a purple card lying quietly inside. Zhou Fight picked it up and looked at it. Behind it was a purple vortex pattern. On the front was a sealed rotten wooden coffin. Card name, Sealed Slave House. Card grade, Special Level. Card effect, throw any living creature's corpse killed by the owner into the sealed slave hall. The corpse will be enslaved by the hall spirit and inherit all the memories and strength of the corpse when it was alive. From there, the corpse will be controlled to fight for the owner of the card. After the corpse was destroyed, there would be a gap of 1 day before a new corpse could be placed in the slave hall. Card description, Forbidden Coffin, eager to seal and enslave more powerful corpses. Zhou Fight raised his eyebrows. What is this? Corpse elf orb? Zhou Fight smacked his lips twice before putting it into his king's treasure box. Today, he could use it to subdue a true god tier from the people of foreign races for fun. Then, he gazed at the third box. In the third box, there was a thick book that gazed like a dictionary. Treasure name, Encyclopedia of Demonic Tactics. Treasure grade, High tier deity level. Treasure effect, the Extraordinary Tier Magician's Tactics book. It contains 16,326 basic tactics, 16,471 advanced tactics, 2,122 advanced tactics, and 36 forbidden tactics. If you completely master this demonic tactics encyclopedia, you can become a top-notch magician. Treasure introduction, the Encyclopedia of Extraordinary Tier Magicians. It is also the best introductory book. Zhou Fight flipped through it a few times before losing interest. This was because these warlocks, from the basic level to the advanced level, were only equivalent to ordinary magic skills. Only forbidden techniques could be considered law skill level abilities. However, Zhou Fight did not lack law skills at all. In addition, he wanted to learn these techniques and become a magician, which crafted Zhou Fight even more uninterested. The magician appeared to be an extraordinary tier product of a small world after all. The upper limit was only equivalent to an empire-level combat profession. There was no need for Zhou Fight to waste his professional position on this extraordinary tier profession with low potential. Only he might be interested in a Divine Kingdom level profession. However, he still decided to buy it and toss it into the Myriad Races Legacy Tower. He would just treat it as adding more treasures to the Myriad Races Inheritance Tower. How many mist cores do these 3 goods cost? Zhou Fight asked. Yellow Heaven Warlock Class Change Certificate, worth 200 Legendary Tier Mist Cores. Card Treasure Sealed Slave Hall is worth 150,000 Legendary Tier Mist Cores. High Tier Deity Level Treasure, Encyclopedia of Demonic Tactics, worth 900 Legendary Tier Mist Cores. Zhou Zhenmin said. Zhou Fight was amazed. This sealed slave's coffin was actually worth 150,000 Legendary Tier Mist Cores? It seemed that he had a very high upper limit. Not bad. A good treasure. Zhou Fight grabbed out 151,100 Legendary Tier Mist Cores and handed them to Zhou Zhenmin. Thank you for your business. Zhou Zhenmin accepted it with a smile. Zhou Fight nodded. Then, he directly threw Yellow Heaven Warlock Class Change Certificate into the Military Merit Exchange System and quickly memorized Encyclopedia of Demonic Tactics. Then, he handed it to Wenya and let her copy it into the Myriad Races Inheritance Tower. Finally, he threw the card The Sealed Slave's Coffin into his king's treasure vault before turning around and leaving the Lord's shop. At the same time, Zhou Manage was already in the Blazing Sun Palace, dealing with today's government affairs. However, before long, Zheng Yuankai suddenly strolled over from afar and quickly arrived in front of him. Your Majesty, those people of foreign races who accepted the letter of surrender have just arrived at the border of our Blazing Sun Kingdom with all the compensation resources, soldiers and god spirits stipulated in the letter of surrender. They are currently stationed in the military fortress of Twilight City. Zheng Yuankai reported. Have you arranged for them to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom? Zhou Manage stopped working and gazed up at Zheng Yuankai. It's over. They are now subjects of our Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zheng Yuankai replied. That's good. Zhou Manage nodded and stood up. Let's go, Prime Minister. Let's go and see these new citizens of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. They were all representing the same race after all. It was impossible for Zhou Manage, the king who temporarily replaced Zhou Zhou, to not even show his face. That would be underestimating the other party. Even so, the other party would not have any objections. As the owner of Zhou Zhou's administrative personality, Zhou Manage still felt that it was better to make a trip. On the way there, Zheng Yuankai also told Zhou Manage about the people of foreign races who had been persuaded to surrender. Because the number of people of foreign races who have surrendered has increased again, this time, it's not 104 billion people of foreign race soldiers and 1040 people of foreign race god spirits. It's a total of 170 billion people of foreign race soldiers and 1700 god spirits. Now, they have already become soldiers and god spirits of our blazing sun kingdom. Zhang Yuankai smiled. The soldiers were easy to deal with. However, 1700 god spirits was definitely not a small number even for the current blazing sun kingdom. As the Prime Minister of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, he was overjoyed to see the kingdom's power increase again. Zhou Manage also smiled. These soldiers and god spirits came at the right time. He sighed. On the other side, Zhou Fight welcomed a large group of god spirit friends. They were the 100+ human god spirits carried by the Yellow Emperor, Buddha Lord, Patriarch Lu, and Baihe. Among them were Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, Neza, Star Lord Wuokwa, Patriarch Zhen Yuan, Goddess of Holy Land, and other human god spirits that Zhou Fight was familiar with. Together with Zhou Zhou, they had resisted the previous invasion of the Scarlet Alliance army. There were also some new human god spirits that Zhou Zhou had never seen before. When Zhou Fight saw this, he was even more confident in today's battle. Chapter 1057, Going to the Shadow Clan. Greetings, Patriarch. The god spirits of the human race greeted Zhou Fight respectfully. Among them, Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, Neza, and the other gods who had once fought alongside Zhou Zhou looked at the current Zhou Fight and could not help but sigh. The last time they fought together, this Blazing Sun King was only their human speaker. He was even the 6th speaker of the human race, who was ranked at the bottom. How long had it been? The other party had already surpassed all the speakers and become the master of the human race? If not for the fact that they had already learned about this regal's terrifying power and contributions to the human race through the Yellow Emperor and the others, they would probably have shouted that it was shady. At the same time, when Zhou Fight saw the gods bowing to him, he nodded slightly without avoiding them. Then, he solemnly shouted. There's going to be a big fight today. The target of the war is the enemy of the human race, the Shadow Clan. We have a long-standing grudge with the Shadow Clan. In fact, the last time we humans retreated to the primordial world, the Shadow Clan even joined forces with the other races to stop us from retreating to the primordial world. They wanted us to be exterminated on the high continent. Let's end this unrelenting hatred today. Everyone, are you ready? I've long been prepared. Kill. Kill it and turn the world upside down. The Shadow Clan killed several of my good brothers and made it impossible for my cultivation to improve in this life. I must give them an explanation today. Patriarch, when are we going to fight? The gods were agitated, and their expressions were filled with malevolent killing intent and anger. Obviously, they all had some enmity with the Shadow Clan. Our soldiers complete their job transitions, we will immediately head to the Shadow Clan's territory after all. Zhou Fight shouted. When the gods heard this, they gripped their divine weapons tightly. None of the god spirits were afraid to fight at this moment. Zhou Fight nodded slightly. Not bad. As expected of the deity of the human race. At the very least, he didn't show any signs of cowardice before the battle. It had to be known that he had already asked the Yellow Emperor and the others to tell these gods that the Shadow Clan might have accumulated troops and the number of god spirits. Even so, they were not afraid. Such courage had already surpassed many god spirits. Even though the war hasn't started yet. I can tell you in advance that the strength of our human side is definitely not weaker than the enemy's. Especially in terms of military strength. We've already far surpassed each other. And it's the same for the number of god spirits and true god tiers. Zhou Fight said this under the shocked gazes of the god spirits. Zhou Fight said this under the shocked gazes of the god spirits. They had already learned from the Yellow Emperor that their patriarch already controlled trillions of troops after all. But what did it mean when it came to the number of god spirits and true god tiers? Didn't the information they received say that the Shadow Clan would have more than 3,000 people of foreign race god spirits and at least 20 true god tier existences stationed in the Shadow Clan today? There were so many god spirits and true god tiers in the human race now? They thought in disbelief. Zhou Fight saw the confusion in their eyes and said. I can tell you something first. Just now, my Blazing Sun Kingdom added 170 billion people of foreign race soldiers, 1,700 god spirits of foreign races, and a large amount of war compensation and resources. They came because of the people of foreign races who stopped us humans from retreating to the primordial world. Now that they've accepted the letter of surrender sent by this king, they're under this king's command. These god spirits and soldiers were sent to join our Blazing Sun Kingdom because of the agreement to persuade them to surrender. As soon as these words were spoken, the god spirits of the human race were shocked. 170 billion people of foreign race soldiers and 1,700 god spirits. Just these soldiers and god spirits far exceeded the total number of troops and god spirits at the peak of the human race. But then, they frowned slightly. If that was all, it still couldn't compare to the total number of god spirits in the Shadow Clan's territory, especially the total number of true god tier. When Zhou Fight saw this, how could he not guess what they were thinking? He smiled and said, "Everyone, I think you must still have doubts. But let me keep you in suspense first. When we fight with the Shadow Clan, you will naturally understand why the number of true god tier on our side is not inferior to the number of true god tier on the Shadow Clan's side." The gods and true god tier looked at each other. "Don't tell me." The Yellow Emperor was deep in thought. He already had a guess in his heart. But when he thought of that possibility, he was still unsure. The Patriarch's ability had long appeared in his personal information. However, could it really do that? When the other god spirits listened to Zhou Zhou's words, they more or less had some guesses. However, just like the Yellow Emperor, they weren't too sure. And looking at the Patriarch's secrecy, even if they asked, the other party probably wouldn't tell them. They could only give up. Only the Lords of the Star Alliance looked at each other with smiles and anticipation on their faces. After a while, all the violent storm spirit soldiers changed their professions to forbidden mages. Even though this process had cost Zhou Zhou 240,000 legendary tier mist cores. However, compared to the gains, it was nothing. Seeing this, Zhou Fight did not waste any more time. He invited 2,000 galaxy over and packed all the soldiers, god spirits, clergymen, war-type lifestyle professionals, war machines, war resources, and other living beings and resources related to war. Meanwhile, he boarded the galaxy leader with Zhou Zhou, Zhou Zhang, Li Yi, and Yu Jiao, who had rushed over. Then, he led all the galaxy ships into the dark universe and headed for the territory of the Shadow Clan. Inside the galaxy leader, Li Yi gazed at Zhou Zhou and his two clones with a calm expression. Yu Jiao, who was beside her, gazed surprised. In fact, Li Yi had long known that Zhou Zhou had the doppelganger technique. However, she did not tell Yu Jiao, so Yu Jiao gazed surprised. However, Li Yi was the same. Even though she knew that Zhou Zhou had two clones, this was the first time she had seen two clones beside him at the same time. "Are you used to it?" Zhou Zhou asked with a smile. "It's okay." Li Yi nodded. There were all kinds of strange skills in the highest continent. The skills of the clones were considered very ordinary. It was just that the talent of the clone was very little. Zhou Zhou's heart stirred when he listened this. He viewed Zhou Manage and Zhou Zhan transform into two 9-colored streams of light that flew into Zhou Zhou's body and fused with him. After receiving the replenishment of his two clones, Zhou Zhou could not help but take a deep breath. He sensed that his strength had boosted by more than 2 to 3 times. Even though it's not bad, it's still inferior to the king. Zhou Zhou shook his head inwardly. Chapter 1058, Pseudo-Race Divine Artifact Shadow Canopy. His law skill, King, had already advanced to the low-tier deity level intermediate grade with his comprehension. A total of 2% of subjects. What kind of concept was this? He now had more than 1,280 billion soldiers under him. Including the subjects of the various races without extraordinary tier powers, there were nearly 100 trillion of them. There were nearly 100 trillion subjects. Apart from the human subjects and the subjects he had subdued through the extermination operation, there were also more than 100 subjects of the people of foreign races who had accepted the surrender letter and joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom. With so many subjects and soldiers, even if Zhou Zhou could only mobilize 2% of them, they were still close to 1 trillion extraordinaires. In other words, Zhou Zhou could use the power of most of his soldiers, generals, and god spirits on himself with a single thought. With so many extraordinaires and god spirits, their combined strength could even allow an ordinary person to become a top-notch true god tier existence. Compared to this, the enhancement of 2 true god tier clones was really nothing. However, as the number of subjects and soldiers under he increased, a problem also appeared. That was, he had encountered a bottleneck. He was unable to use the power of so many extraordinary individuals and god spirits to raise his strength to the level of a master god tier elementary grade. At most, he could only raise his strength to the level of a top true god tier that was infinitely close to the level of a master god tier elementary grade. He would not be able to continue raising his strength. Master god tiers are all existences who have grasped a complete nomological law. Once you master a complete nomological law and become a master god tier, your combat strength will be incomparable to that of a true god tier. It's normal for me to encounter bottlenecks. With my current strength, even if I advance to the high tier deity level, I'm afraid I won't be able to raise my strength realm to the master god tier elementary grade through the king. Unless my strength increases to the true god tier elementary grade. At that time, with the support of the power of the king, I might be able to raise my own strength to the master god tier level. It's just that in a short period of time, I can't use normal methods to raise my strength to the true god tier realm. In that case, the additional power of the subjects will be a waste. The best way to resolve this problem is to create more avatars that belong to me and let my avatars split the power of the subjects equally. It's enough in the current Lord of all races contest. Now, my origin energy has almost been replenished. I should be able to create my third clone tomorrow. He had a plan in mind. You brought your clone out today. Is it because of the war against the Shadow Clan today? At this moment, Li Ye's voice woke Zhou Zhou up from his thoughts. Zhou Zhou came back to his senses and nodded. He smiled and said, "That's right. Bring them all over. It's safer." "Yes." Li Ye nodded. Then, after some hesitation, she couldn't help but say in a low voice, "But your majesty, you have a body of gold now. It's best not to take risks easily. We don't know what kind of powerful trump cards the enemy has. If anything happens to you, everything that the Blazing Sun Kingdom or even the human race possesses might instantly collapse and be destroyed. Your Majesty, you must value your own safety." After saying that, she stared fixedly at Zhou Zhou, as if she was afraid that he would disappear from her sight in the next second. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before silently hugging her. "Don't worry, your husband cherishes his life very much. I won't next time. And since your husband dared to come here, he naturally has the confidence to evacuate safely and stay away from danger." Zhou Zhou said softly. This time, he had brought all the Master God tier means of the Holy Flood Dragon Pearl with him. If anything really happened, he could only let the living beings on the High Continent see what a Master God tier level destructive power and self-protection ability was. After hearing Zhou Zhou's words, Li Ye, who was in his arms, let out a soft grunt. At this moment, Zhou Zhou and Li Ye suddenly felt the Galaxy Leader under their feet tremble slightly. Zhou Zhou and Li Ye suddenly felt the Galaxy Leader under their feet tremble slightly. "Your Majesty!" Wen Ye's gentle voice sounded. Zhou Zhou looked at her and said, "Wait for me here." "MHM." Li Ye nodded. Zhou Zhou stroked her hair and flew out of the spaceship. Then, he looked up at the sky. At this moment, the sky that should have been filled with sunlight was suddenly covered by a thin black veil, causing the entire territory of the Shadow Clan to be enveloped in a dark shadow that was not illuminated by the sun. Is this a pseudo-racial divine artifact created by the Shadow Clan Shadow Canopy? Zhou Zhou looked at the black sky and muttered to himself. As an energy life form born from the shadows, once the Shadow Clan escaped the protection of the shadows, their strength would be greatly reduced, and they would become extremely weak. This was the Shadow Clan's innate fatal weakness, just like how the Fire Cry race was afraid of water attribute treasures. If the Shadow Clan was in the shadows, not only would their strength be greatly enhanced, but their bodies would also become extremely powerful and their recovery ability would also be extremely strong. The Shadow Clan in the shadows and the Shadow Clan outside the shadows could be said to be two completely different races. In order to maintain their peak might to the greatest extent and not let other races use this fatal weakness to attack them, the Shadow Clan spent tens of thousands of years, spent countless precious resources, killed countless experts of various races, and snatched countless treasures. Only then did they jointly create such a pseudo-race divine artifact Shadow Canopy. Under the Shadow Canopy, not only would the Shadow Clan obtain the benefit of the Shadow State, but they could also obtain an additional bonus from the race's divine artifact, allowing their combat might to rise to a higher level. At the same time, it would be easier for them to comprehend the Shadow Law and walk the path of a God Spirit. Ever since the Shadow Canopy was created, the efficiency of the Shadow Clan producing God Spirits had more than doubled. Currently, nearly a third of the God Spirits of the Shadow Clan were affected by the Shadow Canopy. When advancing to the God Spirit realm, the probability of advancing to the God Spirit realm increased. It was precisely because of the influence of the shadow canopy on the shadow clan that Zhou Zhou sensitively discovered that there was actually an extremely thick layer of strength of faith condensed on the shadow canopy. If another 100,000 years pass, this shadow canopy might really advance to a true species divine artifact under the faith of the trillion shadow clan. When the time comes, with the potential of this shadow clan, they might immediately advance to become a divine kingdom lord faction. What a pity! Zhou Zhou squinted at the shadow canopy. It was a pity that he met him. The next second, he abruptly transformed into a 9-colored stream of light and soared up. In the blink of an eye, he flew 1,000,000 meters into the sky. With a thought, he noticed 2 9-colored streams of light fly out from his glabella. Then, he left them on both sides of him, turning into Zhou Fight and Zhou Zheng. "Break this shadow canopy with me," Zhou Zhou said calmly. "Yes." Zhou Fight and Zhou Zheng acknowledged slightly. Chapter 1059, Furious Isis. Lifeless Shadow World. The three of them took out a true god tier Bao type true god divine artifacts from their king's treasure box at the same time. These 3 true god tier divine artifacts were all different. They were the heavenly divine hunting bow of the law of wind, the demon eye of the dark dragon of the law of light and darkness, and the decaying meteor of the law of time. The 3 of them raised their divine bows and activated king. Instantly, they raised their strength to the level of a top-notch true god tier. Then, they mobilized the chaotic holy power in their bodies and pulled the bowstring to a full moon. At this moment, as the bowstring was pulled taut, 3 heaven and earth phenomena suddenly descended under the shadow canopy. There were countless apocalyptic phenomena of astral winds and divine arrows. There was also the phenomenon of everything decaying and falling when an arrow was shot. Such a huge commotion attracted the attention of countless true god tier cultivators in the outside world. Then, they saw Zhou Zhou, who was about to draw his divine bow and destroy the sky screen. When they saw this, they were immediately shocked and afraid. Even though this arrow had yet to be shot, they had already realized that this common people's regal seemed to have become stronger again. Such a shocking phenomenon naturally could not be hidden from the shadow clan under the shadow canopy. Under the shadow canopy at the Taiyin Divine Peak, the Temple of Shadows, Isis the shadow clan leader, the true god of assassination and ultimate darkness, was chatting happily with the other true gods of the people of foreign races who had rushed over to provide support. His expression suddenly changed, and he jerked his head up. At this moment, his gaze seemed to penetrate the ceiling of the shadow temple. He saw Zhou Zhou, who was 1,000,000 meters high in the sky, his 2 clones, and them raising their arrows to destroy the shadow canopy. Damn it! It's common people's regal. As expected, he came before we were ready. This fellow's ability to hide himself is quite powerful. If he hadn't been preparing to attack our shadow canopy, I probably wouldn't have discovered him by now. Even though they had yet to fight, he had already lost a round just by relying on this method of hiding himself. As for the shadow canopy, he had nothing to worry about. As a pseudo-racial divine artifact, the shadow canopy had considered the problem of being destroyed by invading enemies when it was being forged. Therefore, it had added a large number of true god tier materials to strengthen its defense, as well as a very small number of lord god tier rare materials. Such a large-scale pile of materials caused its defense to be extremely high. Under normal circumstances, only a master god tier could destroy the shadow canopy. But where did the master god tier come from? This made the shadow canopy an existence that could not be destroyed in the eyes of the shadow clan. It had protected the shadow clan for tens of thousands of years. After hearing his words, the 9 shadow clan true god tiers and the other 12 people of foreign races who had rushed over also reacted. They hurriedly looked up and saw the 2 clones of Zhou Zhou and him, as well as what they were about to do. "How dare you? How dare you take the initiative to come over? Alliance Master, what are you waiting for? Let's do it." This common people's regal probably didn't expect us to have a total of 22 true god tier existences, right? Let's go and kill him now. The day of common people's regal's death is today. Okay. Everyone, follow me and kill this arrogant common people's regal. When Isis listened the god's words, she agreed without hesitation. He had more than 300 billion soldiers, 3,600 god spirits, and 22 true god tiers. There was no lack of top true god tiers who were advanced grade true gods. With such a huge lineup, not to mention the blazing sun kingdom right in front of him, even if it was a beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction, as long as the other party did not have Divine Kingdom soldier types or Master God tier methods, he would dare to bring the Shadow Clan to fight. He looked at the other true god tier of the Shadow clan, who was wearing a greyish-black tight short-sleeved shirt, and threw a token that emitted a shadow aura to him. Jacro, this common people's regal should have brought his soldiers over. It's said that the enemy's military strength has reached hundreds of billions. Quickly take my Taiyin divine token and gather all the soldiers of our race and the alliance. Then, attack common people's regal together. If you're stopped by common people's regal's soldiers along the way, kill all the common people's regal's soldiers with our god spirits. Don't try to incite surrender this guy's soldiers. Those top bloodline races have already done experiments for us. It's impossible for the common people's regal's soldiers to be under the effect of incite surrender. He ordered. Yes, Patriarch. Jacro nodded. Then, he left to gather the soldiers and god spirits without another word. Isis did not waste any more time. He brought the other 20 true god tiers and soared out of the Temple of Shadows. Then, they turned into 20 streams of light and flew towards Zhou Zhou and the others in the sky. Soon, they reached a height of more than 200,000 meters. At this moment, 11 figures flew over from not far away and blocked the path that these people of foreign race true god tier had to pass through. They were the Yellow Emperor, Buddha Lord, Patriarch Lu, Baihe, True God Shenghuo, Original Sin, and Demon Hunter True God Gerald, Heavenly Dragon God Kika, Blazing Sun True God Heros, Demon Flood Dragon Race True God Dickens, Abyssal Dragon Nazario, Light Sacred Dragon Injsal. Among the 11 Deo Supremacies, the Yellow Emperor and the others were all true god tier existences. As for Nazario and Injsal, even though they were not in the true god tier realm, they had combat power close to that of a true god. They could fight with a true god for a period of time without risking their lives. How dare a mere 9 true god tiers stop us? Isis shouted. Among them, there were 3 high-level true god tier experts, 6 mid-level true god tier experts, and the rest were low-level true god tier experts. In terms of strength alone, it far exceeded the Blazing Sun Kingdom's lineup. No wonder he didn't take true god tiers like the Yellow Emperor seriously. However, even so, Isis was also a little surprised. How long had it been since the Blazing Sun Kingdom had obtained so many true god tier combatants? Thinking of this, Isis became more and more afraid. At the same time, she became more and more determined to demolish the common people's regal and his Blazing Sun Kingdom. True god tiers of the Shadow clan, listen up. Activate the lifeless Shadow realm and kill these Blazing Sun Kingdom true god tiers. He shouted. Yes. The other 9 Shadow clan true god tiers replied loudly. Then, they quickly formed seals with their hands and chanted spells at the same time. Then, they pointed at the shadow under Patriarch Lu and the others. A black stream of air instantly soared out from their fingertips and rushed into the shadow under their feet. The next second, Baihe and the other true god tiers of the 9 Blazing Sun Kingdoms had all fallen into their shadows, leaving only a shadow beneath their feet that they couldn't get rid of. The Yellow Emperor and the Buddha Lord, the only 2 remaining intermediate-grade true god tier experts, immediately turned grim. They looked across only to see Shadow Clan true god tier who had used the lifeless Shadow realm had already disappeared. It was obvious that he had already entered the lifeless Shadow realm for a 1v1 battle with the other true god tier humans. Only Isis and the other 13 people of foreign race true god tier were left. Leave 2 intermediate grade true gods behind to deal with these 2 human true gods. The other true god tiers, follow me to deal with that common people's regal. Isis ordered. Obviously, he did not take the Yellow Emperor and the Buddha Lord seriously. Even if they were mid-level true god tier experts. Only Zhou Zhou was the greatest threat in his heart. It would not be too late to deal with the other true god tiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom after dealing with Zhou Zhou and establishing the victory. Sure. The 2 of us will stop them. A pair of people of foreign race true god tier stood out and looked at the Yellow Emperor and the Buddha Lord with a sinister smile, as if they were 2 lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Isis nodded and led the other 10 true god tiers to fly past the Yellow Emperor and the others in the direction of Zhou Zhou and the others. The Yellow Emperor and company did not stop them. The 2 of them were indeed unable to stop it after all. Let's deal with these 2 guys first. Then, immediately go and support the Patriarch. The Yellow Emperor stated to the Buddha Lord. The Buddha Lord nodded solemnly. You sure know how to brag. You're going to help your Patriarch after we're done. Don't you 2 have a clear understanding of yourselves? The true god tiers of these 2 people of foreign races were so angry that they laughed. Everyone was an intermediate true god tier god spirit. Why did these 2 fellows think that they could deal with him in a short period of time and still have the energy to help others? Wait, Patriarch. At this moment, one of the people of foreign race true god tier suddenly frowned and stared at the Yellow Emperor and the others. Are you calling the common people's regal patriarch? Are you kidding me? What qualifications does he have to be your patriarch? The two true god tiers of the people of foreign races felt that they had listened wrongly. No matter how powerful the common people's regal was, it was impossible for him to transform a patriarch now, right? However, the Yellow Emperor and Patriarch Lu didn't waste their breath. They directly retrieved their 6 true god tier divine artifacts and brazenly attacked the two people of foreign races true god tiers whose expressions changed drastically. Chapter 1060, 9 Arrows Falling from the Sky. On the other side, Isis had already led 10 true god tiers to a spot less than 10,000 meters away from Zhou Zhou and company. Today is the day you die. Isis was extremely excited. After eliminating the common people's regal, the Shadow clan would definitely shine in the eyes of many top bloodline races. They might even attract the attention of those master god tier existences. As long as they seized this opportunity, it was not impossible for the Shadow clan to advance to a Divine Kingdom Lord faction in the future, or even become an Overlord level Lord faction with a master god tier overseeing it. Zhou Zhou and company did not reply. But behind them, cold-looking guards in grayish-white armor appeared in front of Isis and the others. Each of them exuded the aura of a low-tier deity level intermediate grade, and there were a total of 500 of them. All the god spirit guards protected Zhou Zhou and the others behind them, preventing them from advancing at all. A mere god spirit dares to stop us true god tiers. Truly. Isis had a contemptuous expression and was about to forcefully break through the defenses of these god spirit guards. But at that moment, he suddenly felt an indescribable sense of panic. It was as if he would definitely meet an end if he dared to charge forward. God spirits at the true god tier level trusted their intuition very much. The premonition in their hearts was no longer a simple feeling as beings of extremely high status, but would be related to the legendary law of fate. Therefore, their premonitions would either not come, or once they appeared, they would usually not be wrong. Hence, Isis cowered. The other true god tiers had the same premonition, so they also stopped. They looked at these god spirit guards with fear and suspicion on their faces. What kind of path are these god spirits walking on? Why would true god tiers like us have such a ridiculous feeling? The rumors are right. Common people's regal is indeed very difficult to kill. The true god tiers began to discuss telepathically. It's the instant death law. There's also the law of shattering. At this moment, a true god tier who was good at sensing auras and probing the enemy's background said. He was snow white and naked. There was only a blood-colored crescent moon between his brows. It looked very beautiful and strange. It was a true god from the Blood Moon tribe, true god Xian Mei. The law of instant death? And the law of shattering. What right does this common people's regal have to control such a heaven-defying god spirit army? Really? As soon as he said that, it immediately attracted the exclamations of Isis and the other true god tiers. When they looked at the 500 final guard members again, the fear in their eyes intensified, and they were even a little frightened. When they looked at the 500 final guard members again, the fear in their eyes intensified, and they were even a little frightened. Among them, the Lord's Law was the most powerful law that could allow one to fight across realms. What followed closely were probably the 2 laws with absolute attributes, instant death and shattering. These 2 nomological laws could even allow a mortal to kill all living beings or even god spirits who were not immune to instant death and shattering nomological laws under extremely good luck. Coincidentally, not a single god spirit present was immune to these 2 special absolute attribute laws. 500 gods who are capable of instant death and shattering laws. Even Master God tier probably doesn't have such a special god spirit army. What right does this common people's regal have to control such a heaven-defying god spirit army? The true god tier looked at the 500 final guards with envy and jealousy. At this moment, another true god tier of the Yin Ghost clan suddenly reminded. Common people's regal is going to shoot an arrow. Even though he wasn't worried that the Shadow clan's shadow canopy would be destroyed by Zhou Zhou, he could at least see the laughable expression on common people's regal's face when he realized that he couldn't destroy the shadow canopy. However, the next scene made his expression suddenly change. After Zhou Zhou and his 2 clones activated the power of their respective true god tier divine artifacts through their top-notch true god tier chaotic sacred power, they did not immediately release their arrows. Instead, they used their law skills, the myriad method star palm, and gathered the power of their palms on this arrow. If it was in the past, he definitely couldn't do such a delicate thing. However, During this period of time, Zhou Zhou and company would study the laws and hone their combat techniques in the time world whenever they had the time. Therefore, they had barely grasped such exquisite offensive techniques. The next second, they suddenly released their bowstrings, turning the bows on the 3 divine bows into 3 terrifying divine lights that shot towards the shadow canopy in the sky. Boom! 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 The 3 arrows crossed a long distance almost at the same time and landed on the surface of the shadow canopy. Crack, crack, crack. This covered the entire territory of the Shadow Clan, and the shadow canopy that had protected the Shadow Clan for countless years shook violently. Then, with the arrow as the center, terrifying cracks that were 70 to 80 million kilometers long quickly spread in all directions. Wisps of sunlight seeped down from the crack and shone on this dark and gloomy place, bringing warmth and light to this area that had not been seen for a long time. Oh no! Avoid the light of the sun. Jacro, who was gathering the soldiers and god spirits of the Shadow Clan and preparing to work with the true gods to kill the soldiers and god spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, suddenly revealed a terrified expression when he saw this scene. He immediately ordered all the Shadow Clan soldiers to avoid the sunlight. However, it was too late. How fast was the speed of light? Many Shadow Clan soldiers did not even have time to react before the sunlight shone on their bodies. All the Shadow Clan members who were illuminated by the sunlight wailed one after another. Their bodies twisted unnaturally and fell to the ground. At the same time, large amounts of shadow smoke evaporated from the surface of their bodies. Their aura and might also weakened rapidly. This Shadow Clan true god Tyr's eyes immediately widened seeing this scene. High up in the sky, when the Shadow Clan's patriarch, Isis, saw this scene, his eyes widened in disbelief. Stop! Common people's regal. If you don't stop and continue to destroy our race's divine artifact, the Shadow Clan swears to fight you to the death. Isis looked up at Zhou Zhou and his clone and roared at the sky. Tisk! As expected of a pseudo-race divine artifact. Even if it's fake, its sturdiness is still impressive. Zhou Zhou could not help but be surprised when he saw that he and his clones could not destroy the shadow canopy after 3 arrows. Then, as if he didn't hear Isis's shout, he continued to draw his bow and shoot the second round of divine arrows. Boom boom boom! Under this round of divine arrows, the entire shadow canopy was immediately shattered into pieces, looking like it was on the verge of collapse. When Zhou Zhou and company saw this, they shot another round of divine arrows. After this round of volleys, the shadow canopy finally could not hold on anymore. It turned into a phantom and floated down weakly. Finally, it landed in Zhou Zhou's hand with the chaotic sacred power. He looked at the broken pseudo-racial divine artifact and casually threw it into his king's treasure box. Then, he leisurely turned to look at Isis. The wind was too strong just now, so I didn't hear you clearly. What did you just say? Zhou Zhou asked deliberately. Common people's regal. You've ruined the future of the Shadow Clan. From today onwards, the Shadow Clan and you will definitely fight to the death. Isis roared at Zhou Zhou with reddened eyes. You should try your best to survive today first. Zhou Zhou said calmly. Chapter 1061, Battle of the Shadow Clan, 1. Isis and the other true god Tyrs were furious after hearing Zhou Zhou's words. Do you think that you are invincible with these divine spirit guards who have mastered the laws of shattering and instant death? Isis said with a cold expression, if it's another race, they might really be unable to do anything to you. But you should never have come to my Shadow Clan. He looked at Zhou Zhou. 2 black rays of light shot out from his eyes that were as black crystal. With lightning speed, they instantly shone on Zhou Zhou's body. Zhou Zhou watched this scene calmly, as if he was not surprised by this move. The next second, Zhou Zhou and Isis, the 2 strongest patriarchs of their respective races, disappeared on the spot. In the sky, only Zhou Manage, Zhou Fight, and 9 other true god Tyrs from the opposing people of foreign races were left. Isis has already opened the lifeless shadow realm. He's a top-notch god. Spirit expert who's a true god Tyr advanced grade. He also possesses a true god Tyr divine artifacts, and he even pulled Zhou Zhou into the lifeless shadow realm that he's most proud of. The common people's regal will definitely die. Let's get rid of these 2 clones of him first. My innate premonition tells me that if we don't get rid of these 2 clones of the common people's regal, that fellow might make a comeback. True God Tyr Xianmei from the Blood Moon race said solemnly again. True God Tyr Xianmei from the Blood Moon race said solemnly again. They did not dare to underestimate the words of this true God Tyr. The other party was a true god tier of the Blood Moon race's royal family after all. When he was young, he had even been blessed by the mythical tier lunar star spirit. Now that he had grown up, he could be said to be in existence with high status and unlimited potential in the Blood Moon race. It was very likely that he would become the next patriarch of the Blood Moon race in the future. It was almost impossible for he to be wrong. Don't let these two guys escape. The common people's regal's death is today. Don't put up any unnecessary resistance. True God Xianmei immediately led the other 9 true gods of the people of foreign races and charged towards Zhou Fight and Zhou Zhenfei. Seeing this scene, Zhou Manage and Zhou Zhan immediately flew in opposite directions. The 9 true god tiers of the people of foreign races immediately split into 2 teams. Among them, true god Xianmei was the strongest. She led the other 4 true gods of the people of foreign races to chase after Zhou Fight. As for the other 4 true god tiers of the people of foreign races, they went to chase and kill Zhou Manage. Zhou Manage and Zhou Zhan flew for about 100 million kilometers before stopping. Then, they turned around and waited calmly for the true god tiers of the people of foreign races to come to them. Zhou Zhan and I are so far apart. I shouldn't let the aftershocks of the battle hurt my subjects. Zhou Fight pondered. When true god tier Xianmei and the other true gods of the people of foreign races saw that Zhou Zhan and Zhou Zheng had suddenly stopped running, they were very excited at first. However, they quickly thought of something and their gazes changed slightly. They carefully observed the 2 Zhou Zhou clones and the surrounding environment, afraid that a large number of troops would ambush them in the next second. Everyone, be careful of the common people's regal. That guy is full of tricks. These 2 clones suddenly didn't run but stayed where they were and waited for us. They must have some bad intentions. Everyone, quickly check if there are any ambushes or traps around. There's no ambush. I've already used my telepathic thoughts to check the surroundings. Didn't find any traps here either. In the beginning, the true god tiers of the people of foreign races were still very cautious of Zhou Zhou and Zhou Zhan's abnormal behavior. However, when they realized that there were really no ambushes or traps in the surroundings of Zhou Manage and Zhou Zhan, and that they really wanted to face them alone, they were a little embarrassed and angry, but they quickly smiled. You're just 2 clones of the main body, yet you still dare to try and learn from the common people's regal. It seems like the 2 of you have been following Zhou Zhou for too long. So long that even your brains have become useless. Cut the crap. Kill them and we'll immediately go and support ISIS. Although ISIS has already used her trump card, I still feel that it's not safe to leave him alone as a true god tier to deal with the common people's regal. You're right. Quickly kill these 2 fellows. Under the urging of the true gods, the 9 opposing true gods finally stopped being cautious. They brazenly picked up their divine weapons and displayed all kinds of powerful true god tier law skills as they charged towards Zhou Fight and Zhou Zheng. Even though I'm only a lord in administrative matters, don't underestimate my strength. Seeing this scene, Zhou Manage shook his head. He looked at the true god tiers of the people of foreign races with coldness and killing intent in his eyes as he spoke. On the other side. Looks like we can have a good fight today. Zhou Fight's performance was the complete opposite of Zhou Manage's. He looked at the 5 true gods of the people of foreign races, including true god Xianmei, and revealed an invincible smile. Boom! Boom! The 2 of them instantly emitted a terrifying god spirit pressure that was infinitely close to that of a true god tier. Then, they immediately charged towards the group of true gods. Even though these true god tier people of foreign races were shocked by the strength of these 2 clones at the beginning, as the top powerhouses of their respective races, they had unparalleled confidence in their strength and trump cards. Moreover, this was not a one-on-one battle, but an additional one. Therefore, they were even more fearless. When they saw Zhou Fight and Zhou Zheng charging over, they immediately faced the enemy and charged over. Soon, the 2 sides entered a white-hot battle. At the same time, the true god tier Jakro of the Shadow Clan had already organized more than 300 billion soldiers and more than 3,600 god spirits. He looked at the Shadow Clan soldiers and god spirits, who had become a little dispirited because they no longer had the shadow canopy, and a gloomy expression appeared on his face. The destruction of the shadow canopy was a huge blow to the Shadow Clan, be it in terms of strength or psychology, but when he saw his terrifying military strength and the number of his true god tiers, he felt even more comforted. So what if there's no shadow canopy? The strength of the Shadow Clan and the people of foreign races' allied army still far exceeds that of the common people's regal and his blazing sun kingdom. The number of true god tiers is far inferior to ours. What right does he have to fight us? he said proudly. The strength of the Shadow Clan and the people of foreign races' allied army still far exceeds that of the common people's regal and his blazing sun kingdom. The other powerful true god tiers of the people of foreign races were fighting crazily with Zhou Zhou and Zhou Zheng. The intensity of the battle made even him, the experienced true god tier of the Shadow Clan, click his tongue. As for the common people's regal and his patriarch, Jackrow didn't need to think too much about it. He knew that the common people's regal must have been imprisoned in the Shadow Realm by his ecstatic patriarch with his intrinsic divine power silent Shadow Realm. He was probably waiting for an opportunity to assassinate him. As he could not see the situation in his patriarch's lifeless Shadow Realm, Jackrow could only look at Zhou Fight and Zhou Zheng, who were fighting the 8 true god tiers of the people of foreign races. In the end, what shocked him was that Zhou Fight and Zhou Zheng were clearly just 2 clones of the common people's regal. In the end, their combat strength was not inferior to Zhou Zhou's at all. In fact, they were even suppressing the 4 to 5 true god tiers on their side. Every time the incomparably terrifying myriad method star palm was executed, it was as if it had the might to destroy the world and the laws were chaotic. All the top true gods present, including true god Xian Mei, were so afraid that they did not dare to take it head-on and could only dodge in a sorry state. How's this a clone? It looks even fiercer than the main body, okay? I have to quickly support our true god tier experts. Otherwise, once our true god tier experts are defeated on the battlefield, no matter how many soldiers I have under me, one definitely won't have a chance of winning. Jackrow suddenly woke up. Then, he immediately led more than 300 billion troops and more than 3,600 god spirits to fly towards the direction of the true god tier that was fighting in the sky. The Alliance's legions began to quickly set up their military formations as they flew. In the blink of an eye, thousands of god spirit level military formations were set up. Just as they were about to charge into the true god tier battlefield and interfere in the battle between true gods. Splash! Countless weapons clashed. Then, a sea of soldiers appeared from the void and immediately flew in front of them like an iron wall, blocking their way up. 1 billion. 10 billion. 100 billion. 1 trillion. In less than a moment, 1 trillion soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom appeared in the sky above the Shadow Clan's territory. They could naturally choose to fly, while the new recruits who had yet to master the ability to fly carried the free equipment of the new recruits, the Fear Falcon wings, and flew in the sky together. The sunlight that shone down from the sky landed on the bodies of all the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, making them look as sacred and dignified as heavenly troops. They did not dare to invade or stop them. When these more than 300 billion Shadow Clan soldiers saw these Empire-level soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, they were actually afraid of the aura emitted by them and did not dare to go forward. When they realized that there were actually more than 2,400 powerful and magical gods hidden among these 10 trillion Imperial soldier types, their hearts sank. This isn't right. Their patriarch had told them that even though the human race had many soldiers, the number of god spirits was far inferior to theirs when they came. Why was he almost comparable to them in the blink of an eye? At this moment, the White Cloud's cold and resounding voice resounded throughout the entire Shadow Clan territory. Chapter 1062, Battle of the Shadow Clan, 2. I am the common people's regal, the 10,000 spirit saint, and the First Legion Commander under the Blazing Sun Kingdom's King, Bai Yun. We've been waiting for you here for a long time. Those who want to surrender can put down their weapons and say that they are willing to join our Blazing Sun Kingdom. We can spare your lives. If you choose not to surrender and stubbornly resist, there will only be one outcome. Death. Bai Yun's calm voice revealed a heavy and bloody killing intent. After several consecutive genocidal wars, he was no longer ignorant. The current he had long surpassed his former teacher, Wu Xian, and had become the strongest general in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Surrender. 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 Surrender and surrender. 1 trillion soldiers of the Imperial soldier type with extraordinary tier power roared in unison. Their voices almost shook the sky, causing the wind and clouds in the world to change and the sun and moon to lose their light. Such a huge war power brought incomparable pressure to Jackrow and his more than 300 billion soldiers and more than 3,600 god spirits. Many soldiers and god spirits looked hesitant, and even terrified. At this moment, they already had the intention to escape. Jackrow had experienced countless wars in his life. The soldiers' abnormal mentality immediately attracted his attention. Soldiers of my race, hold your breath. Don't be fooled by the threat of the female general. You are soldiers of our Shadow Clan. The people behind you are our race and your family. Do you really want to hand over your future and the lives of your relatives to a human lord? Don't forget that we have a long-standing feud with the human race. Do you think they will let go of the hatred accumulated over the years? In addition, I've already sent the inspectorate to supervise your battle from behind. If any of you choose to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom, don't even think about running to the Blazing Sun Kingdom's camp. I'll promise to wipe out all the defectors among you before you escape from the battlefield to restore the might of our army. After Jacro quickly appeased the morale of the troops, he immediately threatened them without holding back. The soldiers, and god spirits of the Shadow Clan shuddered when they heard this. Even though they didn't know what they were thinking, at least on the surface, they didn't dare to go against Jacro, a true god tier. Jacro saw that the hearts of the people were barely maintained by him. Even though his expression was still cold, he heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. These soldiers and god spirits were the key for the Shadow Clan to defeat the Blazing Sun Kingdom and the common people's regal. He didn't want such an important matter to fall into his hands. Break through the defenses of the Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers as quickly as possible and support our true god tier. Break through the defenses of the Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers as quickly as possible and support our true god tiara. Whether it's the Shadow Clan or the soldiers of our other allies, they can accept my reward. Jacro said loudly, but his heart ached. It was easy to say that he would be promoted to a true god tier cultivation resource, but when he thought about handing them over, even Isis would feel heartache for a long time, let alone him. A set of resources to advance to the true god tier was already comparable to a set of treasures at the racial foundation level after all. Even the original spirit race and the chaos gods race did not dare to underestimate resources of this level. They were now preempting the foundation of their race in advance to forcefully increase their morale. The eyes of the Shadow Clan soldiers and the soldiers of the people of foreign races turned red when they heard Jacro's words. If they were really lucky enough to obtain this set of resources to advance to the true god tier and were extremely lucky to advance to the true god tier, it could completely be described as reaching the heavens in a single step. Even if they felt that even if they had the resources to advance to the true god tier, they were not confident that they could advance to the true god tier. If they sold it, it would be enough to create a deity family that had lasted for tens of thousands of years. At this moment, most of the Shadow Clan soldiers and god spirits went crazy. They erupted with all their strength and charged in the direction of the Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers. It was as if as long as they rushed over, they would be able to obtain a ticket to become a true god tier. Bai Yun, Wu Xin, Guo Jiao, Qi Xiantian, Yuan Kong, Ying Ning, the generals and the god spirits watched this scene with cold expressions. The morale is not bad. However, the most fundamental factor that determines the outcome of a war is still true strength. Recklessness is not enough to create a world. Bai Yun said lightly. With that, her eyes narrowed as she gave an order. All the Yellow Talisman Deo soldiers will rush out to hunt these enemy soldiers and protect the forbidden mage spellcasters behind us. They can cast spells normally. If a soldier from the people of foreign races rushes out of your killing circle and goes to His Majesty, you can go to the Punisher Bureau to receive your punishment tonight. All the soldiers of the Blazing Sun Kingdom roared. Then they saw the Yellow Talisman Deo soldiers standing in the front row charging towards the Shadow Clan soldiers and people of foreign races with sinister smiles. Under the protection of the Yellow Talisman Deo soldiers, the forbidden spellcasters began to wave their wands and chant forbidden spells. Then, they began to cast forbidden spells one after another, bombarding the Shadow Clan soldiers and the people of foreign races. At that time, the more than 300 billion Shadow Clan soldiers, the people of Foreign Race Alliance soldiers, and the more than 3,600 hostile god spirits were instantly beaten into a mess. These guys were stunned as soon as they exchanged blows. At the same time, high up in the sky, Zhou Fight and Zhou Zhang suddenly teleported together and looked at the battle below. I'll feel that even if we don't take action, our soldiers and gods can easily win. Zhou Fight crossed his arms and looked at the scene calmly as he commented. Hurry up and attack. I don't want these people of foreign races to be killed by our soldiers. Zhou Manage said helplessly. You can use the 10,000 Spirit Saint. I'll protect you. Zhou Fight shook his head. Sure. Zhou Manage also knew the other party's personality. He didn't hesitate and immediately released the 10,000 Spirit Saint, the only mythical tier lord talent. An invisible wave instantly spread to the entire Shadow Clan territory with Zhou Manage's palm as the center. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire Shadow Clan territory and a text notification appeared. Prompt, you have activated your mythical tier unique lord talent, 10,000 Spirit Saint. All spirits see you as a supreme saint and long to follow you. Lord Talent Notification 1. There are approximately 3,215 trillion ordinary Shadow Clan members, 30 billion Black Iron Tier Shadow Clan soldiers, 70 billion Green Bronze Tier Shadow Clan soldiers, 40.5 billion White Silver Tier Shadow Clan soldiers, 11.69 billion Yellow Gold Tier Shadow Clan soldiers, 5.012 billion White Platinum Tier Shadow Clan soldiers, 3.219 billion Diamond Tier Shadow Clan soldiers, 1.223 billion Extraordinary Tier Shadow Clan soldiers, 320 million Epic Tier Shadow Clan soldiers, 125 million Legendary Tier Shadow Clan soldiers, 1035 Low Tier Deity Level Shadow Clan God Spirits, 400 Mid-Tier Deity Level Shadow Clan God Spirits, 112 High Tier Deity Level Shadow Clan God Spirits, 11 True God Tier Shadow Clan God Spirits broke away from their lords and became your loyal followers. Lord Talent Notification 2, you have obtained a Spellcaster Jiashi. Mid-Tier Deity Level Advance Grade. Chapter 1063, Battle of the Shadow Clan, 3. Just as Zhou Manage finished casting the Lifeless Shadow Realm, in the Shadow Clan's True God Isis Lifeless Shadow Realm, Zhou Zhou, who was hovering in the air, looked at the 10,000 Spirit Saints talent notification that had suddenly appeared in front of him and a smile appeared on his face. Not bad. After this round of 10,000 Spirit Saints, he had directly obtained more than 3,000 trillion ordinary Shadow Clan members. In other words, there were more than 6,000 trillion Shadow Clan members in the entire Shadow Clan territory. As expected of a powerful race that could firmly suppress the human race at Imperial Lord Pangu's peak. It was obvious just from the number of ordinary subjects. In addition, this time, the 10,000 Spirit Saint had also brought him a total of 162.3 billion 53 to 76 million soldiers and 1,547 God Spirits. Most importantly, he had also brought the loyalty of 11 true God tiers to Zhou Zhou. One had to know that he only had 5 true gods under him, excluding Carol Molly, who was a special true God tier. This shot from the 10,000 Spirit Saint directly doubled the number of true God tiers. It was comparable to the number of true God tiers in the human race. This is the strength of the mythical tier-only Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou sighed. With a thought, he gave the order to all the soldiers and God spirits who had been incited by incite defection to counterattack internally. Then, he looked at the lifeless shadow realm in front of him. This was a dark world formed by the power of shadows. He was boundless and incomparably dark. If ordinary supernatural beings were here, they would probably lose their way immediately and be lost in this world forever. Zhou Zhou naturally did not have such a problem. He even calmly enjoyed the scenery of the lifeless shadow world for a while before looking at a dark corner not far away and suddenly striking out with his palm. The Myriad Method Star Palm. A starry sky divine palm that was filled with the stars of the divine kingdom suddenly flew out and quickly smashed into the dark corner. Ah! A scream sounded. Then, a figure as thick as ink flew out and landed in the air not far away. It was Isis. At that moment, he had one hand covering half of his body that was constantly turning into black fog and dissipating as he looked at Zhou Zhou with fear. "You actually discovered me," he said in disbelief. The lifeless shadow realm was the intrinsic divine power of the Shadow Clan. The shadow realm summoned was almost as strong as a world. Especially since he was a true god tier, the lifeless shadow realm he summoned was not inferior to an ordinary middle world. As the master of the lifeless shadow realm, he was almost equivalent to the heavenly Deo of this world. Normally speaking, unless it was in existence at the level of a master god tier or above, it was impossible to discover his hiding location. How did the common people's regal find out? Zhou Zhou did not explain. Isis's lifeless shadow realm was indeed not bad, but he was not only a chaos human, he was also born with astonishing sixth senses and could sense many difficult things and existences. He had also reached the realm of willpower that only Master God tier had. He had just used his willpower to sense it slightly, and he had easily found this fellow's hiding place. So what if you can see through my invisibility technique? You're still going to die today. Isis's expression was cold as a dagger silently appeared in her right hand. This dagger was completely black, and only the handle had a crescent moon symbol that was as white as jade. This was the true god tier divine artifacts that only the Shadow Clan's clan leader could inherit. Isis' true god tier title was Assassination and Darkest True God tier. Most of it came from this true god tier intermediate grade divine artifact. You should feel honored to die under my clan's inherited divine artifact. Isis said in a low voice. Then, his divine body quietly disappeared from the lifeless shadow realm. The next second, he suddenly appeared behind Zhou Zhou. The dark moon shadow blade in his hand turned into a black light and stabbed at the back of Zhou Zhou's head. He wanted to pierce through common people's regal's brain and even his divine spark, thereby killing he in one strike. But in the next moment, clang! A sound that sounded like a sharp weapon piercing the steel city wall sounded. Isis' dark moon shadow blade only managed to pierce the surface of Zhou Zhou's skin. After that, it couldn't go any further. Isis watched this scene with her mouth agape. How is this possible? Could your divine body be forged by defensive true god-tier divine artifacts? Isis said in shock. He felt as if his worldview had been overturned. How could there be a god spirit who could defend against the attacks of offensive true god-tier divine artifacts just by relying on his divine body? He gritted his teeth and his body suddenly transformed into a shadow energy that disappeared from the lifeless shadow realm. Don't waste your time. I can see where you're hiding. Zhou Zhou said loudly. With a heaven-defying body like the chaotic divine body in hand, he wouldn't be afraid of these assassins' sneak attacks. That was why he dared to enter the other party's lifeless shadow realm alone. Then, he struck out another myriad method star palm at a certain shadow. Before the divine palm could land, a pitch-black shadow flew out in advance and dodged the attack of the myriad method star palm in a sorry state. However, he had dodged it, but the lifeless shadow realm behind he had no way of dodging it. After this palm landed, there was a loud bang, and the entire lifeless shadow realm shook violently. Then, cracks spread in all directions from where the divine palm landed. In less than 4 to 5 seconds. Rumble. The lifeless shadow world, which was comparable to a middle world, exploded with a bang and turned into shadow fog that flew in all directions before quickly disappearing into the air. After all the shadow fog disappeared, Isis's body trembled as he barely maintained his altitude. The aura on his body had already weakened by more than half. His intrinsic divine power, the lifeless shadow realm, was related to his life. Now that his intrinsic divine power had been destroyed, he naturally suffered heavy injuries. My lifeless shadow realm. My inherited divine artifact. He looked at the dark moon shadow blade while his hand was trembling. He never expected that his two strongest aspects would be completely crushed by the other party. Then, he thought of something. His eyes changed slightly, but in the end, they became firm. He looked up at Zhou Zhou. With a thought, a temporarily created world of shadows was created as the newest battlefield for the two true god tiers, he and Zhou Zhou. At the same time, Zhou Zhou looked at Isis and felt a sense of danger. He narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the other party. He thought of the information that Wu Tu had told he about the Shadow Tribe's trump cards. Without any hesitation, he struck out 3 consecutive palm strikes, determined to kill Isis. He wasn't the kind of person who would let the other party use his trump card against him despite knowing that the other party had a trump card. The danger was to strangle him in the bud. The 3 myriad method star palms arrived in front of Isis almost instantly. Chapter 1064, Master God Tier Artifact Great Lunar Lifeless Demon Blade. Great Lunar Emperor's Vision Divine Stone. Boom! Boom! The first 2 strikes of the myriad method star palm directly struck the other party's body, shattering his divine body. At the same time, his aura instantly weakened to the extreme, as if he was about to die in the next second. However, just as the 3rd strike of the myriad method star palm was about to destroy the other party's final life force, a palm-sized great lunar stone sculpture suddenly appeared in front of Isis. The great lunar stone sculpture was completely jade-like and emitted a noble and holy moonlight. A supreme aura that ruled over the yin emitted from its body. I'm the current patriarch of the Shadow Clan, Isis. Cough cough, I'm willing to sacrifice my life. Regal Great Lunar, please take action and destroy the enemy who wants to destroy our race. Isis said in a weak, hoarse, and determined voice. The surroundings were silent. It was as if this great lunar stone sculpture had no reaction to Isis's words at all. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he did not hesitate to strike again, killing this true god-tier advanced grade shadow race patriarch completely. After killing it, Zhou Zhou instantly felt that his promotion energy requirements for advancing to low-tier deity level advanced grade had been completely satisfied. He could advance to the low-tier deity level advanced grade as long as he had enough law comprehension. However, he wasn't paying attention to this at the moment. He was staring intently at the great lunar stone sculpture. I've already killed him. He wouldn't emerge now, right? Zhou Zhou frowned. After waiting for a while and seeing no reaction from him, Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. He walked forward and prepared to put away the great lunar stone sculpture. This was a master god tier level treasure, so he naturally could not waste it. However, just as he was about to fly over, he saw the great lunar stone sculpture tremble slightly. Following that, wisps of clear moonlight emitted from the surface of its body. With it as the core, he quickly constructed an existence that wore a moon-white holy robe. Its body was transparent, and its face was blurry. It was the phantom of the regal great lunar that was as famous as the sun star. Facing this existence that was even stronger than the abyss will, Zhou Zhou could not help but take a deep breath. Even though he had already heard about this great lunar stone sculpture from Wu Tu before he came. But when facing this legendary existence, he still felt an incomparable pressure. Regal Great Lunar is a top-notch god spirit of the heavenly pantheon. Together with Regal Sun, he controls all the heavenly gods in the myriad worlds. He can be said to be the god emperor among the heavenly gods. At the same time, he is the same as Regal Great Solar, also a natural-born regal. In terms of strength and status, they are even higher than the supreme god. Realm and even the abyss M/Il, second only to the supreme will and the crimson overlord. As expected of an existence born as a regal, Zhou Zhou muttered in his heart. He was an acquired regal. Of course, the difference between a born regal and an acquired regal was actually not that big. There was also a possibility that an acquired regal could catch up or even surpass an innate regal. Hence, Zhou Zhou did not belittle himself. At this moment, the phantom of the regal great lunar looked at Zhou Zhou. Right on the heels of that, a holy white divine light shot out from his body and shot straight at Zhou Zhou. That incomparably terrifying pressure was undoubtedly an attack at the master god tier level. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he immediately reacted quickly and put on a black armor. As soon as the black armor possessed him, it immediately spread to his entire body, enveloping him, without revealing any gaps. In the next moment, the holy white divine light landed on Zhou Zhou's black helmet that extended out of his black armor. A magical scene happened. After the holy white divine light hit the black helmet, there was no earth-shattering explosion. Instead, it was slowly and laboriously sucked into the helmet like water melting in the ground. After a while, the divine light from the regal great lunar phantom was actually absorbed by the black helmet. Regal Great Lunar didn't do anything else when he saw this. His entire phantom turned into countless lunar rays of light and dissipated in the air, leaving behind a dull grey spherical stone. Zhou Zhou heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, I was prepared. I specially prepared an Earth Elemental Master. God Level 1 time use defensive treasure Black Mountain Divine Earth to block this Yin Elemental attack. Otherwise, there might really be some danger and I might waste my resurrection counts when in a hurry. He muttered to himself. Then, with the thought, the black piece of soil trembled and then disintegrated into countless powders that dissipated in the air. Looks like it has reached its limit after absorbing a round of attacks from the regal great lunar phantom. Zhou Zhou felt that it was a pity. However, when he thought of the possible loots on Isis, he couldn't help but smile. That guy had a true god-level intermediate grade divine artifact Dark Moon Shadow Blade. If he extracted his spoils of war this time, he would definitely be able to obtain a Master God tier intermediate grade divine artifact. Compared to the Master God divine artifact, this loss was nothing. Thinking of this, he immediately looked up at the grey spherical stone not far away and Isis's broken divine body behind it. Zhou Zhou waved his right hand, and the grey spherical stone and broken divine body flew over and landed in his hand. A magical scene happened. After landing in his hands, the grey stone, which had been dim a moment ago, seemed to have been replenished and restored from a mysterious place. In the blink of an eye, it became jade-like again. In fact, the pure moonlight and supreme aura it emitted were several times stronger than when it was in Isis's hands. Zhou Zhou looked at it. The item information appeared. Treasure name, Great Lunar Emperor's Vision Divine Stone. Treasure grade, Master God tier elementary grade. Treasure effect, summon the spirit of the Great Lunar Stone sculpture. It can release a divine light attack that is comparable to Master God tier. Elementary grade. Treasure description, originally, it was just a great lunar spirit stone that wanted to polish itself into the shape of a lunar star. Later on, the supreme and holy regal Great Lunar discovered the other party and cast a gaze on it, creating this Master God tier Great Lunar Emperor's Vision Divine Stone. Current usage of the Great Lunar Divine Light, 0/1. Prompt, with the enhancement of your Collector's Lord talent, the current usage of the Great Lunar Divine Light has increased to 4/4. So the main body of this thing is actually a conscious Great Lunar Spirit Stone. Just because of regal Great Lunar's gaze, his grade was raised to the level of a Master God tier and even became the trump card of a powerful race. Zhou Zhou could not help but click his tongue. This origin was too ridiculous. Moreover, regal Great Lunar was indeed an existence second only to the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord. A single gaze could actually create a Master God tier treasure. If he encountered the other party would probably kill him with a single glance. He shook his head and stopped thinking about it. Then, his gaze landed on Isis's corpse as he carefully studied his spoils of war. After reading it, he revealed a smile. As expected of a true God tier advanced grade patriarch level expert. He had thousands of spoils of war. The weakest among them was a lesser god, and the highest was naturally the intermediate true God tier Dark Moon Shadow Blade. No, it should be called the Great Lunar Demon Blade, a Master God intermediate grade divine artifact. Apart from that, even though there were no other Master God divine artifacts, there were still hundreds of Master God tier medicinal herbs, potions, ores, fruits, seeds, and other miscellaneous treasures. Zhou Zhou was quite satisfied with this. Then, he looked down at the battlefield. Chapter 1065, Overwhelming Force. On the battlefield, the scales of victory on the battlefield had already tilted to the Blazing Sun Kingdom's side with an overwhelming advantage. The most important reason was naturally the order that Zhou Zhou had just given to the enemy to counterattack from within the incite defection. There were more than 160 billion soldiers, more than 1,500 god spirits, and a total of 11 true god tier after all. Half of the soldiers and god spirits instantly became the enemies of their comrades. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, they counterattacked their comrades. How could they react? Even those true god tier existences were affected by this sudden change. As for the Shadow Clan's alliance army, they had also lost a third of their remaining soldiers and god spirits in less than half an hour because of this sudden internal betrayal. After that, this group of Shadow Clan allied army soldiers and god spirits reacted. Faced with the internal strife of their own people and the attacks of the Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers and god spirits outside, how could they, who had already fallen into a huge military disadvantage and a god spirit disadvantage, still withstand it? In less than a moment, they were at an absolute disadvantage and had no chance of turning the tables. The Shadow Clan's true god Jakro couldn't help but feel grief, indignation, and despair when he saw the Shadow Clan's army struggling to resist. In the current situation, he really had no way of saving him. If the Patriarch can kill that common people's regal in his lifeless shadow realm, we might still have a chance to salvage the situation. Jakro suddenly had this thought. As Isis' most trusted brother, the number one true god tier of the Shadow tribe, he naturally knew that Isis had a Master God tier level trump card. However, the conditions for using that trump card seemed to be a little harsh, so Isis had always kept it a secret. If Isis dared to use that Master God tier trump card to kill that common people's regal, they would definitely have a chance to turn the tables. Moreover, the Shadow Clan would also receive the recognition of countless top races and super experts in the future because of this matter. They might have a chance to reach the heavens in a single step. Just as Jakro held the last hope in his heart, a loud explosion suddenly sounded in the sky. Then, the shadows of two god spirits flashed and disappeared. In a short period of time, they opened up a new combat world and disappeared. Even though this period of time was extremely short, Jakro still saw some clues. Their Patriarch's lifeless shadow world seemed to have been destroyed by the other party before he had no choice but to reveal himself. This common people's regal dares to use the power of a true god tier in the high continent unscrupulously just because his true strength is only low tier deity level intermediate grade. As for true gods, they have to be restricted by the agreement and cannot use their powers freely in the high continent. True god tiers like us are actually subjected to greater restrictions than a low tier deity level god spirit like him. Jakro couldn't help but feel aggrieved when he saw his Patriarch take the initiative to create a combat world. However, he was also shocked by the strength of the common people's regal at the same time. To be able to forcefully blow up the lifeless shadow realm in Isis's lifeless shadow realm, this meant that the other party's strength had definitely crushed the Patriarch of their Shadow Clan. If Isis didn't use any trump cards, he would probably die without a doubt. Patriarch, oh Patriarch, now is not the time to hide. Hurry up and take out your trump card to destroy this arrogant common people's regal. Jakro thought silently. He had absolute confidence in the Master God tier trump card that Isis had. He didn't believe that even if the Lord of the Common People's Regal could be ahead of many lords of the myriad races, could he still be ahead of the veteran races that had managed their races for countless years? Even Emperor Pangu, who was known to be invincible among true God-tier experts back then, did not have that confidence. Unless the other party also had a Master God-tier trump card. But how could that be? What kind of luck did the Common People's Regal have to be able to obtain a Master God-tier treasure in such a short period of time? The legendary luck and the luck of the true God-tier of drama were not that ridiculous. But in the next moment, a spatial crack appeared in the sky. A figure took a step forward and looked down at the battlefield below. He wore the Emperor Dragon robe and had the regal Sage Deo sword at his waist. His aura was supreme. His pitch-black eyes looked at the two sides fighting below, as if he was the ruler of the world watching the battle between the life forms of the lower realm. It was the Common People's Regal Zhou Zhou. Jacro stared at him blankly. He actually walked out of the warring world created by Isis so easily without any injuries? Then wouldn't our patriarch be? He didn't dare to think further. A majestic voice descended from the sky and resounded in the hearts of every soldier and god spirit on both sides of the battle. Shadow Race Patriarch Isis has been killed by our common peoples. Regal. Why aren't you surrendering? Otherwise, do you want to follow him to the netherworld of the dead? The soldiers and god spirits were stunned. Then, they looked up. Zhou Zhou was flying high in the sky, holding a token that emitted a shadow aura. This was the Shadow Divine token that only the Shadow Clan Patriarch could possess. The Shadow Clan soldiers and the Alliance soldiers looked at this token helplessly and anxiously. They could not help but feel that it was ridiculous. According to those big shots, shouldn't their role in this battle be the absolute advantage? Why was he not only at an absolute disadvantage in terms of ordinary soldiers and god spirits? Even the leader of this battle was dead. What was the point of fighting then? Realizing this, the morale of the soldiers and gods fell to the lowest point. Among them, Jacro's divine body trembled as he looked at Zhou Zhou and the divine shadow token in his hand. Brother! Brother! Why? Why? He was sad, he was crying, and he was in despair. However, he was not afraid. In fact, the desire to tear common people's regal apart was more than 1,000,000 times stronger. Kill! 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 Kill them all! If I see a soldier, general, or even a god spirit taking a step back or even surrendering, forget about Zhou Zhou, I'll kill all of you first. Let's see if he will protect you faster or if I will kill you faster. Recalling his tens of thousands of years of friendship with Isis and the trustworthy face that the other party had given him before he left, Jacro went completely crazy. Perhaps his elder brother already knew that he might not return this time, so he handed him the Shadow Divine token that only the Patriarch could grasp and asked him to command all the Shadow Clan members and soldiers before he left. Common People's Regal. I'll kill you. He gritted his teeth in his heart. All the Shadow Clan and Alliance soldiers couldn't help but shiver when they heard this true God-tier's words. They were indeed afraid of the Common People's Regal, but they were more afraid of Jacro, who could take their lives faster. Under the fear of death, they could only do their best to resist the attacks of the Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers that were like a vast ocean. High up in the sky, Zhou Zhou also saw this scene. A man at the end of his rope. It's just an act of fighting a cornered beast. The ending won't change. He shook his head. He, who was familiar with the other party's information, naturally knew that the Shadow Clan did not have any other threatening trump cards other than the great lunar stone sculpture. As for the other true god-tiers of the people of foreign races who came to help, Zhou Zhou did not know if they had any master god-tier trump cards. However, looking at these true god-tiers, they still looked like they were desperately resisting but were helpless. There was a high chance that they did not. They would have long used it if they had any. Then, he looked at the Yellow Emperor and company. I'll give you another surprise that we agreed on yesterday. He smiled. Chapter 1066, The Surprise for the Yellow Emperor and the Others. The Destruction of the Shadow Clan. Zhou Zhou flicked his fingers. A large number of ancient green bronze tier phantoms flew out from his fingertip and landed on the Yellow Emperor, the Buddha Lord, Baihe, Patriarch Lu, and the other true god tiers as well as the human god spirits who had come to help. The human race god spirits did not sense anything at first. However, when a human mid-tier deity true immortal Tai Sui relied on his divine artifact and abundant magic power to kill a mid-tier deity elementary grade blood moon god spirit, he suddenly felt the magic power in his body suddenly soared. In the blink of an eye, it reached the limit of his own magic power, and it was faintly showing signs of breaking through the upper limit of his magic power and reaching another realm. True Immortal Tai Sui was stunned. He first observed his surroundings and realized that there were no enemies nearby. After he was temporarily safe, he immediately checked his body in disbelief and surprise. He realized that his senses were right. I'm really going to advance? Could this be a reward from the heavens for my actions of protecting the human race? Otherwise, how could I have obtained a cultivation level comparable to 10,000 years of bitter cultivation at once? True Immortal Tai Sui muttered excitedly. He had just killed a mid-tier deity-level god spirit from a people of foreign races. The cultivation level he had obtained could also be said to be a promotion energy. It was almost comparable to the promotional energy he had provided him by killing dozens of mid-tier deity-level super experts. How could he not be excited? How could he not think that it was just a reward from the heavens? But soon, he realized that something was amiss. This was because he saw that there were many human god spirits around him. After killing the god spirits of the people of foreign races, his dharmic powers and cultivation suddenly soared. He had a faint feeling that he was about to break through to the next level. Even if some god spirits did not immediately reach the calm state of advancement, the magic power fluctuations around them had also increased greatly. Clearly, they had benefited greatly. What's going on? The true Immortal Tai Sui was deceived. The other immortals were also deceived. Yellow Emperor, Buddha Lord, and the other human true god tiers were also deceived. This was because they also felt that the promotion energy in their bodies had also increased rapidly, obtaining unimaginable promotion energy. Fortunately, they were veterans of the battlefield. Even though they were shocked by the abnormality in their bodies, they did not lose their vigilance. Otherwise, many immortals would have died just from being deceived for a while. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice resounded in the hearts of the Yellow Emperor, Buddha Lord, and other human god spirits. Everyone, don't panic. Just now, this king used my lord's law and borrowed the power of the master god tier to superimpose a layer of the law of war's enhancement effect on everyone. The effect is: as long as you kill an enemy, the promotion energy you obtain from the other party, in addition to the usual promotion energy you can also obtain 50 additional promotion energy. Which means, if everyone kills an enemy now, all the promotion energy obtained will be equivalent to all the war energy obtained by killing 51 enemies. The duration of this buff is about 10 days. During this period, everyone can use the buffs of the law of war to their heart's content against our enemies. As for 10 days later, if you want to continue maintaining this layer of war enhancement, as long as you don't do anything evil, feel free to ask me for it. As soon as these words were spoken, the immortals were stunned. This powerful buff was actually created by their patriarch? Then, they seemed to realize something. When they looked at the enemies in front of them, the meaning in their eyes changed. They looked at these enemies like a pack of wolves looking at their prey. Such a large increase in promotion energy was like a path to heaven in front of them. If they did not take advantage of this opportunity to earn a large sum of promotion energy for themselves, they would be letting down the opportunity their patriarch had given them. I have to consider if this is the only chance I have in my life. Let's do it, brothers. Kill, kill, kill. Damn it, if I don't kill them to death, I'll regret it to death in the future. I'll set a small goal and raise my strength to the limit of my potential with the help of the law of war. The god spirits were extremely excited. Then, they roared and rushed towards the Shadow Clan god spirits and the people of foreign races. Right now, be it the advantage of military strength, the advantage of generals, the advantage of heroes, the advantage of god spirits, the advantage of equipment and divine artifacts, or even the advantage of true god tier and the advantage of the strongest, they were all on their side. If he died, he could ask his friend to request the patriarch to revive him for free. What was there for them to be afraid of with an advantage and a backup plan? Just do it. The Yellow Emperor and the others also looked at each other, their eyes filled with undisguised shock. No wonder the strength of the patriarch and the soldiers and god spirits under him increased so quickly. So they actually have such a heaven-defying enhancement. If this had happened to me a long time ago. Even though the Yellow Emperor and company didn't continue, their voices were already filled with envy and pity. To be able to become a true god tier and become a leader at the level of the speaker of the human race, they were not people with mediocre potential. If this benefit had been with them long ago, they might have long reached the level of standing shoulder to shoulder with Imperial Lord Pangu or even surpassing him. How could they have been forced to retreat to the primordial world by these enemies? However, they knew that it was impossible, so they did not think too much about it. They looked at the true god tiers of the people of foreign races who were not affected by the 10,000 spirit saint. They looked at each other and rushed towards them without hesitation. In the sky, Zhou Zhou couldn't help but smile when he saw the god spirits of the human race suddenly become fierce and belligerent after receiving his buff. It seems that the Lord's nomological techniques I comprehended are not bad. He nodded in satisfaction. The buffing ability of the law of war was naturally comprehended by him and his two clones through comprehending the mythical tier's one and only Lord Talent, 10 sacred blessings, the protection of the war master god Terence. It allowed Zhou Zhou to bestow the master god's blessing to a small number of life forms, giving them an additional 50 times increase in promotion energy. It was equivalent to the effect of the diamond level Lord Talent blessing of the 10 gods blessing of the war god. This way, Zhou Zhou would be able to enhance the innate abilities of living beings that had not joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom. For example, Yellow Emperor and the other human gods. It was unrealistic to let them all join the Blazing Sun Kingdom. But now that Zhou Zhou was the patriarch of the human race, it was impossible for him to ignore them. This skill, which was equivalent to half a Lord's Law skill, could allow the human soldiers and god spirits who were not from the Blazing Sun Kingdom to grow faster. Even though the scope of application is not wide at present, these would also increase in the future as his comprehension of Lord's Law in his god spirit realm increased. In the following period of time, he did not participate in the battle at all. He left the battlefield to the soldiers and god spirits. The sky gradually darkened. When the sun set and darkness descended on the high continent, the battlefield gradually returned to calm. Apart from the living beings of the Blazing Sun Kingdom and those who had surrendered, everyone else on the battlefield had already become corpses and captives. The soldiers, heroes, and god spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom had already begun to clean up the battlefield. Meanwhile, Zhou Zhou was led by a Shadow Clan true god tier who had been influenced by the 10,000 spirit saint towards the Shadow Sacred Hall's treasury. Chapter 1067, Shadow Domain. Tarot Call's Allegiance. The Shadow Clan's treasury was located under the Shadow Temple. Zhou Zhou and this Shadow Clan true god tier god spirit named Tarot Call passed through 7 or 8 secret underground passageways before arriving at a silent and empty underground palace. At the center of the palace, there was a dim teleportation formation. Your Majesty, can I borrow the Shadow Divine Token? The spatial teleportation array to the Shadow Clan's treasure vault can only be activated by a Shadow Clan true god tier with a Shadow Divine Token. Zhou Zhou nodded and did not say anything. He took out the Shadow Divine Token and handed it to the other party. Thank you for your trust, Your Majesty. Tarot Call nodded gratefully. He didn't expect that as a true god tier who had just surrendered and joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom, he could actually obtain such great trust from this common people's regal. Once he obtained this Shadow Divine Token, he could use this spatial teleportation array to escape to the Shadow Clan's treasure vault after all. However, His Majesty actually trusted him so much. Tarot Call took a deep breath and no longer had any other thoughts. He walked to the spatial teleportation array and first formed a seal to inject the Shadow Divine Token into it before injecting his true god tier divine power into it. The next second. Rumble. The entire underground palace began to tremble faintly. Then, around the spatial teleportation array that had been shut down, streams of shadow airflow suddenly dissipated. Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly. He could tell that it was not an ordinary shadow airflow. Instead, it had the divine power of the shadow nomological laws that were imprinted by different true god tiers of the Shadow Clan. As soon as these shadow nomological divine powers came out, they surged into the spatial teleportation array crazily. After all the shadow nomological divine powers were injected into it, the spatial fluctuations around the spatial teleportation array gradually turned from dead silence to abnormally active. Obviously, this spatial teleportation array had already been activated. At this moment, Tarot Call, who was standing in front of the spatial teleportation array, turned around and bowed respectfully to Zhou Zhou. Your Majesty, the spatial teleportation array has been activated. Your Majesty, please follow me. Zhou Zhou nodded before entering the spatial teleportation array with Tarot Call. In the Shadow Clan's treasure vault world, on a black mountain, there was a sacred hall heavily guarded by the Shadow Clan. In the holy temple, on the spatial teleportation array, the spatial teleportation array emitted a gentle silver light before Zhou Zhou and Tarot Call's figures appeared on the teleportation array. Your Majesty, we've arrived at our Shadow Clan's treasure vault world. Tarot Call said respectfully. This is a small world personally created by your Shadow Clan's true god tier. Zhou Zhou swept his gaze over and saw through this world. He clicked his tongue in wonder. Your Majesty has good eyesight. This treasury world has been built since the era of our first Shadow Clan patriarch. Along the way, it has been continuously strengthened by 21 Shadow Clan patriarchs and has continued until now. Even though its current scale is only the size of a small world, in terms of defense and concealment ability, it can already compare to a boundless universe treasure vault. Furthermore, our patriarchs have also used the shadow sand technique to build the small world's main body on top of a shadow sand. It can be stored in any spatial treasure. Even the lowest grade black iron tier storage equipment can contain the shadow sand that carries the treasure vault world. If your Majesty wants to take that shadow sand, I can bring your Majesty to the world's origin core to take it later. Tarot Call said proudly before speaking respectfully to Zhou Zhou. Sure. Zhou Zhou nodded. If this world of the Shadow Sand Vault was really as magical as this guy said, then he could bring it back and use it as the treasure vault of their Blazing Sun Kingdom. Those treasure vault buildings were already not enough to store his vast number of loots. An entire small world could be used for a very long time. Tarot Call nodded before bringing Zhou Zhou around the entire treasure vault world. Your Majesty, this is the Diamond Tier Regional Territory Wanbao Mountain. It's specially used to store special treasures that are not equipment. This is the territory of the legendary tier region, the Shadow Soldier Sea. This vast sea is formed by the purifying essence spirit water. It's extremely suitable for storing protective equipment. There are trillions of weapons and equipment stored inside. From black iron tier equipment to legendary tier equipment, be it combat profession free equipment, soldier type profession equipment, life profession craftsman equipment, or other types of equipment, there's everything here. Moreover, they're all extremely well preserved. Apart from that, at the bottom of the Divine Weapon Sea, there's also a Divine Artifact Tower. There are 106 Divine Artifacts stored inside. There are all kinds of equipment from low level to high tier deity level. However, the attributes are different. Most of them are Shadow type Divine Artifacts, and only a few are Divine Artifacts of other attributes. This is the Palace of Beauty. There are tens of millions of beauties from various races that we have collected from the myriad races in the world. Even if every life form has different aesthetic standards, they can definitely find the opposite sex they like here. This is the Heavenly Materials and Earthly Treasures mountain range. The entire mountain range is made of all kinds of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This is the machinery field. There are about 10 million legendary tier Machina race spaceships and 10,000 low-tier deity level spaceships inside. These are the spoils of war that our Shadow Clan once traded with a distant Machina race lord faction. Unfortunately, that Machina race lord faction was destroyed later on, and we no longer updated these machinery civilization items. However, their functions are still intact. Tarot Call introduced the treasures stored in various regions of the Shadow Clan's treasure vault world. It was more than a myriad of types. It could simply be described as a myriad of types. Just a mountain range of natural treasures was worth more than 10 billion legendary tier mist cores. Not to mention other more precious places. Even Zhou Zhou, who had seen countless loots, saw many treasures that he had never seen before in this treasure vault world. As expected of a race with a super empire level lord faction. The racial heritage was indeed not something that the people of foreign races that he had conquered in the past could compare to. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. On the surface, he was very calm, as if he had seen the world. Tarot Call became even more careful and respectful. A moment later, they arrived at a square. On the huge square, there were 11 empire-level monuments of different sizes. Among them, there were 6 beginner-grade Empire Jade Steels, 4 intermediate-grade Empire Jade Steels, and 1 advanced-grade Empire Jade Steel. Their bodies were like jade. The shortest was 100 meters tall, and the tallest was 1,000 meters tall. It was on a completely different level from the kingdom's golden steel. Zhou Zhou looked at the 11 imperial jade tablets and had an idea. Rumble. The 11 imperial jade tablets shattered along with his thoughts, revealing the high-tier deity level advanced grade territory token, high-tier deity level advanced grade territory token, and high-tier deity level advanced grade advanced empire token. They added up to a total of 33 tokens, which were all stored in his king's treasure box. When Tarot Call saw this scene, he had mixed feelings. The collapse of the Empire's Jade Tablet meant that the Shadow Clan had been completely annihilated. If not for the common people's regal taking them in, they would probably have become refugees without a country. However, joining the common people's Regal's Blazing Sun Kingdom and becoming a citizen of the Blazing Sun Kingdom might not necessarily be a bad thing. Tarot Call sensed the potential of the Master God tier that he had just advanced to not long ago. He took a deep breath and revealed a sincere smile from the bottom of his heart. "Congratulations, Your Majesty, for becoming the ruler of the Shadow Clan's territory," he said sincerely and respectfully. "From now on, the Shadow Canopy will be a domain-level territory of MV Blazing Sun Kingdom. It can be called the Shadow Domain. You are the new lord of the Shadow Domain, the current patriarch of the Shadow Clan," Zhou Zhou ordered calmly. He easily placed this important appointment on the other party. Tarot Call was an intermediate grade true god, and his potential was also an advanced grade true god. Now, with the support of the Sword of Xianyuan and the Sun Moon Star Sword, he had directly advanced to become a top-notch advanced grade master god. In addition, the other party was influenced by the peaceful times and was already extremely loyal to him. It was not a big deal to hand this domain lord over to him. "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty. The true god of shadow and blood blade, Tarot Call, am willing to die for Your Majesty." Tarot Call knelt on the ground in excitement and gratitude. Zhou Zhou sensed that the other party had become a fanatic believer and nodded slightly. He did not feel excited at all. If he became a Holy Spirit tier believer, he might be pleasantly surprised. However, it was always a good thing to have a true God tier advanced grade fanatic believer in the territory. Even if I were given another 10 true God tier advanced grade combat power, their combined power wouldn't allow me to break through the bottleneck of Master God tier combat power. As for that Master God tier intermediate grade Great Lunar Demon Blade, I can't use it at a higher level even with my Master God tier chaotic sacred power. Zhou Zhou felt that it was a pity. Chapter 1068, Capture Jacro. Brother Race Shadow Clan. The difference between a Master God tier and a True God tier was too great. He could use True God tier divine artifacts at a higher level through King when he was at the Legendary tier level. Yet, he was at the low tier deity level intermediate grade, but he couldn't use a Master God tier intermediate grade divine artifact through King. "Perhaps if you give me a Master God tier elementary grade divine artifact, I'll be able to use it at a higher level." Zhou Zhou had other thoughts and could give this idea a try. However, this operation to destroy the enemy clan could not be stopped. Among the 5 main people of foreign races that had stopped the human race from retreating to the primordial world, the Shadow Clan had already been destroyed by him. Each of the other 4 races should have the foundation of true God tier divine artifacts. As long as he could destroy them, it shouldn't be difficult for him to obtain an elementary grade Master God tier divine artifact from them. At that time, he would be able to test if he could control a Master God tier elementary grade divine artifact. If he could control it, he would have a high chance of dealing with Uriel. In the following period of time, Tarot Call continued to show Zhou Zhou around the Shadow Clan's treasure vault world, introducing the many treasures stored here. The 2 of them were true God tiers. As they flew and browsed, they quickly saw most of the treasures in the treasure vault world. It had to be said that as a powerful race that could firmly suppress the human race, the treasures stored by he had indeed dazzled Zhou Zhou. However, if one thought about it carefully, it was actually just like that. The total value was probably not even 1/5 of the total value of the 30 true God tier divine artifacts in his hands. With this in mind, Zhou Zhou lost interest in continuing reading. He directly got Tarot Call to bring him to the core of the treasure vault world. Even though Tarot Call felt a little regretful when he heard that, he still brought Zhou Zhou to the origin core. The source core of the treasury world was in a shadow law source world deep within the treasury world. This place was a world of its own, filled with the power of the laws of shadow. The source of the power of the law of shadows was a grain of black shadow sand floating in the sky in the center of the source world. After Zhou Zhou was brought here, he immediately noticed the shadow sand. Then, he raised his hand and controlled the shadow sand to fly into his hand. Then, he directly recognized it as his private property. "I'll take away the resources in your treasure vault. In the future, the development resources of your Shadow Clan will be distributed by the officials of our kingdom. It won't be any less than the resources you used before. Also, this set of Shadow-type True God tier divine artifacts is for you." Zhou Zhou casually took out a set of low-level True God tier laws of Shadow True God divine artifacts and gave them to the other party. "In the future, as the ruler of the Shadow Domain, you need to oversee the Shadow Clan. Enhancing your strength is indispensable. Otherwise, not only will you and the Shadow Clan lose face, but it will also bring shame to our Blazing Sun Kingdom." It will even make other enemies think that our Blazing Sun Kingdom is weak and easy to bully. These 6 true God tier divine artifacts will help you increase your strength. The weapons belong to you as your reward for joining the Blazing Sun Kingdom. As for the other 5 true God tier divine artifacts, I'll lend them to you for the time being. When you've established enough military merits, you can come to the capital to exchange for them and turn them into true God tier divine artifacts that truly belong to you. Zhou Zhou said. Thank you for your reward, Your Majesty. Tarot Call was overjoyed as he knelt on one knee in gratitude. He had been a little worried just now. After His Majesty took away the Shadow Clan's treasury world, what would support the future development of the Shadow Clan? Unexpectedly, not only did His Majesty immediately provide a solution, but he even gave he the right to use the 6 true God tier artifacts. He even directly rewarded him with one of the true God tier divine artifacts. What kind of noble and generous monarch was this? At this moment, Tarot Call even had the intention of being Zhou Zhou's dog. As for the treasure vault? So be it. What does it have to do with me? Even if His Majesty didn't give the Shadow Clan any resources to develop in the future and let them earn everything themselves, he felt that it wasn't a loss at all. Get up. As long as you are loyal to me, such a reward, or even something better, will be yours. Zhou Zhou raised his hand, and Tarot Call stood up uncontrollably. There was no time to be shocked. With a thought, Zhou Zhou controlled the Shadow Sand treasury world in his hand. The space around the two of them changed. Then, he saw that the two of them had already returned to the location of the spatial teleportation array. Then, the two of them did not waste any more time and left directly, returning to the Shadow Temple on the ground. As soon as he returned to the Temple of Shadows, a forbidden Archmage General who had been waiting for a long time walked over quickly and said respectfully to Zhou Zhou. Your Majesty, the number 1 true god of the Shadow Clan Jacro suddenly appeared from a pile of Shadow Clan corpses and quickly fled in the direction away from the Shadow Clan's territory. Your Excellency Heros, Your Excellency Yellow Emperor, Your Excellency Buddha Lord, and 5 other true god tier gods have already led an army to pursue him. Zhou Zhou nodded. What is Bai Yun doing? He asked. Legion Commander Bai Yun is currently sorting out the gains from this war and educating the captives who are unwilling to surrender. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Looks like we'll have to wait a while. He muttered to himself. Tarot Call hurriedly nodded when he heard that. Zhou Zhou turned to look at he and suddenly thought of something. He took out the Great Lunar Emperor's Vision Divine Stone. Spirit of the Great Lunar Stone Sculpture, I almost forgot to ask you before. Previously, when I saw that Isis used you, he sacrificed his life. Why don't I have any requests? Zhou Zhou asked curiously. After a while, the Great Lunar Emperor's Vision Divine Stone, which had been silent all this while, suddenly said. Using the light from the Great Lunar Emperor's Vision Divine Stone requires the power of that gaze. Once it's used up, I'll become an ordinary Great Lunar Spirit Stone again. I've paid so much. Of course, I have to control my existence and pay a price. As for Your Excellency Regal, your body possesses a magical and magnificent power. It even increased my origin energy by several times. I can't ask you for anything. Zhou Zhou was speechless. So that was the reason. It seemed that this treasure was also based on one's judgment. You made a smart choice. You won't regret it. Zhou Zhou smiled. The Great Lunar Emperor's Vision Divine Stone moved slightly in response. At this moment, Heros' voice came from outside the temple. Your Majesty, Jacro has been arrested. Bring him up. Zhou Zhou ordered. Yes, Your Majesty. Heros said respectfully. Soon, he, the Yellow Emperor, and the other 5 true god tiers joined forces to detain a true god tier whose body was in tatters and covered in blood. It was Jacro. The first thing Jacro saw was Zhou Zhou. At this moment, his expression was still very calm, as if he had already accepted his fate. But when he saw Tarot Call beside Zhou Zhou, his eyes suddenly widened. Then, he realized something and suddenly roared crazily. Tarot Call, what are you doing? Why are you standing behind that guy? Jacro, I've already acknowledged the common people's regal as my master. I advise you to watch your words. El might even be able to plead for you in front of His Majesty so that you have a chance to serve His Majesty. Otherwise, Tarot Call looked at him coldly and advised. You actually betrayed my brother and our Shadow Clan. You traitor, traitor! Have you forgotten what we did for you? We've invested so many resources in you, and this is how you treat us, the Shadow Clan? You're even one of the candidates for the future leader of the Shadow Clan. Are you worthy of our approval? Jackro became even crazier and interrupted Tarot Call. Your approval? Tarot Call glared at him. Hasn't the Shadow Clan long become ISIS and your dominant power? You're also a member of the Shadow Clan, an advanced grade true god tier, and you've also made so many contributions to the Shadow Clan. Just because ISIS and you are brothers, you became the #1 true god tier worshipper of the Shadow Clan. Have you, Jackro, forgotten how many times you've lost to me during our usual sparring sessions? Why is it that a weakling like you can become the #1 true god tier of the Shadow Clan while one can only be #2? Look at Isis. The enemy is right in front of us and he didn't hesitate to give you the Shadow Divine token. He didn't even look at me. Why? Why is he doing this? What's the point of making me the so-called candidate for the Patriarch? Will I become the joke of the other true god tier when you are chosen? Jackro opened his mouth but couldn't say anything to refute. However, Tarot Call wasn't finished. And my new master? He has clearly just taken me in as a subordinate, but he has already handed over the huge territory of the Shadow Clan to me to manage. I am now the ruler of the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Divine token has been given to me by His Majesty. My Majesty is the wise lord that I deserve to be loyal to for the rest of my life. Not you as my brother race. Tarot Call took out the Shadow token that Zhou Zhou had given him and raised it high for Jackro to see. Jackro looked at the Divine Shadow token and then at Zhou Zhou and Tarot Call. He gradually smiled tragically. Chapter 1069, The Battle for the Divine Kingdom's Throne begins. Elizariel's request for help. Jackro stopped talking. The other party had a numb and dazed expression no matter what Zhou Zhou and Tarot Call said. It was hard to imagine that such an expression would appear on a top-notch true god tier who controlled the life and death of a race. This guy's ready to die. Kill him. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Yes. Haros said respectfully. Then, the other true god tier and him escorted him out of the Temple of Shadows. After being detained out of the Temple of Shadows, Jackro looked back at the tall and majestic Temple of Shadows. The scene of the temple collapsing seemed to appear in his dark and numb eyes. At the Temple of Shadows, Tarot Call watched with a complicated expression as Jackro was detained. Why? Are you soft-hearted? Zhou Zhou looked at him and asked with a faint smile. Elle wouldn't dare. I'm just a little emotional. Even though our Shadow Clan can't be said to be completely invincible around the territory we once ruled, we have never encountered an existence that we can't resist or reconcile with. Therefore, we have never encountered such a crisis of extermination. Now that danger has suddenly appeared, even before I can react, the Shadow Clan has already been destroyed. Tarot Call pursed his lips. The struggle of all races exceeds my imagination. It's too fast. When Zhou Zhou heard that, his expression was calm and he did not say anything. Actually, under normal circumstances, without a special existence like him, the lords of all races should still be fighting among themselves at this stage. The civilizations behind the lords of all races should still be watching the big show of the lord of all races like spectators. However, because of his sudden rise, the prairie fire of the lord of all races was spread to the civilization behind the lord in advance. These races and civilizations probably didn't expect that the huge lord of all races competition would undergo such a huge change because of them and their progress would be so much faster. Zhou Zhou naturally had no regrets about this. The battle for supremacy progressed faster and faster. The more beneficial it was to a lord of all races like him who had a weak foundation. Otherwise, prolonging the battle for supremacy and letting the lords of the other races slowly unleash their own civilization would only increase their advantage. At that time, the other weak lords of the other races would basically not have to play and could just surrender. A moment later, Haros quickly walked over with a spatial ring and a world ring. Then, he said respectfully. Your Majesty, this is the spoils of war after Jackro's death, as well as the world ringing on him. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, with a thought, he saw that the two rings had already teleported from Haros' hand to him. He first entered the spatial ring and then shook his head. Jackro's spoils of war were much lesser than Isis. Other than the 18 true god tier divine artifacts and 30 to 40 master god tier materials that dropped, there was nothing else to see. However, the only interesting thing was that there was an epic tier lord talent sphere and 5 epic tier lord talent crystal fragments inside. He could open them later. Then, he entered the world ring beside him and browsed through it. Then, he raised his brows slightly with a surprised expression. This was because he had discovered that this fellow's world ring actually contained a large number of resources. Even though it could not compare to the resources of the Shadow Clan's treasury world that he had just obtained, it was still 1/10 of the total. This was not a resource that an ordinary true god tier advanced grade god spirit could possess. Zhou Zhou calculated in his heart and came to a conclusion. So this is a backup racial resource of the Shadow Clan. It was secretly preserved by the patriarchs of the past generations. The purpose of keeping it is to prevent the Shadow Clan from being wiped out one day. With this racial resource, the Shadow Clan has the possibility of rising again in the future. Before the decisive battle between Isis and me, he handed this spare racial resource to Jacro. It seems that he did indeed have a backup plan. What a pity. Jacro didn't run away. This spare racial resource still fell into my hands. Even though Zhou Zhou said that it was a pity, he still threw it into the king's treasure box in his body. After a while, before Bai Yun arrived, an unexpected friend in Zhou Zhou's personal terminal sent him a message. The Queen of the Elven Empire, Elise Ariel, had sent a message to him. The content of the message was very simple. But it was also very shocking. The Elven Empire had officially started the Divine Kingdom battle for throne against the Behemoth Divine Kingdom. Once it succeeded, the Elven Empire would fulfill the last condition to advance to a beginner Divine Kingdom and officially advance to a beginner-level Divine Kingdom Lord faction. It didn't matter if he failed. History doesn't keep track of losers. The Behemoth Divine Kingdom seemed to have been prepared. In the face of the Elven Empire's sudden war, they did not panic at all. They had long prepared their troops and waited for the other party to ascend the door. Currently, both sides were fighting at the border city of the Behemoth Divine Kingdom, the extraordinary tier regional territory Behemoth City. In the first battle, both sides directly invested more than 100 billion soldiers and hundreds of god spirits to fight. Both sides even sent out a true god tier to engage in a preliminary battle. Obviously, both sides wanted to make a good start by winning their first battle. How dangerous is it to go against an elementary divine kingdom with an empire? I'll wonder if the Elven Empire will succeed. Zhou Zhou lamented in his heart. He wanted to join in the fun. He didn't have any support for either side in this war. There was naturally no need to mention the Behemoth Divine Kingdom. There was no enmity between them. It had never provoked him, and he did not want to provoke it. Even though the Elven Empire had a good relationship with him, ever since he rejected Octavel's request to send troops, his relationship with the Elven Empire had entered an awkward situation. Under such circumstances, whether the other party won or not was not good news for him. To Zhou Zhou, the most suitable outcome would be for both sides to suffer losses in this battle. This way, he might be able to benefit from it. At this moment, Elise Ariel requested for Zhou Zhou's help. She also said that as long as Zhou Zhou agreed to help, the day the Elven Empire was built, they could conclude an eternal alliance treaty with the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Under this treaty, as long as there was no internal strife between the two sides, it was basically comparable to the relationship between brothers. A future divine kingdom had made such a request to Zhou Zhou. Under normal circumstances, with Zhou Zhou's current strength and influence, it was more than enough to help the Elven Empire. However, Zhou Zhou still refused. The Elven Queen did not lose her poise after Zhou Zhou refused. After her saving that it was fine, she did not say anything else. Zhou Zhou looked at Elise Ariel's series of messages with a very calm expression. The Behemoth Divine Kingdom is a true Divine Kingdom Lord faction. Who knows what trump cards they have hidden? What kind of allies do they have? Perhaps they have allies from other Divine Kingdom Lord factions. In addition, I have no enmity with the Behemoth Divine Kingdom. Even if I send troops to the Elven Empire with help, my reputation won't be too good. After all, we're not dealing with the Scarlet Lords. If you had attacked a Scarlet Divine Kingdom Lord faction, I might have sent out my troops. Moreover, you're asking me for help again at this time. I'm afraid the situation on your side isn't as smooth as you imagined, right? The Behemoth Empire is probably more difficult to deal with than you imagine, right? Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. He thought for a moment and sent someone to call Wu Tu over. Your subject, Wu Tu, greets His Majesty. After Wu Tu came over, he bowed respectfully. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he briefly explained the matter between the Elven Empire and the Behemoth Divine Kingdom to the other party. Then, you, the mysterious caravan, and the Starfire mercenary team will gather information on the battle between the two sides. If there's any new information, send it to the capital immediately and tell me. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Tu said respectfully. You may leave. Zhou Zhou nodded and said. Wu Tu took his leave. Bai Yun quickly walked in not long after he left. Chapter 1070, Tarot Call is on the right path. Persuade surrender. Your Majesty, all the racial resources that the Shadow Clan can take away have been collected. The loots have also been sorted out. Regarding the captives, according to Madame Wenya's statistics, we have captured about 31.612 billion people of foreign race soldiers, 216 god spirits, and 2 true god tiers. As for the royal family of the Shadow Clan, we've also captured them all. Currently, they're gathered in the side hall of the Temple of Shadows with the ministers and god spirits of the Shadow Clan. They're under the joint custody of Your Excellency Lu and Your Excellency White River. Your Majesty, do you want to take a look? Bai Yun asked respectfully. Are they willing to submit to our Blazing Sun Kingdom? Zhou Zhou asked. Most of them are willing to submit, but only a few stubborn old officials are unwilling to accept surrender for the time being. Bai Yun said. Let's go take a look. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. His kingdom would rule this territory in the future after all. He had to let these old ministers see who their new master was. Otherwise, he would have already conquered this territory. In the end, the former owner of this territory did not even see him, the lord in charge of the offensive. It felt strange. Your Majesty, please follow me. Bai Yun nodded. Then, he brought Zhou Zhou and Tarot Call to the side hall. On the way, Tarot Call suddenly whispered. Your Majesty, perhaps I can try to persuade those stubborn old ministers. To be able to become the higher UPS of our Shadow Clan, they are not ordinary people. It would be a pity to kill them. If they can be convinced by me and serve His Majesty, it can be considered their honor and luck. They can also add bricks and tiles to His Majesty's country. Sure. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Soon, the three of them arrived at the side hall. Even though this was a side hall, it actually occupied a huge area and could accommodate hundreds of thousands of people. However, when he thought of this, he felt that it was normal for the Shadow Clan, who had mastered the extraordinary tier power, and even the gods who had mastered the laws. At this moment, there were more than 100,000 shadows and a small number of people of foreign races in the huge side hall. They were all detained by the Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers and even god spirits. No one dared to move. When they saw Zhou Zhou arrive, all the soldiers and god spirits immediately said respectfully in unison. Greetings, Your Majesty. Greetings, Patriarch. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he walked straight to the temple lord seat at the highest point at the front and sat down. He looked at the Shadow Clan royal family, ministers, and god spirits below. This king won't say any nonsense. Those who are willing to join our Blazing Sun Kingdom will naturally be rewarded with authority, status, wealth, and strength. You will have everything you want as long as you are loyal and capable. As for those who are unwilling to join my kingdom, it's simple. We are enemies to begin with. If we lose and are unwilling to surrender, please die. Zhou Zhou said calmly. His voice revealed an unquestionable attitude. The expressions of the Shadow Clan emperors, ministers, and god spirits immediately changed when they heard this. They could tell that the regal in front of them was not just talking. He had plenty of talents under him. It didn't matter what kind of powerhouse, genius, or master you were. As long as you weren't willing to submit, he could really kill you. I'm willing to surrender. Please don't kill me, Your Majesty. I'm willing to surrender too. I've admired His Majesty for a long time. It's my dream to become His Majesty's subject. Your Majesty, before you came, I already said that I was willing to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom. This subject hates war and hopes to create peace. The peaceful environment of the Sun Kingdom created by His Majesty is known by all races. You are the wise ruler that I dream of submitting to. Humph. So what if I die? You're just a small human lord. Even if you become a regal, don't even think about making me, Zella, submit to you. Well said. My division is a god spirit nurtured by the Shadow Clan. You, an enemy who destroyed my Shadow Clan, still want me to surrender? Dream on. I wish I could eat your flesh and blood raw and devour your soul. Zhou Zhou's words immediately caused all sorts of reactions from these old Shadow Clan officials. Some immediately surrendered, wishing that they were born into the Blazing Sun Kingdom. There were also some who looked like they hated their country. They stared at Zhou Zhou as if they were looking at their mortal enemies. How dare you! Before he could do anything, he saw Tarot Call standing up angrily and waving his right hand. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A large amount of dark grey shadow divine power transformed into shadow blades that shot towards these old Shadow Clan officials who were cursing. Most of these former Shadow Clan officials had not even reached the level of a god spirit. Only a small portion of them were god spirits. How could they withstand the attack of a true god tier advance grade? He was killed in one strike. The surrounding Shadow Clan officials, regardless of whether they were willing to surrender or not, were shocked and did not dare to speak after seeing this scene. They were terrified. Zhou Zhou's expression was calm. He didn't say anything and only gave Tarot Call an appreciative look. Tarot Call was delighted when he saw this. Then, he immediately puffed out his chest and took out the shadow token to show these old Shadow Clan officials. Finally, he uttered solemnly. You should know me and the Shadow Divine token in my hand. Not bad. Now, I, the second true god tier of the Shadow Clan, have by now grasped the Shadow Divine token and become the current master of the Shadow Clan. Patriarch Isis has by now died in battle. But the Shadow Clan can't be without a master for a day, and we can't cut off the inheritance of our Shadow Clan because of this. Otherwise, how can we be worthy of the Shadow Clan ancestry in our bodies? We're sinners to begin with, but now, the common people's regal is willing to forgive our past mistakes and even allow us to become part of the Blazing Sun Kingdom and become normal citizens of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. How magnanimous and bold is that? How can you be so stubborn? Don't forget that in the beginning, we were the ones who had to give the order to stop the humans from retreating to the primordial world. His Majesty is already magnanimous enough to ignore your past. Are you really only happy when you're about to die? The old ministers of the Shadow Clan fell silent as soon as these words were spoken. When Tarot Call saw this, he knew that it was time. Hence, he raised the Divine Shadow token in his hand and uttered solemnly to them. I command you as the master of the Shadow Clan. Join the Blazing Sun Kingdom and become a subject of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Offer all your loyalty to His Majesty. His Majesty is a supreme regal and serves His Majesty. Our ancestors won't blame us. Instead, they will take it as glory. If you don't listen now, when will you? Towards the end, he shouted. The ministers of the Shadow Clan below looked at each other and knelt down. We are willing to be His Majesty's subjects. We are willing to surrender. The old officials of the Shadow Clan uttered one after another. When Tarot Call saw this scene, he nodded in his heart. Then, he quietly retreated behind Zhou Zhou and left the scene in front of him. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly when he saw this. He could tell that actually, these guys did not want to die. They just needed a way out. Now that the current patriarch, Tarot Call, had personally come to influence them, it was equivalent to giving them a way out. They were naturally willing to surrender. You'll be glad of your selection today in the future. He said. He made some arrangements for the Shadow Clan and set up a spatial teleportation array after all. Then, he led the army and loots to board the Galaxy Leader and returned to the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Chapter 1071, The Function of the Master God Tier Divine Artifact. Zhou Zhou returned to the Blazing Sun Palace with Leia after they reached the Blazing Sun Kingdom. How do you feel today? Zhou Zhou held Leia's hand and asked with a smile before she returned to Cunning Palace. The war between races is too terrifying. It's completely different from the war between kingdoms I've seen before. Leia recalled the race she had seen on the Galaxy Leader. It involved the battle of more than 1 trillion soldiers, the battle of thousands of god spirits, and the battle of dozens of true god tiers. It left a deep impression on her. The ultimate goal of the kingdom war is to expand the territory. There's no hope of not leaving it for the subjects of this country. Even if the subjects don't have their own country, they can still go to other countries to reunite with their people. But a war between races is a war of pure genocide. After the war between races, only one of the two races can live in this world openly. The loser can only become the slave of the victor, or even be exterminated without leaving a single one alive. The life forms of the races that are lucky enough to survive will not only lose their country, they will even lose their race. They will become the loneliest living beings in the world. Just as Zhou Zhou thought that Leia was going to be more sentimental, he saw her expression suddenly become more determined. She grabbed Zhou Zhou's hands and said seriously, Your Majesty, you must eliminate all evil in the future. Don't leave any members of the enemy race who are unwilling to surrender alive. I will take care of the internal affairs so that your majesty will have no worries and focus on fighting for our country and even the human race. I hope that we humans will never experience what the Shadow Clan experienced today. Anyone who dares to show their fangs to us humans deserves to die, even if they are exterminated by us. Zhou Zhou looked at Li Yi, who was looking at him with a determined expression. Then, a smile appeared on his face. He felt gratified. Upon hearing the first half of her words, he thought that she couldn't bear to see such a scene of genocide. He realized that he had guessed wrongly after hearing the latter half of her words. How could the woman he had taken a fancy to not understand his position in such a matter and feel pity for him? One had to know that as the princess of a country, she had experienced the destruction of the Aurora Kingdom. She had even been stabbed to death by an assassin from an enemy country. If not for Zhou Zhou, be it Li Yi or her father's Aurora Kingdom, they would probably have been destroyed by the Taiyan Kingdom long ago. Not to mention that Li Yi had experienced a huge incident like the retreat of the human race to the primordial world that affected the entire human race. With such an experience, she naturally would not sympathize with these enemies who had bared their fangs at the human race and even wanted to exterminate the human race. Sympathy? It would be more accurate to say that she wished they could all die. Don't worry, your husband has never been lenient with his enemies. I will never let my kingdom and my human race leave behind any future troubles because of my mercy. Zhou Zhou held her in his arms and stroked her hair. I have faith in your majesty. Li Yi said gently in Zhou Zhou's arms. The two of them stood together and whispered to each other for a while before Li Yi left reluctantly. Zhou Zhou did not covet the love affair. After bidding farewell to Li Yi, he went straight to the Blazing Sun Palace. Zhou Zhou sat on the throne and was looking at a treasured saber in his hand in the meeting hall at the Blazing Sun Palace. This treasured saber was half the height of a person, and its entire body was dark purple. At the same time, the surface was covered in a layer of dark purple nomological engravings, revealing the profound and cold nomological mysteries. The blade of his shone brightly. Zhou Zhou looked over and seemed to be able to vaguely observe a supreme great lunar netherworld on the surface of the blade. There were all sorts of yin elemental creatures and ghosts fighting coldly and decisively inside. They seemed to have been born to kill. All kinds of killing manuals appeared endlessly, precisely forming a race civilization with killing as the core. It was the main divine artifact that he had acquired from Isis, the great lunar extinction lifeless demonic blade. Previously, it was inconvenient to take it out to check when he was in the territory of the Shadow Clan. This was a Master God tier divine artifact after all. It would definitely cause the globe to change once it appeared. It might even attract the attention of a top-notch Master God tier. Not every Master God tier God spirit possessed a Master God tier divine artifact. Before he dealt with Uriel, he had no intention of exposing the fact that he already had a Master God tier divine artifact. Now that he had returned to his divine kingdom, he did not have so many scruples. No matter how strong a Master God tier God spirit was, it was impossible for him to see through what he was doing in the divine kingdom. His divine kingdom was in the supreme domain after all. Even the supreme god realm and the great lunar and great solar regals would not dare to casually pry into what was happening in the supreme domain. Let me take a good look at what's so good about this Master God tier divine artifact. Zhou Zhou looked over expectantly and a text notification appeared. Divine artifact name, the Great Lunar Extinction Lifeless Demonic Blade. Divine artifact grade, Master God tier intermediate grade. Divine artifact nomological law 1 Great Lunar Exterminating Boundless Universe. The Great Lunar Extinction Lifeless Demonic Blade contains a boundless universe with the two complete nomological laws, Great Lunar and Exterminating, as the core. Furthermore, the existing beings inside precisely used the Great Lunar and Exterminating nomological laws as the core to create an ancient race civilization called Lifeless. They also call themselves the Lifeless Race. As the master of the Great Lunar Extinction Lifeless Demonic Blade, one could mobilize all the resources in the boundless universe at will, including god spirits, extraordinary tier life forms, ordinary life forms, and other intelligent existences. The existing beings and god spirits of this boundless universe all contain the mark of the main divine artifact in their origin cores. They will be loyal to the owner of the Great Lunar Extinction Lifeless Demonic Blade, and the owner will be provided with endless and pure power of faith. Divine Artifact Nomological Law 2 Great Lunar Ultimate Divine Destruction Origin Saber Chi. By using the Great Lunar Extinction Lifeless Demonic Blade's Great Lunar Ultimate Divine Destruction Origin Saber Chi, it can release an existence that can kill Master Gods and advance grades. It can easily destroy any world. The specific power depended on the number of Great Lunar Ultimate Divine Destruction Origin Saber Chi used. The more there were, the stronger the power. Otherwise, the weaker it was. The Great Lunar Ultimate Divine Destruction Origin Saber Chi came from the will of the dead existences in the Great Lunar Exterminating Boundless Universe. The more existences that died in the boundless universe, the stronger the will of the dead existences. The more Great Lunar Ultimate Divine Destruction Origin Saber Chi they could collect, the more they could not exterminate the life forms of the various races in the globe in order to collect a large number of Great Lunar Ultimate Divine Destruction Origin Saber Chi at once. Otherwise, they would not collect too much Great Lunar Ultimate Divine Destruction Origin Saber Chi. Divine Artifact Nomological Law 3 Great Lunar Origin. The Great Lunar Extinction Lifeless Demonic Blade contains the complete origin of the Great Lunar Law Origin. The owner of the Master God Tier Divine Artifact can enter with his soul to comprehend the mysteries of the Great Lunar Law at any time. Divine Artifact Nomological Law 4 Extinction Origin. The Great Lunar Extinction Lifeless Demonic Blade contains the complete origin of the Extinction Law. The owner of the main artifact can enter it with his soul and understand the mystery of the Extinction Law at any time. Prompt: it can recognize its master. The lowest level is the will-like light realm. After reading it, Zhou Zhou couldn't help but gasp. Chapter 1072, Great Lunar Exterminating Boundless Universe. Lifeless Race. Good God! This was actually a Master God Tier Divine Artifact with two complete laws at the same time. Furthermore, it was the Great Lunar Law and the Extermination Law that were extremely powerful in combat. As expected of a Master God Tier Intermediate Grade Divine Artifact. This alone didn't disappoint him. In the future, if he or his subordinates desired to comprehend the Great Lunar Law or the Extinction Law more easily, they could directly enter the main Divine Artifact's nomological origin to comprehend it. It was definitely 1,000 times simpler than comprehending it in the outside world. Other than that, there was also a boundless universe with these two laws as the core. There was nothing strange about a divine artifact containing a world. Many true God Tier Divine Artifacts and Master God Tier Divine Artifacts had their own worlds that were exclusive to the Divine Artifacts to accommodate their own laws. At the same time, having his own world of Divine Artifacts was also very helpful to the development of the Divine Artifact itself. For example, his Sword of New Dimension creation naturally contained a world origin. Later on, after Zhou Zhou invested all kinds of treasures, the world origin had officially opened up a middle world and was rapidly developing in the direction of the boundless universe. Its grade had already advanced from the original True God Tier Intermediate Grade Divine Artifact to a True God Tier Advanced Grade Divine Artifact. When the middle world inside it officially evolved into the boundless universe, there was a high chance that it would evolve into a Master Divine Artifact. However, this would take a long time. Speaking of which, Zhou Zhou was not surprised that this Master God Tier Intermediate Grade Divine Artifact had its own boundless universe. What surprised Zhou Zhou was that it had already formed a complete and mature race civilization in the boundless universe. Lifeless race. Even though this race sounds strange, as long as they are a complete race, then their value is immeasurable. Furthermore, the Great Lunar Extinction Lifeless Demonic Blade is a Master God Tier Divine Artifact with a boundless universe. Those who can be called an ancient race in the boundless universe will definitely give birth to existences at the True God Tier level. It's impossible to be a Master God Tier. Once a Master God Tier existence is born in the boundless universe, they will immediately be expelled from the boundless universe. And I can command all the lives in the Great Lunar Exterminating Boundless Universe at will. Doesn't that mean that all the true God Tier, God spirits, and even all the extraordinary tier soldiers in the boundless universe can be used by me? Zhou Zhou's eyes shone brightly. If that was the case, his strength and influence would skyrocket because of this Master Divine Artifact. Good God! I originally considered that I had only obtained a normal Master God Tier Divine Artifact. I didn't expect to obtain a super military camp. Moreover, it's a super military camp that is completely loyal to me and can provide me with an endless stream of faith power. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. This trip to the Shadow Clan was simply profitable. Not to mention, this Master God Tier Intermediate Grade Divine Artifact actually had a super offensive law skill from the Great Lunar Ultimate Divine Destruction Origin Saber Chi. A full-strength Great Lunar Ultimate Divine Destruction Origin Saber Chi could even kill an existence at Master God Tier Advanced Grade. When he considered of this, he could not help but hold his breath. Master God Tier Advanced Grade. It was definitely a top-notch expert in the myriad worlds. It was also the strongest existence who could interfere in the Lord of all Races battle. Existences at the Supreme God Realm and above could not personally interfere with the Lord of all Races competition. Which meant, as long as he could use this Master God Divine Artifact normally, he would basically have nothing to fear when facing super clan protecting experts of all races in the future. In fact, all races should be afraid of me. I will run to the door and kill the super expert opposite me with a single strike if they dare to anger me. He considered to himself. However, he woke up in no time. No, I still can't be too arrogant. The reason why top races are called top races is definitely not only because they have the protection of Master God tier experts. More importantly, they have an incomparably deep racial heritage and endless racial trump cards. It's true that the Supreme God realm can't attack casually, but it doesn't mean that they can't bring out a Supreme God realm trump card. This great lunar extinction lifeless demonic blade can at most give me the ability to protect myself and make other people of foreign races fear me in the future. However, it definitely doesn't give me the ability to run amok among the myriad races in the world. I still need to be careful. The matter of tyranny should be done within the lords of the myriad races. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. Then, he viewed at the last line of notifications on the Master God Divine Artifact. Does it need my will to recognize me as its master? Fortunately, I can. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate and immediately sent his will into the Great Lunar Extinction Lifeless Demonic Blade. His willpower had already reached the standard, and he was a god spirit of the Lord's laws. He could easily obtain the approval of the spirit of the Master God tier Divine Artifact and successfully recognized him as its master. However, since his realm was insufficient, he was temporarily unable to use most of the main functions of this Master God tier Divine Artifact. There were only two main abilities that he could use normally. The first was that he could summon the god spirits in the Great Lunar Exterminating Boundless Universe and summon them from the Master God tier's Boundless Universe to his territory to fight for him. The second was to enter the nomological origin of the Master God tier Divine Artifact with his divine sense and comprehend the Great Lunar Law and the Extermination Law inside. Zhou Zhou was not excited about the latter. It was only comprehending Master God tier laws after all. He could easily bring out two Master God tier books of the God Spirit to achieve the same or even better effect. He still needed to comprehend the former. The latter was directly pouring law comprehension into the user's brain. What he viewed forward to the most was naturally to use the functions of the God Spirits in the Boundless Universe. How many God Spirits are there in the Great Lunar Exterminating Boundless Universe? And how many true God tiers God Spirits are there? Zhou Zhou questioned curiously. The Great Lunar Extinction Lifeless Demonic Blade vibrated slightly and sent a message to him. After Zhou Zhou understood this message, he raised his eyebrows slightly. You're saying that there are a total of 11 true God tiers and more than 1,500 God spirits of the lifeless race in your boundless universe? He asked. This Master God tier Divine Artifact shook again to express its affirmation. When Zhou Zhou heard that, his eyes revealed a hint of doubt. According to the artifact spirit of the main divine artifact of the Great Lunar Extinction Lifeless Demonic Blade, the living beings in this boundless universe adhered to the principle of racial development. Only by killing and defeating their enemies could they become true experts. Therefore, even though there were not many life forms in this world, almost all of them who survived were experts, and the probability of them becoming gods was extremely high. However, that didn't sound like a lot, about the same strength as the Shadow Clan. The Great Lunar Extinction Lifeless Demonic Blade appeared to have sensed Zhou Zhou's thoughts. It shook the blade in dissatisfaction before sending another message. After Zhou Zhou learned of this information, his body trembled as he hurriedly said. You're saying that your 11 true God tiers God spirits have reached true God tier advanced grade, while those 1,500 odd God spirits are all high tier deity level God spirits. There aren't any God spirits of other levels. He widened his eyes. The Great Lunar Extinction Lifeless Demonic Blade trembled slightly again facing his master's doubts. It was very satisfied with Zhou Zhou's reaction while expressing its affirmation. Zhou Zhou viewed incredulous. How is this possible? Chapter 1073, Killing Conference. Uncrowned King Galamons. How could a complete boundless universe be filled with true God tier advanced grade God spirits and high tier deity level God spirits? What about the other God spirits? They did not even have any at the intermediate grade? Zhou Zhou did not think too much about it and directly raised his doubts with the Great Lunar Extinction Lifeless Demonic Blade. And this Master God tier Divine Artifact immediately gave Zhou Zhou the answer. According to the artifact spirit of the Master God tier Divine Artifact, the laws of the Great Lunar Exterminating Boundless Universe were somewhat similar to the laws of the High Continent. By killing enemies, he could obtain slaughter energy to raise his strength. He could even convert the law comprehension into his own law comprehension. This world could be said to be filled with slaughter because of this. Not only did the spirit of the Master God tier divine artifact not stop this trend, he even encouraged this kind of killing behavior in order to allow the laws of this world to grow. For this reason, every 100,000 years, it would hold a killing conference within the world. The conference was divided into 3 competitions. They were the demigod, legendary tier, competition, the high tier deity level competition, and the true god tier performance competition. The 3 participants were legendary level extraordinary individuals, high tier deity level god spirits, and true god tier. Only by killing 10,000 legendary tier superhumans or 100 high tier deity level god spirits or defeating all the other true gods in these 3 competitions could they win. The winner would not only have an unparalleled status in the boundless universe. Furthermore, the spirit of the Master God tier divine artifact would personally take action and forcefully raise their strength from the legendary tier to the high tier deity level, or from the high tier deity level to the true god tier. As for the true god tier, they directly became the king of killers of the great lunar exterminating world. Their status was second only to the artifact spirit of the Master God tier divine artifact. It could be said that he had truly reached the heavens in a single step. Such a huge reward naturally made countless members of the lifeless clan scramble like ducks. Even if the price was death, there were countless members of the lifeless clan who were willing to participate. It was fine if he was unwilling to participate. However, his realm would be locked at the legendary tier or high tier deity level for the rest of his life. He would never be able to advance. The artifact spirit of the Master God tier divine artifact wanted to force these experts to participate in this killing conference. Otherwise, they would forever be mediocre. In fact, not many lifeless race members would refuse to participate in this killing conference. The power of laws had already deeply affected them from the moment they were born. The desire to fight and kill was an instinct that had long been engraved in their genes. No life form or god spirit could reject their instincts. And at the true god tier level, these existences who had become true god tier advanced grades rarely killed. This was because the artifact spirit of the Master God tier divine artifact also knew that the limit of its closed-off world was that it was very difficult for a Master God tier existence to be born. Therefore, in the face of a true god tier advanced grade god spirit, he would instead reduce the number of times he killed in order to preserve the few true god tier existences. At most, they would arrange some world activities occasionally so that these true god tiers could hone their combat skills without endangering their lives. They would maintain their combat state so that they would not forget their identity as a combat race after not fighting for a long time. This was also why in the killing conference, the demigod competition and the high-tier deity level competition were both life or death competitions. When it came to the true god tier, it became a performance competition. The rules of your world. Zhou Zhou smacked his lips but did not say anything. What was this? The Lord of all Races contest in the High Continent was much more intense than the killing conference. Its killing conference only involved the legendary tier, high tier deity level, and true god tier levels. As for his Lord of all Races contest, it involved all the living beings of the myriad races. From ordinary people to the Supreme Will and the Crimson Overlord, no one could escape. Your world's laws are indeed a little strange. There are only high tier deity level god spirits and true god tier advanced grade god spirits. Zhou Zhou sighed. The world was so big that there were all kinds of strange things. The great lunar extinction lifeless demonic blade was silent for a while before sending a message to him. You said that the new killing conference is currently in progress. Do you want to come in and take a look? Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows and asked with interest. Let's go and take a look. Zhou Zhou said without hesitation. Anyway, there was nothing important tonight. It was not a big problem to watch for a while. Then, his divine body disappeared from the throne with a thought. Great lunar exterminating boundless universe. There was a starry world the size of the middle world here. An incomparably huge hemispherical arena floated in the universe. The area he occupied was comparable to the surface area of hundreds of suns. At this moment, on the vast arena, 2 true god tier existences were fighting crazily. Annaba, it's only been 30,000 years since we last met, but your speed seems to have slowed down a little. Have you exhausted all your divine factors by enjoying your harem every day for the past few years? A wild young man in a vigorous blood-red battlesuit with his hair scattered wildly behind him said with a maniacal laugh after sending another true god tier advanced grade god spirit flying with a punch. Tokta, don't be smug. You're a new true god tier. Who gave you the guts to shout in front of me? I've seen the destruction of the world and killed more enemies than you have. I'll definitely defeat King Killer and win the killing conference this time. Another tall man with a bare head and muscular body, wearing a tight black combat suit, mocked him without hesitation. Arrogant. So what? The two gods looked at each other coldly and then rushed towards each other brazenly, engaging in a close combat with each other. Every time their bodies collided, they would produce extremely terrifying nomological fluctuations, causing the surrounding space-time to tremble faintly. If they were fighting in a middle world, the aftershocks of their battle alone would be enough to destroy or even destroy a middle world. And there were as many as 11 such battles and such vast battlefields in the starry sky. Apart from the true god-tier battlefield arena, around him were tens of millions of legendary tier and high-tier deity level planetary battlefields. More than 100 million legendary tier lifeless clan members and more than 1,000 superior level divine god spirits gathered on their respective planets' battlefields to fight to the death with their opponents. All the lifeless race individuals did not hold back. It was not only because they were members of the lifeless clan who yearned for battle and slaughter, but also because they knew that if they held back in such a battle, the other party would definitely not spare their lives because of their benevolence. Instead, they would take the opportunity to take their own lives. Once they entered the battlefield, they would either die or be instantly killed. This was the rule of the killing conference. Kill. The champion of this killing conference's demigod competition will definitely be me. My family is waiting for me. I can't lose. As long as I survive the killing conference, I can become the ruler of my galaxy. I can overturn the rule of those corrupt people and save my family. All the lifeless race individuals were fighting crazily for their own goals, and the lifeless race members who did not participate in the Slaughter Congress were also watching this grand event in the entire universe through the broadcast. At the highest point of all the arenas, a genuine deity level in full golden armor with only his eyes exposed sat there, looking down at all the participants. Let's fight. Fight to your death. Only the final victor among you can challenge me. I will give you the chance to challenge me, the uncrowned king of the Slaughter Conference Galamons. He muttered softly to himself. His eyes were filled with an incomparably terrifying desire to fight. Chapter 1074, Galamon's Origin. Just as this uncrowned king was looking forward to the appearance of his opponent, Zhou Zhou was also standing with a white-robed boy who was less than a meter tall at a spot where the life forms of this world could not observe him. Is he the strongest true god you mentioned, Galamons? Who won 12 consecutive championships in the killing conference? Zhou Zhou looked at him and asked curiously. Yes, master. The white-robed boy, who was also the master god-tier divine artifact spirit of the great lunar extinction lifeless demonic blade, said indifferently. He was not deliberately dissatisfied with Zhou Zhou. Instead, as the artifact spirit of the master god divine artifact that controlled the great lunar law and the law of extinction, he was destined to not have too many other emotions. And facing his master who knew everything about him, he would not put on any unnecessary disguises. When this true god tier was at the legendary tier, he had already grasped a law understanding comparable to a top-notch high-tier deity level. Back then, he won all the battles and became the champion of the demigod competition at the killing conference. After becoming a high-tier deity level, he quickly raised his comprehension of laws to the true god tier. Then, he became the champion of the high-tier deity level competition in an invincible manner and became an advanced grade true god. After that, he experienced 100,000 years of cultivation and participated in the true god tier exhibition competition of the next killing conference. Then, in the exhibition competition, he defeated the other 10 true god tiers without any suspense and became king of killings. After that, he has experienced a total of 12 killing conferences. In these 12 killing conferences, he has always defeated the true god tier who dared to challenge he without any suspense. He has always been the champion of the true god tier exhibition competition. He is ranked first in terms of talent and strength among all the lifeless clan members I've seen. The artifact spirits sighed. Zhou Zhou nodded. He glanced at the other party, and the other party's attribute information appeared in his eyes. Soon, he had seen through this fellow's background. Indeed, the potential of a master god tier advance grade. Zhou Zhou was surprised. This was an innate master god tier advance grade possessor with potential. They weren't the advance grade master gods in his territory who had relied on the sword of Xian Yuan, the Sun Moon Star Sword, the Book of the God Spirit, and other treasures and talents to level up. Even though there was no difference between the two, it would still make Zhou Zhou think highly of him. Your world has given birth to a treasure. Zhou Zhou smiled and glanced at the artifact spirit of the master god tier divine artifact. It's good that it's useful to master. The artifact spirit was very obedient when it spoke and did things, but its eyes and expression were very indifferent, making it look very cute. Later, this king will give you this world a few master god tier level nomological supplements to nourish your world. Zhou Zhou laughed and said generously. Thank you, master. The white-robed boy's indifferent eyes showed some fluctuations, and he finally said happily. Zhou Zhou smiled. He thought for a moment and said. From today onwards, I'll call you Lifeless Boy. It's not nice to call you an artifact spirit. Thank you for the name, master. Lifeless Boy said happily. Zhou Zhou nodded and asked, how many true god tier and high tier deity levels can I take away from you? Your Majesty can take them all. However, I hope your Majesty won't take the other extraordinaires away for the time being. Firstly, most of the world's energy in this world is condensed on their bodies. If His Majesty takes away all the extraordinary individuals below the God Spirit level, the great lunar exterminating boundless universe will immediately enter a weakened state because of the world's energy leakage. My main divine artifact will also immediately fall into a weakened state, and there will even be a risk of its grade being reduced. Secondly, no one below the God Spirit level has the physique to ascension. Only the God Spirit's divine body is qualified to ascend. If Master takes them away, their strength, condition, and even their lives will be severely affected. Thirdly, superhumans below the God Spirit level can quickly improve through killing in my world. It's even faster than killing in the supreme law environment outside. In addition, the time flow ratio between my boundless universe and His Majesty's supreme continent is 10,000:1. If you place these extraordinary humans in my world to kill in advance, I can provide you with an endless stream of God Spirit level experts to serve you in the future. We'll do as you say. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and agreed readily. In any case, he didn't lack ordinary soldiers below the God Spirit level. What he lacked were God Spirits and true God tier existences. The lifeless child's request didn't go against his requirements. Thank you for your understanding, Master. Lifeless Boy said respectfully. Where did you learn so much etiquette at such a young age? Zhou Zhou rebuked jokingly. I'm not young anymore. Besides, I learned these etiquettes from these lifeless race. Lifeless child elucidated seriously. All right. When Zhou Zhou listened this, he waved his hand and did not want to care anymore. Then, he continued looking at the competition in front of him. In the next month, which was about 25 minutes in the real world, Zhou Zhou stayed in the great lunar exterminating boundless universe. The lifeless child and him had watched most of the competitions as ordinary spectators. They had a higher grasp of the lifeless clan and their combat talent. This lifeless race is indeed an ancient race with a unique combat civilization. They actually imprinted all the laws they comprehended into their physical genes to create a unique nomological combat body. They integrated the power of the laws into simple melee combat. This makes their punches and kicks have the power to shake the world and even break the laws. The combat method that uses close combat as the core has also given rise to combat uniforms, combat weapons, undying war potions, combination combat techniques, martial arts divine books, and various other races and civilization inheritances of the lifeless race. There are 3 commoner professions in the high continent. Martial artists are one of them. The martial arts civilization of the lifeless clan can be seen as the path to advancement for top-notch martial artists. Zhou Zhou pondered as he sat in the audience. Naturally, he performed not forget that besides the top rare professions such as the Lord of the End, he also had a martial artist profession. This profession gazed ordinary, but it was precisely because it was ordinary that it had been walked by many life forms and even god spirits, opening up the furthest path. In reality, many god spirits, true god tiers, and even master god tiers had walked the path of martial artists. Previously, he had been focused on cultivating the Lord's laws, so he hadn't been able to put in much effort on the path of a martial artist. Now that he observed the combat-type civilization of the lifeless race, he suddenly had some new ideas about this path. If I combine the Lord's law with the martial artist profession path, what will I create? Zhou Zhou boldly thought. Before he could think for long, he listened the surrounding audience suddenly cheer excitedly. Master! The champion of the high-tier deity level competition has been born. He has already received my blessing and advanced to an advanced grade true god spirit. Next, this champion will challenge the last true god tier to seize the other party's strength level. This is because the limit of my boundless universe can't accommodate too many high-level true god tier experts. Therefore, only one true god tier advanced grade can exist between the two. The other fellow can only die or give up his strength and surrender. After the challenge ends, the True God Tier exhibition competition will officially begin. Lifeless child's indifferent voice sounded. Zhou Zhou was stunned for a moment before his interest was piqued. Let's go and watch this True God Tier exhibition match. He smiled. He was not interested in the so-called challenge. However, he was very interested in the True God Tier exhibition competition. The strongest True God Tier. Let me see how strong this subordinate of mine is. And then, let this king try too. Zhou Zhou admitted that his hands were itching. Chapter 1075, The True God Tier Challenger for the Last Place. Killing Conference, King Killer Selection Arena Number 11. This arena was the combined size of more than 1,000 suns. Moreover, at the outermost area of this arena and the seats of the audience, there was also a layer of world wall set up to prevent the aftershock of the True God Tier battle from leaking out and hurting the world outside the arena and the audience in the audience around the arena. At this moment, a snow-white and beautiful member of the ice demon race SIWA who was called a superstar in the universe by the billions of life forms in the great lunar exterminating boundless universe was standing on the host's stage, explaining the competition to the audience and the audience and the audience in front of the cameras. Hello, everyone. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm your flower of ice and blood, SIWA. Did you look forward to my appearance when you didn't see me earlier? This high-tier deity-level advanced grade beauty from the ice-blood demon race boldly displayed her charm to all the audience the moment she arrived. Whether it was the VIP audience in the audience seats or the audience in front of the video broadcast, they all cheered, regardless of gender. Clearly, he was a superstar who was loved by both men and women. SIWA then said a few words to warm up the atmosphere. Seeing that the atmosphere was almost done, he started the official commentary without any hesitation. Next, our newly advanced True God Tier God Spirit, the True God of Truce and War Xiaoluo will fight against our previous True God, the True God of Destruction and Killing Alyaka. Next, our newly advanced True God, the True God of Self-Cut and War Xiaoluo will fight against our previous True God, the True God of Destruction and Killing Alyaka. When the two of them appeared, the billions of viewers present and the trillions of viewers in front of the broadcast screen cheered. In particular, Xiaoluo and the clansmen from Alyaka's hometown were shouting crazily. The True God of Destruction and Mountain God, Alyaka, heard the billions of spectators cheering for him. He immediately raised his hands and closed his eyes, enjoying the admiration of the audience for him. On the other hand, Xiaoluo had a cold expression on his face. However, his right hand, which was holding the weapon in his hand, tightened its grip. At this moment, the host's voice sounded again. He first introduced Alyaka's basic situation. Then, when he introduced Xiaoluo, his voice was clearly a few pitches higher with a very excited tone. Ladies and gentlemen, this contestant Xiaoluo in front of us is not simple. That's because he's not only the strongest high-tier deity-level champion in the high-tier deity-level competition, but he's also the strongest demigod champion in this year's Killing Conference. That's right. Contestant Xiaoluo first won the demigod tournament through the demigod tournament and advanced to the high-tier deity-level elementary grade. Through the authority of he as a high-tier deity-level god spirit, he also participated in the high-tier deity-level tournament. Furthermore, with his astonishing strength, he defeated the previous strongest high-tier deity level and successfully obtained the supreme strength and status of a true god tier advanced grade. Yes. Our contestant jumped up 2 times in a row and became a true god tier. And just a month ago, he was only a legendary tier superhuman. He didn't even meet a god spirit. How unbelievable is this? SIWA said excitedly. His excitement also stirred the emotions of the other audience. They also began to shout Xiaoluo's name. In the face of this even more frenzied cheer, Xiaoluo still maintained a calm expression and carefully examined the enemy in front of him. In the face of this situation, Alyaka became a little angry. He was just a junior who had jumped up twice in a row and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. There were actually so many audience members in the audience who were willing to flatter him. His eyes darkened. He decided to teach this guy a lesson. Alright, let's cut to the chase. Let's begin the next challenge. If both sides feel that they can't win against each other, they can choose to surrender and give up this competition to save their lives. Your Excellency can fight to your heart's content before the outcome is determined. There's no need to have any scruples. Because the lifeless master will protect you. SIWA retracted his smile and stated solemnly. Then, he left the arena. Now, the challenge will officially begin. Siwa's tone came from the starry sky. These two new true god tiers and the last true god tier immediately rushed towards each other and collided in the blink of an eye. Rumble. The starry sky reverberated with the continuous loud sounds of battle and incomparably intense and crazy cheers. Half a day later, the King Life Killer Selection Arena number 11. Siwa slowly descended from the sky and looked at Xiaoluo, who had fallen to the ground and was no longer breathing, with a face full of regret and pity. What a pity! Our newly advanced true god, Your Excellency Xiaoluo, did not defeat Alyaka as he wished and successfully achieved 3 consecutive jumps in the contest to stabilize his position as a true god. In terms of strength, Your Excellency Alyaka, the new true god of the previous killing conference, is indeed superior. Let us congratulate Your Excellency Alyaka. He has successfully defended the true god tier that the lifeless master bestowed upon him, becoming the final winner of this true god tier challenge tournament. Siwa cheered loudly. At the same time, he looked at Your Excellency Alyaka with an infatuated expression. Alyaka raised his hands and laughed wildly. He displayed the majestic figure of his nomological combat body to the spectators and all the audience in the great lunar exterminating boundless universe. At the same time, he also noticed Siwa's gaze on him. He could not help but feel his heart skip a beat. It seemed that this little beauty would be looking for him tonight. Thinking of this, he laughed even more arrogantly. At the same time, just as Alyaka finished his competition, the other true god tiers who were secretly watching the combat also discussed amongst themselves. I've long seen through this guy's personality. He looks carefree on the surface and looks like he needs a beating, but he's actually very smart. He's just using this attitude on the surface to make the other party let down his guard. This stupid spectators has actually fallen into this guy's trap. They're even cheering for that junior. I'm dying of laughter. I'm willing to call Alyaka the strongest actor and the best at acting among the true god tier. You're quite good at praising. This Xiaoluo isn't simple either. I can sense the aura of the Nirvana Law Battle Body from him. Nirvana Law Battle Body? The Law Battle Body that can continuously reincarnate. Nirvana Law Battle Body? The Law Battle Body that can continuously reincarnate. Haha, this fellow is really slow-witted. Fighting is a skill between life and death, but this fellow directly abandoned life and death and became an almost immortal existence. He seems to be able to live for a long time, but his true potential has stopped here. That's right. I thought that this guy was even more heaven-defying than Galamons. I didn't expect him to be just a superficial person. There will only be one Galamons. There won't be another. The Supreme God level cultivators fell silent. Some Supreme God level wanted to refute, but when they opened their mouths, they could not find a reason to refute. Chapter 1076, All of you, attack me together. He isn't a true god tier, but a true god among true gods. I'm afraid that in the universe, only Your Excellency, the lifeless master, can firmly suppress him. It's meaningless to talk about the lifeless master. Ha ha ha, mine. After the challenge, Siwa appeared again after a while. He announced that the upcoming competition would be the True God Tier exhibition competition that everyone was paying attention to. After a long introduction of the True God Tier and the rules of the competition, the 11 true bodies all appeared. From the 11th True God Alyaka, the 10th True God Gelos, to the top 3 True Gods, Haidani, Kulas, and Galamons, every time a True God appeared, the entire great lunar exterminating boundless universe would cheer. When the uncrowned King Galamons appeared, all the true gods present looked at this strongest true god as if they were facing a great enemy. However, the lifeless race was indeed a combat race. Even though they had experienced the terror of Galamons, none of the true god tier present was afraid of the other party. Instead, all of them were full of fighting spirit. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he could not help but click his tongue in wonder. The true god tiers on the high continent where he resided were all high and mighty in order to maintain the mysteriousness of a true god tier. This way, not only would his enemies be afraid of him because of his mysteriousness, but it would also make his believers revere him because of his mysteriousness. This would allow him to better harvest faith and suppress people's hearts. However, in the boundless universe of the lifeless child, these true god tiers were all like superstars. Furthermore, it could be seen that they enjoyed the process of being superstars. Most importantly, even though the true god tier who had become a superstar had shortened the distance between them and the believers, it seemed that not only did it not affect their faith, but it was also beneficial for these true god tiers to harvest the faith of their believers. This can also be considered another way to harvest the power of faith of the believers. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. Indeed, people still had to walk more and see more different worlds. Only then would they have more comprehension of their own path. In the following period of time, the true god-tiers decided the order of the battle by drawing lots. After drawing lots, after 11 days of battle, Galomons once again used his absolute advantage to defend the championship of his 13th Killing Conference True God Tier exhibition match. The strongest True God Tier deserved his title. Then, the meeting prepared to hold a ceremony for Galomons to be crowned, so that he would continue to have the supreme status of King of Killers under the witness of the Lifeless Master. Next, I'll listen to the will of the Lifeless Master and bestow killing upon your Excellency Galomons. Siwa suddenly paused at the end of his sentence. He looked up into the depths of the starry sky in a daze, as if he had heard something unbelievable. Why aren't you continuing? Galomons said in a low voice. Your Excellency, I just received the latest order from the Lord of Lifeless City. The Lifeless Master said. Siwa swallowed a mouthful of saliva. That his master is about to descend into this world. He also wanted to have some fun with the true god tiers. The true god tier cultivators were in an uproar. All the audience watching the live broadcast were also stunned. The entire great lunar exterminating boundless universe was stirred by this short sentence. What are you talking about? Galomons was also stunned. After a while, he came back to his senses and stared at Siwa. Master of the Lifeless Master. How can my lord have a master? Furthermore, even if the Lifeless Master has a master, the Lifeless Master is already so powerful. How powerful would his master be? How can we play with him? Are you toying with me? Galomons was smart. He immediately guessed that the play the other party was referring to was probably a fight with them. However, even if they joined forces, they were not the Lifeless Master's match. How could they fight the even more mysterious master of the Lifeless Master? They wouldn't be able to defeat him even if they attacked together. How would I dare to fool you, Your Excellency? That's indeed what the Lifeless Master conveyed to me. Siwa felt like crying. Galomons fell silent. He looked at the other true god tiers. The other true god tiers also looked at him. How strong is that master? A true god tier asked boldly. I'll ask. Siwa said nervously. Then, he began to use the ritual to ask. None of the true god tiers spoke at this moment. Nervous? Naturally, they would be nervous. However, they were also very excited. This was because they could finally come into contact with the outside world. A wider world and realms above the true god tier. All the true god tier cultivators yearned for it. Especially the strongest true god tier, Galomons. He had been invincible in this universe for too long. Beings. However, no true god tier in this universe could satisfy his needs. His chance had arrived. He might have a chance to leave this world and fight an even stronger expert as long as he could recognize the master of the Lifeless Master. Galamon's breathing became heavier. I've received the decree of the Lifeless Master, Your Excellency. Your Excellency, the Lifeless Master, said that his master's strength is low-tier deity level intermediate grade. After Siwa finished speaking, he was stunned. The other true god tiers were also stunned. Low-tier deity level intermediate grade? Could it be that the low-tier deity level intermediate grade in the outside universe is already stronger than the true god tier in our world? That's impossible. How can there be such a ridiculous thing? Could it be that some lucky god spirit in the outside universe accidentally recognized Your Excellency the Lifeless Master as its master? The true god tiers muttered. As the top existences in the boundless universe, they had already realized that they were living in a master god tier divine artifact, so it was not surprising that they had guessed this. At this moment, as the top existences in the boundless universe, they had already realized that they were living in a master god tier divine artifact, so it was not surprising that they had guessed this. Everyone, sorry to keep you waiting. The true god tiers were shocked and turned to look. A handsome and perfect existence in the Emperor Dragon robe was sitting beside them, drinking the divine drink they had just poured. Tastes good. Zhou Zhou commented. Greetings, my lord. Galomon sensed that even though the other party was a low-tier deity level intermediate grade, he could still give he a bone-piercing sense of danger. He immediately realized that this person was probably his lord's master. He held back the excitement and ecstasy in his heart as he bowed without hesitation. Even though the other true god tiers were a step slower, they also bowed in succession. Their faces were filled with excitement, wishing they could fight them in the next second. Zhou Zhou had already seen many races, but this was the first time he had seen a race as belligerent as the other party. Looks as if you guys can't wait. Then, Zhou Zhou raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Bang! Boom! A world projection that was infinitely close to the boundless universe descended into this world and swept all the true god tier present, as well as all the other messy things, including cameras, into it. Just as the true god tiers reacted, they saw Zhou Zhou, who was 200,000 kilometers tall, standing in the universe as if an indomitable giant. He exuded a terrifying aura that was infinitely close to that of a master god tier. Then, without using his true god tier divine artifacts, he just stood there and gazed down at all the true god tiers who were as if ants and the other god spirits who were involved in this world. He opened his mouth and his voice rumbled, shaking the heavens and earth as it spread throughout the entire universe projection. All of you attack me together. Chapter 1077, Heavenly Martial God. Unbreakable Defense. All the true god tier and all the lifeless race audience who saw this scene through the live broadcast were immediately shocked. This lord deliberately wanted to joke with us before, so he displayed his low-tier deity level intermediate grade strength? Now that he's officially playing with us, he revealed his true strength. The 10th true god tier said hesitantly. The other true god tiers had similar thoughts. His current strength should be the true strength of the master of the lifeless master. Only in this way could he barely be qualified to be the master of the lifeless master, right? At the thought of this, they suddenly felt a little strange. If they were qualified to be the master of the lifeless master with just this strength, then it didn't seem impossible for them. I don't think so. At this moment, Gallimons, who had been staring at Zhou Zhou, suddenly spoke with a solemn expression. It's not. Then why did this lord's strength suddenly undergo such a huge change? The third true god tier, Haidani, was stunned for a moment before asking with a frown. The third true god tier, Haidani, was stunned for a moment before asking with a frown. Is it possible? This lord has some kind of heaven-defying law skill that can directly increase his strength from the low-tier deity level intermediate grade to this level. Gallimons took a deep breath and said. How is that possible? How can there be such a heaven-defying law skill? Gallimons, are you kidding me? The true god tiers widened their eyes and looked at Gallimons in disbelief. But soon, they looked at the terrifying figure of Zhou Zhou, who was motionless and quietly waiting for they to attack, and gradually fell silent. They had indeed guessed this possibility, but they just couldn't believe it. In fact, they knew in their hearts that with the other party's identity, there was no need for him to play tricks on him. The other party might really be a low-tier deity-level intermediate grade faction and had only used some kind of heaven-defying law skill. No flaws. At that moment, the second true god tier, Kulis, looked at Zhou Zhou's figure with a solemn expression and said, I can't see any flaws in him. When the lifeless race fought, the method they were best at defeating the other party was to observe the flaws in the other party's body and use them to win. The second true god tier, Kulis, was one of the best, second only to Gallimons. However, he couldn't see any flaws in the other party at all. Even the laws around the other party were so flawless, as though they were tolerant. I can't see it either. Me too. The other true god tiers also spoke one after another, their expressions gradually turning solemn. During the battle between the true god tiers, they would notice the flaws in the other party's body. Even Gallimons did not dare to say that he could not reveal any flaws in the battle. However, this lord in front of him actually did not have a single flaw. Could this lord be the legendary heavenly martial god? The third true god tier, Haidani, muttered. The heavenly martial god. That was a realm that all the combatants of the lifeless race pursued with all their might. Even a true god tier walked the path of pursuing the heavenly martial god. The heavenly martial god was to grasp the ultimate existence of martial arts. Their every move was in accordance with the rules of martial arts, especially in battle. It could be said to be natural and flawless. Such existences did not even need to specially learn any martial arts combat skills, because their every move was martial arts, or rather, they had already become martial arts themselves. At the same time, the heavenly martial god was also a path that they had developed to reach the realm above the true god tier. If any of them could reach the heavenly martial god realm, coupled with their true god tier advance grade strength, it was very likely that they could break through the barrier of the boundless universe and advance to a higher level. In addition, the heavenly martial god did not refer to the level of strength, but a martial arts realm. Logically speaking, ordinary people might become heavenly martial gods because of their high comprehension. However, it was extremely difficult. Galomons, who had the world's limit potential, had yet to become a heavenly martial god. This showed how difficult it was. No matter what, this Lord has already ordered us to act. Furthermore, he is still waiting for us. We cannot let him wait too long. At this moment, the second true god, Kulas, said in a deep voice. That's right, but this attitude of victory really makes me unhappy. Let me have a taste of this Lord's skills first. The fighting spirit in Galamon's heart burned wildly. He immediately turned into a golden stream of light and rushed towards the other party. At the same time, when he flew over, he also took out his weapon. They were two high-tier deity-level golden scimitars called the Twin Golden Blades. He spun crazily, and the two scimitars in his hands turned into a hurricane of golden blades that swept towards him. An extremely pure aura of the law of sword that seemed to be able to destroy everything erupted from his body. All the law seemed to be shattered in the face of this saber hurricane, leaving only the sharp saber chi that filled the sky to dominate the world. Galamon's true god tier title is True God of Saber. He's an extremely rare and pure true god who only follows the law of saber. According to the lifeless boy, the other party's sword Deo domain is already infinitely close to that of a master god tier. It's just that the promotion energy in his body is insufficient, and he hasn't comprehended the power of will. Coupled with the limitations of the boundless universe, he has been stuck in this realm. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it's true. 1/to slay all techniques. When Zhou Zhou saw the other party's laws, he was secretly amazed. This is a super true god tier that's not inferior to Emperor Pangu at his peak back then. He admired this fellow even more. After that, he didn't defend and only quietly waited for the other party to fly in front of him before slashing at his chaotic divine body. Clang! A loud bang that resounded throughout the Divine Kingdom's world projection sounded. Then, Galomons gazed at the dual sabers that did not even cut through the skin of his opponent's divine body and could not help but be stunned. This. Galomons found it hard to accept. He had thought that there was a gap between him and the other party, but why was the gap so huge? He had used almost all his strength to attack, but he was actually unable to break through the other party's defense? Is this still AF*ing divine body? He wasn't fighting a top-notch defensive true god tier divine artifacts, right? Galomons thought to himself. However, he did not expect that the complaint in his soul would really guess the truth. Now that Zhou Zhou had become a king, his force and domain were already infinitely close to the limits of the true god tier realm. Even though there was still an extremely difficult gap to cross from the master god tier realm, very few people in this realm could defeat him. And the force of the chaotic divine body was closely related to his strength realm. Which meant, his current chaotic divine body had already reached a force comparable to top-grade defensive true god tier divine artifacts. No matter how strong Galomons was, it was naturally unbelievable for him to easily break through defensive true god tier divine artifacts. Then he wouldn't be a true god tier, but a master god tier. Even if it was a master god who had just entered the master god tier elementary grade, it would still take some effort to break through a defensive true god tier divine artifacts. Chapter 1078, Galamon's master god tier elementary grade law skill heaven slaying. Return. Speaking of which, when Galomon saw that his full strength attack did not work, he was very indignant. He took a deep breath and suddenly retreated more than 100 kilometers. Then, he raised his twin sabers and charged at Zhou Zhou's divine body again. Then, he slashed his body with all his might again. If he didn't do it once, he would do it again. If it didn't happen the second time, he would do it 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times. In the blink of an eye, Galomons turned into countless afterimages and slashed at one of Zhou Zhou's divine bodies more than 1,000 times. Not far away, upon seeing this scene, Kulas, Zyrota, and the other true god tiers of the lifeless race were initially shocked by Zhou Zhou's strength. However, they felt a sense of sorrow and fear in their hearts. The unquestionably strongest among them actually had such difficulty in attacking this lord from the outside world. They couldn't even break through the other party's surface defense. Fortunately, the other party was kind and did not have any ill intentions. If they were from the outside world with malicious intent, wouldn't they be powerless against an enemy of this level? Attack together. However, you have to be careful. Even though we can attack with all our might, the methods we use can't be too inferior. Remember, this lord is only playing with us. Don't be impatient and use unpresentable methods. At that time, if you want to die, don't blame me for reminding you first. As the second true god tier of the lifeless race, Kulis was silent for a few seconds before speaking. Okay. Don't worry, we're not that stupid. The true god tiers did not hesitate. Even though combat-type true god tiers like them would easily go crazy if they fought, it was not a problem for them to deliberately control their combat emotions and rationality. As for whether it was fair to attack together? Now, the two of them were not on the same level at all. There was not much of a problem for them to fight side by side. After that, they did not waste any time. They immediately took out their trump cards and charged at Zhou Zhou. Then, they attacked Zhou Zhou together with Galomons. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he laughed loudly. His voice shook the universe, but he did not say anything. Instead, he allowed them to attack his divine body. In any case, with the strength of the chaotic divine body, he was not afraid that these fellows could injure him. If he wanted to subdue a group of experts who were born to admire strength, he had to be stronger, more arrogant and more terrifying than them. Zhou Zhou was now demonstrating this point. Therefore, he was very patient. After half an hour, the sixth true god Sax stopped his attack. He looked at Zhou Zhou, who was like a heaven-splitting giant, and suddenly began to retreat with a look of fear. Right on the heels of that, the eighth true god Great Yellow stopped his attack with a look of horror on his face. He retreated to the same position as Sax and quietly hovered in the air. Next was the second true god tier, Kulis. The 11th true god tier, Alyaka. 9th true god tier, Feni. The true god tiers of the lifeless clan stopped their attacks and retreated. They were all afraid. The lord in front of them was a terrifying existence that they could not defeat or even injure no matter what. At this moment, only Galomons, a true god tier, was still attacking. He seemed to have gone completely crazy. He kept attacking a spot in an attempt to break through the defense. However, no matter how many times he attacked, Zhou Zhou's chaotic divine body was like an indestructible supreme barrier. No matter how he attacked, he could not injure the divine body at all. Suddenly, he calmed down and looked at Zhou Zhou quietly. What law battle body is this? He asked after a few seconds of silence. The chaotic divine body. Zhou Zhou's voice rumbled like a high and mighty god explaining to the world. The law of chaos. Is it the supreme law known as the source of all laws? The law of chaos. Is it the supreme law known as the source of all laws? The law of chaos is indeed called the source of all laws, but in terms of supreme, it's not qualified. Zhou Zhou chuckled. Above the chaotic laws, is there an even stronger law? What is that? Galamon's eyes lit up as he asked. The Dao cannot be taught lightly. You haven't comprehended any signs of that law yet. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. Instead, you'll rely on your imagination to comprehend it randomly. This will be detrimental to your Dao. You follow your own path. Those who are poor in their Dao will end up in the same place. When you reach a certain level, you'll naturally know what you want to know. Zhou Zhou patiently reminded him. This god had extraordinary potential. He even surpassed any subject he had ever seen. He still thought highly of him. Thank you for your guidance, sir. At this moment, Galomons was completely convinced by Zhou Zhou. He fell silent for a second before saying solemnly. I still have one more move. Please guide me, my lord. After this move, no matter what the outcome is, I have nothing to regret. Oh. Zhou Zhou's interest was piqued. Try it. Your Excellency, please be careful. I've never displayed this move in front of others, but the power of this move is already so strong that it's about to leave the true god tier level. Galomon said solemnly. What? As soon as these words were spoken, the true god tier cultivators were in an uproar. They looked at each other in shock. This guy was actually holding back when he was fighting them. All the Wushan clansmen who heard this through the live broadcast were excited and looked forward to Galamon's next performance. Come. Zhou Zhou's voice was low. Galomons took a deep breath and sat cross-legged in the void. Then, he held the saber with both hands and stood to the left and right. He closed his eyes. After a while, a Galamon's phantom flew out of his divine body and slashed at Zhou Zhou's divine body with two sabers. Master God Tier Elementary Grade Law Skill Heaven Slaying. This strike carried a brilliant might. It condensed his supreme obsession to break through the cage of this world and see a new world at a higher level. It was just like what a book said. I want the sky to no longer cover my eyes. I want this land to no longer be able to bury my heart. At this moment, Zhou Zhou actually felt a sense of threat from the saber. Galamons had already passed through space and arrived in front of Zhou Zhou. He slashed at Zhou Zhou's body with his two sabers. However, at this moment, a gentle holy white light lit up on the surface of Zhou Zhou's huge divine body, illuminating the entire boundless universe. Under the light, one could vaguely see a layer of bright white shield that was imprinted with everything in the world, the sun, moon, and stars, covering Zhou Zhou's body. The things in the world and the sun, moon, and stars on the armor seemed to really exist. They grew and developed according to their trajectories. It was very unbelievable. It was the defensive True God Tier Advanced Grade True God Artifacts Sun Moon Concentrated Armor. In the next moment, Galamon's saber landed on the Sun Moon Star armor and paused for a moment before slowly and firmly cutting into it. Galamon's actually caused damage to a True God Tier Divine Artifacts? Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. If not for his True God Tier Divine Artifacts automatically protecting him, the saber would have really struck him. Even the defensive True God Tier Divine Artifacts of a True God Tier Advanced Grade couldn't withstand his saber. If he were to cut a small hole in it, his chaotic divine body would probably be cut open. At this moment, when Galamon saw that his full-strength saber had penetrated more than a meter deep into the True God Tier Divine Artifacts in front of him and was unable to advance any further, he smiled bitterly. He pulled out his two sabers with force and bowed to Zhou Zhou. He uttered sincerely, "I concede defeat." When the True God Tiers, other lifeless race god spirits, and ordinary lifeless race members who were watching the battle heard this, they could not help but feel inexplicably disappointed. All the most powerful beings in the entire universe had been defeated by one person. They felt that their race's confidence had been dealt a blow. You don't have to feel hurt. At this moment, the lifeless master's voice resounded in the hearts of all the lifeless race god spirits. It uttered indifferently and proudly. When my master was at the legendary tier level, he had killed a pseudo-true god with the combat power of a true god. As soon as he became a low-tier deity-level elementary grade god spirit, he killed 3 true god tier enemies. His Majesty is only at the low-tier deity-level intermediate grade now, but among the true god tier in the outside world, there are very few opponents who are compatible with my master. It's normal for you to lose. As soon as these words were spoken, all the true god tier were dumbfounded. Even Galamons, who had just lost, could not help but feel dazed when he heard this. This battle record? Is it a joke? At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice sounded. You're good. 9-colored divine radiance flashed from his body. When everyone saw him again, they saw that he had already returned to his original height. He walked in front of Galamons and nodded slightly at him. He chuckled and said, "If it weren't for the fact that my True God Tier Divine Artifacts automatically came out to protect me, you might really have been able to injure me. If it weren't for the fact that my True God Tier Divine Artifacts automatically came out to protect me, you power really have been able to injure me. As for this place, you don't have to worry. I will specially build a cross-border teleportation gate for you so that you can voyage between the two worlds freely. By the way, I am the Lord of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Zhou Zhou. My designation is Common People's Regal. If you choose to abide me, you can address me as your Majesty in the future." Zhou Zhou uttered to all the lifeless race god spirits. "We are willing." All the lifeless race god spirits agreed without hesitation. They could not think of any reason to refuse following such a promising super expert who had broader horizons and could return to this place at any time. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. Then, he briefly introduced the situation of the Supreme Continent and his territory to the gods. With a thought, he opened a space gate to the King's City. Then, he brought all the true god tiers and god spirits back to the Blazing Sun King's City. Only the living beings of the great lunar exterminating boundless universe were left to spread the legend of this common people's regal Zhou Zhou. Chapter 1079, State Banquet. Master God Tier Dishes. From the moment Zhou Zhou entered the great lunar exterminating boundless universe to the moment he came out, it seemed like a long time, but it had only been less than 3 to 4 minutes in reality. However, it still gave all the god spirits in the Blazing Sun Kingdom a fright. When these god spirits and true god tiers from the great lunar exterminating boundless universe appeared, they almost immediately sensed their existence. Then, they immediately flew out and looked at these god spirits and true god tiers in shock and vigilance. As for the ordinary life forms below god spirits, because their levels were low, they could not sense the existence of these god spirits who deliberately hid their auras. Therefore, they did not know that a large group of people of foreign race god spirits and true god tiers had suddenly descended upon the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Everyone, don't think too much. These are the worshipped God spirits and true God tiers that I've just recruited to join our Blazing Sun Kingdom. Zhou Zhou appeased the gods. The gods were shocked when they heard this. What method did His Majesty use to actually find a lineup comparable to all the ordinary God spirit reserves and true God tier reserves of the already extinct Shadow clan in such a short period of time? Then, they became excited and ecstatic. As the God spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, their kingdom's strength and influence had become stronger. Therefore, the first to benefit would naturally be the native God spirits and true God tiers. And the first to be unlucky was naturally the enemy of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. At this moment, for the umpteenth time, they felt that joining the Blazing Sun Kingdom and becoming the Blazing Sun Kingdom's worshipped God spirit was the right choice. As for Yellow Emperor, Buddha Lord, Patriarch Lu, and White River, they were naturally the most surprised. Now that Zhou Zhou was the patriarch of the human race, he had become stronger. Other than the Blazing Sun Kingdom being the first to benefit, the entire human race would definitely be the second to benefit. The Yellow Emperor looked at Sun Wukong, Yang Jian, and the other human god spirits with a proud and even smug smile. It was as if he was saying, "How about the patriarch I chose for you?" What else could the god spirits of the human race say? It could only be said that the veteran speaker had a good eye for people. I finally realized that every time we see the patriarch, he will give us a huge surprise. Every time, no exceptions. Patriarch Lu sighed. The Yellow Emperor and the other true god tiers nodded in understanding. In the sky, when Zhou Zhou saw the reaction of the divine spirits, he smiled. He turned to look at Galamons and the other true god tiers and god spirits of the lifeless race. On behalf of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, this king welcomes everyone to join our kingdom. In a while, let's go to my divine kingdom world together and hold a state banquet of the highest level. I'll treat it as a welcome party for you. At the kingdom's banquet, I will send someone to tell you in detail what specific benefits there will be to becoming the worshipped God spirit and true God tier of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. For example, the Time World, the true God tier divine artifacts, the myriad races inheritance tower, the military merit exchange system, status, wealth, cultivation world, and so on are all benefits for our country. I believe that you won't be disappointed or regret it after you find out. Zhou Zhou smiled. Thank you, Your Majesty. Galamons and the other god spirits of the lifeless race said respectfully. They were also looking forward to it. From His Majesty's way of dealing with people, his actions were definitely not bad. And most importantly, they could now clearly feel the high level of this continent. It was so high that even true god tiers like them could not understand it. In such a high-level world, there must be many super experts for them to challenge and satisfy their desire to fight. Challenging the strong. This was the second most important reason why they followed His Majesty to this world. As for the first important goal, it was naturally to serve His Majesty. The gods and spirits who were already affected by the peaceful times were already looking forward to their future lives in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. At the same time, they looked at the god spirits and true gods of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, led by the Yellow Emperor, the Buddha Lord, and the other true gods. They couldn't help but secretly click their tongues. His Majesty's influence in this world was indeed strong. Looking at the lineup of these people, even if His Majesty did not make a move, just these ministers and subordinates of His Majesty could easily defeat all the factions in the boundless universe. He could challenge them one-on-one later. Some true god tiers and god spirits of the lifeless race looked at the Yellow Emperor and the others and were already eager to give it a try. The Yellow Emperor and the others also noticed the burning gazes of these god spirits. They were old and wise, and they immediately saw the astonishing fighting spirit in the other party's eyes that originated from the depths of their bloodline. Did His Majesty find a group of warlike gods? The Yellow Emperor said in surprise. However, he did not dislike it. A warlike god is even better. The Buddha Lord smiled. Although his gaze was as gentle as the flow of time, his words were extremely firm. In the struggle for supremacy among the myriad races, what we need the most are these brave and warlike god spirits. Those turtle god spirits who only know how to cultivate diligently and only want to protect themselves when they encounter war. To us, having them is no different from not having them. Sometimes, it's even better to not have them. Fair enough. Yellow Emperor and the others nodded. Then, they heard their patriarch announce that he would hold a welcoming banquet for these new true god tiers and god spirits in the Divine Kingdom world. The gods cheered when they heard this. Then, under Zhou Zhou's lead, they headed to the Divine Kingdom passageway and arrived in the Divine Kingdom world. As the Prime Minister, Zheng Yuankai was indeed responsible for arranging this welcoming banquet. As they were all superhumans and even god spirits who helped to set up the banquet. In less than a moment, a grand banquet that could be stated to be world-class was arranged. One after another, god spirit level dishes were sent up respectfully by legendary level waiters. They were placed in front of the god spirits and true god tiers, causing them to exclaim in surprise and excitement. In the end, there were even so 36 master god tier dishes that were served, causing all the true god tier present to exclaim in disbelief. Their gazes were fixed on these 36 master god tier dishes, unwilling to move. Even though these 36 master god tier dishes were not personally made by master god tier master chefs, they were simply made by some true gods who were good at cooking using master god tier ingredients. It was said to be a master god tier dish. In reality, it was just a feast of ingredients meticulously made by master god tier ingredients. Even so, it was enough to make these god spirits and even so true god tiers go crazy. The laws contained in master god tier ingredients were all master god tier laws. Otherwise, they would not be respected as master god tier ingredients. Even if such ingredients were not made into finished delicacies, it was enough to provide them, the true god tier, with a higher level of comprehension. It was even enough to provide them with comprehension of the master god tier path. It could be stated that eating a mouthful was better than cultivating for 1,000 years or even so more. Is this our welcoming banquet? Isn't it too extravagant? Even master god tier ingredients have been served, and there are so many of them. Oh my god, how many master god tier ingredients do we need to create these 36 god tier delicacies? Quick, split it up and eat it. It's rude. His Majesty hasn't eaten it yet. How can you be the first to eat it? Haha, I'm so happy. I'm afraid that even so some master god tier have never eaten so many sumptuous dishes, right? That's for sure. Do you think master god tier ingredients can be found everywhere? After eating this welcoming banquet, I feel that dying is worth it. The true god tiers beamed with joy. As for those god spirits below the high tier deity level, they could only be envious. But this couldn't be helped. Master god tier ingredients were limited, and not everyone could get a share. However, this scene had an excitation effect on them. His Majesty's generosity could be stated to be known by all. As long as they advanced to the true god tier level in the future, they might have the chance to eat these master god tier dishes. Chapter 1080, Uriel's latest intelligence. Your Majesty, come and try this master god tier intermediate grade dish 9 Immortals soup. Zheng Yuankai personally served the best master god tier intermediate grade dish and said to Zhou Zhou with a smile. Sure. Zhou Zhou also knew that if he didn't eat it, none of the other god spirits would dare to eat it. Therefore, without any hesitation, he scooped a small bowl and slowly tasted it. After he finished eating, he put down his bowl and smiled. Well done. Do you want some too? Your Majesty, you must be joking. Zheng Yuankai smiled bitterly. Even though I'm already a low-tier deity level elementary grade god spirit, I still can't digest this master god tier delicacy. If I dare to take a bite, my soul will probably ascend in the next moment and stay in your divine kingdom forever, Your Majesty. Even so, Zheng Yuankai could still feel how much His Majesty valued him. How much trust and recognition did he have to make a minister like him eat the same delicacies as His Majesty? The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Zhou Zhou smiled. Your Majesty, would you like to speak? Zheng Yuankai forcibly appeased his emotions and asked Zhou Zhou. The other god spirits had actually been paying attention to Zhou Zhou. Upon hearing this, they immediately quietened down and looked at Zhou Zhou in unison. None of the god spirits dared to speak, let alone move their chopsticks to eat. When Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he could not help but think of the banquets he had experienced on earth. All right, I'll tell you then. Zhou Zhou pondered for a moment before standing up and looking at the gods. All the gods looked at Zhou Zhou. When Zhou Zhou saw this, he suddenly smiled and said. Then I'll say one thing. Welcome all the god spirits of the lifeless race to my Blazing Sun Kingdom. In the future, I hope that we can work together to make the Blazing Sun Kingdom stronger and become an empire-level lord faction, a divine kingdom-level lord faction, or even an even stronger lord faction. In addition, we can also climb to a higher peak on our respective god spirits' paths. Okay. That's the end of the speech. Eat and drink. After saying that, Zhou Zhou sat down. The god spirits were stunned for a moment before feeling a little regretful. Even though they really wanted to eat those god spirit level delicacies, as His Majesty's loyal subordinates, they really wanted to hear more from His Majesty. Your Majesty, what you said was too short. Zhang Yuankai smiled bitterly. Zhou Zhou smiled and did not say anything. In fact, he had wanted to say even less. However, he suddenly remembered that the state banquet was held to welcome the true god tiers, so he added these 2 sentences. Otherwise, he would have made all the gods present eat and drink. Oh yes! Take out a small portion of these master god tier ingredients and distribute it to Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Qi Xiantian, Guo Jiao, Ying Ning, and Yuan Cong. Zhou Zhou instructed. Yes, Your Majesty. Zhang Yuankai smiled and nodded. Then, he personally sent someone to make it. Soon, Bai Yun and the rest received 36 small plates of Master God tier level delicacies. His Majesty specially instructed me to send this over. Even though all of you have yet to become true God tier, you already have a high tier deity level body. You should be able to barely use some Master God tier dishes. Just try to avoid overeating. When Zhang Yuankai reached the end, he specially reminded her. Thank you, Your Majesty. When Bai Yun and the rest saw these dishes and heard Zhang Yuankai's words, they were instantly touched and promptly bowed to Zhou Zhou in the distance. The next step was for the gods to drink to their heart's content and enjoy the delicacies. As Zhou Zhou drank the wine, he looked at the joyous scene in front of him and might not help smiling. Such a scene could be regarded as a myth on the cerulean planet or Earth. Then what am I? God King? Speaking of which, with my current power, it's more than enough to form a pantheon group. At least it's much stronger than the octaval pantheon and the Vopalius pantheon. But there's no need for that. Zhou Zhou thought. As the Lord of the Gods, his relationship with the gods under his command was much closer than the relationship between the gods in the pantheon group. Thinking back to the past, when I first met Octaval, I had the status of a young lord and obediently bowed to him. But now I've previously grown to a height that far surpasses Octaval. Now, the only ones who can make me address you respectfully as a senior are probably Master God tier and stronger experts, right? Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. Then, he did not think too much about it. After he chatted with the gods for a while, he didn't stay any longer. He left Zhou Manach's clone behind and strolled back to his Blazing Sun Palace. None of the gods present realized that the original Zhou Zhou was now just a clone. At the Blazing Sun Palace, the Heaven Ascension Hall, Zhou Zhou sat on the throne. Below him were Bai Yun and Wu Tu, whom he had called over. I didn't interrupt your meal, did I? Zhou Zhou chuckled and said. Your Majesty, you must be joking. After eating the main god tier delicacy that Your Majesty gave us, we were already full. Later on, when I wanted to look for Your Majesty seemed to have foreseen it and found us in advance. Bai Yun smiled. It's the identical for me. I'm here to look for His Majesty to report the latest information on the people of foreign races. Wu Tu uttered respectfully. That's also what this king wants to hear. Zhou Zhou nodded. Wu Tu, you go first. Yes, Your Majesty. Wu Tu nodded, then opened his personal terminal and projected all the latest information about the people of foreign races into the air in front of the 3 deities. Your Majesty, please take a look. Wu Tu pointed at the projected regional map of the Supreme Continent and emphasized on the slowly moving red lines. These are the people of foreign races who were originally prepared to support the Shadow race. However, after they learned that they had been conquered by us, they promptly changed their direction and prepared to head towards a no-man's land called the Black Rock Mountain region. The Black Rock Mountain region is not under the jurisdiction of any lords or races because there are very few resources and the road conditions are extremely bad. Therefore, there are some fearless outlaws gathered here and they treat this place as their temporary residence. I suspect that they must have communicated beforehand when they went to Black Rock Mountain City almost at the identical time. I'm afraid they're planning something unfavorable to His Majesty. As for the other piece of information, it's about Uriel. According to the information shared by the Starfire mercenary team, Uriel has been secretly gathering troops. Currently, he has gathered more than 1 trillion troops and more than 50 true god tiers. I'm afraid they will make a move in the next few days. Wu Tu introduced. Bai Yun's expression was solemn. Zhou Zhou looked at the projection map and suddenly chuckled. Looks like they really won't give up on me. Just as well. It saves them from running away. They want to kill us, and so do we. When he reached the end of his sentence, also though his tone was very normal, Bai Yun and Wu Tu, who were present, felt a cold killing intent. Chapter 1081, Zhou Zhou's Premonition. War Summary. I'm willing to lead troops to fight for His Majesty and suppress these people of foreign races. When Bai Yun heard Zhou Zhou's words, she immediately stood up without hesitation. I'm also willing to cooperate with Legion Commander Bai Yun to fight for His Majesty and eliminate these people of foreign races together. Wu Tu also stood up and said firmly. Okay. But tomorrow, we'll bide our time. Pay attention to setting up defenses around the kingdom. Make sure that no matter where something happens, our soldiers and god spirits can rush over immediately. Zhou Zhou thought for a moment and said. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun and Wu Tu agreed without hesitation. Then, Bai Yun asked, Your Majesty, do you think that these people of foreign races will launch a surprise attack on our Blazing Sun Kingdom tomorrow? To be precise, it should be Uriel. Zhou Zhou nodded and said, This fellow is known as a potential Master God tier not only because his potential has reached the Master God tier level, but also because he has a firm will, is decisive in his actions, and has a tenacious and bold personality. Our Blazing Sun Kingdom's forces don't even need to deliberately inquire about information. It's obvious that they're growing day by day. Uriel will never allow us to continue growing stronger in order to complete the mission assigned to he by the higher UPS. If he continues to grow stronger, we will be looking for him instead of him coming to look for us. He will probably attack tomorrow. Defend yourselves. If they don't strike after half a day, we'll do something else. The reason why he had such a bold guess was not only because he knew Uriel very well, but more importantly, his Lord Talent intuition vaguely told he that a powerful enemy would suddenly appear in the country tomorrow. If he dared to conduct troops out to battle, he would probably know that his home had been stolen halfway. Zhou Zhou was naturally unwilling to accept such a thing happening. Therefore, even with his talent intuition and Lord Talent, there was a chance that he would make a mistake. He had to stay in the kingdom and wait for the enemy to arrive. It didn't matter even if the enemy didn't appear in the end after all. He just wanted peace of mind. The foundation of the Blazing Sun Kingdom was too important to Zhou Zhou. He didn't want any accidents to happen here. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun and Wu Tu said respectfully. Then, Bai Yun said. Your Majesty, I have an idea. What kind of ideas? Zhou Zhou asked. If Uriel wants to launch a sneak strike on our Blazing Sun Kingdom tomorrow, why don't we beat him at his own game? We'll first send some people disguised as our army to pretend to leave the kingdom and head to the territory of the enemy people of foreign races to carry out a conquest. After Uriel and the others find out, they will definitely let down their guard and launch a sneak strike on our country even more boldly. In this way, when they arrive in our Blazing Sun Kingdom and are about to launch an attack, our main army hidden in the country will suddenly appear and catch they off guard. At the same time, the soldiers we sent out will suddenly return to reinforce us and work together from the inside to eliminate all these enemies. Bai Yun suggested her own plan. Upon hearing this, Zhou Zhou began to think seriously. Soon, he felt that Bai Yun's strategy was not bad. Uriel was cautious by nature. This could be seen from the fact that the other party had been waiting for an opportunity to recruit soldiers and buy horses for a long time after coming to the high continent. If not for the fact that the development of his territory was getting more and more terrifying, the other party would probably continue to recruit troops for a period of time. They would only really appear after they were completely confident of winning with a single strike. If he suddenly did not move and defended his territory with all his might tomorrow, the other party would definitely be more cautious. They might even change their strategy. This would definitely not be good news for his side. If he followed Bai Yun's plan, not only would it be much easier to counterattack, but he could also completely cut off the other party's escape route and prevent them from escaping. Even though I have the 9 worlds divine demon dreamfall array that can prevent most enemies from escaping my territory. As the master god tier seed of a top race civilization like the Titans, Uriel might have a way to crack my 9 worlds divine demon dreamfall array. Bai Yun's strategy can also prevent this from happening. Zhou Zhou nodded. Let's do as you say. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun uttered respectfully. By the way, Your Majesty. This is the summary of today's war. With that, Bai Yun also opened a projection through her personal terminal, which was next to the projection of Wu Tu's intelligence map. Zhou Zhou looked at it. They did not gain any points from it as they had been fighting in the Shadow Clan all day and had not eliminated the target of the Eye of the Heavens anger. He opened the rankings and took a look. First place, Human Lord of the Blazing Sun 7.79 billion faction points. Second place, Original Spirit Race True Lord 7,132,000,000 faction points. 3rd place, Shepherd's God Race Heaven Chasing Lord. 5,611,000,000 faction points. 4th place, Chaos Gods Race Great One Lord. 4,922,000,000 faction points. 4th place, Myriad Spirit Race Spiritual Venerable Lord. 4,912,000,000 faction points. This true lord of the original spirit race is catching up quite quickly. Yesterday, this guy only had 5.1 billion faction points. Today, he has 7.1 billion faction points. Even though this efficiency is not as high as my continuous hunting of the Eye of the Heavens anger, it's not far off. Looks like I have to mention the efficiency of killing the target of the Eye of the Heavens anger. Zhou Zhou pondered to himself. Fortunately, today was only the 18th day of the King of 10,000 Kings activity. There were still 12 days left. He still had enough time to widen the gap between him and these top-notch lords, so he was not in a hurry. In addition, there was something worth noting. The Myriad Spirit Race's ranking had been surpassed by the Chaos Gods race. Zhou Zhou was not surprised. Even though the Myriad Spirit Race was considered a top race civilization, it was still inferior to the Chaos Gods race after all. It was expected that they would be surpassed. He closed the faction points ranking and continued to look at the war. They had eliminated more than 120.6 billion Shadow Clan soldiers and people of foreign races, 1,143 god spirits, and 9 true god tiers in the Shadow domain. The war supplies left behind by these enemies, the racial reserves of the race, and their spoils of war were enhanced by the titles of the King of Loots and the Strongest Lord. They obtained a total of more than 25,630,000 legendary tier mist cores, more than 104,213,000,000 epic tier mist cores, more than 25,519,000 extraordinary tier mist cores, more than 402,599,000 diamond tier mist cores, more than 801,165,000,000 white platinum tier mist cores, more than 1,110,160,000,000 yellow gold tier mist cores, more than 1,250,050,000,000 white silver tier mist cores, 2,580,000,000,000 green bronze tier mist cores and 597,100,000,000 black iron tier mist cores. 5,100,000 and 30,000,000 skill books. 3,100,000 and 50,000,000 pieces of equipment. About 800 trillion units of basic materials. Basic elemental gem resources, 50,025,000,000 units. More than 2,280,000,000 units of thunder element gems. 1,640,000 units of life elemental gems. 1,830,000,000 units of death elemental gems. More than 12 million units of time elemental gems. More than 15 million units of space elemental gems. 150 billion and 12 million origin crystals. 1,080,000,06099 green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. 1 epic tier Lord Talent sphere. 10 epic tier Lord Talent crystal fragments. Chapter 1082, Epic tier Lord Talent Gate to the Shadow Realm. More than 5,190,000,000 units of divine crystals from low tier to high tier deity level. 6,400 true god tier divine crystals. More than 90 million low tier to high tier deity level divine artifacts. 216 true god tier divine artifacts. There were a total of more than 80 million divine spark fragments, god tier medicinal herbs, god tier ingredients, god tier ores, god tier blueprints, and other treasures. 1,060 master god tier herbs, god tier ingredients, god tier ores, god tier blueprints, and other treasures. A damaged pseudo-racial divine artifact shadow canopy. In addition to these normal gains, there were also building blueprints, special treasures Great Lunar Jade Book, True God Tier War Machinery Shadow Puppet, Special Building Blueprint Great Lunar Sacrificial Platform, War Machinery. Shadow Divine Boat Manufacturing Blueprint, High Tier Deity Advance Grade Battle Formation True Illusion Mirror, and other spoils of war that were unique to the race and civilization. Zhou Zhou couldn't help but nod in satisfaction after reading this part of the summary. As expected of the Shadow Clan, the gains from this war were almost 10 times the gains from conquering the Demon Flood Dragon race yesterday. In addition, the harvest of the life elemental gems and death elemental gems also surprised him. He originally had about 2.1 billion life elemental gems and death elemental gems. Now that he had a total of more than 3.47 trillion life elemental gems and death elemental gems, he had fulfilled all the requirements to upgrade his territory to the legendary level. However, he wasn't in a hurry to level up, nor did he immediately use the epic tier Lord Talent Sphere. Instead, he continued to look at the God Spirit list and the military strength list. He first looked at the list of God Spirits. After today's battle, because they had eliminated enough enemy soldiers and God Spirits, a total of 85 legendary tier advanced grade soldiers had advanced to low tier deity level elementary grade God Spirits. Coupled with the 1,547 God Spirits obtained through the 10,000 Spirit Saint, the 216 God Spirits who had submitted to him after being captured, and the 1,700 God Spirits who had come to join the Blazing Sun Kingdom in the morning, the total number of God Spirits under he directly reached 5,947. The total number of God Spirits had already reached the number of ordinary God Spirits that Uriel had led when he first came to the High Continent. In addition, in terms of the number of true God tier, he originally had 5 true God tiers under him, excluding Carol Mully. Today, through the 10,000 Spirit Saint, he had incite defection up to 11 true gods of the people of foreign races. In addition, he had captured 2 true God tiers through war. Now, these 2 true God tiers had already submitted. In total, he now had a total of 18 true God tier subordinates, even excluding Yellow Emperor and other true God tiers. Including the Yellow Emperor, Buddha Lord, Baihe, and Patriarch Lu, he had a total of 24 true God tier subordinates. With my current strength, even if I fight Uriel's people of Foreign Race Alliance head-on, I'm confident that I can take him down without Uriel. Even with Uriel as a variable, I have a certain degree of confidence in winning. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. Thinking back, when they first heard that Uriel had led an army of people of foreign races to the Supreme Continent to deal with him, all of them felt that they could not resist this behemoth. He could only do everything he could to stall for time. The humans had no choice but to retreat to the primordial world because of Uriel's arrival. And now, after such a short period of time, he was already confident in defeating the other party. His development speed was indeed a little ridiculous. He thought silently. After dealing with Uriel, the human race might be able to walk out of the primordial world. Zhou Zhou thought. If he could take down Uriel, who was a tough nut to crack, those enemies of the people of foreign races who wanted to deal with he and the human race would probably realize the situation. Under the circumstances where the Master God tier did not appear, Zhou Zhou and his humans could be said to have no worries in the High Continent. Even the Divine Kingdom Lord factions on the High Continent could not deal with Zhou Zhou unless he took the initiative to provoke them. Therefore, when the time came, the humans could completely retreat from the primordial world and return to their previous lives. Zhou Zhou was actually looking forward to the scene of Uriel leading the people of foreign races to attack tomorrow. He stopped thinking and looked at the final list of troops. Today, through the 10,000 Spirit Saint, he had obtained the loyalty of 1,623,766,975 soldiers. Later, through persuasion, he had also turned the more than 31,612,000,000 captured soldiers of the people of foreign races into his own soldiers. As for the Lords of the Star Alliance, they had also incite defection more than 101,050,000,000 fog monster soldiers along the way. Even if 20% of the soldiers were given to the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Zhou Zhou would still be able to obtain more than 20.21 trillion soldiers. The soldiers under him had now reached 1,460,000,000,233,963,023 soldiers, excluding the soldiers of the Star Alliance. Including the 120 billion soldiers of the Star Alliance, he now had more than 1,580 billion soldiers under him. Among them, there were 326 billion, 15,429,879 Black Iron Tier soldiers. There were 376,262,234,255 Green Bronze Tier soldiers. There were 20,890,600,000 White Silver Tier soldiers. There were 240,069,067,860 Yellow Gold Tier soldiers. There were 165,078,619,660 White Platinum Tier soldiers. Diamond Tier soldiers, 55,060,209,120. There were 12,179,007,600 Extraordinary Tier soldiers. There were 6,517,007,506 Epic Tier soldiers. There were 87,384,959 Legendary Tier soldiers. As for the god spirits under him, after today's Shadow Clan war, their strength had also increased to varying degrees. Among them, Vicky, Bai Yun, Wu Xian, Feng Luo, Suan, and Luo Sheng had all advanced to the high-tier deity level elementary grade. Nazario and Extreme Dragon had advanced to the level of mid-tier deity level advanced grade. Light Sacred Dragon Inj Sol had been promoted to a low-tier deity level advanced grade god spirit. Most importantly, Qi Xiantian and Yuan Kong possessed already sensed that they had reached the last step of advancing to the true god tier. Now, they had already entered the time world to cultivate in seclusion. If nothing went wrong, they would probably advance to the true god tier god spirit tomorrow. Qi Xiantian was originally a talented sword immortal, and Yuan Kong was a member of the shepherd's god race with a top-notch bloodline. Their potential is already astonishing. Coupled with the help of the Master God level book of the God Spirit, they have finally attained the stage of becoming true gods. Zhou Zhou was filled with emotions and anticipation. After that, he chatted with Bai Yi and Wu Tu for more than an hour about the specific arrangements for tomorrow before asking the two of them to leave. After they left, Zhou Zhou took out the epic tier Lord Talent Sphere that he possessed obtained from the Shadow Clan's true god Jakro. The Shadow Clan's patriarch, Isis, was able to hand over the position of the Shadow Clan's patriarch to Jakro before the battle. Other than the fact that they are brothers, I'm afraid it's additionally thanks to his extraordinary tier Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou thought. Then, he gazed at the specific information of this Lord Talent. Treasure name, Lord Talent Sphere Shadow Realm Gate. Treasure grade, Epic tier. Treasure effect, after absorbing it, the Lord will have an Epic tier Lord Talent Shadow Realm Gate. Treasure description, a Lord Talent Sphere from a Shadow Clan True God tier. After absorbing it, you could obtain an Epic tier Lord Talent. Shadow Realm Gate. Zhou Zhou lifted his eyebrows thoughtfully. Chapter 1083, Gate of the Shadow World. The domain of the Shadow World. He knew what the Shadow Realm was. The Shadow Realm was actually the Shadow Realm that extraordinary tier professionals were familiar with. It was also known as the Shadow Realm. Because all things had shadows, the Shadow Realm and the myriad worlds were connected and coexisted. Some extraordinary individuals who were proficient in spatial jumps could use the world of shadows to teleport beyond distance. They called their spell Shadow Jump. If it was a more powerful plane traveler, they could even use the Shadow World to visit any world in the myriad worlds. Under normal circumstances, if the Shadow Realm had such a shocking effect, it could be said to be equivalent to the place that military strategists had to fight for. It would definitely be coveted by many powerful factions in reality and would want to capture it. In fact, that was indeed the case. In history, countless powerful factions in the real world had invaded the Shadow World. Even powerful races and civilizations like the original Spirit race, the Chaos Gods race, the Shepherd's God race, and the Myriad Spirit race had coveted the Shadow World and started a war. In the beginning, the local forces of the Shadow World could be said to be retreating step by step, almost losing the territory they relied on to survive. However, on the eve of the Shadow World's complete invasion, a will-level existence was suddenly born in the world of shadows. Even though this will-level existence was far weaker than powerful wills like the Abyss Will, the will of the Heaven Realm, and the will of the Immortal World, it was not something a Master God tier or even a Supreme God Realm could provoke. If one angered the will of this shadow, even a top bloodline civilization would not be able to withstand the terrifying consequences. Hence, the various races retreated in fear of this will-level existence and signed a peace agreement with the various factions of the Shadow World. From then on, all the races in the world were not allowed to invade the Shadow World. They were not even allowed to enter. They were only allowed to allow individual life forms to perform spatial jumps and some trade activities through the Shadow World. At the same time, they had to compensate the Shadow World for the losses caused. From then on, the battle of the Shadow World came to an end. Because this was a very humiliating matter for the various races, and because they did not dare to provoke the will of the Shadow, all the races in the world had completely sealed off the news of this war. As a result, the Shadow World had never been famous until today. Many god spirits even treated the Shadow World as an ordinary shadow plane and only used it as an auxiliary means to carry out shadow jumps. If not for the fact that Zhou Zhou had the secret bloodlines of many races in his mind, he wouldn't have known about this. It's actually a Lord Talent related to the Shadow Realm. Then, he stopped thinking and chose to absorb the epic tier Lord Talent Sphere. Zhou Zhou closed his eyes. A moment later, he reopened his eyes again after some time. Then, he immediately opened his Lord's personal information. A new update appeared in his Lord Talent column. A new word appeared, Shadow Realm Gate, Epic Tier. The 35th Lord Talent. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Then, he opened the details of this talent. Lord Talent, Shadow Realm Gate, Epic Tier. Shadow Realm Gate. Specific Talent Effect 1, you can open a door to the Shadow Realm that belongs to your Lord's faction and enter the Shadow Realm. You and the members of your territory have legal status and have the right to live, travel, trade, and live normally in the Shadow World. Specific Talent Effect 2, in the Shadow World, you have an initial territory belonging to your Black Iron Tier elementary grade. You can spend resources to enhance this territory and expand your territory in the Shadow World. At the same time, in the Shadow World, you are protected by the will of the Shadow World. Your Lord faction will have a basic friendly diplomatic relationship with any faction in the Shadow World. Under this level of friendly and higher diplomatic relations, you can trade freely with any force in the film world. When your diplomatic relations with other forces fall below friendly level, the trade effect will automatically disappear until at least friendly level diplomatic relations are restored. Specific Talent Effect 3, you and your territorial faction can pay a certain price to use a portion of the Shadow World's warp gate to undergo another world warp and head to another world. As the level of your territory in the Shadow World increases, you will unlock the authority of more worlds warp gates and head to more worlds. Specific Talent Effect 4, you are protected by the will of Shadow and have the nomological talent of the Law of Shadow, True God Tier. He actually gave me the authority to warp through the world of shadows. Zhou Zhou's gaze landed on Talent Effect 4. His eyes lit up. With the authority of the Shadow World's warp gate, he wouldn't have to take long-distance transportation when heading to other worlds. He could directly warp through the Shadow World. It was time-saving and convenient. Furthermore, if the Supreme Will activates the Lord activity of the myriad worlds in the future, I can go directly to the other world through the Shadow Realm. This way, I can avoid being ambushed by the experts of the people of foreign races on the way. My safety can be uttered to have greatly increased, be it for me or my soldiers. Furthermore, if I want to conquer the myriad worlds in the future, this warp gate of the Shadow World is the best shortcut for me to conquer the myriad worlds. Tisk tisk. And I didn't do anything. I only relied on my Lord Talent to obtain the authority that those top bloodline races dream of. Zhou Zhou was satisfied. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that this Lord Talent was top-notch. As expected of an epic tier Lord Talent. Let's go adopt a look at the film world. With a thought, Zhou Zhou activated the door to the Shadow Realm. The next second, wisps of shadow aura flew out from his feet and gradually condensed into a tall and majestic ancient black door that was about 100,000 meters tall and 10,000 meters wide. The huge door was wide open. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate and walked in. In the Shadow Realm, a shadow sun and a shadow moon hung high in the dark sky, emitting a faint black light. On the ground, shadow mountains, rivers, cities, and shadow creatures could be seen everywhere. They observed shadowy. 1 second they were still there, and the next they might disappear. In this shadow, a small black territory was entrenched. Zhou Zhou was standing there, curiously browsing the two buildings in front of him. One of the buildings was the Lord's wooden house, and the other was the Gate of Summoning. Good God! Another Gate of Summoning. If it was when I first arrived in the High Continent, this Lord Talent could allow a new Lord to summon twice as many subjects every day. But it's useless to me now. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Any 10,000 spirit saint could incite an incite defection that far exceeded the subjects summoned by the Gate of Summoning. Did he still require another Gate of Summoning? However, it was not bad to be a safe base. In the future, if he failed to fight for the Lord of all races, this might be a place for he to make a comeback. He observed elsewhere and suddenly focused his gaze. A black door stood not far to the east of the Gate of Summoning. Another door. Zhou Zhou raised his eyebrows. Chapter 1084, Warp Gate. Harud World. He looked at it and a text notification appeared. Building name, Warp Gate. Construction level, Black Iron Tier Elementary Grade. Construction effect, spend 100 Black Iron Tier Mist Cores to open this Warp Gate. You can head to the Supreme Great Cosmos High Continent, Small World Harud World. Building hint, upgrade the level of the territory of the Shadow World and then upgrade the Warp Gate itself. You can unlock more and higher level warp coordinates of the Warp Gate and head to more alternate worlds. Construction upgrade, 10 Shadow Realm Black Iron Tier Territory Tokens, 1000 Wood Units, 1000 Sand Units, 1,000 metal units, 1,000 stone units, 1,000 black iron tier mist core, 1 shadow gem. So this is the warp gate. Zhou Zhou nodded. He looked at the 2 teleportable worlds. There was naturally no need to mention the high continent of the supreme great cosmos. As for the second Harud world, he was very curious. 100 black iron tier mist cores is not expensive. Zhou Zhou did not hesitate and threw 100 black iron tier mist cores into the black door. The next second, a black shadow vortex gradually appeared in this black warp gate. Zhou Zhou walked forward and reached out to touch it. Apart from feeling wisps of shadow aura swimming on his fingertips, his mind was also sent a message by the warp gate. This warp gate could lead him to the high continent and the Harud world. He needed to choose one of the 2 before he could enter. Zhou Zhou naturally chose the world of Harud. Then, he stepped into it and disappeared. The cross-border teleportation of the warp gate was not a spatial teleportation, but a magical teleportation of the law of shadow. After Zhou Zhou arrived in the new world, he did not immediately check what the world was like. Instead, he first checked his divine body and soul. Thankfully, after he finished checking, he did not find any problems with his divine body. Only then did he heave a sigh of relief. Then, he looked at his surroundings with relief. This was a verdant mountain filled with greenery. The air was filled with elemental particles that were not dense. Zhou Zhou could sense that the energy level of this world was very ordinary. It was probably only to the extent of nurturing legendary tier experts. It would be very difficult to continue nurturing stronger experts. If this world wanted to nurture a god spirit level expert, it could only be created by legendary tier experts who used their extraordinary comprehension to break through the world's restrictions and receive the energy of the outside world. The other option was to devour the source of this small world and become a world god. Only then could one become a god spirit. However, such a world god would either succeed or fail. Unless one had great opportunities and good fortune in the future, it was basically very difficult to reach a realm above the god spirit realm. In summary, the difficulty of becoming a god in the Harud world was more than 10 or 100 times higher than becoming a god spirit on the high continent. Zhou Zhou was not surprised. This was the upper limit of the small world. At this moment, he even felt that as long as he used the chaos holy power in his body slightly, he could destroy this small world. Even if he only used legendary tier power, he had to be careful. A fragile world. But it's not without its merits. Zhou Zhou's divine sense spread out without limit. In the blink of an eye, it covered the entire world. Soon, he had more or less figured out the details of this world. This world came from a god named Harud. The other party was a magic god spirit who had achieved success with water magic and was still alive to this day. He had even unified faith in this world, making this world a world of faith that provided Harud with an endless stream of faith. The greatest value of this world to Zhou Zhou was: this place contained a complete and comprehensive magic civilization extraordinary tier system. In the future, if he wanted to nurture mages, he could use this place to nurture them. As for whether Harud would object. Would he dare to object? Speaking of which, this is the second time I've come to an unfamiliar alternate world since I returned from the Insect Tribe universe. Insect Tribe universe. That should be a boundless universe level universe. In the future, I might be able to see that Insect Lord again with the help of the Shadow Realm. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. To the current him, the Insect Lord and the Dragon God Lord were naturally no longer in his mind. The reason why he suddenly had the idea of meeting the Insect Master was just a whim. It would be best if he could meet that old friend, but it didn't matter if he couldn't. At this moment, a blue water light descended from the sky and landed in front of him. It transformed into a water elemental creature that emitted the aura of a mid-tier deity level. It was the deity of this world Harud. God of streams and water elemental magic Harud greets your excellency, common people's regal. Harud said respectfully. He lamented inwardly, never expecting this. He was a water element deity who was slacking off. One day, he would actually be able to see this common people's regal who was already famous in the myriad worlds in front of him. Wasn't this common people's regal still in the high continent? Why did he suddenly arrive to his small world? In order to avoid the disputes between the lords of the myriad races on the high continent, he had specially brought his world, which was hundreds of millions of light years away, to this remote place of the myriad worlds. Him did not want other deity spirits to know of his existence and be forced to be involved in the chaos of the myriad races. He never expected that he would not provoke this calamity of all races, but a calamity would descend from the sky. Harud even wondered if he had accidentally offended the master god tier of misfortune. Otherwise, how could he be so unlucky? You know me. Zhou Zhou was not surprised by the other party's arrival. Him just did not expect the other party to see through him at a glance. Your Excellency's reputation has long spread throughout the myriad worlds. Even though my little realm is in the eastern deity realm in the remote place of the myriad worlds, I've heard of your Excellency's reputation and seen your portrait. Harud stated obsequiously. You don't have to be nervous. Zhou Zhou could see the nervousness in his heart. Him waved his hand and said, this king only happens to have a spatial passageway that leads to your world. However, the development of your magical civilization here is indeed not bad. In the future, this king wants to send some subjects from the country to your place to further their studies. Are you willing? Yes, yes. Harud complained in his heart, but he maintained a smile on his face. Chapter 1085, Subduing Harud. I'll rent this place to you. I'll give you 1 mid-tier deity level elementary grade divine crystal a year. I'll rent it for 100 years first. After Zhou Zhou finished speaking, he casually threw 100 mid-tier deity level elementary grade divine crystals to the other party. This bit of divine crystals was naturally nothing to him. The divine crystals he had harvested today amounted to more than 5 billion. These 100 mid-tier deity level divine crystals were like a drop in the ocean to him. In fact, with his current power, even if he forcefully occupied this place, Harud wouldn't dare to say anything against it. However, as the saying went, one shouldn't hit a smiling person. If the other party were to be rude, he would just wave his hand and attack this place. He wouldn't feel any burden at all. However, the other party's attitude was so humble. Even if Zhou Zhou wanted to do something violent, he felt a little embarrassed. So be it. However, Harud's eyes suddenly widened as he looked at the 100 mid-tier deity level elementary grade divine crystals in front of him. Your Majesty! The divine crystals you gave me are too much. Harud thought for a moment and suddenly gritted his teeth. Then, he knelt in the void and said. How about this, Your Majesty? You don't have to give me so many divine crystals. I'm willing to hand over my world that has been operating for tens of thousands of years to Your Majesty. Please give me a chance to submit to you and let me serve Your Majesty. Zhou Zhou looked at him in surprise before smiling. Can you bear to do that? I see that you've managed the world here very well. You must have put in a lot of effort here, right? It was more than a considerable amount of effort. I've spent most of my life in this world, okay? Harud's heart bled, but he had no choice. This common people's regal was said to be able to kill true god tiers as if he was slaughtering pigs and dogs after all. If he wanted to kill him, he could probably do it with a thought. Moreover, it was said that the god spirits under the other party's command received good treatment. It was even said that the god spirits who followed he could have a full set of divine artifacts on them. Hence, he firmly said. Your Majesty is right, but I'm still willing to follow Your Majesty. Compared to the glorious future of following Your Majesty, a world of faith that I've spent tens of thousands of years in is nothing. Then, he contributed a ball of water that emitted an azure light. This is the source of this world. As long as the divine sense recognizes you as its master, this world of faith will belong to you, Your Majesty. Please accept it. He said firmly. Zhou Zhou was speechless. He picked up the world origin and played with it for a while before recognizing it as his master. Then, he immediately felt that this world of faith already belonged to him. He could be comparable to a creation god in this world. It could be said that he was omnipotent. Even the life forms in the resurrection world could be easily resurrected. He only needed to consume a little of the origin power of this world. Even the previous owner of this world, Harud, could be expelled from this world with a thought. From today onwards, you are one of the worshipped god spirits of this king's blazing sun kingdom. Take this as a welcome gift. Zhou Zhou suddenly said and threw a spatial ring to the other party. Harud hurriedly took it and subconsciously probed it with his divine sense. Then, he was immediately shocked. There were a total of 6 mid-tier deity-level intermediate-grade water attribute divine artifacts placed in it, exuding the awe-inspiring might of divine artifacts. Harud could not help but open his mouth wide. Then, he looked up at Zhou Zhou. This. Your Majesty, you're giving them all to me? Your Majesty, are you joking? Harud could not believe it. So is the legend true? Were all the god spirits under the command of Your Excellency, the common people's regal, equipped with divine artifacts? It's true. Zhou Zhou patted his shoulder meaningfully and said with a smile. Harud was shocked, and the spatial ring in his hand almost fell. How did His Majesty know what he was thinking? Could it be that His Majesty still had the ability to see through minds? But I'm a real god spirit. And a mid-tier deity level god spirit at that. At this moment, even though he was holding 6 mid-tier deity level divine artifacts that had greatly increased his strength, Harud was still filled with reverence for Zhou Zhou. At this moment, Zhou Zhou spoke again. Your world belongs to this king now. The object of belief here should also change to believe in this king as soon as possible. You will be in charge of this matter. Also, your world needs a protector, so you can stay here as a protector for the time being. With the divine relic you have now, even ordinary high-tier deity level experts are probably not your match. If a true god tier descends, I will leave a few life saving trump cards for you before I leave so that you have a chance to ask the kingdom for help. The true god tier on our side will rush over as soon as possible. I won't stay any longer. In the future, a warp gate will be set up here. If you have anything to do, you can use the warp gate's coordinates to head to the location of my Blazing Sun Kingdom. After Zhou Zhou finished speaking, he told the other party about the film world. In any case, the other party was already one of them. It was fine to tell the other party. He just had to remind the other party not to leak this news. So His Majesty came to His Majesty's universe through the Shadow Realm. His Majesty is indeed resourceful. His Majesty actually did something that even the top races and civilizations couldn't do easily. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I won't leak this news. Harud exclaimed, followed by endless flattery. Zhou Zhou nodded and did not say anything else. With a thought, he opened another warp gate and permanently solidified it here. The price was 1 diamond tier mist core a day. This was naturally nothing to Zhou Zhou. But even so, Zhou Zhou did not choose to bear it. Instead, he let Harud be in charge of the expenses. It was just 1 diamond tier mist core a day. As a mid-tier deity level god spirit, Harud naturally did not care at all and immediately agreed. Then, Zhou Zhou stepped into the warp gate and disappeared in front of Harud. Harud looked at Zhou Zhou's disappearing back, and the confusion in his eyes was gradually replaced by excitement. He looked at the 6 water-type heavenly artifacts in his spatial ring and excitedly said, I'm so lucky. Even if I lie down, I can still appear out of thin air and hug His Majesty's thigh. Moreover, I don't have to go to the Supreme Continent and participate in the conflict of the myriad races to risk my life. I must have been protected by a lucky master god tier. After Zhou Zhou returned to the Shadow World's territory, he didn't stop. Instead, he returned to the Blazing Sun Kingdom in the real universe and called the current patriarch of the Shadow Clan, Tarot Call, over. Chapter 1086, Fixing the Shadow Canopy. Only those who joined the Blazing Sun Kingdom would know what shocking benefits there were after joining it. His current expression perfectly illustrated this point. How's the Shadow Clan's current situation? Zhou Zhou asked. The members of the Shadow Clan have all submitted to His Majesty. All the clansmen are loyal to His Majesty. Tarot Call thought that His Majesty was still suspicious of his clansmen, so his heart skipped a beat when he heard that. Then, he hurriedly said. Zhou Zhou thought to himself, he wasn't asking about that. With the Lord Talent of the peaceful times, he naturally believed that all the Shadow Tribe members were extremely loyal to him. Now that the Shadow Clan has lost the Shadow Canopy, the situation is probably not good, right? Zhou Zhou asked about his true motive. Actually, it's not that bad. Tarot Call deliberated over his words. Even though our Shadow Clan's strength will decrease a little without the Shadow Canopy and our condition during the day will be a little dispirited, it's not impossible for us to survive. Moreover, at night, our Shadow Clan will recover about 80% of its previous strength. There won't be a problem of our strength decreasing greatly. Moreover, the stronger the Shadow Clan, the less afraid they are of the influence of the disappearance of the Shadow Canopy. At most, they will be a little uncomfortable. There's still some impact. Zhou Zhou nodded and pondered for a moment. Do you know about the Shadow Realm? I know a little. Tarot Call nodded before saying with a yearning expression, it's said that the Shadow Realm is the shadow of the myriad worlds. Its existence is connected to the myriad worlds, and it's said that there are shadows of the true environment of the myriad worlds inside. However, these shadows don't seem to be fixed. 1 second ago, a certain shadow spot in the shadow world might still be a mountain range, but in the next second, it might become the shadow of a river. The Shadow Realm is also the best auxiliary method for Shadow Leap. Some dimensional travelers with connections in the Shadow Realm are said to be able to travel to other worlds through the Shadow Realm. It's really magical. The 8th, 12th, and 19th patriarchs of our Shadow clan have always felt that the Shadow world is the best place for our Shadow clan to live. Even the environment on the Great Lunar Star might not be as habitable as the Shadow world. Towards the end, Tarot Call also looked puzzled. It seemed that this guy knew a little about the Shadow world, but he didn't know much. Most of it was superficial. This king has a territory in the Shadow world. Zhou Zhou said, that place is very suitable for your Shadow clan to survive, so I'm prepared to hand it over to the Shadow clan members under your command to manage. Even though that territory is only an initial Black Iron tier elementary grade territory, it has endless potential. As Zhou Zhou spoke, he told the other party about the door to the Shadow Realm, including the secret history of the Shadow Realm. Tarot Call immediately looked excited and shocked when he heard that. The Shadow clan actually has such a history. They actually have a will-level existence protecting the Shadow world and even made countless top races and civilizations suffer. They even sealed off their speech. No wonder. No wonder nothing related to exploration has been spread in a magical place like the Shadow Realm. It turns out that the will of the Shadow Realm doesn't allow large numbers of life forms from the outside world to enter. But His Majesty actually has an initial territory in the Shadow world and also has a special building like the Warp Gate that is priceless. At this moment, Tarot Call's reverence for Zhou Zhou rose to another level. His faith was almost at the Holy Spirit tier believer level. Zhou Zhou didn't mind and said, in addition to the management of the Shadow clan, I will also send some humans to guide the management of this world's territory. In addition, after you take over the territory of the Shadow world, try your best to upgrade this territory as soon as possible. While expanding the territory, try your best to unlock more world transition rights so that we can attack the myriad worlds in the future. In the future, when we enter the offensive of the myriad worlds, the Shadow Race's Warp Gate will be the best landing point for our army. I understand. Tarot Call agreed with a solemn expression. He immediately understood the weighty responsibility on his shoulders. He felt both responsible and pleasantly surprised. His Majesty had entrusted him with such an important task. Didn't that mean that His Majesty valued him greatly? Faced with His Majesty's importance, Tarot Call, who was already infinitely close to the Holy Spirit, felt that this was a supreme honor for him. He knelt on one knee and said firmly, I will definitely create the best landing point for His Majesty to conquer the myriad worlds in the future. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, he flipped his right hand, and a shadow curtain appeared in his palm. It was the shadow canopy that had been shattered by him and his clone during the day. The moment the shadow curtain appeared, Tarot Call's gaze couldn't help but land on this pseudo-racial divine artifact of the shadow race. Even though this pseudo-racial divine artifact was only created after birth, it had protected the Shadow clan for countless years. Every member of the Shadow clan had a strong attachment to this pseudo-racial divine artifact. But now, it was already so damaged. This was the consequence of being enemies with His Majesty. Tarot Call lowered his head, his heart as calm as an ancient well. Tarot Call, this king remembers that your Shadow clan has the civilization heritage to create and repair this shadow canopy. If this king gives you enough repair materials, how long will it take for you to repair this shadow canopy? Zhou Zhou asked. Upon hearing that, Tarot Call suddenly raised his head and looked at Zhou Zhou in surprise. Your Majesty, you want to repair our race's divine artifact? Zhou Zhou nodded. Your Shadow clan is still living on the High Continent and has yet to completely move into the Shadow world. This shadow canopy is still very important to you now. Furthermore, even if all of you move into the Shadow world in the future, you don't have to worry about the influence of sunlight on you. I additionally feel that this pseudo-racial divine artifact will have a very positive impact on your Shadow clan. I naturally have to consider the situation for you since the Shadow clan are my subjects. If this shadow canopy can be repaired, it's naturally better to repair it. Thank you, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, please let me take a gaze at the situation in the shadow canopy. Tarot Call mentioned extremely excitedly. With a thought from Zhou Zhou, the shadow canopy teleported in front of Tarot Call. Tarot Call held the shadow canopy with both hands and observed it for a while. Then, he thought for a while before saying cautiously, if Your Majesty gives me enough repair materials, with the skills of our Shadow clan's craftsmen, it should only take 100 years to repair this shadow canopy. Zhou Zhou was speechless. 100 years? Then did he still need this shadow canopy? Is there no faster way? Zhou Zhou asked. Your Majesty. Tarot Call smiled bitterly. Our Shadow Clan's craftsmen are at most legendary tier advanced grade craftsmen. Facing the repair work of the Shadow Canopy, 100 years is already my shortest estimate. If our Shadow Clan can give birth to a God Spirit level master of racial divine artifact restoration, we should be able to shorten this time to about 10 years. However, our Shadow Clan doesn't have the civilization inheritance of a master of racial divine artifact restoration at all. It's impossible to give birth to such an existence. Zhou Zhou was deep in thought. After a long while, he said. I understand. You can leave first. I'll think of another way to repair this species divine artifact. I'm incompetent. I've disappointed your Majesty. Tarot Call immediately mentioned in fear. Not your fault. Zhou Zhou waved his palm and got Tarot Call to leave. When Tarot Call saw this, he could only leave Blazing Sun Palace with a bitter smile, leaving Zhou Zhou alone to quietly gaze at the damaged shadow canopy in his hand. He thought for a moment and sent someone to call Jik and Seely Orofa over. Chapter 1087, Inviting Orofa. Upgrading the territory. Upgrading the Gate of Summoning. Greetings, Your Majesty. The two of them said respectfully and led the way. Jik, Seely. Last time, I asked you if I could invite your God of Sun and Forging, Orofa, to join my Blazing Sun Empire and work for me. How are things going now? Zhou Zhou asked. He was still looking forward to the arrival of the God of Forging. He lacked a heavenly god who could forge and repair divine artifacts to join his camp. Otherwise, how would he know how to use the god-tier materials in his hands? Once he obtains a divine artifact forger under him, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that his strength would increase by a good margin. Jik and Seely looked at each other as soon as Zhou Zhou said that. Then, Seely said generously. Your Majesty, Jik and I have tried our best to persuade my grandfather to come to His Majesty's Blazing Sun Kingdom and pledge loyalty to His Majesty. But my grandfather said that firstly, he is now working for Your Excellency Regal Great Solar, so it's not easy to change sides. Secondly, my grandfather also said that Regal Great Solar and Regal Great Lunar have clearly ordered his subjects not to allow any of their subjects to join the current Lord of All Races contest. So even my grandfather couldn't leave the sun for long enough to remain in His Majesty's kingdom and serve His Majesty. Perhaps in the future, when the Lord of All Races tournament enters the middle and late stages, my grandfather they might be able to leave the Sun Star and join His Majesty's Lord's camp to serve His Majesty. Zhou Zhou nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that for some reason, the existences of Regal Great Solar and Regal Great Lunar did not want to participate in the Lord War for the time being. Was it because it was too early? He speculated inwardly. After thinking for a while, he didn't think too much about it since he hadn't come up with an answer. For example, restoring true God-tier divine artifacts or pseudo-race divine artifacts. In terms of remuneration, I won't let Your Excellency Orofa suffer a loss. That's fine. Seely's eyes lit up and she nodded. When my grandfather was working for Your Excellency Regal Great Solar, he often took on private jobs. There shouldn't be a problem with His Majesty's invitation. Jik, who was beside him, also nodded. All right. Zhou Zhou nodded and uttered with a smile, in that case, reach out Your Excellency Orofa first. Tell him that I have a damaged true God-tier divine artifacts that I wish to ask he to repair. Apart from the pseudo-racial divine artifacts, I also have a large number of slightly worn-out divine artifacts. If he is willing to repair them, I would also like to ask he for help. As for the price of repairs, I unquestionably won't let Your Excellency Orofa suffer a loss. Yes, Your Majesty. After junior brother and I return, we'll immediately contact my grandfather. Seely's eyes brightened and she nodded vigorously. Zhou Zhou nodded. Then, the two of them left. He didn't stop after that. He flew out of the Divine Kingdom world and arrived above the Blazing Sun Kingdom. He looked down at the Blazing Sun Kingdom below. With a thought, he chose to upgrade his territory. Accompanied by 8,000 trillion units of basic materials, 50,000 legendary tier mist cores, 2 billion origin crystals, 20 billion basic elemental gems, 6 billion high-level elemental gems, and 3 legendary tier territory tokens, they disappeared. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your legendary tier elementary grade blessed land has successfully advanced to a legendary tier intermediate grade blessed land. Your territory has been successfully upgraded to a legendary tier elementary grade territory. Your legendary tier elementary grade 9 refinement divine transformation formation has been upgraded to the legendary tier 9 refinement divine transformation formation. Durability of territory stone tablet increased to 500 billion/500 billion. Your territory has expanded to 20 million kilometers x 20 million kilometers x 100,000 km. All fog monsters within the territory of the new territory have been expelled. You have received an upgrade reward, basic building blueprint treasure chest, yellow gold tier intermediate grade. Lord Talent notification, your Scarlet Broodmother can be upgraded. Lord Talent hint, your mysterious caravan faction has increased. Lord Talent hint, the strength of the clergy in your Goddess of Life's shelter has increased. Zhou Zhou acknowledged in satisfaction. It had finally been upgraded to a legendary territory. Then, he looked at the material requirements for the territory to be upgraded to legendary tier advance grade. Construction upgrade, 1,000 trillion units of wood, 1,000 trillion units of fine sand, 1,000 trillion units of metal, 1,000 trillion units of stone, 10,000 legendary tier mist core, 1 billion origin crystals, 10 billion units of basic elemental gems, 1 billion units of thunder element gems, 1 billion units of life elemental gems, 1 billion units of death elemental gems, 1 legendary tier city, 100 legendary tier lifestyle professionals, 1,000 legendary tier military professionals, 100 race heroes, 1 legendary tier territory order. Zhou Zhou took a glance and shook his head regretfully. Among these upgrade resources, the vast majority had already met the advancement requirements. However, the life elemental gems and death elemental gems were still lacking. He looked at his king's treasure box. He saw that there were more than 500 million life elemental gems and more than 1 billion death elemental gems in his king's treasure box. He still needed more than 4.4 billion life elemental gems and more than 3.9 billion death elemental gems to gather the requirements to upgrade to the legendary tier advance grade. 2 or 3 more Shadow Clan level battles should be able to gather the requirements to upgrade the territory. Zhou Zhou calculated in his heart and realized that it was not too difficult. Then he stopped thinking and went straight to the gate of summoning. He spent 40 trillion units of basic materials and 2,000 legendary tier mist cores to upgrade the gate of summoning to the legendary level. A text notification appeared. Congratulations, your gate of summoning has been successfully upgraded to a legendary tier elementary grade building. Less than or equal to. You can summon 20,000 subjects every day. You will summon 1,009 professionals every day. Prompt, under the influence of the unique title of the race, Glory of the Pioneer 8, you can summon 139,500 subjects every day. You will summon 1,009 professionals every day. After reading it, Zhou Zhou acknowledged slightly. The basic number of subjects summoned by the gate of summoning was 15,500. After adding 20,000, it was 35,500. After being buffed by the Glory of the Pioneer 8, it directly increased by 8 times, becoming 284,000 people. It's okay. Zhou Zhou did not care about this improvement and directly looked at the upgrade requirements. Construction upgrade, 20 trillion units of wood, 20 trillion units of fine sand, 20 trillion units of metal, 20 trillion units of stone, 5,000 pieces of legendary tier mist core, territory level upgraded to legendary tier advance grade. After memorizing it, Zhou Zhou returned to the Divine Kingdom and called Bai Yun and Carol Molly over. Zhou Zhou took out 1 billion green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragments before they came. Today, his gains from the green bronze tier Lord Talent crystal fragment alone were enough to upgrade a legendary tier Lord Talent to the mythical tier unique Lord Talent. Naturally, he would not forget such a thing, so he planned to upgrade it instantaneously and give it a try. Chapter 1088, Mythical Tier the Only Lord Talent Supreme Conquest, 1. Then, he looked at his many Lord Talents. After looking at it for a long time, his gaze finally landed on one of the inconspicuous extraordinary tier Lord Talents. It was the Lord Talent, Embrace of the Conqueror. Lord Talent, Embrace of the Conqueror, Extraordinary Tier. Embrace of the Conqueror, 1. Every time a lord conquers a territory, he can attract a different number of classless subjects to join his territory. 2. Every time a lord conquered a regional territory, he could attract a different number of professional subjects to join his territory. 3. Every time a lord conquered a kingdom, he could obtain the loyalty of 3 heroes with the extraordinary tier hero fate level slot, 2 heroes with the epic tier hero fate level slot, and 1 hero with the legendary tier hero fate level slot. 4. Every time a lord conquered an empire, he could obtain the loyalty of 3 heroes with the low-tier deity level and 1 hero with the mid-tier deity level hero's fate level. 5. Every time a lord conquers a divine kingdom, he can obtain the loyalty of 3 heroes with the true god tier hero fate level. This lord talent can be upgraded. Zhou Zhou touched his chin. In fact, he didn't lack heroes under him. However, who would complain about having too many heroes? Moreover, this was clearly a growth-type lord talent. The more territories and countries he conquered, the more heroes he could obtain. In addition, he was currently in a period of rapid expansion. Every day, he would conquer one race after another. Just the heroes he could obtain now could reach nearly 1,000 every day. If he upgraded it to the mythical tier, unique lord talent, the number of heroes he obtained every day would be extremely shocking. The earlier I improve, the greater my gains. The later I level up, the smaller the gains. Without any hesitation, Zhou Zhou took out 10 epic tier lord talent crystal fragments and fused them into an epic tier lord talent origin divine crystals. Then, he raised this talent to the epic tier stage. Embrace of the Conqueror. 1. Every time a lord conquers a territory, he can attract a different number of classless subjects to join his territory. 2. Every time a lord conquered a regional territory, he could attract a different number of professional subjects to join his territory. 3. Every time a lord conquered a kingdom, he could obtain the loyalty of 10 heroes with the extraordinary tier hero fate level, 5 heroes with the epic tier hero fate level, 3 heroes with the legendary tier hero fate level, and 1 hero with the low tier deity level hero fate level. 4. Every time a lord conquered an empire, he could obtain the loyalty of 5 heroes with the low tier deity level, 3 heroes with the mid tier deity level, and 1 hero with the high level god tier fate level. 5. Every time a lord conquers a divine kingdom, he can obtain the loyalty of 5 heroes with the true god tier hero fate level and 1 true god elementary grade god spirit. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. Was there such a huge improvement after advancing to the epic tier realm? Especially after conquering a divine kingdom, in addition to the loyalty of 5 heroes with the fate level of true god tier heroes, there was actually a true god who joined them. Finally, it wasn't just for heroes. He was looking forward to it. Then, he took out the only 10 legendary tier lord talent crystal fragments and fused them into a legendary tier lord talent origin divine crystals, raising this talent to the legendary tier level again. Lord talent, Embrace of the Conqueror, legendary tier. Embrace of the Conqueror. 1. Every time a lord conquers a territory, he can attract a different number of classless subjects to join his territory. 2. Every time a lord conquered a regional territory, he could attract a different number of professional subjects to join his territory. 3. Every time a lord conquered a kingdom, he could obtain the loyalty of 20% of the subjects in the kingdom. Furthermore, he would attract 10 extraordinary tier life forms with the extraordinary tier hero fate level, 5 epic tier life forms with the epic tier hero fate level, 3 legendary tier life forms with the legendary tier hero fate level, and 1 low tier god spirit with the low tier deity level hero fate level to follow him. 4. Every time a lord conquered an empire, he could obtain the loyalty of 20% of the subjects in the empire. Moreover, he would attract 10 low-tier god spirits with the low-tier deity level hero fate level, 5 mid-tier deity level god spirits with the mid-tier deity level hero fate level, and 3 heroes with the high-level god tier fate level to follow him. 5. Every time a lord conquers a divine kingdom, he can obtain the loyalty of 20% of the subjects in the divine kingdom. Moreover, he will attract 5 true god elementary grade god spirits with the true god tier hero fate level to follow him. Zhou Zhou's eyes lit up. The legendary tier Embrace of the Conqueror could actually directly obtain the loyalty of 20% of the subjects in the conquered territory. Moreover, the heroes they attracted were no longer people with potential, but powerhouses who had reached the limit of their potential. When conquering a divine kingdom, it could directly attract 5 true god tiers to follow it. One of the requirements for establishing an elementary divine kingdom was to have 3 true god tier worshippers. After conquering a divine kingdom, he could actually obtain the support of 5 true god tiers. This did not include the true gods who had conquered the country. The more Zhou Zhou read, the more shocked he became. As the grade of this lord talent increased, the effect became more and more ridiculous. Furthermore, it was a perfect match for his 10,000 Spirit Saint lord talent. He had used the 10,000 Spirit Saint before the war. After winning the war, the Embrace of the Conqueror would be effective. He didn't even need to use the lord talent of the peaceful times to take in at least 70% of the subjects in the conquered places. This is only the legendary tier lord talent. If I advance to the mythical tier unique level. At this thought, Zhou Zhou took the mythical tier 1 Lord Talent Origin Divine Crystals and upgraded Embrace of the Conqueror to the mythical tier 1. Lord Talent, Supreme Conquest, mythical tier, unique. Supreme Conquest. 1. Every time a lord conquers a territory, all the subjects in that territory will automatically pledge their loyalty to you. After that, you will generate a certain amount of prestige in the nearby territory. You can attract the subjects of the nearby domain, including but not limited to professionals, heroes, god spirits, and so on, giving them a chance to affiliate your territory. 2. Every time a lord vanquishes a territory, all the subjects in the domain will automatically pledge their faithfulness to you. After that, you will generate a certain amount of prestige in the nearby territory. You can draw the people of the nearby domain, including but not limited to professionals, heroes, god spirits, and so on, giving them a chance to affiliate your territory. Chapter 1089, Mythical Tier the Only Lord Talent Supreme Conquest, 2. After that, you will generate a certain amount of prestige in the nearby territory. You can attract the subjects of the nearby territory, including but not limited to professionals, heroes, god spirits, and so on, giving them a chance to join your territory. In addition, you will also attract 20 epic tier life forms with the epic tier hero fate level from the outside world, 10 legendary tier life forms with the legendary tier hero fate level, 3 low tier deity level life forms with the low tier hero fate level, 2 mid tier deity level god spirits with the mid tier deity level hero fate level, and 1 high level god spirit with the high level god tier fate level to pledge loyalty to you. 4. Every time a lord conquers an empire, all the subjects in the empire's territory will automatically pledge their loyalty to you. After that, you will generate a certain amount of prestige in the nearby territory. You can attract the subjects of the nearby territory, including but not limited to professionals, heroes, god spirits, and so on, giving them a chance to join your territory. In addition, you will also attract 50 legendary tier life forms with the legendary tier hero fate level, 20 low tier deity level life forms with the low tier hero fate level, 10 mid tier deity level life forms with the mid tier deity level hero fate level, 5 high level god spirits with the high level god tier fate level, and 1 true god tier hero fate level elementary grade god spirit to serve you. 5. Every time a lord conquers a divine kingdom, all the subjects in the territory of the divine kingdom will automatically pledge their loyalty to you. After that, you will have a certain amount of prestige in the myriad worlds. You can attract living beings from the myriad worlds, including but not limited to professional subjects, heroes, god spirits, and so on, giving them a chance to join your territory. In addition, you will also attract 100 low-tier deity level life forms from the outside world with the low-tier heroic heroes fate level of the low-tier deity level, 50 mid-tier deity level life forms with the mid-tier deity level heroic heroes fate level of the mid-tier deity level heroic heroes fate level of the mid-tier deity level life form of the mid-tier deity level, 20 high god tier life forms with the high level god tier heroes fate level of the high level god tier heroic fate level, 10 true god elementary grade god spirits with the true god tier heroic fate level of the true god elementary grade god spirit, 5 true god intermediate grade god spirits with the true god heroic fate level of the true god intermediate grade god spirit, and 1 true god elementary grade god spirit with the true god heroic fate level of the true god advancement of the fate level. A master god tier elementary grade god spirit will appreciate your conquest. When you and your country are in danger, this master god tier elementary grade god spirit will help you and your country once. Zhou Zhou carefully looked at this lord talent and could not help but be shocked. Mythical tier unique level Embrace of the Conqueror. Not only did its talent name become Supreme Conqueror, but even its ability had been super strengthened on the basis of the legendary tier. Now, after conquering a territory, the Supreme Conquest could actually make all the subjects in the other party's territory swear loyalty to him. It was really a win-win situation. Moreover, after winning the Battle of Conquest, he could also obtain the loyalty of a large number of experts from the outside world. Just conquering a kingdom could obtain the loyalty of 6 ordinary god spirits from the outside world. Conquering an empire would allow him to obtain the allegiance of 35 ordinary god spirits and 1 true god tier. And conquering a divine kingdom was even more ridiculous. He could directly obtain the loyalty of 170 ordinary god spirits and 16 true god tiers. This is ridiculous. He did some mental calculations and was a little stunned. Now that he had conquered a race like the Shadow Clan, it was equivalent to conquering at least 10 empires and more than 300 kingdoms of this race. Which meant, if he took down another Shadow Clan level race tomorrow, other than the 10,000 spirit saints and site defection experts, he would be able to obtain the allegiance of about 10 true god tiers and about 2,000 ordinary god spirits from the outside world the next day. This was only a fixed gain. This did not include the number of experts that would be attracted by the honor generated by conquering the people of foreign races. When Zhou Zhou thought of this, he could not help but open his mouth wide. He was at a loss, but he was also excited and surprised. He felt like he had been hit by a truckload of pies that had fallen from the sky. The embrace of the conqueror had an astonishing effect after being upgraded to the mythical tier. He didn't expect it to be so powerful. "I'm taking off," Zhou Zhou thought. To him, this Lord talent came at the right time. This was because he did not want to fight a Divine Kingdom Lord faction for the time being. It would be meaningless for a Kingdom level and below Lord faction to fight. As for the Empire level Overlord faction, he could easily defeat it now. He could completely obtain huge benefits from this Lord talent. After consuming 1 billion green bronze tier Lord talent crystal fragments, 10 epic tier Lord talent crystal fragments, and 10 legendary tier Lord talent crystal fragments, he was left with 2,156,522 black iron tier Lord talent crystal fragments, 480,044,859 green bronze tier Lord talent crystal fragments, 9,239 white silver tier Lord talent crystal fragments, 5,895 yellow gold tier Lord talent crystal fragments, 1,600 white platinum tier Lord talent crystal fragments, 355 diamond tier Lord talent crystal fragments, 12 extraordinary tier Lord talent crystal fragments, 7 epic tier Lord talent crystal fragments, 0 legendary tier Lord talent crystal fragments. If Uriel brings an army to ambush me tomorrow, I might be able to gather a mythical tier 1 and only Lord talent origin divine crystals. Zhou Zhou nodded slightly. As for which Lord talent to upgrade, he already had a rough idea. At this moment, Aaliyah's voice sounded outside the hall. "Your Majesty! Lady Carol Molly and Lord Zheng request an audience." "Let them in," Zhou Zhou said. "Yes, Your Majesty." Carol Molly and Zheng Fugui came in. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The two of them stated respectfully and led the way. Zhou Zhou nodded and said, "Mugu, come too." Strands of scarlet aura appeared beside Carol Molly and gradually condensed into Mugu's former human figure. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Mugu stated respectfully. Then, he stated apologetically to Carol Molly and Zheng Yuankai. "I'm sorry, my main body can't come, so I can only stand with you in this form." "It's fine." Zheng Fugui chuckled. Carol Molly nodded in understanding. "Tell me about your growth." Zhou Zhou smiled. The three of them nodded. Chapter 1090, Lord Talent's Substitute. "Your Majesty, let me introduce it first. Firstly, in terms of my strength, the Scarlet Broodmother that I'm currently in has already been upgraded to the legendary level. The number of Mist Mothers evolved from the legendary Scarlet Broodmother has increased from 10,000 to 15,000. Each Mist Mother world can now nurture 20 million fog monsters. 15,000 Mist Mothers can nurture a total of 300 billion fog monsters. Other than that, the quality and efficiency of cultivating high quality Scarlet Heirs has also increased. Currently, I can at most nurture a low-tier deity level intermediate grade Scarlet God Spirit. This process will take about 3 days. If I want to nurture a low-tier deity level elementary grade Scarlet God Spirit, it will only take about 2 days. Zhou Zhou nodded and asked, "I remember that if you want to nurture such a God Spirit level Scarlet Descendant, you have to sacrifice the number of ordinary Scarlet Fog monsters to do so, right?" "Yes, Your Majesty." Mugu nodded. "Forget it then." Zhou Zhou waved his hand. "There's no need to create a Scarlet God Spirit for the time being. I'll just focus on creating ordinary fog monsters." In fact, he no longer lacked ordinary God Spirits below the true God tier. Especially since he had the Lord talent of Supreme Conquest, a top-notch war recruitment type, he didn't need it. Not to mention a low-tier deity level God Spirit. Therefore, instead of spending time and resources to nurture low-level God Spirits, it was better to focus on creating ordinary fog monsters and recruit soldiers through the recruitment books and class change certificates dropped by the ranch monsters. In the end, through sharpening the soldiers, God Spirits would be born quickly. "Yes, Your Majesty." Mugu said respectfully. Zhou Zhou nodded and thought for a moment before saying, "Of your 15,000 Mist Mothers, 3,000 are left behind to nurture mechanical fear falcons, iron-eating bears, and withered trees. As for the other 12,000 mist mothers, 6,000 will be used to nurture the violent storm demon spirit. The other 6,000 will be used to nurture the yellow talisman Deo soldiers. Tomorrow, he would be able to obtain 360 billion yellow talisman Deo soldier recruitment books, 360 billion yellow talisman Deo soldier class change certificate, 360 billion violent storm spirit recruitment books, and 360 billion violent storm spirit class change certificate. He would have an additional 480 billion troops tomorrow. There were only 1.46 trillion soldiers under his command, excluding the soldiers of the Star Alliance. Which meant he could recruit the total number of troops he had now just by recruiting new recruits tomorrow. It would be nearly 3 trillion. Moreover, these nearly 3 trillion soldiers would all be empire-level soldiers. There was not even a second-rate kingdom-level soldier type. Exaggeration. This is too exaggerated. When Zhou Zhou thought of this result, he could not help but sigh. This was simply recruiting a total number of elementary divine kingdom soldiers in a day. When Uriel comes tomorrow, I'll use such troops to give he a huge surprise. Zhou Zhou thought to himself. At this moment, after Mu Gu finished speaking, he left on his own accord. Then, he saw Zhang Fugui walking out. Your Majesty, the number of mysterious merchants has increased from 5 million to 10 million. The number of carriages transporting goods has also increased to 10 million. In addition, the strength of all the mysterious merchant has also increased to the legendary level. The dimensional space inside each mysterious merchant's dimensional ring has also been greatly improved. If all of our mysterious merchant members advance to low-tier deity level elementary grade, the dimensional rings of every mysterious merchant should be upgraded to small world rings that can accommodate the goods of an entire small world. In the end, our treasure hunting ability has also improved again. In the future, when we go out to do business, we should be able to bring back at least 10 treasures at a time. Zhang Fugui reported respectfully. Sure. Zhou Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Every mysterious merchant had a small world ring. Just the 10 million mysterious merchant had 1,000 small world rings. Not to mention that after reaching the low-tier deity level elementary grade, the number of mysterious merchant would definitely increase greatly. What was the concept of a small world ring with tens of millions of levels? At that time, the mysterious caravan would probably be a first-rate chamber of commerce in the entire high continent, even if it was not the top chamber of commerce. With a chamber of commerce of this level in hand, the trade volume of his Blazing Sun Kingdom would definitely increase by several levels, greatly increasing the kingdom's finances. It seemed that he had to work harder to raise his territory to the low-tier deity level elementary grade. Zhou Zhou sighed inwardly. At this moment, Zhang Fugui took 2 steps back and returned to his original position. Carol Molly stood up. Your Majesty, after the realm was upgraded to the legendary level, the shelter of the Goddess of Life already has 5 billion clergymen, 5 billion priests, 5 billion nuns, and 50 billion holy knights of life. These clergymen are enough to complete the battle treatment mission and resurrect the war with 300 billion troops. As for my strength, I'm still at the true god tier elementary grade. I haven't improved yet. Zhou Zhou nodded. Carol Molly's strength could only be improved when her realm was upgraded to the low-tier deity level elementary grade, which he had told her last time. The only thing that made he feel a little regretful was that the number of clergymen in the shelter of the Goddess of Life could no longer meet his current needs for battle treatment and resurrection. The need for war treatment was still manageable. There were many high-level doctors in his territory that could satisfy his immediate treatment needs. The key was the resurrection mission. The total number of his forces subsequent day would reach nearly 3 trillion. This had already far exceeded the upper limit of the resurrection ability of these clergymen. Improving the shelter of the Goddess of Life's Lord Talent's grade is urgent. Zhou Zhou pondered to himself. Thankfully, he had yet to encounter a powerful enemy that could destroy his 3 trillion soldiers. Even if they faced Uriel tomorrow, with their huge military advantage, the final casualties should not be too great. These clergymen from the shelter of the Goddess of Life should be able to hold on for a while. In 2 days, I possess to raise the Lord Talent of the shelter of the Goddess of Life to the mythical tier. Unique level. It's the only way to relieve the pressure of resurrection. Zhou Zhou made up his mind. Then, he chatted with the 3 of them for a while about the specific details of the upgrade of the Lord Talent. After he understood more or less, he let the 3 of them leave and prepare for tomorrow's war. Just as he was about to head to the Reincarnation Sacred Palace to comprehend the Lord's laws, Alia's respectful voice sounded outside the hall again. Your Majesty, His Excellency True God Tier Xianmei requests an audience. Zhou Zhou was stunned. True God Tier Xianmei? The true God Tier of the Blood Moon clan who was captured today and surrendered later? Let him in. Zhou Zhou asked. Yes, Your Majesty. Alia uttered respectfully. A true God Tier of the Blood Moon clan, who was completely white and naked except for a beautiful and strange blood-colored crescent moon between his eyebrows, walked over leisurely. Your subject, Xianmei, greets Your Majesty. True God Tier Xianmei's voice was filled with endless charm. Chapter 1091, Blood Moon Clan. Hatred. What's the matter? Zhou Zhou asked directly. Your Majesty, I have important information to report. Actually, when the Shadow Clan gathered the people of foreign races allies and prepared to deal with His Majesty together, the upper echelons of the Blood Moon clan's true God tier were doing the same thing almost at the same time. Currently, they should have already gathered trillions of troops and at least 30 true God tiers. Furthermore, they have already finished gathering. If it was in the past, with such troops and the number of true God tier, they would have attacked immediately. The reason why they didn't attack and even sent me to the Shadow Clan to deal with His Majesty together is mainly because the upper echelons of the Blood Moon clan are very afraid of His Majesty. They even feel that with such troops and true God tier, they don't have a treasure that is 100% certain of winning against His Majesty. That's why they want to use the Shadow Clan to see His Majesty's power. Now that His Majesty's power has been revealed, the Blood Moon clan will definitely be even more careful when they see the Shadow Clan being defeated so tragically. They will only lead all the soldiers, heroes, god spirits, and even all the trump cards of the Blood Moon clan to attack His Majesty's territory after they are prepared to definitely win. Your Majesty, you should be prepared. True God Tier Xianmei said worriedly. I understand. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. He was really facing many enemies. Uriel's side, the remnants of the people of foreign race alliance gathered by the Shadow Clan, and the Blood Moon clan's side that had appeared. Not to mention the countless lords and people of foreign races who were secretly spying on him. They were like ferocious beasts waiting for an opportunity to attack. Once they revealed any weakness, these fellows would probably pounce on he without hesitation and bite he to death. But so what? He was no longer as timid as from before now that his wings had grown in the high continent. Come on! What's there to be afraid of? Zhou Zhou was calm and fearless. When True God Tier Xianmei saw that Her Majesty was still indifferent after she said it, the worry in her heart magically gradually dissipated and she inexplicably calmed down. If Your Majesty wants to have a life and death battle with the Blood Moon clan one day, I will definitely die for Your Majesty. True God Tier Xianmei said firmly. No. Zhou Zhou shook his head when he heard that. If the Blood Moon clan attacks, you can choose to avoid the battle. I won't blame you. But, Your Majesty, I'm a member of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. How can I avoid the battle in the face of a great war? True God Tier Xianmei was stunned. She didn't expect His Majesty to forbid her from fighting. Although this would make her feel much more relaxed, it would go against the path of a minister. He immediately said. A mere Blood Moon clan doesn't pose much of a threat to me. To be honest, whether you go to the battlefield or not doesn't affect my battle situation much. If you go, you might even leave a knot in your heart. In the future, it might become a stumbling block to prevent you from becoming a higher level god spirit. Furthermore, I already know about your loyalty. You don't need to prove your sincerity in this way. You'd better not go to the battlefield tomorrow. If you want to go to the battlefield, there will be many opportunities in the future. There's no need to be entangled in this battle. Zhou Zhou shook his head. True God Tier Xianmei fell silent. Spots of starlight fell from the starry sky outside the palace and landed on the other party's body, making the already beautiful god spirit look almost unreal. You can go down first and think about it. Zhou Zhou said. Yes, Your Majesty. True God Tier Xianmei nodded and left. When he walked out of Blazing Sun Palace, he turned to look at the towering and majestic palace in front of him. He recalled everything he had experienced in his life. Finally, the look in his eyes gradually became firm. Following that, he resolutely walked in the direction he had come from. In the Blazing Sun Palace. Zhou Zhou didn't think too much about True God Tier Xianmei. He left the Blazing Sun Palace and walked to the Reincarnation Sacred Palace in the Divine Kingdom. He entered the time world and transformed into an ordinary elemental life form. He began to comprehend his Lord's laws. And just as he was comprehending the Lord's laws, The outside world became chaotic. The Blood Moon Clan. Blood Moon Wilderness. This was the territory of the Blood Moon Clan. A blood moon hung high in the pitch-black night sky. Other than this blood moon and the surrounding 2,000 stars, there were no other stars in this black starry sky. A large number of Blood Moon clansmen knelt on the ground and raised their heads to look at the blood moon. The blood-colored moonlight shone on their bodies, and their expressions were filled with piety. The 12 true god tiers of the Blood Moon clan gathered here on the blood moon. The leading true god tier of the Blood Moon clan had blood-red fur all over his body and his eyes were also blood-red. The blood moon on his forehead had also turned black-red. He dropped his head and his divine body trembled faintly. From time to time, he would let out a low growl. The Blood Moon clan true god tier present looked at this true god tier and could not help but reveal a hint of fear in their eyes. At this moment, another Blood Moon clan true god tier beside the Blood Moon clan true god stated calmly. You've all seen Uriel's invitation. What do you have in mind? What else do you have in mind? A true god tier advanced grade Blood Moon clan said coldly, of course it's a rejection. There's an indelible hatred between the titans behind Uriel and the Blood Moon clan. Back then, if the master god tier of the titans hadn't killed our Blood Moon clan's patriarch, our Blood Moon clan would still be a top-notch bloodline clan with a master god tier overseeing it. Anyone from the outside world who saw us would have to address us respectfully as members of the Blood Moon clan. But everything changed after the titans killed our ancestor. The Blood Moon god clan has already become the Blood Moon clan. The old ancestor has become the dead moon beneath our feet. Such an unprecedented grudge has already enveloped our Blood Moon clan for hundreds of thousands of years. How can we forget it? You want an alliance? Dream on. Jackie. Another Blood Moon clan true god tier frowned and said, that was a long time ago. Furthermore, have you ever thought that if we don't join forces with Uriel now, the increasingly powerful common people's regal and his blazing sun kingdom will definitely become our great enemy one day? And a great enemy right in front of us. We have to eliminate the danger in the cradle. Xiandu, you make it sound so nice. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking. Another Blood Moon clan true god tier below the true god tier chuckled and stated sarcastically, aren't you eager to destroy the common people's regal and save your daughter because your daughter, true god Xian Mei, fell into the hands of that common people's regal? Who doesn't know what you're thinking? I'm doing this for the sake of our race. Xiandu retorted angrily. Who knows what you're thinking? The Blood Moon clan true god tier stated indifferently. We still have to work together. The common people's regal has grown too quickly. Although Uriel is a member of our enemy's clan, he can't threaten us for the time being. But the common people's regal is a troublesome enemy. He has already exterminated the Shadow clan. Next, he will definitely target our race and the other Yin Ghost clan, Rakshasa clan, and Heaven Hidden clan who previously prevented humans from retreating to the primordial world. I won't be at ease if I don't kill him. Another handsome male Blood Moon clan true god tier at the intermediate grade of the true god tier stated in a deep voice. I'm still worried about Uriel. Another female Blood Moon clan true god tier shook her head and objected. We have to deal with the common people's regal first. Uriel can think about it later. Think about it. How long have you been thinking about it? Don't lie to yourself. We've long lost the courage to deal with the titans. It's been like this since the old ancestor. What do you mean? Just as the true god tiers of the Blood Moon clan were about to flare up, the blood-red Blood Moon clan leader finally raised his head and looked at the Blood Moon clan gods with his crazy blood-red eyes. He spoke, but the voice was overlapping. One of them was young and in pain, while the other was old and quiet. Moreover, it was obvious that an old and serene voice dominated the conversation. Join Uriel. Join Uriel. Kill the common people's regal. Kill the common people's regal. He said. Yes, old. Old ancestor. The true god tiers of the Blood Moon clan were shocked and immediately stood up to speak respectfully. The Blood Moon clan leader nodded with some struggle. Then, he dropped his head again. His divine physique trembled again, as if he was enduring great pain. Chapter 1092, The Great Tribulation of the Common People's Regal? Uriel's terrifying military force. Heaven-chasing kingdom. At this moment, the heaven-chasing lord was in his palace, meditating with his eyes closed. Rays of different nomological laws flickered on his body. It looked like there were more than 2,000 nomological laws. All kinds of laws appeared and disappeared as he breathed, giving he an inexplicable origin power. This made he look like an ultimate god king who had grasped endless laws. At this moment, a shepherd's god race member walked in. "Your Majesty, I just received the latest information about the common people's regal," he said respectfully. "Read it," the heaven-chasing lord said without opening his eyes. "Yes, Your Majesty." The shepherd's god race member began to read out the information they had gathered. This included the destruction of the Shadow Clan by the common people's regal, the abnormal movements of the People of Foreign Races Alliance Army, the abnormal movements of the Blood Moon Clan, and the movements of other forces. This information was not gathered by the intelligence personnel under the Heaven-Chasing Lord, but by him through the intelligence organization of the Shepherd's God race behind him. Due to the Supreme Agreement, the Shepherd's God race did not dare to blatantly make things convenient for the Heaven-Chasing Lord. Hence, the Shepherd's God race sold them to the Heaven-Chasing Lord at a very expensive price. This was a reasonable and legal act in the Supreme Agreement, so neither party was punished. Just like how Zhou Zhou could use the true God tier divine artifacts to hire human god spirits and even true God tiers to fight for his Blazing Sun Kingdom. Even though the price of purchasing this information was very high, in order to understand the common people's regal situation, Heaven-Chasing Lord felt that everything was worth it. The Shepherd's God race clansman finished his report after more than half an hour. The Heaven-Chasing Lord also opened his eyes at this moment. He looked into the distance with mixed feelings. The current situation is as if common people's regal has become a terrifying vortex with extremely strong attraction. Countless lord factions in the huge high continent have actually become the stage and audience of the common people's regal. Lords of top-notch bloodline races like us have actually become his supporting characters. He muttered to himself. He felt both ridiculous and pathetic. However, as a top lord of all races, he quickly composed himself. In that case, wouldn't there be a great calamity for the common people's regal tomorrow? The Heaven-Chasing Lord said. Yes. The Shepherd's God race official nodded respectfully, his expression somewhat excited. Even if he waits until tomorrow, his strength will once again increase explosively. It will be very difficult for he to survive this calamity. The Heaven-Chasing Lord nodded and murmured. Common people's regal, you should be dead. If you're not dead, how can the lords and civilizations of the myriad races rest in peace? In a high-tier deity-level regional territory about 5 trillion kilometers away from the Blazing Sun Kingdom Spirit Demon Divine Domain. In the main tent of the People of Foreign Races. Uriel and a group of true god tier from the People of Foreign Races were having a battle meeting about the sneak attack on the Blazing Sun Kingdom tomorrow. When discussing the common people's regal in the meeting, the expressions and tone of the upper echelons of the People of Foreign Races present were somewhat complicated. When they first came to the high continent, they relied on their large number of troops and generals to have many experts. They didn't put the common people's regal in their eyes at all. He never expected that the common people's regal strength would expand to such an extent in such a short period of time. Even races on the level of the Shadow Clan had been wiped out by the common people's regal. They had no choice but to temporarily expand their army and even form an alliance with the former enemy races. Recalling all of this, they felt as dreamy and ridiculous as a dream. Will the Blood Moon Clan agree to our coalition request? At this moment, a true god tier of the People of Foreign Races said hesitantly. Well, it's hard to judge. The other true god tier from the People of Foreign Races shook his head. He was not optimistic about the outcome of this alliance. The upper echelons of the People of Foreign Races present all knew that the titans behind Alliance Master Uriel had an indelible racial hatred with the Blood Moon Clan. With this level of hatred, even if they knew that the common people's regal was their true enemy, they probably wouldn't join forces with Uriel so easily. They will definitely do it as long as the Blood Moon Clan is not stupid. A true god tier intermediate grade god spirit, who was also from the titan gods like Uriel, took the initiative to speak when he saw that Uriel did not speak. There's no such thing as eternal hatred, only eternal survival and profit. If they don't join forces with us now, if we fail this time, with that common people's regal's personality of taking revenge, what awaits them in the future will definitely be the end of their clan. They aren't stupid. Don't worry. The other true god tiers hurriedly nodded. Regardless of whether they agreed or not, the true god tiers of the People of Foreign Races present were unwilling to disagree with this true god level expert from the Titan gods. Report. At this moment, a messenger from the People of Foreign Ethnicity rushed into the main tent and knelt on one knee. He quickly reported respectfully. Reporting to Your Excellency. There's a new secret letter from the Blood Moon Clan. With that, he took out a blood-red full moon from his one-time secret spatial equipment. When the true god tiers of the People of Foreign Races saw this, they knew that it was the unique communication method of the Blood Moon clan. They immediately probed it with their divine consciousness and perused the news inside. A smile gradually appeared on the Titan True God tier beside Uriel. The other True God tiers of the people of foreign races also smiled very quickly. They appeared at each other, their faces filled with satisfaction and surprise. As expected, the leaders of the Blood Moon clan are not fools. They know that they should stand on our side at this time. If they aren't standing with us now, who else can they stand with? Ha ha ha. With the help of the Blood Moon tribe's trillions of soldiers and 100 True God tiers, in addition to the trump cards we prepared, no matter how heaven-defying this common people's regal is, he will only die. Tomorrow, we will definitely win. Victory! Victory! The True God tiers of the people of foreign races laughed heartily after reading the secret letter sent by the Blood Moon clan agreeing to the alliance. They were filled with confidence for the battle tomorrow. At this moment, Uriel, who had been sitting in the main seat with his eyes closed, slowly opened his eyes. I still have to be careful in tomorrow's battle. I have to make sure nothing goes wrong. We can't be careless. Don't forget that the opponent we're facing this time is the common people's regal who is known to have never lost. Those who can obtain the title of regal are never simple. We can't underestimate him. He uttered slowly with a solemn expression. The True God tiers of the people of foreign races were speechless. They did not expect their alliance master to be so careful even though they already had such a huge advantage. However, the True God tiers of the people of foreign races did not dare to refute and agreed respectfully. Are the remnants of the people of foreign races allied army that the Shadow clan gathered in place? How many soldiers, God spirits, and True God tiers have come? Uriel asked the True God tier beside him. Alliance master. The remaining troops of the people of foreign races are all stationed around our coalition army. There are more than 350 billion soldiers, 612 God spirits, and 51 True God tiers. The Titan True God tier uttered respectfully. Why are there so many missing? Uriel felt that something was amiss and asked, back then, the Shadow clan gathered more than 800 billion people of foreign races, more than 6,000 God spirits, and more than 100 True God tiers. Why is there only so little left? Chapter 1093, Third Avatar Zhou Tianming. 3 trillion soldiers. Alliance Master. The Titan True God tier hurriedly said, apart from the reason for the Shadow clan's destruction, when the remnants of the people of foreign races gathered their forces in the Blackstone Mountain region, the remnants of the alliance had a disagreement over whether to continue attacking the Blazing Sun Kingdom, which led to an internal strife. After this internal strife, about 1/10 of the allied forces of the people of foreign races perished in the internal strife. A quarter of the allied forces of the people of foreign races fled with their troops during the internal strife and returned to their own territories. Hence, only these soldiers of the people of foreign races, God spirits, and True God tiers were left. If we hadn't extended an invitation to the remaining troops of the people of foreign races, I'm afraid the number of remaining troops of the people of foreign races would have only increased. Uriel sneered when he heard that. You're already afraid of battle before the battle even started. Low-level races are low-level races. They're all a motley crew. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of many True God tier present immediately turned a little ugly. This was because as members of the Uriel people of foreign races, many of them were actually from inferior races. They had only relied on their heaven-defying aptitude and opportunities to forcefully advance to the True God tier level after going through countless hardships. During this long period of time, they had received the disdain of many top bloodline life forms. Therefore, after hearing Uriel's words, they immediately felt that they had been poked in the sore spot. Uriel noticed the expressions of the True God tier present and knew that he had said something wrong. But so what? As the top genius of the Titans and the seed of the Master God tier, he had the right to look down on these True God tier existences. Moreover, these fellows had attached themselves to him for the opportunity to advance to the higher True God tier or even the Master God tier level. As long as he grasped this point, no matter how dissatisfied they were, they would not dare to resist him. Apologize? Impossible. That would only weaken his aura and make these guys disloyal. Then, the True God tiers of the people of foreign races and Uriel discussed the specific plans and strategies for tomorrow's battle before the battle meeting ended. After the meeting ended, a small meeting between the 12 True God tiers of the people of foreign races from the inferior bloodline quietly began and ended very quickly. Time passed quickly. The next day, Zhou Zhou woke up from the time world. 10 years of bitter cultivation and a trace of enlightenment. It's still too difficult to rely on myself to comprehend the Lord Law skill. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Then, he looked to his side. He realized that Zhou Manage and Zhou Zhan had already disappeared. It was obvious that they had gone to deal with their own matters. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly when he saw this. Then, he checked the origin in his body and nodded. He muttered to himself. The origin energy has been replenished. I can create a third clone now. He did not hesitate and immediately activated his talent. Doppelganger technique. The next second, he felt half of the origin power in his body quickly flow out of his heart and gather in his hand, forming a ball of 9-colored origin power. Seeing this familiar scene, Zhou Zhou, who felt that his origin was empty, looked very calm. Then, the ball of light in his hand slowly condensed into a palm-sized Zhou Zhou. He jumped out of Zhou Zhou's hand. As he landed on the ground, he rapidly grew in size. By the time he landed on the ground and was already the size of Zhou Zhou. Hello, main body. The clone said. Zhou Zhou nodded. From today onwards, your name will be Zhou Tianming. Zhou Zhou said. Sure. Zhou Tianming agreed. What do you want me to do? When Zhou Zhou heard this, he was already prepared. As you know, I have an epic tier Lord talent called Super Mission Expert. This Lord talent is actually not inferior to my 100% drop rate back then. If it can be fully used, it won't be a problem for me to get anything. However, this Lord talent has a flaw. He requires the possessor of the Lord talent to travel across the high continent or even the myriad worlds to trigger the mission. I need to guard the territory, so this Lord talent has been buried. Help me travel the entire high continent and even the myriad worlds to develop the Lord talent potential of super mission masters and collect the resources of the high continent and the various worlds. If you obtain treasures that are beneficial to the development of the territory, you can directly bring them back through return to the city. So this is why I'm called Zhou Tianming. Zhou Tianming nodded and smiled. Don't you need me to stay here and fight with you today? No need. Zhou Zhou shook his head. Sure. Then I'll set off now. Zhou Tianming did not waste his breath. He flew out of the Divine Kingdom passageway alone and concealed his aura. He flew out of the Blazing Sun Kingdom and quickly disappeared from the range of Zhou Zhou's divine senses. Letting Zhou Tianming stay outside can be considered my backup plan. In the future, if anything happens to me and I lose, I'll be reborn from Zhou Tianming and try to make a comeback. Zhou Zhou muttered to himself. Then, he grabbed out some true god tier supplements from his king's treasure box to replenish his origin. He straight consumed them before entering the time world to cultivate. At the same time, the Mu residence. One of Zhou Zhou's clones, Zhou Fight, was drinking tea and chatting with Mu Gu. At this moment, a white stream of light flew out of the Scarlet Broodmother and landed in front of Zhou Fight. It was Bai Yun. He held the 3 world rings and respectfully said, Your Majesty, these are all the class change certificates, recruitment books and other loots. When Zhou Fight saw this, his divine sense entered the 3 world rings. In the first world ring, there were 360 billion copies of the Violent Storm Spirit class change certificate and 360 billion copies of the Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier class change certificate. In the second world ring, there were 360 billion Violent Storm Spirit recruitment books and 360 billion Yellow Talisman Deo Soldier recruitment books. As for the third spatial ring, it contained a huge number of nest monster loots such as the Thunder Element Gems, the Iron-Eating Bear's Pet Egg, the Fear Falcon's Wings, and so on. When Zhou Fight saw this, he smiled. Then, he grabbed the second and third world rings from Bai Yun's hands. The usual. Use the class change certificate to create new recruits and change all the Violent Storm Spirit soldiers among the new recruits to Forbidden Mages. I'll use the recruitment books to recruit new recruits. Zhou Fight stood up and said. Yes, Your Majesty. Bai Yun uttered respectfully. Goodbye, Your Majesty. Legion Commander Blazing Sun Army, take care. Mu Gu instantly stood up and uttered respectfully. Zhou Fight and Bai Yun nodded. Then, they turned into 2 streams of light and soared out of the Divine Kingdom world. When they arrived at the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Bai Yun went straight to the Galaxy encampment. This was because all the new recruits in the Blazing Sun Kingdom who had not joined the army had temporarily arranged for their base to be on Galaxy, which had an internal world. After all, the internal world of the Galaxy was huge. The internal world of the Galaxy could carry 1 billion soldiers to eat, drink, shit, and train daily. It would be a waste not to use such an excellent garrison venue. Zhou Fight went straight to the gate of summoning. He gazed at the gate of summoning in front of him. He first communicated with Wenya in his heart and questioned her to summon 800 galaxy. Then, he put all the 720 billion recruitment books into the gate of summoning and let the 720 billion recruits that had yet to appear be located in the inner world of the galaxy. Finally, he used 100 legendary tier mist cores to summon all the recruits. After they all came out and landed in the inner world of the galaxy, Zhou Fight spoke briefly to these new recruits and questioned Wenya to bring the violent storm spirit to the forbidden mage job change statue of Su Yuan so that they could change jobs with the new recruits under Bai Yun. Now, including these recruits, the total strength of the combat soldiers of my main legion has officially reached 2,900,023.96 million soldiers. Including the 120 billion soldiers of the Star Alliance, my soldiers have officially broken through 3 trillion and reached 3,020 billion soldiers. Zhou Fight thought to himself in satisfaction as he watched the 800 galaxy carrying the new recruits leave. Chapter 1094, 3 Goods. Zhou Fight was very satisfied. There were more than 300 million soldiers. In addition, there were nearly 6,000 god spirits and 18 true god tiers. This was the entire strength of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. And not counting the outcome of the human true god tier. Looking at all the bloodline inheritances in my mind, this is the first time I've seen a kingdom of my strength. It's unprecedented. There's a high chance that no one will come again. Zhou Zhou smiled gently. Then, he didn't think too much about it. After summoning the new recruits, he also spent 100 legendary tier mist cores to summon all the new subjects for today. Because he had upgraded the gate of summoning last night, he had summoned 316,000 people in one go today. He summoned 32,000 more people than usual. Initially, Zhou Fight was quite happy. However, when he called out all 1,256 professionals and understood their professions, he quickly calmed down. This was because he realized that these professionals were actually very ordinary professionals. There were no special professionals like divine artifact forging apprentices, evil magicians, mages, and puppeteers. Forget it, forget it. How can I be so lucky every time I summon? Zhou Fight comforted himself in his heart. Then, he handed these new subjects to the staff beside him to arrange before heading to the Lord's shop alone. The Lord's shop. When Zhou Fight arrived, Zhou Zhenmin had been waiting for a long time. Greetings, Your Majesty. His Majesty seems to be in a good mood today. Zhou Zhenmin smiled. I see you're in a good mood too. You're actually starting to ask me such a question. I thought you only had games in your mind every day. Zhou Fight smiled. Your Majesty must be teasing me. Zhou Zhenmin didn't feel awkward when he heard this. He reached out and took out the 3 golden boxes under the counter. I didn't summon any special professional subjects today. I should be able to see some special products, right? Zhou Fight joked. However, when Zhou Zhenmin heard this, he actually smiled and nodded. Of course. There are indeed some new products that have just been put on the shelves today. Your Majesty will know when you see them. What kind of new subject did I summon? Why don't you give me products related to new subjects? Zhou Fight's focus was not on the new products, but on the mechanism of the Lord's shop. It was really determined by what kind of new subjects appeared in his territory. Some of the merchandise is like that. But there are occasional exceptions. That's because the selection mechanism for the goods on sale in His Majesty's Lord's shop is based on whether His Majesty has such goods himself. Therefore, if His Majesty doesn't have such goods himself, the Lord's shop will put up such goods to make up for His Majesty's shortcomings. If His Majesty has everything, there's a high chance that some valuable goods will be put up for sale that His Majesty might already have. It was rare for Zhou Zhenmin to explain. Zhou Fight was enlightened. However, he was not too surprised. In fact, he had a certain speculation about the mechanism of putting up goods in the Lord's shop. Now that Zhou Zhenmin told him about this mechanism, his speculation was confirmed to be correct. Why did you suddenly tell me the mechanism of putting up goods in the Lord's shop? I've asked you this question before. You almost didn't say anything back then. Zhou Fight asked curiously. His Majesty's strength and Lord's power are improving by leaps and bounds every day. Actually, even if I don't say it, sooner or later, His Majesty will understand the mechanism. I only told His Majesty in advance in an innocuous time. Zhou Zhenmin chuckled. Zhou Fight nodded thoughtfully. His words were easy to understand. Simply put, when he was strong enough, he was qualified to know some things, so he told him these things. That was indeed the case. Regardless of when, where, and what they did, strength and influence would always be the ones who had the qualifications to know internal information. Without another word, he opened the 3 boxes. This was because there were 3 cards quietly placed in the 3 golden boxes. He looked at them one by one. Card name, Free Advanced Commodity Access Card. Card level, Special. Card effect, the Lord holds this card. When shopping in the Lord shop, you can buy goods worth 50 million legendary tier mist cores and below for free. Card name, Commodity Copy Card. Card level, Special. Card effect, if the Lord holds this card, you can copy it for free and own any goods that you have bought in the Lord shop. Card name, Commodity Access Unsealing Card. Card level, Special. Card effect, with this card, the Lord can unseal the rights to use the goods bought in the Lord shop, excluding card-type goods, allowing it to be transferred to other life forms. Current card usage, 3/3. Prompt, with the enhancement of your collector Lord talent, the current card usage has increased to 7/7. They're all exclusive products of the Lord shop. Zhou Zhou clicked his tongue in wonder. It was all right. Even though it was not a particularly precious and useful product, it could still be used. How much mist core are these 3 cards? Zhou Zhou asked. A free advanced commodity acquisition card, worth 10,000 legendary tier mist cores. Commodity replication card, valued 5,000 legendary tier mist cores. Merchandise usage authority unsealing card, worth 3,000 legendary tier mist cores. Zhou Jinmin smiled. Zhou Zhou nodded. Zhou Fight took out 151,100 legendary tier mist cores and handed them to Zhou Jinmin. Thank you. Zhou Jinmin took it with a smile. Zhou Fight nodded and turned to leave. He flew directly in the direction of the Forbidden Mages statue. He came to the Forbidden Mages class advancement statue. A total of 720 billion soldiers suddenly surrounded the huge profession change statue. Some of them were soldiers who had already transitioned to Forbidden Mages, while the rest were soldiers who were in the process of transitioning to Forbidden Mages. When Zhou Fight saw this scene, he suddenly thought of something. Since Su Yuan is yet alive, I wonder if he can receive this power of faith. Su Yuan received it. Moreover, the reaction was very violent. The side effect was that even after resting for a while, the goddess of magic yet felt that her stamina had not recovered. To a master god tier god spirit, this was merely unbelievable. It was clear how ferocious Su Yuan was. Why are you so fierce today? Did that guy drug you again? The goddess of magic, Mistra, stretched her body and looked at Su Yuan seductively. I yet need strong medicine. Su Yuan was about to retort, but when he saw the meaningful look in Mistra's eyes, he coughed and said, it's just a tiny external force. Small? How small? Mistra was curious. It's probably equivalent to 720 billion extraordinary tier life forms pushing me from behind. Su Yuan mused for a moment and said. Mistra's beautiful eyes widened. 720 billion extraordinary tier life forms? You're saying that the Lord of the Blazing Sun found another 720 billion kingdom-level spellcasters to alter their profession to become your empire-level combat profession Forbidden Mage. It sounds incredible, but it's true. Su Yuan nodded and sighed. That common people's regal is indeed extraordinary. No wonder he could become a regal. In the future, he might become a master god tier, or even a supreme god realm. The supreme god realm. In Su Yuan's heart, he was already a peak god spirit. Chapter 1095, 3 New True God Tier God Spirit. The Thousand Worlds are shocked. As for higher will level existences, such as Regal Great Lunar, Regal Great Solar, and even higher level Supreme Wills and the Crimson Overlord, strictly speaking, they no longer belong to the God Spirit species. Supreme God Realm? You've underestimated him. The goddess of magic, Mistra, shook her head and said, according to my understanding, that common people's regal is an existence that has just stepped into low-tier deity level and has already comprehended the power of will. Master God tier or even Supreme God realm is actually not difficult for him. If he works harder, he might really be able to step into the level of a will existence in the future. A low-level deity has comprehended the power of will. Su Yuan's eyes widened when he heard this. This was the first time he had heard of this. Is this for real? Even if he is a regal, he can't grasp the power of will at the level of a lesser god, right? Isn't that too ridiculous? I'm the master of magic. My believers are all over the high continent and even the myriad worlds. Even some master god tier are my best friends. Do you think what I've learned from them is fake? Mistress smiled. Zhou Yuan opened his mouth wide and suddenly felt like he had nothing to live for. He, a forbidden archmage who had been a true god tier for nearly 10,000 years, was actually inferior to a human rookie who had been in the high continent for 3 months in terms of willpower comprehension. He felt as though he had lived for nothing. Don't be discouraged. Even though the common people's regal has only been in the high continent for a short period of time, the aura of time on he is not short. He should have entered a world with a huge difference in time flow compared to the high continent, which is why he has such achievements. At this point, Mr. paused. Even though he had indeed sensed this from the other party, the common people's regal had probably entered that world for less than 1,000 years ago. To be able to have such strength and comprehension of laws in such a short period of time, not to mention him, even if a supreme god realm descended, they would sigh in admiration. In comparison, her man was really a little inferior to him. He shook his head inwardly and stopped thinking about it. When Zhou Yuan heard this, his mood improved a little. I see. Then let's continue. Okay. Mistress's eyes lit up as she lay down again and adjusted her posture. At this moment, Zhou Yuan, who was full of energy, was naturally not afraid. He did not hesitate to fight again. Half an hour later, in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. At this moment, all the violent storm spirit soldiers had already changed their professions to forbidden mages. They were all arranged by Bai Yun to join the veterans on Galaxy. Just as Zhou Fight was about to cooperate with Bai Yun to put on a show to lure Uriel over for a sneak attack. The sky above the Blazing Sun Kingdom suddenly changed color. The clouds in the sky within a radius of 10 million miles turned red, emitting the power of lava laws. Higher up in the starry sky, a resplendent divine kingdom star slowly condensed and finally released a resplendent scarlet light that illuminated the myriad worlds. Yan Zi has finally become a true god tier. Zhou Fight nodded slightly. At the same time, such a huge abnormality in the starry sky naturally alarmed the gods of the high continent and the myriad worlds. And when they cast their gazes at the source of the divine kingdom's star, they were immediately numb. It's the Blazing Sun Kingdom again. How long has it been? Why is there always a new true god tier in the Blazing Sun Kingdom? Could the Blazing Sun Kingdom be favored by the providence of the high continent, so it's easy for a true god tier to be born? I even want to bring my disciple to the Blazing Sun Kingdom to cultivate. Perhaps my disciple will have a chance to advance to the true god tier in the future. Hehe, the Blazing Sun Kingdom of the common people's regal is so arrogant. They don't even have the intention to hide something as important as advancing to the true god tier. Such a lord's faction won't be able to go far in the future. I'm so envious. I also want my empire to give birth to a true god tier every few days. The divinities from the various worlds watched for a while before looking away. Now that they all knew of Zhou Zhou's abilities, they naturally would not come knocking on his door to get beaten up. This made Zhou Zhou, who had prepared the 9 worlds divine demon dreamfall array and various other defensive and counterattack methods, feel that it was a pity. He still wanted to take the opportunity to destroy a few ignorant true god tiers. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor and the rest flew out of the galaxy and came to Zhou Fight's side. Congratulations, Patriarch! Congratulations! There's a new true god tier in the territory. The Yellow Emperor and the others congratulated. At this moment, they were already used to it. Actually, it was quite easy to accept this scene after getting used to it, my ass. How could there be a true god tier existence? Why did they pop out one by one like this? It's too early for you to be happy. Zhou Fight smiled at the gods' congratulations. Hearing this, the gods let out a cry of surprise, unable to react for a moment. Then, he was the first to react. He gulped and looked at Zhou Fight in disbelief. Patriarch, are you going to give birth to a true god tier here? Zhou Fight smiled but did not say anything. When the true god tiers saw this, they could not ask. They could only suppress the excitement and anticipation in their hearts and begin to wait. A moment later, the phenomenon of Yan Zi advancing to the true god tier progressively dissipated. It was obvious that Yan Zi's advancement was coming to an end and he had successfully achieved his true god tier status. Just as the gods were preparing to welcome the new true god tier. Screech! A shocking sword cry sounded. Soon after, the sky above the Blazing Sun Kingdom, which had already calmed down, transformed color once more. The clouds within a radius of 100 million square kilometers quickly turned into supreme sword chi that contained thousands of phenomena. These supreme sword chi emitted extremely sharp power of the sword Dao that no one dared to look at directly. In the distant starry sky, a sword divine kingdom star that emitted endless majestic sword chi slowly condensed. Then, its sword Dao divine light began to illuminate the myriad worlds. Zhou Fai nodded slightly. Qi Xiantian, this sword Dao genius, had finally advanced to the true god tier. A moment later, the supreme sword chi phenomenon dissipated. Just as the gods thought that everything was finally over. Boom! The sky above the blazing sun kingdom transformed color once more. In the distant starry sky, stars appeared out of thin air, emitting a dazzling light and an extremely terrifying gravitational force. Amidst the light and gravitational force, an incomparably huge divine kingdom star surrounded by thousands of stars slowly solidified. After it completely condensed, it suddenly emitted a dazzling five-colored starlight that lit the myriad worlds. Zhou Fai smiled when he saw this scene. Yuan Kong had finally successfully advanced to a true god tier. As for the Yellow Emperor and the other god spirits of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, as well as the god spirits of the myriad worlds who were paying attention to this scene, they felt numb. 3 true god tier cultivators had advanced at almost the same time, and they were all from the same faction. Such a scene could be asserted to be rarely seen in 100,000 years. Even most of the Divine Kingdom factions could only shrink back in the face of such a matter and sigh in admiration. This scene was destined to be remembered in the history of the myriad worlds. Chapter 1096, The Shock of the One-Eyed True God Tier. Not long after the True God Tier phenomenon of the Yuan Kong ended, the new phenomenon of becoming a god finally did not appear again. Patriarch, there shouldn't be any new True God Tiers here who have advanced, right? Patriarch Lu waited for a while before asking. I don't think so today. Zhou Fai chuckled. That's good. The Yellow Emperor and the other True God Tiers heaved a sigh of relief. Even though it was a great thing for the Blazing Sun Kingdom and the entire human race to have a few more True God Tier existences. With such a good thing happening so frequently, the veteran True God Tiers still felt that their worldview was being challenged and overturned. But then, they suddenly reacted. Their patriarch seemed to be saying that there were no new True God Tiers today? Today? What does this mean? Is he going to come again tomorrow? This unbelievable guess appeared in their minds. Just as they were about to ask Zhou Fai more. A scarlet stream of light, a holy white sword aura, and a five-colored stream of light flew out of the Divine Kingdom passageway. Then, in the blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Zhou Fai and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Your Majesty. They were the 3 newly advanced True God Tiers, Yan Zi, Qi Xiantian, and Yuan Kong. Get up. Zhou Fai smiled and lifted the 3 True God Tiers up with ease. How does it feel to become a True God Tier? Zhou Fai asked with a faint smile. It's okay. An indescribable feeling. I feel great now. The 3 gods, Yuan Kong, Qi Xiantian, and Yan Zi, said respectively. Yuan Kong and Qi Xiantian were relatively calm. Especially the Yuan Kong. After all, it came from a large clan like the Shepherd's God race. Even though a True God Tier was considered an expert in the Shepherd's God race, to top geniuses like Yuan Kong, they could only be considered to have reached the same level as his elders in the tribe. If one wanted to be proud, the Yuan Kong would only show its pride when it advanced to a True God Tier advance grade or even a Master God Tier in the future. As for Qi Xiantian, he was a genius in the sword Dao of the human race. Even though his background was inferior to Yuan Kong, he had a calm and distant heart of the sword Dao. Therefore, as soon as his arrogant emotions appeared, he easily appeased them. This was because Qi Xiantian felt that in an environment where a True God Tier like the Blazing Sun Kingdom was considered an ordinary top-notch combat power, he had yet to reach the level where he could be proud. As an advanced grade Master God Tier, he had the highest potential in the world. He felt that when he advanced to the Master God Tier level in the future and could protect his country and race, he would have the right to be proud. As for Yan Zi, he was known as the future True God Tier seed in the Fire Cry race. However, when he broke through this bottleneck so easily and became a True God Tier, he could not help but feel a little excited. Actually, most of the people of the Fire Cry human race were hot-tempered and straightforward. Appeasement? Forcefully suppress your feelings? Don't be arrogant when you can be arrogant. Impossible. The main emotion was written all over his face. This is your True God Tier congratulatory gift. Take it as a congratulatory gift in advance for the 3 of you becoming true gods. As for your holy god ceremony, we'll hold it immediately tonight. General Zhou threw 3 spatial rings containing 3 sets of true god tier artifacts to Yuan Kong and the others, then said with a faint smile. When the Yuan Kong saw this, they hurriedly took the 3 spatial rings. When they saw the 3 sets of true god tier divine artifacts in the spatial rings, their faces immediately revealed excited and surprised expressions. To be honest, ever since His Majesty began to get used to giving each newly advanced true god tier a set of elementary grade divine artifacts, one of their cultivation goals had unknowingly been to obtain this set of true god tier divine artifacts. It had finally come true. Even though only one of the 6 elementary grade true god tier divine artifacts belonged to them, and the other 5 were lent to them by their emperor, they were also very satisfied. Now, let's get ready. Zhou Fight said. Yes, Your Majesty. Yuan Kong and the others nodded, then flew away and began to prepare for the upcoming battle. Half an hour later, 2,000 galaxy spaceships soared into the sky and disappeared into space. No one knew where they went. At this moment, it was as if the Homeland Defense Army was the only one left in the huge blazing Sun Kingdom. It looked the most empty and powerless. In an extremely hidden interlayer of space that was extremely far away from the imperial capital, 2 strange creatures with true god tier auras and a huge single eye were looking in the direction where the 2,000 galaxy ships disappeared. Because the one-eyed gods were best at long-distance detection, Uriel had specially ordered them to come here to observe the mobilization of the army of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Once they discovered that the Blazing Sun Kingdom's main combat army had left the capital, they needed to immediately tell this news to Uriel and his allied army to determine the timing of their sneak attack. They had been anticipating here for a long time and had been maintaining their law skills to observe the situation in the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Now, even the divine power in their bodies was almost depleted because they were maintaining this law skill. Now that they saw the Blazing Sun Kingdom's main army leave, they immediately became excited. They seem to have left. One of the one-eyed gods said. Yes, I saw it too. The Blazing Sun Kingdom's main army has all entered the Machina race's spaceship. They have already flown very far away. Looking at the direction they are flying in, they should be from the Blood Moon clan. Another of the one-eyed gods blinked and said. I saw it, too. But let's take another look just in case there's an accident. Just in case it's a trap. Sure. The 2 one-eyed gods activated their law skills again and saw a shocking divine light erupt from their single eye. Not only could they see the hidden object in space, but they could also see the galaxy fleet sailing in the dark universe. However, in the next second, they saw the peerlessly handsome man who seemed to be the most perfect life form in the world. Humph! A cold snort sounded in their minds, interrupting the prying of the 2 one-eyed gods. Not only that, the power of the snort even penetrated deep into their souls. At that moment, they felt a splitting headache, and countless blood vessels emerged in their huge single eye. They even felt as if their eyes happened to be about to explode. Ah! My eyes! The 2 one-eyed gods wailed in pain. At the same time, they happened to be extremely afraid. What kind of power was this? He was able to actually make them suffer from a cold snort from such a distance. This common people's regal didn't use his unique law skill to raise his cultivation to the limit of a true god tier, but he by now had such a terrifying ability. What would happen if he advanced to the limits of the true god tier? They naturally did not know. In this world, there was a power that was not restricted by one's strength and realm. It was called will. It was precisely because of the power of their wills that they happened to be injured by Zhou Fight's cold snort and had no choice but to interrupt their nomological mystic techniques. At the same time, in the dark universe, inside the galaxy leader, which was surrounded by 2,000 galaxy ships, Zhou Fight was sitting in the captain's seat with a cold expression. Chapter 1097, Willpower Skill Voice of Will. Master God Tier Miracle Item, World-Breaking Evil Blood Filthy Fiend Needle. If he hadn't wanted to lure the enemy over, he would have teleported over and killed the 2 one-eyed gods true god tiers with 2 slaps. As for the power of that cold snort, it naturally came from the power of will. During this period of cultivation in the time world, even though he did not make much progress in the Third Lord Law skill, he had unexpectedly gained some insights in the use of willpower. He had also created this willpower skill that could combine soul protection and soul counterattack. Zhou Zhou called it the voice of will. Under the voice of will, not to mention a true god tier, even a master god tier level existence would easily be injured if they rashly came into contact with Zhou Zhou. If not for the fact that Zhou Zhou was afraid of alerting Uriel and scaring him away, his voice of will would have been enough to instantly kill the two one-eyed true god tiers. Even though they could not be killed instantly, they had left a certain amount of damage in the depths of their souls. Without true god tier level medicine to recover, the damage to their souls would not recover for 10,000 years. Your Excellency! I felt like someone was spying on us just now. At this moment, after Tarot Call was informed, he came in front of Zhou Zhou and said with a bewildered expression. He was a top-notch true god tier advanced grade expert. His perception surpassed that of other true god tier experts, which was why he was able to rush over immediately. Uriel wanted to check on us just now. He has already been expelled by this king. Ignore him and continue with the original plan. Zhou Fight said calmly. Yes, Your Majesty. Tarot Call heaved a sigh of relief when he heard that. He nodded and left the captain's room. Zhou Fight calmly communicated with Zhou Manage. Today, Zhou Manage had another mission. Instead of dealing with political affairs in the capital, he went out to retrieve something. They would have a 90% chance of winning against Uriel as long as they obtained that thing. Zhou Fight received a message from Zhou Manage. Did you get it? Good. A cold smile appeared on Zhou Fight's face. At the same time, after the two one-eyed gods true god tiers recovered from the immense pain in their souls, they immediately flew towards the people of foreign races camp where Uriel was. In the huge high-tier deity-level territory, there were more than 247 billion people of foreign races soldiers, more than 10,000 ordinary god spirits, and 203 true god tier existences. When they returned, the two one-eyed gods true god tiers' fear of the common people's regal eased a little. They soon met Uriel. Has the common people's regal left the Blazing Sun Kingdom? Uriel asked immediately when he saw them. Yes, he's gone, but... The two one-eyed gods true god tiers honestly told Uriel what they had experienced. Then, they said with fear. Common people's regal is too terrifying. He can actually injure our souls with just one look. If we hadn't seen he fight before, we would have suspected that he had already become a master god tier. Even though Uriel looked calm on the surface, he was also shocked in his heart. Then, he became even more afraid of Zhou Zhou. This fellow had actually become stronger again. He couldn't wait any longer. If he waited any longer, he might not even be able to deal with this guy before he became a master god tier. He immediately stood up and summoned the soldiers and god spirits to prepare for a sneak attack on the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Alliance Master, the common people's regal has already discovered our existence. Do you think he will be alerted and return to the Blazing Sun Kingdom ahead of time to disrupt our sneak attack plan? The one-eyed god's true god tier, who had been watching Uriel command the troops, could not help but ask worriedly. That's why every second counts. Uriel's expression was resolute. The reason why the common people's regal can become so powerful as a human is not only because he has mastered the law of overlords, but also because of his lord talent. It's said that he has an extremely powerful lord talent, or even more than one. That's why he has risen to this day. As long as we destroy the Blazing Sun King and destroy his territory and the golden tablet of the kingdom, causing he to lose his status as a lord, his strength and the strength of the soldiers and god spirits under he will decrease by at least half. By then, even if common people's regal realizes something halfway and returns to the king's city, he will become easy to deal with. The two one-eyed gods true god tiers were instantly enlightened. No wonder Uriel was so insistent on launching a sneak attack on the Blazing Sun Kingdom. It turned out that there was such a consideration. Understood. Let's get ready to. The two one-eyed gods true god tiers did not say anything else and immediately flew off to prepare. Only Uriel, whose eyes were dark, was left looking in the direction of the Blazing Sun Kingdom. More than 10 trillion subjects were gathered at the Blazing Sun Kingdom. Even though there were many subjects in the capital, because the capital occupied a large area and the layout of the buildings was very reasonable, even if more than 10 trillion subjects settled here, it did not seem crowded at all. Instead, it only made this place look prosperous and popular. At this moment, in the sky. Crack, crack, crack. Space fissures suddenly appeared in the sky above the Blazing Sun Kingdom, rapidly expanding and expanding to a radius of tens of millions of square kilometers in the blink of an eye. The next second. Rumble. The space was broken, revealing the scene inside. In the dark space, huge silver-grey Titan battleships that were 5,000 kilometers long were lying across the dark space. At a glance, there were millions of them. On each Titan battleship stood hundreds of millions of soldiers from the people of foreign races and a large number of battleship weapons. In the middle of these Titan battleships, Uriel stood in the void, holding a spatial-type mystical object that emitted the aura of a master god tier in his right hand. Right on the heels of that, Uriel took out another strange item that emitted the aura of a master god tier with his left hand. It was a needle contaminated by the heretic god's blood. The master god tier mysterious item, the world-breaking evil blood filthy fiend needle. This was a strange object that the Titans had collected specifically to break through world barriers, array barriers, and other barrier-type defensive facilities. In order to deal with Zhou Zhou, Uriel possessed specially applied for this miraculous item from the Titan god's treasury. Go on. Uriel's mind moved. The world-breaking evil blood filthy fiend needle soared out of his hand and turned into a stream of light that shot straight at the blazing Sun King below. When the world-breaking evil blood filthy fiend needle was 100,000 meters away from the blazing Sun Kingdom, it suddenly paused as if it possessed stabbed into something. Immediately after, a barrier that was filled with illusions of dreams slowly appeared, protecting the entire blazing Sun Kingdom. It stood the 9 worlds divine demon dreamfall array. However, this true god tier level nation protecting array only lasted for more than 10 seconds before it shattered, causing the world-breaking evil blood filthy fiend needle to shoot straight towards the center of the capital. To be precise, it stood at the Divine Kingdom passageway in the sky above the central area of the capital. It stood extremely fast and reached in front of the Divine Kingdom passageway in the blink of an eye. Just as it stood about to pierce the Divine Kingdom passageway, a hand wearing a long-sleeved glove that emitted a rainbow-colored glow suddenly emerged and quietly pinched the world-breaking evil blood filthy fiend needle. Chapter 1098, How would you not have ready sins if you want to incriminate me? A figure walked out of the Divine Kingdom passageway. It was none other than Zhou Zhou. He looked at the restless world-breaking evil blood filthy fiend needle in his hand and could not help but click his tongue in wonder. As expected of a master god tier seed born from the Titans, he had used a master god tier level mystical item right from the start. Even though this strange object was inferior to a master god tier divine artifact, in terms of its specialty, it was actually not inferior to the power of a regular master god tier divine artifact at all. With a thought, he activated the master thief's robbery gloves, wanting to forcefully plunder this master god tier divine artifact. However, his glove suddenly emitted a 7-colored light. Then, the 7-colored light didn't last long before it gradually dimmed and finally disappeared. After the master thief's robbery gloves failed to be stolen, the world-breaking evil blood filthy fiend needle suddenly emitted an extremely filthy blood-red light, causing Zhou Zhou to narrow his eyes. Then, when the blood light dissipated, he looked over and saw that the world-breaking evil blood filthy fiend needle in his hand had already disappeared. He looked up. The world-breaking evil blood filthy fiend needle had already appeared beside Uriel. Zhou Zhou felt that it was a pity. As a legendary tier lord talent's innate creation, the master thief's robbery gloves was essentially just a high-tier deity-level advance-grade divine artifact with strange effects. They weren't even true god-tier divine artifacts. It was indeed very difficult to control this master god-tier mystical item with such a grade of innate creation. If I upgrade the legendary tier lord talent, master thief's robbery gloves, to the mythical tier the only lord talent, I should be able to steal that fiend needle. This thought flashed across Zhou Zhou's mind. The upper limit of the mythical tier lord talent was the master god tier. As long as it was not a supreme god realm or higher level treasure, it could actually be easily controlled by the mythical tier unique lord talent. At the same time, Uriel narrowed his eyes when he saw that the world-breaking evil blood filthy fiend needle that he had released was easily controlled by Zhou Zhou and escaped back to his side. He wasn't surprised by Zhou Zhou's appearance. This was because he had long learned from the Titans that this common people's regal had more than one clone. It didn't matter whether it was Zhou Zhou's clone or his true body. They could just wipe them out together. And to his surprise, the fiend needle was actually held by this fellow with one hand. Even though the world-breaking evil blood filthy fiend needle was not a specialized offensive item, it was not something that an ordinary true god tier could control so easily. With that move just now, even if the common people's regal didn't have the combat power of a master god tier, it should be infinitely close to the level of a master god tier. Knowledge is not as good as fighting. This human is indeed qualified to obtain the title of regal. Uriel thought. At this moment, Zhou Zhou's voice came from the capital of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, and his voice spread throughout the entire people of foreign races alliance of Uriel. Uriel! You actually dared to launch a sneak attack on this king of the Blazing Sun's capital. Aren't you afraid of being severely punished by the Supreme Agreement? Uriel smiled coldly and said. Common people's regal. The human race offending the Titan gods is already on our list of races that must be killed. The day I came to the High Continent, this point was already made clear. Yet, you harbored the human race and even attacked their race with the human true god tier leaders. Clearly, you're in cahoots with them. Can't I destroy your lord's faction while exterminating the human race? Offend the Titans? Just based on the groundless defamation charges you fabricated. Zhou Zhou sneered. You know very well whether you're guilty of defamation or not. Uriel said calmly. He looked like he couldn't be bothered to answer. Zhou Zhou could not be bothered to say anything else. If even the human race's usual ridicule of the Titan gods could be considered a crime of insulting the Titan gods, the weak races in the endless heavens would have long been wiped out. Who didn't occasionally complain about top-notch bloodlines after all? This kind of thing could be big or small. Uriel was using this to make a big deal out of it. Zhou Zhou really couldn't do anything to him. It seemed that the supreme agreement was the same. However, he didn't care anymore. He had fully grown. In addition, he had the door to the Shadow Realm. Now, even if the Master God tier were to descend personally, he wouldn't be afraid of anything on the High Continent. And outside the Supreme Continent, Zhou Zhou had the door of the Shadow Realm with him. He could directly escape if he encountered an enemy at the Master God tier level that he could not deal with. Therefore, he wasn't afraid of Uriel's threat at all. He even wanted to keep all of them here. At this moment, Uriel looked at the broken Nine Worlds Divine Demon Dreamfall array and waved his hand with a cold expression. The millions of Titan battleships behind he were activated. Some of them flew towards the Blazing Sun King, while the rest activated various war weapons from afar to launch a long-range attack on the Blazing Sun King. Boom, 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 boom. Billions of powerful attacks bombarded the King of the Blazing Sun at an astonishing speed. If this round of bombardment completely fell, it could completely blast the King of the Blazing Sun into ruins. However, when Zhou Zhou saw this scene, he had no intention of stopping her. He did not even have the intention to activate the other level of the Nine Worlds Divine Demon Dreamfall array. When Uriel saw this, he was still in shock when he saw that the billions of trillions of attacks were suddenly blocked by a black gold illusory city wall that suddenly appeared when they were about 100,000 meters above the capital. The ancient scene of tens of thousands of races coexisting harmoniously was engraved on the black gold city wall. Naturally, it exuded a primitive aura. In front of this black gold illusory city wall, these trillions of malicious attacks that had no lack of true god tier cultivators were actually all blocked. Not even a trace of the aftershock of the explosion could penetrate the Blazing Sun Imperial City. When Zhou Zhou saw this, a faint smile appeared on his face. The surrounding soldiers, who had already set up defenses on the city wall to counterattack, heaved a sigh of relief. Supreme Defense. Uriel narrowed his eyes and looked at the black gold illusory city wall for a while before saying in surprise. Wasn't this ancient city wall destroyed in the war between the two divine kingdoms 500,000 years ago? At that time, a Master God tier Lord of the Divine Kingdom had used this city wall to search for a way to repair it. It was said that he had even gone to the Sun Star once. Unfortunately, he had been rejected in the end and had never been able to repair it. He didn't expect to see this ancient city wall today. Uriel had the ancient inheritance of the Titans in his mind. With just a few glances, he was able to tell the origin of the city wall. This common people's regal had a lot of treasures. He pondered for 2 seconds and searched for a way to break out of the situation. In the end, he ordered. Continue the offensive. Until we break through this wall. Back then, even the intact Supreme Defense could not withstand the combined attack of 10,000 God Spirits and more than 100 true God Tiers, causing it to be destroyed. He had brought more God Spirits and true God Tiers this time. He believed that his side was able to easily break the Supreme Defense and capture or kill the common people's regal Zhou inside. Boom, 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 boom. The continuous attacks landed on the Supreme Defense before the vanguard and were blocked by it. Zhou Zhou gazed at this special building and was able to not help but sigh. As expected of the special building that he had opened from the mythical tier treasure chest. Now that he had advanced to the advanced grade of a true god tier, its defense was able to completely fight an official battle of the Divine Kingdoms. However, if he continued to resist Uriel's attack, the Supreme Defense might not be able to withstand it. He had to think of a way to break out of the situation. The way to break out of this situation remained also very simple. Zhou Zhou lifted his right hand and ignited the 10,000 Spirit Saint. Chapter 1099, Activate the 10,000 Spirit Saint. Huge Harvest. The next second, an invisible wave instantly spread from his right palm to a radius of 10 million kilometers, enveloping Uriel and the 247 billion people of foreign races soldiers, 10,000 ordinary god spirits, and 203 true god tier existences. Uriel's expression changed when he saw Zhou Zhou's actions. He immediately took out a pure gold necklace and floated in front of him. Then, he injected his true god tier divine power into it. As the true god tier's divine power continued to pour in, the pure gold necklace trembled slightly before spreading out an invisible wave that protected all the soldiers, heroes, and god spirits under him. However, the methods he had prepared were completely useless against the 10,000 spirit saint. Under the influence of the 10,000 spirit saint, the gazes of half of the soldiers, heroes, and god spirits immediately changed. Then, they attacked their companions beside them without hesitation. The Titan battleship's originally fierce and dense attacks also suddenly became scattered because of this sudden internal strife, causing the pressure facing the supreme defense to instantly decrease greatly. Seeing this scene, Uriel's face instantly darkened, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. The golden necklace in his hand was called Guardian of the God of Mind. This was a one-time use treasure created by a Master God tier advanced grade existence. Its level had also reached that of a Master God tier advanced grade existence. Later on, the other party made a deal with the Titan gods and traded this treasure to them. Uriel checked Zhou Zhou's information and knew that Zhou Zhou had a very shocking incite defection method. After he could incite a large number of soldiers from the opposing camp to become his soldiers during wartime, he immediately applied to the clan and obtained this treasure. He originally thought that by relying on this one-time wonder item of a Master God tier advanced grade, he would be able to avoid the terrifying means of the common people's regals incite defection during wartime. He did not expect that the other party would still instigate half of his soldiers and god spirits to instigate incite defection. He didn't want to believe such a thing. That was the treasure of a Master God tier advanced grade after all. Such a treasure actually could not affect the other party's methods. He did not even use the weakening effect. Could the methods that the common people's regal had mastered had already reached the supreme god realm? What a joke! What he didn't know was the 10,000 spirit saint that Zhou Zhou used was the effect of the mythical tier 1 and only Lord talent. Its level was comparable to a Master God tier advanced grade law skill. Moreover, it was a Lord law skill of a Master God tier advanced grade. Once this law skill was used, it was naturally not something that an ordinary one-time wonder created by an ordinary Master God tier could resist. At the same time, in the capital of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, Bai Yun, who was waiting for an opportunity in the dark, immediately received an order from Zhou Zhou the moment the internal strife began. Lead the entire army in attack. As the Legion commander, Bai Yun naturally knew that this was the best time to attack the other party. As the Legion commander, Bai Yun naturally knew that this was the best time to attack the other party. All soldiers, heroes, and worshipped god spirits. Listen to my orders, Legion commander. Attack these invaders. When you encounter enemies, don't hold back. You must eliminate them as quickly as possible. We can't let them affect the lives of the subjects in the capital. We can't let them rush past us and hurt the subjects in the capital. Yes. Billions of soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and earth. Then, all the soldiers and god spirits immediately flew out of galaxy and launched an all-out attack on Uriel's side. The Yellow Talisman Deo soldiers attacked first. The Forbidden Mage chanted an incantation. All kinds of war machines began to accumulate energy. One after another, god spirit level military formations rose from the army, emitting majestic battle power. Seeing this scene, Uriel's face deepened even more. This guy's total military strength was actually still hidden in the capital city, waiting for them to appear and launch a surprise attack. The Blazing Sun Kingdom soldiers who had just flown away on the spaceship. He thought of something and suddenly rotated his head. He saw 2,000 galaxy appear silently behind him. Then, trillions of soldiers rushed out of these spaceships and covered the entire heavens in the blink of an eye. Zhou Fight stood in front of the trillions of soldiers. He wore golden true god tier divine artifacts and held the universe-destroying blade in his hand as he looked at Uriel coldly. Kill. Zhou Fight spoke coldly. Yes. Qi Xiantian, Yuan Kong, Heras, Yellow Emperor and the other true god tiers replied. Then, they revealed their true god tier divine artifacts and led in troops of more than 1,500 billion to charge towards Uriel's people of foreign races. Seeing this scene, the true god tiers, god spirits, and other generals of the people of foreign races under Uriel's command had ugly expressions. Weren't they on the side of the sneak attack? In the blink of an eye, they had become the side that was ambushed and besieged. Even their escape route was cut off. All troops, listen up. From now on, our army will be divided into two. The front army will deal with the enemies of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, and the rear army will deal with the enemies from the rear. At the same time, we will deal with the enemies who have been incited by incite defection. Even though the enemy came suddenly, our troops still has the advantage. We can definitely win this battle. The true god Tyr, who was also a titan god like Uriel, shouted. Then, he immediately led half of the allied troops and rushed towards Zhou fight. The god spirits and soldiers of the people of foreign races calmed down when they heard this. He was right. Even though the situation was a little chaotic now, they still had their greatest trump card. They looked at Uriel, who was in the middle of the army. At this moment, Uriel was also looking at the vessel of dark purple divine blood in his hand, his eyes flickering with a deep black light. The Blazing Sun Kingdom. When the soldiers, god spirits, and soldiers rushed towards Uriel's allied army, Zhou Zhou did not follow them. Instead, he looked at the composition of Uriel's army. Uriel's people of Foreign Race Alliance headquarters, the remnants of the alliance gathered by the Shadow Clan, and the alliance troops of the Blood Moon Clan. Good timing. I originally wanted to get rid of you all one by one after today. I didn't expect you to come knocking on my door one by one. It saved me a lot of effort and time. Zhou Zhou smiled faintly. Then, he looked at the Lord Talent notification in front of him. Prompt: you have activated your mythical tier unique Lord Talent, 10,000 Spirit Saint. All spirits see you as a supreme saint and long to follow you. Lord Talent notification 1, 356,015,051,856 Black Iron Tier Soldiers of Foreign Races, 235,673,607,712 Green Bronze Tier Soldiers of Foreign Races, 252,775,967,888 White Silver Tier Soldiers of Foreign Races, 180,065,005,693 Yellow Gold Tier Soldiers of Foreign Races, 111,012,801,860 White Platinum Tier Soldiers of Foreign Races, 56,812,089,668 Diamond Tier Soldiers of Foreign Races, 26,889,771,632 Extraordinary Tier Soldiers of Foreign Races, 12,539,601,350 Epic Tier Soldiers of Foreign Races, 3,216,025,230 Legendary Tier Soldiers of Foreign Races, 5,652 Low-Tier Deity Level Soldiers of Foreign Races, 3,919 Mid-Tier Deity Level Soldiers of Foreign Races, 1,011 High-Tier Deity Level Soldiers of Foreign Races, 101 True God Tier Soldiers of Foreign Races broke away from their faction and became your loyal followers. Lord Talent Notification 2, you have obtained a Spellcaster de Carlos, True God Tier Advance Grade. When Zhou Zhou saw this result, he could not help but be pleasantly surprised. Good God! As expected, the 10,000 Spirit Saint did not disappoint him. He directly incited him to incite defection to 1,234,992,889 soldiers, 10,582 ordinary God spirits, and 101 true God tiers. Regardless of whether it was ordinary soldiers, ordinary God spirits, or true God tier existences, all of them had given their territorial powers an extremely astonishing increase. Thank you to the Titan Uriel for the big gift bags. Zhou Zhou was sincerely grateful. Chapter 1100, Uriel's trump card, the Titan Master God's Blood. At the same time, just as Uriel's people of foreign races and the army of the Blazing Sun Kingdom were fighting, the Homeland Defense Army in the capital quickly set up a defensive line. Then, they looked at the two sides fighting in the sky with serious and yearning eyes. As the garrison of the capital city, they had long received orders. In today's war, unless the main army showed signs of defeat, they could only go to the battlefield to participate. If there were no signs of defeat, they could only guard their own encampment and guard their sentries while maintaining the order of the territory's subjects. The other party's army looked like they were in chaos after His Majesty waved his hand. The soldiers of the Homeland Defense Legion knew that they would not have the chance to participate in this battle. They felt that it was a pity, but they were also proud of their powerful lord and powerful main combat army. In the capital, when the enemy attacked, the subjects were only a little flustered at the beginning, but they quickly became orderly under the protection of the soldiers and officials. At the same time, they followed the arrangements of the officials and entered Zhou Zhou's Divine Kingdom world one by one. Zhou Zhou's Divine Kingdom world was within the supreme domain of the Supreme Will. It could be said that no other place was safer than Zhou Zhou's divine kingdom world. In less than a moment, the enormous blazing sun kingdom had become an empty city. At the same time, just as the two armies were fighting, many other people of foreign races and lords were also silently observing this unprecedented battle. They really wanted to see which of the titans represented by Uriel or the blazing sun kingdom represented by Zhou Zhou would win after this war that was comparable to a divine kingdom. It would have a profound impact on the future no matter who won. Especially for the new lords and veteran races, it was a huge event that was equivalent to the collision of the old and new eras. Among the people of foreign races who were secretly observing, the Heaven Hidden race, Rakshasa race, and Yin Ghost clan were most concerned about the outcome of this battle. This was because they were the 3 of the 5 people of foreign races who had stopped the humans from retreating to the primordial world. As for the Shadow clan, they had already been destroyed and the Blood Moon clan was participating in the battle. As for the reason why they cared, it was because the moment Zhou Zhou's faction appeared, they realized that none of the 3 races could defeat Zhou Zhou and the Lord's faction under him in a direct confrontation. If the 3 races joined forces, the strength of their forces would actually be about the same as Uriel's people of foreign race alliance, which was fighting Zhou Zhou. Which meant, one could almost see the outcome of the battle between them and the common people's regal in the future with this current battle between Uriel and Zhou Zhou. It would be best if Uriel won this battle. This meant that they didn't have to face a great enemy like the common people's regal since he would have already been eliminated by Uriel. At most, they would send some resources to the Titan gods to express their gratitude. If Uriel did not win and was destroyed by Zhou Zhou instead, the outcome would be terrible for them. This meant that they couldn't defeat this common people's regal either. At that time, they would only have 2 choices. The first choice was to persevere in the battle until they were wiped out by Zhou Zhou along with their race. The second choice was to surrender to Zhou Zhou. There was no third option. They could not even escape as an entire race. Unless they gave up on their race and fled. However, this choice was almost equivalent to extermination. Sometimes, it was even worse than extermination. Just look at those refugees who had no fixed residence or foundation. It was the current situation of refugees who were hated by everyone. Occasionally, they would have to face the pursuit of powerful races. It could be said that they were living lives worse than death. Lord Uriel must win. As long as Lord Uriel wins, the Yin Ghost clan will be willing to accept it even if we have to become their vassals. The leaders of the Yin Ghost clan looked at the projection of the illusory battlefield in front of them and prayed silently. The Yin Ghost clan was the weakest amongst the 3 races. Furthermore, they also knew that among the true god tier of the Blazing Sun Kingdom, there were several true god level experts who controlled the Yin Ghost clan. For example, the Blazing Sun god, Heros, had the ability to transform into the sun. Therefore, the last thing they wanted was for Uriel to lose. In addition to the Yin Ghost clan, the humans of the Cerulean planet and the primordial world were also watching the battle nervously through a live broadcast. Whether the Lord of the Blazing Sun could win today's battle almost determined their future fates. On the battlefield, Uriel looked at the dark purple divine blood bottle in his hand and then at Zhou Zhou. Do you dare to fight me? If you don't dare to fight me, these true god tears of yours will suffer. He said in a deep voice. There's no need to threaten me. I promise you. Zhou Zhou said calmly. Okay. Uriel looked at him deeply. He believed that with this regal's intelligence, he wouldn't be able to guess that he had a master god tier level trump card. But even so, he still dared to accept his challenge. Could it be that he also had means at the master god tier level? Yes, indeed, there should be. Otherwise, he would not have been able to destroy the Shadow clan. This thought flashed through his mind before he shook his head inwardly. It didn't matter. No matter what kind of master god tier trump card the other party had, he might be beaten to death by me. That was because he had an invincible master god tier trump card. He glanced at Zhou Zhou before teleporting away. When Zhou Zhou saw this, his figure instantly disappeared into thin air. The Supreme Great Cosmos. In a dead star field in the starry sky. This place was very empty and dark. There was not even a star. There were only a large number of lifeless planets spinning in a chaotic trajectory, enveloped in a dark light. The only visible light source was the sun star, which was billions of trillions of light years away. At this moment, 2 figures instantly appeared here. It was Zhou Zhou and Uriel. This place is about 60 million light years away from the high continent. As long as we don't teleport, the aftershock of our battle shouldn't reach the high continent, and we won't be punished by the high continent. Uriel stated calmly. Zhou Zhou's expression was calm. He understood that the other party was speaking from the perspective of a Master God tier. This was because Master God tier existences were existences that would create and destroy the boundless universe. And how big was a boundless universe? Normally speaking, the small world where cerulean planet / Earth was located was about 100 billion light-years in diameter. The largest world in the middle world was about 1 trillion light-years in diameter. The largest world radius in the boundless universe was very exaggerated, about 1,000 trillion light-years. This was because the middle world and small world did not have complete laws to support the world. On the other hand, the boundless universe had complete laws supporting it. The quantitative change had reached a qualitative change, which was why the boundless universe was exceptionally large. The biological potential and upper limit of the creatures it nurtured were also exceptionally high. If Zhou Zhou and Uriel were to unleash the power of the Master God tier level next, the distance of 60 million light-years might not be considered far. I advise you to go all out next, because I'll go all out and not give you any chance. Uriel stated faintly. Then, he uncorked the dark purple blood bottle in his hand without hesitation. In an instant, an extremely terrifying divine power fluctuated from the blood bottle and enveloped Zhou Zhou in the blink of an eye. Then, it swiftly enveloped an area of 10 million light-years. Zhou Zhou narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at the blood bottle in his hand. The blood of a Master God tier. Judging from its aura, it should be the blood of a Master God tier existence of the Titans. The quality should be low-level Master God tier elementary grade. He thought to himself. At this moment, Uriel raised his head and drank all the divine blood in the bottle without hesitation.